Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate. Deep Sea Devourer. 1 Deci-second. Chapter 1 Predator. In the deep sea, endless darkness invaded Han Yan's senses. When Han Yan regained consciousness, his head was heavy, and there was a feeling of resurrection from the dead. The fuzzy eyes that were blood red through the eyelids were silently closed, followed by Han Yan who fell into deep thought. Is it dead, or is it not dead? After waking up, this was the first thought in Han Yan's mind. Limp all over, his unconscious body lay quietly beside a stone. He tried hard to open his eyes, but couldn't. Generally speaking, this is a place similar to night, the surroundings are silent, and even the noise of water flowing can be heard. Han Yan just lay quietly on the Luan sand distributed in the deep sea. The sand covered most of his body. The strange thing is that although his whole body was cold, he couldn't feel the cold. Messy noises, sand-like things, and the feeling of being submerged in water like taking a bath, what is it here? After an unknown amount of time, Han Yan finally struggled to move. With so many questions in his mind, Han Yan was about to open his eyes. Quote. The eyes opened in the darkness looked at the world, and the bloody sight made him suddenly feel something was wrong. After finally opening his eyes, it was pitch black, and what he saw was more like a night vision device in the middle of the night. Sand, reefs, corals, and fish swimming in the ocean. Han Yan's eyes widened, silently witnessing the scene in the deep sea. Shocked, he opened his mouth, but couldn't make any sound. How is this going? Wrong. Thinking of this, Han Yan's heart sank. He rolled his body hard, and soon an inexplicable sense of familiarity came to his heart. He tried to stretch out his hands, but found that he still had no limbs. He tried to stand up, but the angle of view was just right. After swimming with fluorescent creatures in a certain deep sea, Han Yan finally saw a scene that made him unbelievable. It was a thin and flat tail, just like the tail of a snake or a dragon. But only from this point, Han Yan understood his situation. I turned into a fish. Han Yan finally realized that he was no longer a human body, and at the same time he was shocked by the sudden fact. There were bursts of terrifying sounds in the deep sea, and the irritable sound that was like noise and something swimming fast appeared in an instant on top of Han Yan's head. The sudden fear made him instinctively burrow into the crevice of the reef, with a pair of oily black eyes staring at the movement outside. Eyes like night vision goggles clearly saw that a ferocious sea beast with a size of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared in Han Yan's sight. But what shocked and powerless him the most was that the sea beast was just food for running desperately, and behind it a huge sea king with a full 50 meters in length devoured it in one gulp. Around the blood-stained seabed, Han Yan, who witnessed all this, stared blankly at this scene. It wasn't until the monster left for a long time that Han Yan crawled out of the reef cave in relief. Despite this, other fish are afraid to appear in the area where the 50-meter-sized sea king passes. And Han Yan's shocked mind has not calmed down for a long time, but he has seen one thing clearly. Quote. Compared to turning into a fish, I'm more glad I didn't die. Looking at the blood of the strange fish that stained the sand on the seabed red, at least its death made Han Yan understand a truth. Or, live as a fish. Or, become the food in the mouth of the fish. I don't want to get a new life just now, and it will end again immediately. You must leave here quickly, otherwise Han Yan will be in danger if other predators come. Compared to the confusion and fear at the beginning, Han Yan now has only one thought, which is how to survive. As a 1-meter-sized monster fish, Han Yan has black scales and a slender and powerful flat tail. More like a sea snake than an eel, but it was a little strange, and I couldn't say anything specifically. Of course, such a body is also beneficial, at least in terms of escape and swimming speed. Han Yan is slower or even more agile than other fish. Han Yan calmed down slowly. Although he turned into a strange fish, it was better than death. As long as it is an intelligent creature, it does not want to die, let alone Han Yan is a human being turned into a fish, not a fish turned into a human being. Whether Han Yan is a fish or not, let's call it a fish first. Looking around, this is a spacious reef area, and the surrounding sea water is stirring irregularly. As he swam, there were subtle friction sounds on the bottom of the sea. And Han Yan finally found his tentative home, a narrow cave suitable for him, and the small fish in it had already fled with his arrival. Only then was Han Yan occupying the original position. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat dried shrimps. It seems that I have to eat to make myself bigger. Han Yan, who was silently guarding the entrance of the cave, thought to himself. One day ago, Han Yan was an ordinary human with no worries about food and clothing. And now, don't talk about going ashore, the key is to think about how to live in this offshore. I just don't know if this is the Earth, but after seeing the giant beasts passing by before, Han Yan can be sure that this is definitely not his original world. It is said that the crossing is random, but then he landed on a creature who didn't know whether it was a fish or a snake, and he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, when luck reaches its worst point, it is usually accompanied by good luck. Chapter 2 Kill, Eat, Devour. When Han Yan was in a daze, a red and green fish slowly swam up. But the fish has not yet realized what it is about to face. Arrogance. You thought you were that huge sea beast just now. The head lurking at the entrance of the cave slowly opened its squinted eyes, and Han Yan showed a humane smile. Accompanied by his affirmation, the entire body was ejected in an S shape, and the sound of breaking the water caused a trace of seawater vibrations around it. Immediately after the sharp teeth bit down, the unlucky fish was dragged into the cave by him. The fish that fell into the claws of the devil died before it had time to resist. It only paid attention to the food above the reef, but ignored a predator that had been lurking for a long time. Eat it. There is only this one thought in my mind, it has nothing to do with human or biological instinct. Han Yan only knew that eating it would do no harm to him. As soon as the idea came up, Han Yan swallowed the fish decisively. It's absolutely delicious, although he didn't have much sense of taste, but still a kind of comfort and satisfaction from the body made his eyes widen unbelievably. And soon, to his surprise, his body became a little bigger. Although it wasn't very obvious, whether it was getting bigger or not, Han Yan was still clear in his heart. Successfully devoured creatures. Gain 1 health point. Congratulations to host for triggering the main mission. The sudden 2 voices made Han Yan stunned, and he asked weakly, did I hear it wrong? Or, is this the legendary system? And that mysterious and different voice did not answer his question, but continued to announce. The task is released. The details are as follows. Main task. Devour 10 creatures whose attribute is 1 HP point. There is no time limit for the task, and there is no limit to the way the task can be completed. Closing square bracket. Reward for completion. Predator system. Closing square bracket. Swallow creatures to complete the task. Han Yan's excited and puzzled voice did not elicit an answer, although no matter how many times he tried the system still did not answer his question. As for why there is a system, he doesn't understand. Cold guy, then you have to tell me what the life value is. Life is life energy points. Points can be obtained by devouring life. Points reach the target limit. You can choose the direction of evolution. If you don't have enough points, death. To Han Yan's surprise, the system actually answered his question. But he also nodded in understanding. The life value can be understood as food, and you can live by eating. If you don't eat, you will starve to death. This is the survival rule observed by living things. After all, it is the same whether it is a fish or a human. But the only thing that puzzled him was, what is the predator system? No one answered him. Well, if you don't tell me anyway, then I'll just eat 10 more small fish. Silently complaining in his heart, Han Yan accepted the whole setting helplessly. Treat the world as a game, and yourself as a character that can be upgraded. Maybe it's still a hang-up. Han Yan, who was bored waiting for his prey, focused on himself. Well, there are still some changes in speaking. In addition to the bigger body, the strength feels a little bigger than before. Anyway, Han Yan turned into one of those 1-meter-sized creatures, which is pretty cool in his own right not to be a meal for the other sea kings. So before he became 2 meters, he not only calculated the cave. Putting life first, to put it bluntly, according to his previous game-playing habits, he is cowardly. In the early stage, there is a sky, and in the later stage, there are waves, investment with the wind, and a comeback against the wind. But in terms of survival, counseling is definitely the first. It's not always possible to surf, especially in this place where the big guy swims all over the sea. But speaking of it, the position Han Yan chose is really good. There is an unknown plant on the reef above his head, and he always feels that the little fish around him are gradually attracted to him. 1, 2, 3 days. After squatting for several days, the 10th fish finally came to him. At this time, Han Yan also successfully grew to a standard of 2 meters. But what can the 2-meter level do? Can you clean up the trash in the gaps between the teeth of the large sea kings? Not enough to watch at all. But what makes Han Yan more happy is that the task is finally completed. And after devouring 10 points of life, he got the mission reward as he wished. Congratulations to host for obtaining Predator System. The system is being activated. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. A tearing pain fell on Han Yan's body, and a bloody light rose from his small body. The pain from tearing his soul made him writhe in agony. He thought he was going to die like this, but suddenly stopped rolling after a few seconds. The Predator System is activated. Congratulations to host for becoming a primary predator. Please continue to work hard. Picking up his dull gaze, Han Yan who swam out of the sand suddenly froze. Name: Han Yan. Belonging to the world. 1 piece. Race: snake. Health: 20. Body size: 2 meters. Special ability: none. The short personal introduction made Han Yan jump up in ecstasy. Although he still didn't understand the meaning of this thing, his premonition told him that as long as he worked hard to devour the life value, he could continue to evolve. With the disappearance of the blood light, Han Yan finally saw his new appearance after evolution. The pitch-black body, more than 2 meters long, was covered with thick scales, which added a bit of strong defense to him. At least fishes below 10 meters cannot do anything to Han Yan now, and the powerful muscles on his body are several times stronger than before. As for Han Yan, he also initially has the qualifications to go to sea, no, to leave the shallow sea area. Kill, eat, digest, and then devour evolution. This is Han Yan's new goal. Chapter 3 Calm Belt. Moving with the body of a snake is very similar to the feeling of twisting the buttocks. Although it is awkward, Han Yan still repeats this action helplessly. The Predator System devours creatures with different abilities, and can obtain the corresponding abilities. But the chances are not high. Han Yan murmured, staring at a 5-meter-sized sea kings not far in front of him. Why did the Sea Kings, who was like a ferocious monster in his eyes at that time, become a potential prey who was only qualified to be swallowed? The swift and fierce attack rushed towards the fish-shaped Sea Kings in the blink of an eye. Just as Han Yan was about to strangle it with all his strength, he suddenly found that the Sea Kings fled in a hurry as if it had been greatly frightened. Pushed by the sudden force for about 10 meters, Han Yan decisively strangled the Sea Kings. But he also became vigilant. The biological instinct told him that there was definitely danger nearby. Sure enough, a huge shadow covered the sky. In the ocean about 10 meters away from the sea surface, Han Yan raised his head subconsciously. A huge ship pierced through the waves, and some sharp arrows shot down from above. Surrounded by these arrows and fishing nets, Han Yan even saw Sea Kings more than 10 meters in size hundreds of meters away instantly killed. This sudden scene made him hide decisively. Fortunately, relying on his dexterous posture, the devil's pace escaped the fishing. Only then did Han Yan have the opportunity to surface and hide on the side of a reef, secretly observing the outside. It was a retro ship, not the steel cruise ship from the previous life. And there were some flags on the big ship that he couldn't understand, and Han Yan also remembered a paragraph of text on his profile introduction. See, the world of One Piece. Cautiously hiding behind the reef, Han Yan silently watched the ship shuttle gradually across the ocean. At the same time, he also saw some humans in this world above, a group of women. Damn it, those women are so powerful. The arrow actually killed a Sea King in an instant. When he secretly rejoiced that he was lucky, Han Yan's body froze suddenly, and he saw a woman standing on the deck of the ship looking towards him with sharp eyes. With a whoosh sound, an arrow grazed his body and pierced through the reef. Han Yan, who was sweating profusely, saw the black substance on the arrow with his own eyes. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. It's not a pirate, and it's not a marine. Why can't you get along with me, a little fish that's only 2 meters long? Saying that, Han Yan dived down, leaving a ripple on the spot, and then disappeared without a trace. It seemed that in a short time he was too scared to surface again. And at this time outside, on the deck of the ship. It's weird, that Sea Kings is so smart. It shouldn't be. Grandma, what's wrong? Why are there so few fish today? This is a young girl, with a puzzled look on her immature face, and black hair hanging down her cheeks. The excitement of going to sea for the first time appeared between the eyebrows. I have to say that this is a rare and beautiful girl. The woman known as Granny Za lowered her head, touched the girl's head and laughed lightly. It's nothing, but Hancock, you and your 2 younger sisters have to work harder. Look at the other big sisters, and they have harvested a lot of prey this time. At this moment, a sexy woman dumps a huge Sea King's carcass into the cabin. Then she came to the person whom she called the Queen and said, Your Majesty, the warehouse is almost full, shall we continue sailing or return to Nine Snakes? Yeah, the calm belt is ahead. The Sea Kings there are very powerful. Let's go back first. No, what mother-in-law? I also want to see those big fish. The girl pursed her lips in dissatisfaction, and said a little unhappy. Be obedient, Hancock, we still have a chance to come next time. Let's go back now. Gloriosa smiled helplessly, and at the same time used other things to attract the girl's attention. HMPH, well, when I have a chance, I must go to sea too. Hancock murmured softly, but Gloriosa's keen hearing caught him. She just sighed slightly and shook her head lightly. With the return of the ship here, Han Yan, who was swimming all the way, finally stopped. Those women are so scary. Han Yan paused as if he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't encounter any big Sea Kings in this sea area for the time being. But why is it dark? Is it going to be cloudy and rainy? Han Yan raised his head in doubt, and a scene that shocked him happened. Han Yan raised his head and met a pair of blue eyes the size of a ship just now. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic monster over 100 meters in size swam past his head, and the tide caused Han Yan to run around uncontrollably. This is a large Sea King, the largest Han Yan has seen so far. Fortunately, this Sea Kings didn't even bother to take a look at this little shrimp-like creature right now. Only then did Han Yan have a chance to escape. It seems that it has really passed through. Although I don't know why, it is true that I have traveled to the world of One Piece, and it is one of the few anime that Han Yan has watched, but he likes it very much. At this moment, Han Yan didn't think about unnecessary questions, because his mind was already occupied by a question. Boat, woman, a woman with a ship as a unit. One Piece, Nine Snake Island. Han Yan stared blankly at the countless huge shadows around him, and uttered a sentence through his dry throat. It's over, this is. Calm belt. But soon Han Yan calmed down. Barefoot is not afraid of wearing shoes. Anyway, I am small enough, maybe I will be safe in this world of behemoths. But it is also very dangerous. After all, the bosses are angry, and the little shrimps suffer. I just don't know, how big will I get if I eat these large Sea Kings? Chapter 4 Let's hurt each other. How big will you grow if you eat these giant Sea Kings? Han Yan was taken aback by his sudden thought, and quickly shook his head to wake up. At least it's still very early, so it's better to leave here now. When he came back to his senses, Han Yan started to turn around quietly and swim in the opposite direction. Fortunately, there are not many Sea Kings in this area near the sea, and these Sea Kings don't care about a little fish who doesn't even have enough teeth. This allowed Han Yan to run out without any risk. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be, but the large Sea Kings in the world of One Piece all have a certain amount of wisdom. If he had no wisdom and only knew how to eat, Han Yan would really be doomed. Returning to the bottom of the sea some distance away from Calm Belt, Han Yan scanned the bottom of the sea with his eyes that could see through the night. After swimming along the sand on the bottom of the sea for a long distance, Han Yan gradually stopped his movements. Of course, I also encountered many other fish along the way, and I ate all those smaller than myself. Those who are bigger than him should hide first, he with wisdom is far better than those stupid fish. At this time, the system's voice also announced, have a new main mission. Han Yan silently stared at the mission request that appeared. It is to let him evolve to the 10-meter stage as soon as possible and become a Sea Kings in the growth stage. Sea Kings is also divided into races and talents. If you don't count the acquired, it can be divided into several stages. Below 10 meters is a juvenile body, above 10 meters and below 50 meters is considered a growth stage, and around 100 meters is an adult large Sea Kings. And the super large Sea Kings of 500 meters can only be found in Calm Belt in the depths of the sea. The 500 meter and 1000 meter classes are completely equivalent to the strength of Marine Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral. In the story, the group of Sea Kings summoned by the young Shirahoshi to Mermaid Island are all overlords above the kilometer level. Of course, different Sea Kings have different body shapes when they reach adulthood. For the strong, not the size can represent everything. But let's not talk about this for now. In short, Han Yan is very confused about when he can eat 500 prey with a life value of 1 point before he can evolve to the 10-meter level. Just like this, wandering around unconsciously with doubts, and I don't know how long it has passed. Han Yan, who has no concept of time, takes devouring as the unit. Every 20 prey that are about the same size as him can be swallowed can add 200 points, which is considered as a week. At this time, in the depths of the seabed, a thick sea snake was wandering around. This pitch-black boa constrictor almost merged with the dark ocean, its vigorous and powerful tail swung, instantly strangling a shark-like prey. The sea snake is Han Yan, and its terrifying teeth have become extremely powerful, even capable of biting off rocks in an instant. And Han Yan has also grown to a volume of more than 8 meters, and generally speaking, he is now the overlord of the shallow sea area. Not enough, still not enough. Eat, I need more life points. After a slight pause, Han Yan began to sweep the unknown waters here unscrupulously again. After one lap, Han Yan basically didn't gain much. Although there are many fish in this sea area, most of them are eaten by him, and other small fish have no intention to hunt them down. After hesitating for a while, Han Yan decided to dive deeper into the sea. Not long after leaving this sea area, Han Yan suddenly felt a chill down his spine as he dived down. A bloodthirsty terrifying aura made him retract his body like lightning, and the whole snake body turned to dodge to the side. And at this moment, a bloody mouth closed at his original position. Immediately afterwards, in his sight, a huge shadow broke through the sea and headed straight for Han Yan. That rapid speed made Han Yan feel the fear that he hadn't seen for a long time. In the blink of an eye, a Sea Kings with a barely visible tail appeared in front of Han Yan, then opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit down fiercely. 30 meters. This is a real Sea Kings, different from the juveniles Han Yan encountered before. The one in front of me is even more terrifying, and also more powerful. However, what appeared in his eyes was not just fear, but also accompanied by desire for food and greed. Come on, let's hurt each other. With a hiss, at the same time that Blood Basin bit down. Han Yan quickly swam down from its mouth, avoiding a direct confrontation with the Sea Kings with his dexterous long body. The tearing sound of the seawater kept ringing, and Han Yan used his dexterous body to start dealing with the Sea Kings. He bit the neck of this thick whale-like Sea Kings with his teeth, and then started to roll like a crocodile. A large piece of meat was swallowed by him along with blood, which stimulated Han Yan's senses. Making his movements even crazier, the extremely sharp mouth with a powerful bite constantly tore Sea King's body. It's easy to see who was the prey. Sea Kings without wisdom only knew how to struggle angrily, watching the loach on his back constantly biting him. And it was really helpless. After struggling for a while, it stopped moving. Eat. This is the concept in my mind. The bloody red surrounding sea area has attracted many vicious fishes. But in this short moment, Han Yan had devoured most of the Sea King's body. Every time he devours, the meat will be turned into energy, digested in Han Yan's stomach, and finally turned into life value. It is for this reason that he can keep eating without restraint. And with the increase in size, the more powerful strength is rapidly increasing. 8 meters, 9 meters. In the blink of an eye, Han Yan broke through the 10-meter level. And this rapid evolution, even if he felt it again, Han Yan still couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That's right, devouring powerful prey will speed up his evolution, and this kind of heaven-defying biological evolution makes him excited and unable to stop. But soon, the system announcement also sounded. Ding! The task is complete, please choose the evolution gene to change jobs. Chapter 5 Evolution Talon. Predator system activated. Loading. The task is completed, reward 50 evolution points. Soon, after the life points that Han Yan devoured in his body gradually subsided. Han Yan only felt that his whole body was full of strength, and although he wanted to continue to devour the fishes that were constantly being attracted, his reason told him at this moment that it would be better to retreat for the time being. There is no reluctance, because now he can easily kill Sea Kings like the one just now. What Han Yan cares about at this time is the new function of the system, the evolution function. The evolution system as a whole can be divided into many branches, such as sound evolution, claw evolution, wing evolution, fish fin evolution, supernatural evolution, special ability evolution, and countless other branches. But not all of them can evolve at will, some require preconditions, and some require a lot of evolution points. In short, Han Yan can only choose one of the following 3 abilities with 50 evolution points. Claw evolution, sound evolution, perception evolution. The first is to grow a pair of powerful claws, forelimbs like dragon claws. If you choose this direction, you can evolve a lot in the later stage, such as dragons, aliens and so on. And it is suitable for land, sea and air. However, this kind of evolution point is very high, requiring 40 points. The second is voice evolution, which requires 10 evolution points. After evolution, it can make sound, and after evolution again, it can speak human language and even cause sonic attacks. This kind of thing is not very practical in the early stage. If you want to say, it is almost the same in the later stage. The third kind of perceptual evolution is necessary whether it is in the early stage or the late stage. The stronger the evolution, the stronger the perception ability. But the demand for evolution points is also very high, starting with 30 points. At present, these 3 are the directions that Han Yan deserves to evolve, and the others are either impractical or too expensive. Currently, improving combat effectiveness is the most important thing for me, and it's really troublesome not to have a pair of powerful forelimbs. Of course, perception is also very important. Just when he was stuck in the end, the system happened to release another message. Host devours different creatures, and there is a certain chance to obtain their talents. Devouring different races, the talents obtained are different. Talent abilities can be used for upgraded, and can be unlocked in the 3rd stage of host. The 3rd stage, what is that? Han Yan wondered, but the system soon lost its sound. It seems that I still have to figure it out by myself. If the 10-meter level is the 1st stage, then what stage are the monsters in Mermaid Island in the animation? Stage 5, it's still the 6th stage. How many evolution points would it take to evolve into the legendary Shenlong or Deathwing in World of Warcraft? Opening the vertical pupils without human emotion, Han Yan's black eyes stared at the sea and hesitated for a moment. Then he struggled to swim upstream, and the evolution direction he chose was the evolution of sharp claws. Covered by a pair of pitch-black scales, the sharp claws are terrifying. If the nearby pirates or fishermen saw him, they might run away in fright. For the remaining 10 points, he chose voice evolution. Although he couldn't speak human language, he could at least make basic sounds like snakes or other animals. The sound wasn't much use to him either, but at least it was better than nothing. The evolution process was much easier than when the system was first turned on, although it was still painful, at least it was much better than before. Looking at his 2 extra forelimbs, Han Yan could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart. Roar. Although it was screaming excitedly, the sound it made was like the roar of a cold-blooded animal. The sound spread far away as he floated up, so much so that it alarmed a ship in the sea 100 meters away. Captain, monster, monster. On the deck, a bearded man stared at the pitch-black monster standing upright in the distance, which made him scream out in fright. Damn it, what's it called? It's a big deal, isn't it just a bigger fish? You dare to go to sea with this little courage? Hearing this, a scarred face with a red beard came over cursingly in the cabin, and looked in the direction pointed by the crew. Under the dim setting sun, in the sea area not far ahead, a pitch-black head with indifferent killing intent stood upright, and a pair of scary eyes were staring at it. Oh my god, there are monsters, hurry up and return. The captain only felt a chill down his spine, and when the monster hissed and looked at it with a pair of bloodthirsty eyes, his face suddenly turned pale with fright. But captain, are we not going to continue sailing? Aren't you a great pirate with 50,000 berry? A crew member ran over, looked at the huge sea snake in the distance, and said with fear. FKU, lousy, let you return. A loud slap was slapped, and the scarred face with the red beard jumped up angrily. Just like this, Han Yan, who was far away, stared blankly at the pirate ship that suddenly returned the same way, leaving him still floating on the sea with a puzzled expression. The monster, you mean me? Han Yan smiled helplessly, but as a sea snake, his smile was really scary. But there is no way, who told him to be sea kings? However, Han Yan can't leave the sea for the time being, he hasn't evolved an organ that can breathe directly in the air. He couldn't leave the sea for too long, so he could only deal with these sea kings in a short time. After the evolution was completed, a sense of hunger suddenly swept over. Immediately afterwards, Han Yan was dominated by this feeling, and continued to sneak into the sea to start hunting. As he left, the sea began to roll, and then a wave of water rose into the sky, setting off a huge wave of more than 10 meters. Sea Circle Calendar in 1497, Luo Jia finally fulfilled his dream of dominating the Grand Line, completed the impossible Grand Line, and became the legendary One Piece. In the same year, Han Yan finally grew into a 10-meter Sea Kings and got his first pair of hands. Chapter 6 Calm Belt's New Guest. Sea Circle Calendar in 1498, the Luo Jia pirates were disbanded. And Luo Jia also said the last sentence, I will not die, to Rayleigh, then ran to surrender to Marine, unexpectedly entrusted his wife and unborn ace to Garp's care in prison. In the end, Luo Jia was executed in the town of East Blue Rog, and the era of great pirates began. The sentence before the execution made people rush to the sea, do you want my treasure? If you want, I can give you all. Go find it. I put all the treasure there. In the same year, Han Yan devoured 5,000 health points. He jumped into the 20-meter level Sea Kings and strengthened his other weapon fangs. Sea Circle Calendar in 1500, the pirate group that Kamen belonged to came to Rare Beast Island. In the end, Kamen was stuck in a treasure chest and gradually became the guardian of Rare Beast Island. Meanwhile, Nico Robin becomes an archaeologist. In the same year, Han Yan had his own marine domain. But then came Buster Call. For the first time, the elite battle force of 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, and marines, enough to deal with Sea Kings, appeared above his sea area, and he was also forced to leave that sea area. Sea Circle Calendar in 1503, Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy was born. In the same year, Han Yan strengthened his whole body and evolved his special ability, Invisible Predator. At the same time, Han Yan returned along the way, returning to the sea area he left the Amazon Sea. Roar. In the deep sea, the crackling sound of tearing the seawater sounded one after another. An ear-piercing cry came out suddenly, and then, a thick bloody smell filled the surrounding seawater. The area covered by the blood was a sea king's nearly 80 meters in size. Beside it, a black sea snake half the size of it was clinging to its back and biting. A pair of sharp claws that shone with cold light tightly clasped its neck, and with the violent power gushing out, it was instantly torn to pieces in the seabed. Soon the huge sea king stopped struggling. It wasn't until the entire sea kings was devoured that the pitch-black scaled sea snake stopped moving. It's almost reached the bottleneck again. No matter how much you eat recently, you won't grow in size, but your strength will increase. It seems that you need to hunt stronger prey. After his stomach was full, Han Yan began to think about himself. In 6 years, a little guy who was less than 1 meter has grown into a strong man who can easily hunt and kill 100-meter level sea kings. Although Han Yan didn't know how long the specific time had passed, it always felt like it passed quickly. From the initial escape to the current hunting, the turning point of this process is not difficult. Now that he has come to this world and has the heaven-defying predator system in hand, he has to live a more exciting life no matter what. What's more, the development during this period has made Han Yan more aware of the system's heaven-defying capabilities. That is uncontrolled evolution. At 100 meters, he can choose another form of evolution, which means that Han Yan has the qualifications to land or fly. But this bottleneck requires a very high life value, as many as 100,000. And his current attribute is only 50,000. While comfortably enjoying the results of the hunt, the bloody atmosphere around attracted the peeps of many sea kings. At this time, Han Yan, who opened his cold eyes, turned his eyes as black as ink. Roar. An explosion-like sound resounded in the depths of the seabed, and the weaker fish around were instantly crushed by the rolling ocean current, and many schools of fish even died because of it. To say how strong Han Yan's destructive ability is now, ordinary marine warships really dare not conflict with him. Even when Buster Call reappeared, Han Yan was confident that he would destroy it all. You know, Sea Kings is a powerful weapon against ability users. Many demon fruit powers can't do anything about this invincible group. But like that saying, hunting the weak will keep you alive, hunting the strong will make you enjoy life. This also applies to Han Yan. You only get stronger by eating stronger creatures. After the crimson blood flow dissipated, Han Yan left the stage of this fight. It wasn't until he left the red shadow area that his true face was revealed. It is mainly 50 meters long, with scales and spines, and a pair of sharp claws on the forelimbs. And the tail is still tough and strong like a python. He didn't choose to evolve the hind limbs, because the evolution points needed for the evolution of the hind limbs were far beyond his imagination. For the current Han Yan, it is like an oriental dragon without hind limbs. It is also more like a flood dragon, the only difference is that the forelimbs are sharper. Like a crocodile's head, and like a dragon's head. Although there were no horns, the protruding bones gave him a strange beauty. Pure aesthetics of violence. The first form of evolution that Han Yan is preparing for is the overlord of the sea, Neptune dragon. The second form is an air lord like Deathwing or Yinglong, while the third form is an alien, or a land king based on strength. Of course, this is just his temporary idea, because it may change at any time. After all, I ate something wrong one day, or it was upgraded. On the bottom of the sea, Han Yan is stretching his body, and his strengthened body makes him feel that he needs to leave. With these several evolutions, he also has a little more confidence in the sea. However, this time his goal is to become the overlord of the Calm Belt. With his goal in mind, Han Yan set out in the direction of the Calm Belt. Chapter 7, First Contact with Humans. 9 Snake Island. Lush trees stand tall on the shore, the green leaves are shining, and the sunlight falls from the gaps in the trees, reflecting flashes on the water puddles. With the sound of delicate sounds, 3 petite girls shuttled through the jungle. Sister, is it really okay for us to do this? It's not good to find out. A slender girl with orange hair looked around in fear. What are you afraid of? The first time I went out with Granny Z, I saw a big black snake. Well, it was just that I didn't have the nerve to embarrass her at the time. Anyway, we sneaked out this time and came back soon. The girl called elder sister by the girl had big eyes that kept flickering with curiosity, and at the same time, her beautiful black hair hung down her head, and said to the orange-haired girl with a confident smile. Yeah, I believe in big sister. Second sister, you are too timid, ha ha ha. The slightly mischievous green-haired girl smiled, making a grimace while sticking out her tongue at another little girl. Cluck cluck cluck. The black-haired girl who was suddenly amused by her action covered her stomach and laughed loudly. Now even the little girl who was laughed at was not happy. HMPH, don't think I don't know that, big sister, you are looking for a pet. You made up the black snake. I'll tell Grandma Z when I get back, and make you laugh at me. Hey, don't. If you tell my mother-in-law I will definitely be punished again, don't do that. The girl pursed her lips, talking a little unhappy. His dark blue eyes stared at the orange-haired girl and blinked. Just as he was about to speak, a voice came from behind. Ah, Hancock, it turns out that you three sisters are here. It's easy for me to find them. The voice of a female guard sounded, causing the black-haired girl to turn her head quickly. I saw the female guard cutting some messy vines and moving forward. It was discovered. Sister, run. We ran separately. She was alone. Hancock rolled his eyes and spoke hastily. After speaking, she ran towards the direction of the sea. The two younger sisters looked at each other, nodded and rushed towards different directions. Hey, Hancock, you naughty guy, stop. When the female guard saw the girl who ran away without saying a word, she was dumbfounded and had no choice but to speed up over the obstacle. By the time her footsteps hit the ground, Hancock had already left the spot. The female guard looked in three different directions helplessly, and then resolutely chased after Hancock. In her eyes, as long as she catches the naughtiest girl, the other two will naturally appear. After all, the three women acted led by Hancock every time they made trouble. As long as she was caught, everything would be fine. The plant obstacles on the road leading to the beach made it more difficult for the female guard to walk, and the subsidence of the ground also made her helpless. But looking at a white splash not far away, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. There is no way ahead, see where you can go. Just as the female guard guessed, Hancock finally came to this beach near the sea after fleeing unconsciously all the way. Further on, there is the sea. Phew, that's bad, there's no way ahead. Looking at this beautiful picture, Hancock couldn't help but lose his mind, and even forgot that he was hiding. But at the same time, she shivered. I don't know if it's the cold weather or something else, but my heartbeat started to speed up. Suddenly, she turned around abruptly. Finally caught you, I'm exhausted. The female guard used a machete to cut off some of the tiny vines around her body, and then looked in Hancock's direction with a triumphant smile, but her smile froze, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Be careful. Seeing the female guard whose expression changed rapidly, Hancock looked behind him suspiciously. Behind the reef, the waves soared into the sky. The gigantic monster with a height of 50 meters stood up in the sea, with extremely strong defensive black scales all over its body, and its size was much larger than that of ordinary sea kings, not to mention the beastly indifference in those fierce eyes. And Hancock just happened to look at its cold vertical pupils. I don't know if it's because of extreme fear, or because my legs are weak from being frightened. For a while, Hancock stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the monster that suddenly appeared behind him. Roar. The monster roared at her, and the roar caused the airwave to change, throwing the girl about 10 meters in front of her to the ground. You, hello. Hancock twitched the corners of his mouth, said something incoherent, and then lay back decisively with his eyes darkened. The dignified future empress was frightened unconscious by sea kings when she was young. No one would believe it, including herself. Roar. There was a bursting sound, and the female guard quickly pulled away the arrow with armament Haki, and then flew towards Han Yan as a black meteor. Chapter 8. The Woman Who Knows Haki. In fact, Han Yan is very depressed. Because he found that he couldn't find his way to Calm Belt, he turned around and returned to the same place. So he planned to walk along the island, maybe he would find his way. After all, the sea is so big, it is very difficult to identify the direction. Especially at the bottom of the sea, there is no reference at all. By coincidence, Han Yan started wandering around the surrounding archipelago, and unknowingly came to the vicinity of a large island full of vitality. Invisible Predator, passive skill, this is the ability he got after fighting a plesiosaur sea kings a few years ago. Also the first to get a special ability. Although this skill comes from the ability of the Proud Stalker, in a certain alliance, it is definitely a reliable skill for Han Yan. Because this ability allows him to sense creatures within 300 meters around him, the higher the level of the creature, the stronger the breath. And with the blessing of this skill, he can even approach the prey silently. Many times, it is because of this skill that Han Yan can evolve so fast. There is plenty of food in the sea, but more of it is more powerful predators. Therefore, this skill can ensure that Han Yan will not be predated during the predation process. With the ability of the senses, the invisible predator is a powerful auxiliary ability for hunting. On this day, Han Yan, who was wandering on the bottom of the sea, sensed an island with a huge breath of life. Intuition told him that there are many prey on the island that can make him evolve easily, so he chose to gradually rise up. Because Han Yan knew that the prey that would allow him to evolve easily must be unusual. Reckless actions will definitely lose more than the gain, and only by using the black reef can it be perfectly hidden. Under the perception of the invisible predator, two prey, one big and one small, with different breaths of life gradually approached. Those giant eyes watched and waited. What do you think he found? A lowly, humanity. Something's wrong. How could Lolita have such a strong breath of life? Han Yan continued to guard silently, but he didn't expect this lowly to approach the area where he was not afraid of death. This made him feel speechless, and even wanted to go out and scare her away. Although I do not belong to the human race, even cannibalism is not unacceptable. But such a small child dares to run to the terrifying sea, especially in this place where sea kings are everywhere. Isn't this courting death? Hush. As the waves rose, Han Yan, who had just half stretched out of the water, found a human with a breath of life that was no less than that of ordinary sea kings. Looking around, it was a sexy beauty in a bikini. Although she turned into a monster, Han Yan's aesthetics still remained at the human stage. Just when he was about to speak, he found that his voice hadn't evolved completely, and was still in the roaring stage. And when he reacted, he found that the girl under him had fallen to the ground and passed out. Go away. As the human woman not far away shouted, Han Yan suddenly found a sharp arrow shooting towards him like lightning. Roar. Hey, why are you so angry, miss? I don't eat your little loli. Even if I eat it, it probably won't add a few points of life. At most, it's just to scare you. Although he thought so in his heart, Han Yan's performance was different. His hard and powerful scales block the arrows with armament haki, which can pierce even stones, but they have no effect on him. Quote. What kind of monster is this? Sea kings. The corner of the female guard's mouth twitched. Looking at the monster that didn't even move, she shot a few more arrows. However, he found that his insignificant attack could not cause him any harm at all. It doesn't hurt. Han Yan, who was a little worried about whether he could defend against Haki, saw that the opponent's attack could not cause much damage to him, and suddenly gained confidence and cast his fierce gaze over it again. As he rolled over the waves, the entire snake body jumped out of the sea, leapt to a height of more than 10 meters and then fell down. The rising waves buzzed the surrounding reefs, and at the same time Han Yan attacked in the direction of the female guard again. Just as he was about to open his mouth wide, a long jet black arrow descended from the sky with the momentum of piercing through the sky. Han Yan's pupils shrank, and a breath of fear rose in his heart. He quickly dodged to the side with a terrified expression, and when he came back to his senses again, he had already returned to the sea. He exposed half of his head, staring at the figure standing on the island tree with some resentment. A silver-haired middle-aged woman gradually fell from above, and slowly picked up Hancock beside the beach. She stared at Han Yan in the distance, and suddenly a trembling feeling rushed over his body. It was the first time in Han Yan's history that Han Yan felt that death was so close to him. This breath, it's Haki. Suddenly, a noun appeared in Han Yan's mind. And it looks like a rare Haki-like conquerors. No wonder I didn't know why the king of the sea was scared away by the red hair when I was watching anime back then. I didn't really care about things like conquerors Haki back then. And the real experience is really scary. How did the sea kings of Calm Belt get here? The silver-haired woman murmured suspiciously. Han Yan, who heard her talking to herself, suddenly felt a little speechless. But his life was at stake, so he hurriedly dived into the sea. After all, his strength is at best equivalent to that of a general marine vice admiral, and this woman's faintly revealing strength above vice admiral and below admiral makes him helpless. What's more, there are more and more breaths of surrounding creatures. Han Yan naturally knows what these mean. After all, people are on the shore, not in the sea. If it was in the sea, he would be able to kill each other with 2 more. But now, just say ha ha, let's run away quickly. Chapter 9 Giant Sea Kings. Your Highness, are you all right? As Han Yan left, more and more Nuguo guards arrived. And Hancock had woken up a long time ago, but he didn't recover from his fear. It's all right, how's Hancock? Grandma, whoa. The black-haired girl blinked and walked over silently. She bit her lower lip lightly, and finally threw herself into the woman's arms with a wow and began to cry. It's okay, I've knocked it away. Gloriosa touched the girl's forehead tenderly, and at the same time fell into doubt. The Sea Kings just now feel so familiar, just like the little sea snake from 6 years ago. Well, whatever it is. As long as his child is fine, it seems that the defense around the island has to be strengthened again. Now that one piece is dead, many changes have taken place in the sea. The defenses around the island should be guarded by more people. It is strictly forbidden to let any threatening insects go. After Gloriosa finished speaking, she took the girl away from the edge of the beach, while on the other side, Han Yan was already heading towards the Calm Belt area. It's a good thing you run fast, that old woman is too powerful, conqueror's Haki, tisk tisk. Thinking enviously, although Han Yan doesn't know Gloriosa. However, based on the surrounding events, it is still possible to guess a few points, but in short, it is right that the other party is the current emperor of Nine Snake Island. What is the strength of Gloriosa, although it is not clearly expressed in the anime? But through the disclosure of certain deeds, it can be seen that this old woman is absolutely unusual. It is impossible to believe that she does not have conquerors. Where are you going now? After a whole day of diving under the sea, Han Yan, who was a little dazed, gradually surfaced. After looking around the surrounding sea through those big black eyes, he suddenly shrank his eyes, and in the direction he was looking, a ship gradually appeared in the distant mist. Speaking of which, this is the 7th time that Han Yan has encountered a manned ship. You must know that he has spent a long time on the bottom of the sea, and occasionally when he pays for the sea, there may not be a ship passing by. After all, the sea is so big, even Han Yan can't control a small corner. Watching the approaching ships, Han Yan became excited when he saw the marine standard on the flag. The calm belt of the Grand Line is impossible for ordinary ships to pass through, so generally entering or leaving the Grand Line is to go upside down. However, except for marine with sea stone installed on the bottom of the ship can enter and exit Grand Line from calm belt at will. Although Han Yan is a road idiot, he knows the direction of the Grand Line. The pirates I ate some time ago seemed to be discussing the Grand Line, but I just happened to hear it. And just when Han Yan was excited, a dangerous aura suddenly rose from the sea in front of him, and through the power of the invisible predator, a creature with a huge life aura appeared in his eyes. Sea Kings. Sure enough, as Han Yan's voice fell, a giant Sea Kings leapt out from the bottom of the sea, blocking his way. As the giant Sea Kings emerged from the water, the sea was suddenly swelled with huge waves, and at that moment, the huge body covered the sun, and the shadow covered Han Yan's body. It's so big, it's a big guy at the 200-meter level. Looking at the giant Sea Kings that suddenly appeared, Han Yan's eyes were filled with ferocity, and he opened his mouth a little excitedly. If I eat this guy, will I evolve into the first stage of the Sea King directly? Where's the dragon? As expected, this giant Sea Kings obviously regarded it as its own food. Looking at the bloody maw that was approaching gradually, Han Yan swept forward without retreating, and quickly paraded across the sea like black lightning. If someone saw it from a high altitude, they might find a long black snake moving rapidly towards a huge shadow. Most people who saw this scene would think that it was suicidal. But this was not the case. There was a loud explosion on the surface of the sea, and the long black snake shot out like lightning. The sharp long claws danced in a circle in the air, and landed firmly on the top of the giant Sea King's head. At the same time, the giant snake's sharp teeth that could crush boulders ruthlessly bit down on the huge monster below. However, this giant Sea King screamed in pain, then swam downstream, jumped out of the water and turned over to try to throw off the bug on its back. But it underestimated Han Yan's claws. The sharp and long claws pierced into the flesh on its back. The whole body seemed to stick together. The terrifying sound of constant biting, chewing and devouring echoed on the sea surface, sometimes suppressed by the sound of the waves, sometimes covered by piercing screams. Report. There are 2 Sea Kings fighting ahead. A warship sailed from afar, and on it, a marine standing on the bow looked at the red-stained sea and hurriedly reported behind him. The burly man in a white coat with the word, "Justice," on his back made a low voice. But he didn't say much, just looked at the rolling waves not far ahead with a steady gaze, and soon, he seemed to have discovered something, and whispered, "Sea Kings who are fighting each other to survive. Even so, better than celestial dragons bastards who only treat humans as animals." He looked solemnly at the movement on the sea surface, and even more noticed that something was wrong with the 2 Sea Kings. He found that the smaller Sea Kings was pressing down on the bigger Sea Kings to attack, and it looked like it was about to reverse the situation. The blood-stained sea gradually drifted into the distance, and his intuition told him that the Sea Kings was absolutely unusual, and it would even be dangerous to move forward rashly. "Master Rear Admiral, don't we just go there?" Before the Marine could finish speaking, the burly man waved his hand and said in a steady tone, "No, although it is said that there are slave ships nearby, I'm afraid we don't need to do it this time. Maybe these Sea Kings have already captured them." Eden. Chapter 10 Sea Emperor Dragon. Then what shall we do? Marine nodded half understanding, but looked at the 2 Sea Kings gradually approaching the ship, and said with some doubts. He trusts his superiors like a captain trusts his ship. Boom. Suddenly, the hull of the ship shook, and it seemed that it was getting closer to the fighting range. It wasn't until this moment that the man opened his mouth and shouted, "Attention all, take a detour." Yes, soon, a group of Marine crew members took action to detour back. What Han Yan didn't know was that it was his appearance this time. It may be a coincidence that the 3 Hancock sisters were not captured by the slave ship. At the same time, the slave ship was discovered by Amazon Lily's female guards, and was caught in a difficult escape battle. Not to mention other things, just Han Yan. The movement of the fighting was getting louder and louder, causing ripples of waves to reverberate thousands of meters around. What a strong vitality. While frantically absorbing the life force of the giant Sea Kings, Han Yan opened a huge blood hole in its back. Knowing that at this time, after the thick blood flowed out, the giant Sea King's struggling movements gradually stopped. After jumping out from Sea King's back, Han Yan immediately started to devour without any extra pause. He took a bite on the fleshy piece of Sea King's belly, then tore it off and swallowed it. Then continued to repeat the same action. Before they knew it, the bones of the giant Sea Kings had sunk to the bottom of the sea. The shuddering sound of fear in the deep sea rang out one after another. Although the Sea Kings were huge, they were still in the mouth of Han Yan, who was constantly devouring them. In less than half an hour, he was almost eaten up, and Han Yan's body was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. Enduring the pain of being torn apart, Han Yan decisively exchanged a bloodline planned long ago with the Predator system. Sea Emperor Dragon bloodline consumes 5,000 evolution points. The legendary dragon-shaped creature living in the deep sea has great potential and power. The destructive power of terror can even destroy an island. Special ability, Concussion. The volume that was originally only more than 50 meters began to skyrocket at this moment, undergoing earth-shaking changes. 60 meters, 70 meters, 80 meters. It took a full 30 meters to grow, but it was over. A pair of strong and powerful hind legs gradually grew from the scales on the lower body of the black snake. Soon, the pitch-black scales turned into dark blue, and the color on the body was bright. A deadly light shone on his scales. The dragon claws, which were already extremely sharp, became sharper and stronger at this time. And the power contained in the noble dragon head makes people look full of fear, and there is no doubt that the sharp teeth can tear apart steel. With the earth-shaking changes in body shape, Han Yan finally evolved from an ugly black snake to a strong and powerful dragon. At the same time, a brutal bloodthirsty desire flashed through those open dark blue eyes. A contemptuous aura radiated from his body, causing the fish that had been attracted by the smell of blood to run away in fright. Although it is a sub-dragon species, the dragon prestige on this body is not fake. And apart from having no wings, this vigorous body is completely the overlord of the sea. For this reason, Han Yan is a little thankful that his choice is right, strong but not bloated, and agile but not superfluous. Coupled with a new talent skill, shock. This time, Han Yan is not afraid of the sea kings below the overlord level at all. Roar. A violent explosion sounded in the depths of the seabed. Immediately following the continuous tumbling of countless bubbles, a huge reef deep in the bottom of the sea was instantly destroyed by a sudden force. That kind of power is no less than that of an earthquake. As a violent air wave spreads to the surroundings, leaving nothing intact where it passes, the sea seems to be churning, and a formation formed deep in the bottom of the sea, a deep-sea vortex. Looking at the racial ability shock that he emitted from a distance, Han Yan froze in place, a little dizzy. Okay, that's amazing. Just now he saw a transparent halo spit out from his mouth, and then, the scene in front of him appeared. The shattering of deep-sea reefs and the resulting ocean vortices and so on. Congratulations to host for evolving sea dragon. Please make persistent efforts to complete the first stage of evolution. You can receive special rewards after completion. The first stage of evolution. Special rewards. Han Yan was a little excited thinking about the system. Even if the sea dragon is so strong, it's not the first stage. How powerful would he be if he evolved to the first stage? Don't know how it compares to those big guys hidden in Calm Belt. You need to know how strong the skill of shock alone is. It's like Whitebeard's Devil Fruit, albeit a weaker version. But what if it explodes from the inside out? The power of that kind of shock must not be underestimated. But even so, Han Yan dare not be too confident. After all, in the strange and mysterious field of Calm Belt, there are countless sea kings inside, but in its depths, there are even more terrifying supergiant sea kings. And whether one's own ability can cause harm to it is another matter. Maybe it's better to tickle it. And if the sea kings should be graded, sea kings, large sea kings, giant sea kings, super large sea kings, super giant sea kings. There are 5 stages in total, and Han Yan's current strength is between giant sea kings and super large sea kings. Anyway, I know you won't answer me, but I still want to ask something. Is it possible that as long as I keep eating, I can become infinitely stronger? And just as Han Yan was talking to himself, the system's voice sounded again. Correct. Devouring can make the host continue to grow, and when you reach the top of the growth of the bloodline of the race, you need to face a breakthrough. This is the so-called evolution. Evolution no longer requires life points, but stronger bloodlines. Bloodlines can be exchanged through devouring or evolution points. You can find the exchange in the shopping mall, the great treasures under the sea, etc. in various ways, such as deep-sea treasures, various rare treasures, etc. Although evolution belongs to the group of dragons, it does not follow the traditional evolution method. It is a dragon, but it is different from the dragon in common sense. You may know it after seeing this. The evolution mode of the protagonist is based on the powerful monsters in various games. Evolving with the boss is not just a simple transformation. I won't disclose it if there are too many. Let's continue to read. Chapter 11, Han Yan's plan. What? You said that the deep-sea treasure and berry can also be exchanged for evolution points. Why didn't you say it earlier? Han Yan suddenly yelled in anger, knowing how many pirates, marines and countless civilians he has let go in the past 6 years. You must know how many treasures he has experienced during these times, discarded and thrown away. You have to know how many sunken ships he has turned over, only using it as a temporary shelter to cover his body. And these treasures are lost with time. Until now I don't know that evolution points are so easy to obtain. Thanks to myself, I have saved for 6 years, and I have saved enough 5,000 after countless fights. Han Yan felt bitter, but Han Yan didn't say anything. The 2 things Han Yan hated the most in his life, one is the woman of 9 Snake Island, especially the queen who shot him twice in a row. The other is the system master who cheated him countless times, but couldn't do anything about it. Thousands of words turned into a sigh. Swaying his thick tail with shining dark blue scales, Han Yan followed the current to swim to the depths of the seabed. I don't know if I will have any good luck today. With a bit of luck in his heart, Han Yan turned on his search mode. Invisible predators cannot sense the activities of inanimate objects, so Han Yan has to use his senses and eyes to find treasure locations such as shipwrecks. Fortunately, after the evolution of advanced night vision, in the depths of the sea, a pair of bright eyes can still see the surroundings clearly. However, in the past few days Han Yan has occasionally heard some boats passing overhead. That is, One Piece Luo Jia is dead, and the current Grand Line is really not peaceful. Although Luo Jia died in his birthplace a few years ago, for Han Yan who has been in the sea, it is not easy to have such a chance to hear. And he often thinks about a question, that is, what exactly is One Piece? And at the end of the Grand Line, what is it about Ralph Rudd that drives so many pirates crazy? Is it fame? Han Yan doesn't need it. Is it power? Han Yan doesn't need it either. Is it wealth? This point is also understandable. But will there be blood, or other mysterious and powerful races? But Han Yan didn't think so. After all, a man like Luo Jia couldn't care about these things. And his guess is that Lavroot is hiding a blank 100-year history, but in fact this guess is also very reasonable. But as long as there is one thing Han Yan can be sure of, that is to go to the Grand Line, and he will definitely continue to evolve. If you swallow a giant, will you get the power of a giant? If it devours demon fruit power, will it absorb devil fruit's ability? What about the one who devoured Haki's Daisei? What four emperors, Shichibukai, Marine, Millennium Dragon, etc.? Han Yan trembled a little uncomfortably when thinking of the existence of so many delicious things. It's because of excitement. With the wisdom of human beings and the body of ferocious beasts, how could Han Yan not think about his own future? As for whether to transform into a human form, Han Yan has also thought about it during this period of time. He got two conclusions. One is to eat the fruit of everyone directly, but then he will lose his qualification as sea kings. People who eat devil fruit will be abandoned by the sea. This is an undeniable fact, even murlocs and sea kings cannot refute it. But after devouring the demon fruit power, Han Yan has the opportunity to gain power through life decomposition. Not 100%, but a certain probability. That would mean eating the future Chopper, but right now it looks like Chopper hasn't been born yet. The last way is to continue to evolve. One day, he will break through to the top of life. At that time, it was just a thought to change or not. It is because of the existence of this dream that Han Yan was able to survive in the deep sea for so long. 6 years is neither long nor short. But for him, it was just how many times he fought in the seabed. The deep sea has no concept of time. How many sea kings are eaten is the process of Han Yan calculating time. It is said that eating the 1,000-year dragon can live forever. I don't know if it is true or not, but according to the plot in the anime, the 1,000-year dragon has already migrated. I can't wait for 1,000 years, maybe I died early. Han Yan thought while starting his hunting life. However, there is a girl in the future in the anime who knows that the only surviving 1,000-year-old dragon exists. Maybe through her, I can learn more. Though I thought so, the girl hadn't been born yet. I still have to wait 7 or 8 years, more than 10 years. At this stage, Han Yan is preparing to become a dominant sea kings. No, near the edge of the sea area of Calm Belt, a sea kings with a size of 80 to 90 meters is still wandering unconsciously. But it didn't realize that there was a ferocious predator approaching from behind. 300 meters, 200 meters, until the last 100 meters, the body of the Sea King dragon exploded instantly. Waiting for the Sea Kings in front when he reacted, his head was subdued in an instant. The thick and sharp claws tore open its neck, and as the arm-sized giant teeth bit down, the entire Sea King stopped resisting without even a chance to scream. Only a few minutes later, Han Yan devoured the Sea Kings. Well, the increase is not obvious. It's only 1,000 life points. Currently Han Yan's health points are over 3 million. Every meter of growth requires more than 100,000 points, which means that he needs 2 million points to evolve into the first stage of 100 meters. It also means that he has to devour 2,090-meter-sized Sea Kings before he can evolve to the stage he wants. To be honest, Han Yan really hasn't thought about this issue carefully. Let's not talk about becoming Sea Kings out of nowhere. But there is no script at all for all this, but from the beginning of wanting to live, to now wanting to hunt and kill the strong. This process has to be said to be an evolution. In the following time, Han Yan has been wandering unconsciously. I don't know how long it has passed, until one day, he was summoned by an inexplicable voice. This is the end of the transitional chapter, and the official plot will start next. Although some expressions are not very good, please support me, the author will try his best to create more exciting plots. Chapter 12. The Great Pirate Zapu. Calm Belt, the sea area on both sides of the Grand Line, has no air currents or currents, and is a permanently calm sea area. There are also a large number of Sea Kings living here, which is a very challenging area in One Piece. At the same time, it has another name, Sea King's Base Camp. At this time, Naval Headquarters Marineford. The huge island has huge military fortresses and large towns where military families are located, as well as countless heavy artillery pieces and marine warships. On the military fortresses are the offices of the Marshal, Admiral, and many Vice Admirals. In terms of strength, it is definitely the entire sea. The top fortress in the world of thieves. Even the 4 emperors of pirates dare not step here easily, especially during this time period. In the conference room, the current Marshal Buddha Sengoku stared at the pile of information on the table with a look of embarrassment. Wow, haha, it's rare to see you like this. Could it be that some new pirate has appeared? Next to him, a tall, dark, muscular man was munching on a donut, pointing at a worried Sengoku and laughing. Eat, eat, eat. You know how to eat. Sengoku roared, then fell silent. He stared at the information in his hand and said, it's not a pirate, but it's more troublesome than some pirates. Oh, what is that? It's so hard to get you, who is known as the resourceful general. Garp was a little surprised. He looked over his head and found some photos of the marine battleship on the table. Take a closer look. A huge shadow covers the way of the battleship, and the next few pictures are all pictures of the strange Sea Kings destroying the battleship. Isn't it just a big Sea Kings? It's worth the fuss. Garp shook his head nonchalantly, and continued eating his donut. Fart. If it's just regular Sea Kings, it's Sea Kings from Calm Belt. What's wrong with Calm Belt? Oh, I see, you mean something wrong with those sea stones. Although Garp usually acts a little naive, he is not a fool, and he understood the point in an instant. Not exactly, there is nothing wrong with sea stone. It's just that this weird thing has suddenly appeared in the Calm Belt recently. Every time our warship is dispatched, that guy will take the opportunity to destroy it. That guy is not so much a Sea King's, but more like a pirate wearing a Sea King's skin. Sengoku stroked his beard, and gradually a strange look appeared on his face. Guess what he said at the end? Don't lie to me, Sea Kings can still talk. Ha 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 ha. Oh yes, talking Sea Kings are still Sea Kings. The laughter stopped abruptly, and the nervous Garp accepted the fact that Sea Kings could speak in an instant. And Sengoku looked at him helplessly. Sometimes he really wanted to pry open Garp's brain to see how it was structured inside. Don't be ridiculous. That Sea Kings can really talk. Although it's not very fluent, it can indeed make human voices. Guess what its purpose is to stop our battleship? Garp said without thinking. I want to eat. What are the Sea Kings doing to stop the boat? Isn't it just to eat it? Sengoku shook his head slowly, and he continued with a strange expression. No, it's not because of eating to intercept the battleship. The purpose of that weird Sea Kings is to search for berry and all valuable property. Not only Marine's ships, even the ships escorted by some celestial dragons dare to intercept. No, the celestial dragons have already spoken. Let me give them an explanation. Tell me a fart. Calm belt is so big, where can I find it? Garp rolled his eyes, stuffed a donut into his mouth, turned around and said, Don't pull me, I'm not going. I'm going back to my hometown to see my grandson. UBD, I didn't tell you to go. No matter how you say it, you have to deal with it. Forget it, after all, it's just a Sea Kings, so just arrange some people. Sengoku murmured, not taking it to heart. After all, who has nothing to do to stare at the beast all the time? Especially the kind of wise Sea Kings who are elusive and elusive. Sending some people is just pretending to be seen by some people. Meanwhile, somewhere in the calm belt, a medium-sized pirate ship is sailing quietly. Come on, everyone drank this drink. Ha ha ha, those bastards Marine can't catch up, as expected our captain is amazing. Following the rough smile of a bearded man, the other pirates also burst into laughter. The golden-bearded captain and the crew are thankful for having escaped Marine's pursuit, and are preparing to hold a celebration banquet at this time. Captain Zapp, there's something weird around here. On an unknown pirate ship, a trainee crew member ran up to the man who was drinking and said. The man has a burly figure, with short blonde hair and a blonde beard tied into a braid. This man is looking at everyone happily. With the arrival of the crew, Zapu asked in a doubtful voice, Why are you panicking? Is there something strange nearby? Could it be that Marine is here? No, Captain Zapp, don't leave the party, I see our ship isn't moving at all. Beside the man, another crew member shouted in a panic. Not driving. Zapu turned pale with shock, and quickly looked into the distance. I saw that the black reef was still there, and the shadow of Marine's battleship was gradually receding in the sky. They are not moving, but the Marine is retreating. The breath of fear is gradually permeating the ship. And Zapu finally remembered one thing, that is, on the sea, even if you are fighting with Marine, you must never go somewhere. That is the lair called death, the calm belt. It's over. This is calm belt. Let's get out of here. As the unknown crew member shouted, Zapu suddenly raised his hand and said, Wait for me. Chapter 13 This sea is opened by me, keep passing money. The pirates who stopped moving looked at their captain with fearful eyes. Although they didn't understand why the captain ordered to stop returning, they still collectively chose to trust. If we continue to stay here, we will die sooner or later, but if we lose our sense of control, we will have no chance of surviving. Everyone, take out the paddles and retreat quickly, be quick, don't be slow. Zapu yelled loudly, and pulled the panicked pirates back. Although it was true to say so, in fact, he didn't see where he was going. It's been almost a year since I came to this damn Grand Line because of my dream, but the danger along the way has never stopped. If it weren't for his own brutality and determination, Zapu might not have survived that long. And just when he gave up the Grand Line's trip, he was still targeted by Marine. Although he got rid of the pursuit of Marine and came to this calm belt, even the cruel and ruthless big pirate Jep had to be cautious. Because once a person is distracted, it is easy to die. Especially inside this calm belt surrounded by oversized Sea Kings. Leading a group of pirates, Zapu's identity as the captain played an important role at this time. They stepped on the deck of the ship one after another, took out the spare wooden paddles and the bamboo sticks that supported the planks. Everyone row hard. We can leave right away, and we can get rid of this damned place by then with the wind. Listen to the captain. Everyone row hard. No, I can't feel the boat moving. You, look over there, there seems to be something coming out of the sea. Someone yelled, and the pirates cast their terrified gazes at the sea area not far away. The waves were rolling, and a black shadow emerging from the bottom of the sea was gradually expanding, and soon the rolling waves turned white instantly, and then a huge body several times the size of a pirate ship appeared in Zapu's sight. The sudden waves caused the boat to slide back tens of meters, making the previous efforts of these pirates vanish in an instant. When a huge head came out of the water, the blue eyes several times bigger than the lantern suddenly opened. It was a huge monster with a size of 100 meters. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a dragon-shaped overlord Sea Kings. Although the other party didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack him and the others, Zapu's back was still drenched in cold sweat. Where are you going, cute little pirates? After a whistling in the ears, a loud bang sounded in the ears of Zapu and others. The splashing waves soaked them all, but no one dared to make a sound. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet, and just as the pale-faced pirates fainted, the huge dragon head got closer and said something that made them unbelievable. The thunder's sound made the pirates look forward with dull eyes. Hi, the Sea Kings have spoken. I heard that too. As the pirates' voices sounded, the seawater suddenly appeared and submerged them. Let your captain speak. Han Yan tried his best to make his expression more harmonious, and the already noble leader forcefully squeezed out a smile. But it looks like a monster about to eat people, adding a bit of hideous color to it. This, Mr. Sea Kings, do you have anything to say? Zapu took a step forward, ready to be eaten at any time, he said with a bitter face. Thinking that he traveled on the Grand Line for a year, when he thought he was going to retire unscathed, who knew that he encountered such a thing? It seems that his life is not long. I thought so at first, but who knew that the behemoth in front of me spoke? Money, life, choose yourself. Sea Kings, who didn't speak fluently, was extremely fluent when he spoke this passage. But Zapu didn't care to think about this problem. His first thought was that maybe he could be saved this time. Can you repeat? Zapu thought he had heard it wrong. Didn't the Sea Kings want to eat him and others? How to start stealing money like other pirates? Let me tell you, this is Calm Belt. If you want to pass here, you have to give me 100 million berries money to buy roads. Han Yan patiently continued to speak at the top of his voice, saying that he could directly destroy the ship and then search for it himself, although it was much easier. But he has human intelligence. According to Han Yan's words, even Sea Kings must have some professional ethics. Eating these people doesn't add any life points, so you can simply be a pirate and add some fun to your boring life. This is much more interesting. 100 million berry. Zapu's eyes widened in astonishment. As expected, everything on the Grand Line was strange. Even this Sea Kings is the same, but 100 million berry is really a lot, at least that's the sum of all their belongings. To give or not, leave a word. Don't wait for me to go back on my word. Give it, of course. Before Han Yan could finish speaking, Japu quickly kicked the pirate next to him, motioning him to get the money. Soon, Han Yan saw a large box being lifted out by several people with great difficulty. When he saw the treasure in the box, he smiled and nodded in satisfaction. You guys are much more interesting than those Marines, at least you'll give me money. Well, Marines are about to send someone to arrest me, so let's squat somewhere else for now. Han Yan grabbed the box less than the size of a fingernail with his huge claws, and then said with satisfaction after exchanging it for 1,000 points required for evolution. Then Zapu was sweating on his brow, looking forward to Han Yan's answer. Get out of here quickly. If you want me to give you a ride, you will have to pay an extra 100 million. I'm sorry, that 100 million is all of us. Oh, then hurry up and get out. As he said that, Han Yan's tail flicked the water lightly, and a surge of waves pushed the bottom of the boat back to the edge of the calm belt. Quote. Chapter 14 Grand Line Reverie. Quote. I'm alive. Stabilizing his figure on the swaying boat, Zapu breathed heavily like he was relieved, and felt that the Grand Line was so terrifying for the first time. Although the calm belt is on both sides of the Grand Line, it is always closely related to the Grand Line. And he was able to return to the voyage alive, which was something he couldn't believe. Although pirates regard treasure as more important than their own lives, that is relative. In the face of such a terrifying monster, I am afraid that few people can remain calm and remain the same. It was also interesting to watch Zapu, so Han Yan released him. And Han Yan, who was leisurely wandering in the sea water, suddenly stopped. He lifted the dragon head that looked very ferocious and quietly lifted it up. A shadow that was several times the size of his body blocked his way. It seems that you are still unconvinced during this time, Dehe. It was a super large Sea Kings in black and white, with a volume that spanned a kilometer of sea surface. Even in the calm belt, it is one of the few overlords, and the sea area where Han Yan is located is actually its former territory. Han Yan discovered the existence of this guy when he broke into this area a few years ago, but at that time the strength was very different, so he didn't dare to act rashly. But it is different now. Han Yan in the first stage of the 100-meter class. It is completely overlord-level existence compared to the admiral level. After the super-large Sea Kings named Dehe made a roar that sounded like a declaration of war, Han Yan knew what it was expressing. Ahahaha, want to get back your territory? Come on, let me see how much you have grown recently. Regardless of whether the other party could understand or not, the dragon-shaped Sea Kings laughed wantonly. The surface of the sea began to swell, and huge waves of hundreds of feet were set off, causing the surrounding seabirds to flee in panic. At the same time, he stirred the swirling sea and launched an attack on the super-large Sea Kings with black and white stripes. The thick front paws were firmly locked on the teeth of the super-large Sea Kings. Han Yan's eyes flashed sharply, and his blue steel scales were constantly being pressed down by the giant teeth, almost breaking. Come on, but at this moment. Roll, a roar, a gust of wind surged across the sea, and a shock visible to the naked eye occurred in the air. The turbulent waves appeared like a burst, and many fish were shattered at this time. Shake the world. Inherited from the innate talent of the Sea Emperor Dragon, with its endless oscillating power, the sea is almost split in all directions, like the power of a natural disaster. The raging sea has been churning, and two giant sea beasts are constantly fighting. From the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea, and then continue to float. On the endless sea, only Captain Zapu, who was fleeing thousands of meters away, could see the movement of this place. But what Han Yan didn't know was that it might not take long. Bandits of the Calm Belt, the story of the dreaded dragon-shaped Sea Kings is about to roll out in the first half of the Grand Line. until the tumbling waves of the sea gradually subsided. A different picture began to appear on the bottom of the sea, that is, not far in front of the super large black and white sea kings. A dragon-shaped sea king is leisurely devouring another small sea kings. Well, it's your luck. Even if I eat you, I can't evolve now, because I have reached the bottleneck period. I need a lot of evolution points to evolve again. Anyway, you don't understand, so just be my little brother. Got it? If so, just nod. Dehei. Han Yan whispered while devouring the prey under his claws. And the super large sea kings he called Big Black stared at him bitterly and shook its head. In fact, others are also very surprised. Why sea kings has a certain amount of wisdom. Maybe others don't know, but Han Yan does. To put it bluntly, murlocs, mermaids, and sea kings are all close relatives. In addition to different races and body types, they can all be roughly divided into one category. It's just that compared with the previous two ethnic groups, the probability of sea kings having wisdom is much lower. In most cases, it is necessary to reach a very powerful level. In fact, the calm belt is also divided into levels. Every other sea area will have an area composed of super large sea kings and countless other sea kings. Those sea kings that appeared in Mermaid Island in the anime are all group photos of calm belt's super large sea kings. Each of these super large sea kings is an overlord with its own territory. But sea kings is more than just these. You must know that the sea is so big, the bottom of the sea is under the deepest 10,000 meters. There are often some of the scariest primitive sea kings out there, and those are the strongest creatures. Fortunately, those big guys will not leave easily, and Han Yan once witnessed monsters that easily hunted and killed super large sea kings. It is something similar to an octopus, soft, and often stays wandering near the volcano, not the one in the anime. It is located at the extreme bottom of the deep sea, in the super abyss about 15,000 meters below the Sea of North Blue. At the same time, it also left a certain deep sea phobia for the migrating Han Yan. In fact, when Han Yan watched anime in his previous life, everyone said that Kaido, one of the four emperors, was the strongest creature, and eating Kaido naturally became one of Han Yan's goals. Of course, he is very clear that although he is very strong in the sea like this, he will be much weaker when he goes ashore or leaves the sea. If it is exposed to the eyes of those who care about it. I don't know if it will appear on a dining table somewhere. It is precisely because of various concerns that Han Yan has been lurking on the bottom of the sea until now. Grand Line. It's a very interesting place. Maybe if you eat more, you will become smarter. Staying on the bottom of the sea all the time, even I will go crazy. Han Yan was talking to the undersea boulder beside him, while brushing his teeth with a kind of sea plant. There was a vague sentence in his mouth, although he couldn't make out what he said. But the super large sea kings in black and white has a humanized expression of understanding. What Han Yan meant was that he was leaving here and going to the Grand Line. And Dehei, who understood it, naturally wished him to leave quickly, and when he heard the news, he immediately became excited. Chapter 15 9 Snake Island. Why are you again? It seems that you really want me to go. The dissatisfied Halulu from the dragon-shaped sea king's throat resembles a heavy bass sound like a large engine, followed by a whistling sound like a cold wind. Dehei, who sensed this emotion, immediately lowered his face, and lowered his head a little depressed. It is rumored that Luo Jia can hear the voices of all things, and it is said that he is the Dacheng of observation Haki, but I am sea kings, and I still can't understand what you mutter. It's really weird. Han Yan twisted his body, got up and wandered from the beach under the sea. He looked at Dehei's gradually getting up body with a hint of teasing eyes. Then he said, I'm gone, don't miss me. Well, you have to hold on to the territory again, don't wait for me to come back and you will have been eaten. Hoo. The super-sized sea kings like giant eels responded to Han Yan with a burst of rude weird noises. In normal times, Han Yan might be interested in answering it with a sentence or two, but not now. For some reason, an inexplicable feeling was attracting him. It made him unnaturally want to go to a direction deep in the sea. As many of you probably know, the second half of the Grand Line is called New World. As for how to get to this sea area, there are only a few ways. Of course, if you have the strength, you can fly over the sky of the world government to Holly Land Mariajoys. But rule this out first. After all, it's impossible for Han Yan. Another way is to go through the red line where Mermaid Island is located. Of course, there is another way, which is a desperate way for many pirates. That is Han Yan's hometown, Calm Belt. Accessing the Grand Line or New World via the Calm Belt from the open sea is a breeze for Han Yan. And there are not many people who enter the Grand Line from the Calm Belt, just a few. For example, Garp, Qingji did it, and Rayleigh also swam past Calm Belt. These few people were people that Han Yan never dared to stop, and they all dared not speak out. Swaggering past his head, the young Han Yan dared not go up to ask for protection money. After all, he knew that he was no match for these people. But this time it's different. A ship swaggered on the sea surface of Calm Belt, that is, above Han Yan's head. Oh, that's amazing. I've been running Calm Belt for many years, and it's the first time I've seen such an arrogant one. Even I dare not play like this, whose ship is so bold. Han Yan gradually floated up from the sea angrily. He wants to see who is so brave enough to do this. In terms of anger, it's not. Mainly because there is no wind on the Calm Belt, so how is the boat going? Either with a special power boat, or with a steamboat that doesn't exist in One Piece. Of course, there is an easier way. That is to use sea kings to pull the boat. It's okay to pass by the sea area that Han Yan is in charge of, and use Sea Kings to pull the boat. Isn't this a blatant slap in the face? Although Han Yan feeds on other Sea Kings, he is also a part of the Sea Kings. Not to mention a sense of belonging, the provocation alone cannot be tolerated so much. So Han Yan broke through the sea not far in front of the ship with a burst of anger, and the loud bang set off endless waves, causing the two Sea Kings pulling the boat to stop as if frightened. And the boat behind it naturally shook for a while. Who was so courageous to block my concubine's boat? With the resounding clear and arrogant female voice, a woman stepping on the red carpet slowly walked out of the cabin. And when she just leaned out, she was as stunned as the female crew members, staring at the Pang Ran continent not far in front of her, and said in a surprised voice, "Sea Kings." There was a bit of coquettish in the delicate, a bit of charming in the soft. Han Yan, who was attracted by this voice, quietly stared at the top of the boat. It was a flag of a skull covered by 9 snakes shaped like the sun. It had no bow and was dragged forward by 2 huge snakes. "It's your 9-snake island again." After seeing this flag, the dragon-shaped Sea Kings that shone in dark blue like the color of the deep sea immediately roared, setting off countless storms with a thunderous sound. It made the 9-snake pirate ship shake for a while before gradually stabilizing it. And the 2 huge swimming snakes in front of the ship were almost fainted from fright, just staring in horror at this sea dragon that was several times bigger than him in a daze. The Sea Kings have spoken. As the current emperor of Amazon Lily and the captain of the 9-snake pirates, Hancock, who had just turned 18, encountered this problem when she went to sea for the second time. Rao, who will be called the Empress in the future, couldn't help but get nervous this time. But soon, she stabilized her mind. Walking forward in silence, Hancock stretched out his hand to signal the crew to be calm and stop the attack. "Sister, what should I do?" the beautiful woman with orange hair said with a touch of horror. "It's okay, I'll go talk to him." Hancock signaled her to relax, and continued to walk forward under the gaze of the green and orange girls and a group of female crew members. "I've heard that Calm Belt has a talking dragon-shaped Sea Kings. I didn't expect to stop my boat today. What, are you going to fight against our 9-snake island?" Hancock looked at this strange Sea Kings with curious eyes. For some reason there was always an inexplicable familiar feeling. 9-snake island, then you can't leave. The hatred between me and you 9-snake island is not as simple as a day or two. Staring at the little one standing on top of the swimming snake talking to him, Han Yan's cold eyes stared for a long time before revealing a mocking look. Quote exclamation mark quote. Hearing this, a drop of cold sweat gradually rose on Hancock's forehead. She suddenly raised her hand, signaling the crew members to raise their bows and arrows. Quote. Everyone is on alert. After all the female crew members took up their attacking stances, Hancock continued, "What exactly do you want?" "Not much nonsense. I want to get out of here safely and alive. Heh 200 million, no, 1 billion berry. Or, just die in the sea or live in my stomach." Chapter 16 Admiral is young. "What, billion berry?" Hancock glared at Han Yan angrily, wishing to poke out those eyes that were about the same size as hers, and then she said, "Why did I hear that the berry you asked for from other pirate ships was only 100 million? Because they are not from 9-snake island." Han Yan grinned, and continued with a sarcastic tone, "I think I was taken care of by you 9-snake island when I was young. I can still vividly remember the 2 arrows of the white-haired old woman. But you, the way you look makes me feel very familiar. What's your name?" "Boa Hancock." Hancock paused every word. She frowned, staring at the behemoth in front of her with a puzzled expression. "What?" Han Yan was slightly dazed, and after taking a closer look at this beautiful black-haired girl, he suddenly came to his senses. "So this is the Empress. Why does she look so young? Could this girl be the one from back then? I remembered. You were that little girl who appeared on a certain coast a few years ago. Ah, I remember that you were fainted by the me before you evolved." Quote. Han Yan laughed wantonly, but soon his voice stopped abruptly. Following the main corner of his voice, a beautiful figure jumped up from the top of the snake in an instant, and then ran all the way stepping on his outstretched forelimbs. In the blink of an eye, he jumped to the top of his head. At the moment when he jumped into the air, Han Yan even saw a scene of the girl's face flushed. "Shut up for me." Hancock kicked with all his might in annoyance, and in the next instant, a surge of force came from the back of Han Yan's neck, and at the same time, he was kicked so hard that his head was lowered. 18-year-old Hancock, without the ability of Devil Fruit, is at most equivalent to a Rear Admiral level opponent. In the face of monsters that the General Vice Admiral can't deal with, it is simply insignificant, and there is no way to start. "Why did that incident become a hindrance to your heart?" Han Yan, who slowly raised the huge dragon head, showed his sharp teeth, and stared at Hancock, who was jumping up and down on him, showing the disdainful smile. Not to mention, Han Yan was really right. Since that day, the black snake's terrifying eyes and posture have always appeared in Hancock's mind. So many years spent in nightmares. From that moment on, Hancock practiced hockey desperately every day, so that one day he could go to sea to find the black snake. "Die to my concubine." An invisible aura that overwhelmed everything flowed out around Hancock's body, turning into an invisible coercion and spreading around. Conqueror's Haki. The members of 9-snake island who endured this powerful coercion looked excitedly at the back of the girl on the boat. This kind of person who has the talent of a king, who stands above others, is indeed worthy of being an empress. Awakened Haki already, eating you. Maybe my dragon might will advance to the level of a real dragon. A stronger aura exudes from Han Yan, although it is weaker than Hancock's quality, but the amount is not comparable to that of ordinary people. It was almost visible to the naked eye, and the surrounding air began to boil, as if vibrating in the space. Hancock only felt a buzzing in his head, and when he came back to his senses, the other crew members, including the two huge swimming snakes, passed out without exception. Hey, it's not good to bully a child like this. Are you the Sea Kings who attacked our marine? A lazy man's voice sounded behind Han Yan, and following his gaze, a man stepping on the frozen sea appeared in front of him. You are. Han Yan squinted his eyes, feeling the breath of ice, and he actually had the answer in his heart. Marine Admiral, frozen fruit capable user, Aokiji. Standing on the deck sweating coldly, Hancock said in shock, his heart sank when he saw the newly promoted admiral. Yo-yo, this time the harvest is not small, a large Sea Kings that makes trouble, and a big pirate with a bounty of 80 million, Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Sure enough, come out and go around okay. Aokiji looked around calmly, facing the two formidable enemies in front of him at the same time without the slightest panic, instead he yawned lazily. That's right, but I don't know, have you brought enough money to buy your life? Human. Han Yan's sharp claws cut through the green and frozen sea, and then a thick tail that shone like fine steel swept over. There was a loud bang on the surface of the sea, and Qingji was swept directly into the sky by this blow. When it fell into the sea again, the sea was frozen again. And the youthful figure also appeared from the ice layer destroyed by the tail. Ah, it's so dangerous. Huh, fortunately I'm a demon fruit power, if other people suffer like this, they might die, right? At this time, Kuzan suddenly raised his hands and shouted, okay, big man, I won't fight, I'm not here to trouble you this time. I'm here for this lady. You say you won't fight if you don't fight. Han Yan slapped down with his howling sharp claws, crushing Qingji instantly, turning him into countless shattered ice cubes. Quote. Look, I'm Logia demon fruit power, you don't know armament Haki, you can't hit me at all. The shattered ice gradually condensed on the frozen sea, and the lazy expression of Qingji was restored. Haki. Han Yan silently stared at the tiny creature standing on the ice under his eyelids. He knew in his heart that there was nothing he could do to be young in the sea. At the same time, he couldn't deal with the admiral-level Logia demon fruit power. If it was an ordinary person, Han Yan would have a way to deal with it, but this person is different. This is Marine Admiral, Marine's top strength. Chapter 17 The Choice of Evolutionary Direction. Are you here to find me? After hearing what Qingji said, Hancock bit his lower lip, showing a vigilant look. Well, daring to confront this big guy has already demonstrated your strength. Kuzan said some words that the two of them could not understand. His lazy expression faded, and he changed to a serious attitude and continued. I am here this time to invite Boa Hancock to join Shichibukai on behalf of the world government forces. It turns out that, you have this qualification. Shichibukai. Sure enough, I'm going to become a marine, ha ha ha, if you promise him, you Amazon Lily will not be harmed. But this umbrella is not secure. As he said that, Han Yan swam back decisively, and turned around the moment he left. Qingji, right, the next time we meet. It's not that simple, and there's that little girl. If you don't have a billion berry when we meet again, be careful I'll eat you. After finishing speaking, the wind blew up. The waves set off thousands of feet, and with the broken ice and cold wind, the dragon-shaped Sea Kings disappeared at one end of the sea. The gradually calming sea surface and the setting sun formed a blood-red horizontal line. If it weren't for some damaged ships and a large number of ice fragments, no one would have known that there had been a fierce conflict here just a moment ago. Quote. I promise you guys, become a Shichibukai, but I need something that can increase my strength, as long as it can kill that Sea Kings. Hancock endured the anger of being humiliated, raised his head and said to Qingji, I don't know if I can kill that Sea Kings, but the 3 devil fruits that the world government took out will be helpful to you. Qingji stretched lazily, then smiled at Hancock, and said, Welcome to Shichibukai, the Pirate Empress. P.S. 2333 Do you think the story of the Empress and the protagonist hating each other and killing each other is interesting? If it's not interesting, change it, haha. At this point, I didn't say that the Empress must be the heroine. The next story, I will not discuss it for now. Disclosure, we ask friends who have seen it to add a favorite, and bright red to give you support. 3 months later, Han Yan, who had evolved to the first stage 3 months ago, came to an unfamiliar sea area, and his powerful momentum made the surrounding weak Sea Kings give way. Along the way, Han Yan also smoothly moved from the sea area of Nine Snake Island in the Calm Belt to the sea area near the second half of the Grand Line. And the original Longway external release similar to Conqueror's Haki was his reward after the first stage of evolution. In fact, this is not really important. With the evolution of Han Yan, many new abilities have appeared in the exchange list of the system. For example, Void Evolution, Revenant Evolution, Supernatural Evolution, Physical Evolution and many other branches. If the Void evolves, at the end of the evolution, Han Yan is a Void Dragon King. Like a Void monster, it treats the space as an ocean and enters and exits it at will. This ability is also the most expensive one. Skip the soul evolution directly, except that some soul attacks are useful, and finally becoming a ghost bone dragon or other forms is not what Han Yan needs. It is much easier to evolve supernatural powers, such as the ability of Devil Fruit, he can evolve in this way. But every evolution requires a prerequisite, that is, you need to consume devil fruit to exchange ability, whether it is flame, frost, or various other abilities. The ultimate direction of physical evolution is that the physical body can run rampant in the universe, just like the strong ones in the 7 Dragon Balls. Of course, for the current Han Yan, choosing an evolutionary direction is undoubtedly the most important thing. Fortunately, there are stages, which means that Han Yan can evolve multiple times. Every other stage he can gain an ability, shapeshifting. Just like Druid or Monkey King, apart from the main body, it can transform into other evolutionary forms during battle. And Han Yan, who is preparing to evolve in the first stage, is the dragon fin. The dragon fins on the back are the wings in the sea, and the wings in the air can only be evolved from the dragon fins in the second stage. But at least for now, the speed of Han Yan with the evolution of dragon fins has more than doubled. The speed in the sea is even more incomparable, just like a vigorous king. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World, good wine naturally requires booze. A red-haired young man held a jug of wine, gulped it down, and then wiped the wine from his mouth with his hand. "Captain, that guy outside is looking for you again." As a man with a long gun opened his mouth, Red Hair and the others looked towards the entrance of the cave. "I'm here to compare swords with you." A man with a black long knife on his back strode over, with lingering eyes and sword eyebrows. His sharp eyesight was like the eyes of an eagle. He stared at the red-haired man who was drinking in the cave, touched the hilt behind his back and said, "Hey, let's talk about it after we finish this altar." The red-haired man laughed loudly and threw a jar of wine over. The eagle-eyed man didn't talk nonsense. After taking the drink, he gulped it down in a few sips and then repeated what he just said. "Haha, men should drink alcohol. Let's talk about swords after another drink. I didn't come to drink with you." The eagle-eyed man still looked at the red-haired man with a calm face, and his tone became slightly heavier as he stared at the western sword on the man's waist. "Do you understand what I mean?" "Well, what a boring guy." The red-haired shook his head helplessly, pulled out the rapier from his waist, stared at Hawkeye with a serious expression and said, "Come on, I'll go to East Blue after the competition, maybe we won't see each other again for a while." "I'm not interested in where you go, come on. Let me see your sword again." Hawkeye excitedly pulled out the black long knife behind his back, but he didn't know that this time was the last sword fight between him and the red hair. And back to the perspective of the deep sea. In the depths of the seabed, a black shadow flashed past. That swift speed was like lightning in the deep sea, and Han Yan finally ended his evolution. Chapter 18 to the Sabayati Archipelago. Speaking of which, this time Han Yan is really headed for New World. To be precise, the place to go this time is Sabayati Archipelago, and he passed by the Fishman Island. In these years, Han Yan has never even seen a mermaid except for the occasional murloc. After all, there are very few murlocs and mermaids in Calm Belt, and there are sea kings everywhere, which is why Han Yan can quickly grow into the strongest under Logia Devil Fruit Admiral level. Why come to Sabayati Archipelago? Because a long time ago, I did not know that a ship capturing slaves passed by the Calm Belt, most of which were led by celestial dragons. Once in a while, even Han Yan himself was accidentally caught by a fishing net. Fortunately, the celestial dragons had little interest in the sea kings, and they didn't even have the desire to eat them, so Han Yan managed to escape. The Sabayati Islands are located in front of the Red Line in the middle of the Grand Line. The island is composed of many big trees, and the ground is equivalent to the roots of the big trees. At the same time, it is also called the Soap Bubble Islands. The reason is that there will be bubbles on the ground, because it is the only way to New World, where pirates often gather. Not only pirates, but also merchants and bounty hunters. It is precisely because the trading of slaves is tacitly allowed that there are a large number of human traffickers, because the masters of the island are the celestial dragons of the World Ghost clan, who treat any creature outside the same clan as a dog. Oh, by the way, this time Han Yan's target is this group of people. Of course it's not because of hatred or dislike of their actions, because Han Yan has only one purpose in wanting to capture celestial dragons. That's money. Yes, it is precisely because the celestial dragons are so rich that Han Yan couldn't help but want to kidnap some of them to extort billions of berry. After all, he is an invincible existence in the sea, and he can be as arrogant as he wants. If he didn't have this idea before, it was because Han Yan came to this idea because he could exchange evolution points by plundering treasures and treasures. He has kidnapped merchants and hijacked slave ships. Basically, he has tried most of the things that pirates can do. Although it was all small troubles in other sea areas, after all, in the big place of Calm Belt, only the marine family passed by. No, today such a behemoth ushered in the waters around the Sabayati Archipelago. Of course, Han Yan didn't come to coat the film, nor did he come ashore to arrest people. All he has to do is lurk on the bottom of the sea. After all, occasionally there will always be some brave pirates who want to go to New World through the Fishman Island, right? Hey, I need my brother to block the way at this time. Speaking of which, those little bastards in Marine should thank me for helping them reduce many pirates. Han Yan is right. Shortly after approaching the waters of the Sabayati Archipelago, he saw a pirate ship that was about to be coated. Although the ship is not big, the pirates on it look fierce. Generally, such pirate ships are either poor or extremely rich. Taking chances, Han Yan stopped the pirate ship, which was only half the size of his body. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise made the pirates run to the deck in horror. "Captain, Sea Kings! It's Sea Kings who appeared." A pale, thin pirate stood at the front of the ship and shouted loudly. "Maid, why are there sea kings around here?" The pirate captain looked surprised, and quickly rushed out of the cabin, followed by several pirates holding long swords. Seeing these little ones appearing, Han Yan didn't even have any interest in robbing them. A direct roll caused the waves to engulf most of the ship, and the sharp claws tore hard, tearing off the keel of the ship. The entire pirate ship was destroyed like falling apart. What kind of monster is this? As if in a dream, the surviving pirates hugged the broken planks and stared at the giant sea dragon with a size of 100 meters in horror. Compared with the vigorous attack of the captain and a few elite swordsmen, these weak pirates are not so easy. But they overlooked a problem. That is, so far, this sea king seems to have not really started to attack. The sea water was gradually tumbling, and the bloody mouth suddenly opened, swallowing the whole body of the pirate captain. Afterwards, without exception, the 20 pirates who fell into the water died one after another in this man-eating mouth. Bah, it's fine if you don't have any meat, but Nima is half of the Grand Line, and it's only 50 million berry. It's not as much money as the little pirate com belt. Han Yan glanced at the scattered planks on the sea, and murmured with some disdain. The movement in the sea area gradually subsided, and there was nothing on the originally fiercely struggling sea except some scattered sundries. It's normal for this ruthless ocean. After all, it seems that such incidents happen all the time. As early as the moment when people called pirates went out to sea, they had already blocked their lives in the sea. And being eaten by sea kings is just a different way of dying. However, mosquito legs are also meat. I hope there will be a lot of delicious food under the island. It will take at least a long time to dive all the way from the island to the Fishman Island below 10,000 meters. For Han Yan, it was just a few minutes. What's more, during this process, there are countless sea kings like him, and the size of 100 meters is not too big. The only thing that is different from other sea kings is Han Yan's great strength and wisdom. One attacks ships for the sake of predation, and the other attacks for the sake of attacking. In contrast, 10 pirate ships have been lost to Han Yan. Many of them are demon fruit power, but these people almost drowned without farting after Han Yan destroyed the bubbles on the boat, even worse than ordinary people. Of course, Han Yan's enemies are not limited to these. Roar. After a sea snake like sea kings was suddenly swallowed by a bloodthirsty giant mouth, Han Yan picked his sharp teeth with his sharp claws, while squinting his long eyes to stare at several large sea kings that surrounded him not far away. Food. Dare to be so arrogant. After devouring the entire sea kings, Han Yan's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately turned his target to the other sea kings. Chapter 19 The Fishman Island. Soon, these sea kings were devoured one after another, leaving only skeletons. The surrounding sea water was completely stained red with blood, and the pungent smell of blood lingered with the seawater until it reached the depths of the Fishman Island. Although there are not as many sea kings around the Fishman Island as Com Belt, they are by no means a minority. After 5 or 6 sea kings were brutally hunted and killed by Han Yan, the Sea King Dragon, the surrounding sea kings dared not approach anymore. With the passage of time and the record of hunting sea kings, in this seabed in the movie, the sea kings with low intelligence basically know this new overlord. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, the shocking roar of the dragon almost resounded through the entire seabed, and even the mermaid island below the deep sea kept recalling this eerie sound. In the Fishman Island, Murloc Street, this is a chaotic and noisy place. Although the management stage is very bad, the small gangsters who are all over the streets here have become a stain on the Fishman Island. Moreover, all kinds of bad incidents happen every day, and the crime rate is also an extremely high area. In this place that was originally under the jurisdiction of the Poseidon Army of Dragon Palace City, the status of Murloc Street has been raised repeatedly because of the presence of 2 soldiers from the Poseidon Army from Murloc Street. But at this time, a frightening roar suddenly came from above the Murloc Street, frightening the Murloc gangsters into panic for a moment. What happened? A sawtooth sharkman with a long, sharp nose and a jagged look hurriedly raised his head and looked up. Hearing his voice, the whale shark man on the other side also pricked up his ears, and soon, bursts of booming sounds reached his ears. It's the Sea Kings fighting. The whale shark man frowned and said in a low voice. Cut. Ever since the boss fisher tiger went to sea, the current situation is really getting worse day by day. And those damned humans have been too arrogant recently, and now the Sea Kings are bullying us. Relax, it's not that far yet. The two grew up on Murloc Street and lived in such a chaotic environment. Whether it is the future, dragon, or, sea man, Jinbei, they are not ordinary people. And being responsible for the jurisdiction and security of Murloc Street is naturally part of them. Let's go, Jinbei, go out and have a look. It's almost enough, don't be too aggressive. It always feels that this kind of Sea Kings is unusual. Standing up from the side, Jinbei frowned and said, I remember that there are no strong Sea Kings around here. Why is it so strange today? Look, overhead, someone on the street yelled, and the Murloc Street suddenly became chaotic. At this moment, the Murloc Street was gradually covered by a sudden shadow. The evil dragon and Jinbei looked up after hearing the words, only to find that it was a huge dark blue eyeball. It looks as beautiful as a deep-sea pearl, but as terrifying as a Shinigami's gaze. When many mermaids dared not look directly at it with fearful eyes, suddenly the huge eyeball blinked, and then slowly left the top. Han Yan stared at Murloc Street for a long time, but he didn't find the rumored mermaids, instead they were all ugly Murlocs. Is this the Fishman Island? It doesn't look very good. Soon, he lost interest and turned away. Just when he was about to continue to attack other ships, two tiny murlocs swam out from the direction of the island and approached Han Yan extremely fast. What a scary guy, I feel a deadly aura from him. Jinbei stared at Han Yan's leaving back from a distance, frowning tightly. He never remembered that there was a dragon-shaped sea kings wandering around here. It should have come here unintentionally. We are not that guy's opponent. After seeing the shining scales and strong body, the always ferocious dragon had to admit the fact that the two of them went up to deliver food. Hopefully it's not a threat to the Fishmen Island. It would be nice to get out of here. HMPH, I really hope he stays. The evil dragon sighed, staring at the top of the ocean, and said with a cruel smile, it's best to eat up those humans. Then no one will dare to approach Mermaid Island. Enough. Jinbei glared at him, and said, if we eat all humans, then we, the Fishmen Island, will definitely have nothing to do with it, and we will even be suspected of driving the Sea Kings to attack humans. Cut. You are still so worried. If you have time to talk about this, it's better to train Murloc karate. After finishing speaking, the evil dragon turned and went downstream, ignoring the helpless Jinbei. Let's report this matter to Princess Yi Ji first, so as not to cause any trouble. Jinbei shook his head slightly, looked again at the deep sea area where Han Yan left, and turned back to the island after a long time. Above the Fishmen Island. Didn't come after me. Han Yan curled his lips, and his huge long eyes glanced at the two black spots that were gradually leaving below. I thought those two little guys would catch up and deliver some dinner, but who knew they would go back the same way. But forget it, I'm too lazy to catch these murlocs. At most, I can watch them as pets. However, the place looks nice. There is also an underwater abyss nearby, which is suitable for making a home here. Han Yan looked at the items he could exchange again. Dragon Wing 50,000, Claw Upgrade 30,000, Death Eye 60,000. Each of these physical evolution directions is more expensive than the other, and Han Yan's current points are only more than 6,000 points. Looks like a while to go, if only we could catch a celestial dragons. In that case, it might even be possible to evolve all three of them. But what Han Yan didn't know was that this goal was not far away. That year, the Murloc explorer Fisher Tiger made a big fuss in the holy land of Mariajoy, freeing all the slaves there. The Red Hair Pirates began stationed in East Blue Windmill Village, and Sabayati Archipelago began to circulate the legend of the Deep Sea Devil. Chapter 20 The Devil of the Deep Sea. For many pirates, wrapping the boat in Alchiman mangrove resin, then diving 10,000 meters, passing through a huge hole under the Red Line, passing the submarine line, the Fishmen Island to New World, this is their only channel. Especially in the past few years after Luo Jia's death, the sea area above the Fishmen Island and 10 kilometers has become more and more uneven. In recent years, the rumors of the abyssal devil in the sea have gradually spread on this island. At this time, it is on a certain sea area near the Sabayati Archipelago. The sky is clear, and it seems to be smooth sailing. It's almost here. Sabayati Archipelago. Finish coating there, and then dive into the Fishmen Island, which is 10,000 meters deep, and we will reach the New World. Ha ha ha. Captain Huke, will finally complete the first half of the Grand Line, became a big pirate. A middle-aged man named Huke stood on the bow, breathed the morning air, stretched his waist and laughed. The boat was sailing with the wind, and from a distance, the sea was calm. Even Huke himself didn't know why he and others completed half of the voyage on the so-called extremely dangerous Grand Line. If nothing else, maybe it's just luck. Uhuang face, do not explain. That's right, Captain, this is the first time I've seen such a peaceful sea. Not to mention ships around, there aren't even any large fish. It's been a while since I've seen sea kings. Quote. On the other side, the tall and thin man looked around leisurely with his hands in his pockets. For some reason, there was always a strange feeling in his heart. Captain, I said, isn't this a little too quiet? Don't worry, who am I, Huke? Is it not easy to resolve major disasters and minor difficulties in my hands? I have long heard that this Sabayati Archipelago can be regarded as the center of the first half of the Great Voyage, and it can also be regarded as the end. It is normal for the surroundings to be quiet, after all there are many kinds of pirates and other people in the island, and we have brought a lot of goods along the way. After going to the island and selling them, the coating is successful, and we will sneak into the Fishmen Island in one fell swoop. Huke waved his hand to signal the man not to worry. And seeing the calmness on his face, the tall and thin man nodded in understanding and stopped talking. Almost at the same time as the man spoke, a dark shadow under the boat gradually sank away. Money can turn ghosts around. Since the local tyrants want to go to sea, what reason is there to stop them? Letting the small, clean fish that are not afraid of death swim past him, Han Yan gradually transformed the killing intent on the boat into greed, and at the same time locked his senses on the bottom of the pirate ship. Just like what the captain said, blocking the ship now can at most get some useless goods, and letting him go, maybe there will be big gains. Of course, this is not the real reason. The main reason is that the cargo mentioned by the captain is not a dead thing, but a group of human beings full of vitality. That is the so-called slave. It can be seen that the captain also has demon fruit power. Although he can easily intercept the ship, what should he do with the cargo? Eat, or let it go. Is this in line with the Sea King's style of doing things? No matter how big the pirate ship is, it doesn't matter if it's Shichibukai or 4 emperors. It is always slow and hard when it accumulates raw resources. Han Yangkong has strength and a huge size. But they don't have the conditions to land, and it's hard for a smart woman to cook without rice if she wants to go to the White Sea, in the sky to plunder gold. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Very good, I hope your goods can be worth more. 100 meters below the boat, Han Yan sneered. Slightly leak the breath of the Sea King dragon, so that the surrounding Sea Kings dare not approach the ship. Just like nurturing, Han Yan quietly dived after sending the boat to the vicinity of the archipelago safely, waiting for the slaughter in the future. Since it was for the purpose of getting to the Fishmen Island, it was impossible to let these people die before then. Time flies. As expected by Han Yan reappeared near the sea surface in the early morning of the second day. Looking at the peaceful sea above, he blinked slightly and then showed an evil smile. A few minutes later, a coated pirate ship was sinking at a slow speed and then slowly slid past his head. The sea became darker as it went down. Although the lights of the pirate ship could illuminate the surrounding scene 10 meters away, who knew that a huge dragon-shaped Sea King was already staring at them 100 meters away. Captain, all is well, and there is no danger near. Looking nervously at the pitch-black water around the ship, the tall and thin navigator of the pirates group breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it's normal. If I go out to sea harshly, the sea will give me face. Captain Huke looked happy, turned slowly from the west side of the deck, and took an orange from other pirate crew members by the way. His expression was stunned, then his mouth was wide open, and his eyes were protruding, waiting straight ahead. Sea Kings. Just when Huke secretly rejoiced at his amazing luck, a pair of huge eyeballs flickering under the light gradually approached. Soon, a huge black figure suddenly appeared from the sea area at the stern of the ship, and then a huge dragon claw that was as big as half the size of the ship grabbed the top of the ship's membrane. Quick, 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 attack. Captain Huke was taken aback, and quickly waved to the back, calling for the rest of the pirates who were also looking at this sight in horror. No, Captain, if we attack, we will die faster. So what should I do now? Captain, aren't you a demon fruit power? Nima Lousy is Paramesha who has the ability to suck fruit. Why did you ask Lousy to suck this monster? Huke was almost so angry that he didn't slap the little pirate, thinking that he was going to be doomed now, and suddenly looked at that terrifying eye with some despair. Finally, I remembered that I was going to dive into the sea. Han Yan grabbed the boat carefully, trying to avoid the claws getting close to the membrane, and he tilted his head and stared at the captain of the pirate ship who was almost scared to pee. The Sea Kings have spoken. The navigator opened his mouth in shock. Could it be that deep-sea demon rumored on the island? Chapter 21 The Bald Sea Monster. Huke also raised his head in a daze, looking nervously at the giant. Originally, I gave you death when you were approaching this sea area. But, I gave you a chance. Now hand over all the treasures on board, including Berry. Otherwise, you will die in this deep sea. No one will save you. Han Yan's voice is not loud, but due to his size, it looks thunderous, presenting a deep bass sound in the sea and spreading around. What? Want all the berry? Impossible, I'll give you half at most. Huke, who regards money as his life, jumped up angrily, while Han Yan narrowed his eyes and showed his shiny teeth. No one can negotiate terms with me in the deep sea. Since you like money so much, take your so-called berry to hell with you. The dragon claw pressed down hard, just as it was about to cut through the bubble. Huke finally realized what kind of monster he was confronting, and his terrified voice quickly sounded again. Hey, I'll give you everything. Let me go, it's over. Bang, sounded like a dull breaking sound in the sea, and soon the sea water engulfed the ship. Facing the huge sea pressure, the ship was instantly crushed to pieces. Of course, the pressure of sea water is nothing to people in this world. After all, it is set there. Save, Gululu, life. Huke stared wide-eyed and struggled in the sea water. His mouth was constantly soaked in sea water, and as a demon fruit power, he soon drooped away with his limbs limp. At this moment, a bloody mouth happened to find the right time to swallow him down. Demon fruit power. I hope your devil fruit's ability can be absorbed by me. Han Yan's special physique allows him to devour demon fruit power, and has a certain chance to absorb the power inside. Of course, if it is a devil fruit that has not been eaten, it cannot be swallowed, otherwise it will become a Sea King that cannot swim. It will take a day to decompose and absorb the demon fruit power. Anyway, Han Yan is not in a hurry. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he put his sight into the sinking box. A chest for storing treasure. A hint of greed flashed across the fierce eyes, and the dragon fins on its back vibrated and swam down at an extremely fast speed. And at this moment, a huge black figure suddenly jumped up from the bottom of the sea, and swallowed the entire treasure chest in one gulp. What? Surprised by this sudden scene, Han Yan quickly reacted, and he immediately stared down. It turned out that when he was distracted, a giant sea monster was thrown from some deep sea area. And looking at the body of this sea monster, it seems that it is not much smaller than itself. But why does it look a little like a human? It's it. Suddenly, Han Yan realized that he remembered that there was a monster called Bald Sea Monster in the plot of One Piece. The future is Vanderdaken IX's subordinate, also known as the Big Bald Sea God. Maid, I have snatched the food. What's more, Nima snatched the prey I have been waiting so hard for so long. A ferocious look appeared on Hai Long's face, and soon, a terrifying dragon's power that oppressed the surrounding 1-kilometer sea area spread. As if it was a sign of Shinigami, the Sea Kings around who sensed this breath fled in panic. Sea Kings with a little bit of wisdom will know that this is the new overlord of their sea area who is angry. Alu. After the bald sea monster ate the treasure chest, he also found the huge sea dragon diving rapidly above his head. When he was about to show his powerful side, a piercing pain came from his abdomen. Roar. The Neptune dragon with evolved dragon fins is much faster and faster in the sea than the murlocs known for their speed. Under the strong and powerful claws, it carried a force enough to tear steel and cut a huge wound on the abdomen of the bald sea monster. As the blood filled the air, the sea monster immediately uttered pitiful screams, and then he fell down on the bottom of the sea in a state of embarrassment. However, at this moment, a dragon claw that was harder than fine steel grabbed his throat tightly. Ah ho ho! The bald sea monster whose throat was firmly held opened its bloody throat and began to struggle frantically. Spit out the treasure chest for me, or I will eat you. Although the sea monster looks ugly, even Han Yan doesn't want to eat now. But he doesn't mind accumulating more health points if it doesn't know how to play. I'll give it to you, stop calling, I'll give it to you. The bald sea monster seemed to be crying in fright, and he didn't know whether it was because of pain or fear. At this time, he had given up struggling. At the same time, as the blood gradually dispersed, the sea dragon on the sea monster gradually loosened its claws. Then, he seemed to see the monster on his body let go of its claws, and the bald sea monster stared numbly. It wasn't until it regained consciousness that it looked at Han Yan with powerless fear. Then, from his bloody throat, a small and delicate box was spat out. It was quickly washed clean by seawater, and Han Yan didn't ink any ink marks, put the treasure box on his paws, and then chose to exchange evolution points before the treasure box suddenly disappeared. Congratulations on getting 9,000 evolution points. What? 9,000 evolution points? Nima, this is a total of 900 million berry. I didn't expect that pirate to be so rich just now. If I knew it, I would let him go to New World, and then rob him again after a while. Han Yan quickly came back to his senses, staring at the calm bald sea monster in front of him. He suddenly had an idea. Hey, you can speak human language. It means that you can understand me. Now I will give you a choice. Do you understand? Knowing that the terrifying sea dragon in front of him was talking to him, the bald sea monster quickly nodded. Kaido. Well, you will stay here from now on. Set up your home near the abyss. If ships come down from it in the future, you will eat them all, and then hide all the treasures on board in the abyss. Got it. If you can't beat it, then run, and wait for the opportunity to attack another ship. Chapter 22. The Call from the Deep Sea. Although it is called a bald sea monster, and its size is still so huge. But it can't hide the fact that he is a murloc, so Han Yan has the idea of taking him as a younger brother. Understood. The bald sea monster nodded obediently. Although he was a bit out of his mind, he could still understand what Han Yan meant. Unintentionally let him attack the ship, and then steal the money. It's good to understand. If someone catches you in the future, please report my name, Sea Emperor Dragon, Han Yan. If anyone dares to touch you, I will dare to make a fuss even if it is for emperors and marine base. Looking at this huge bald sea monster a little bigger than himself, Han Yan smiled with satisfaction. But even such a large bald sea monster, in the eyes of the overlords of Calm Belt, is just a fish the size of a palm. As for the overlord in the Calm Belt, one of them surrendered under the name of Han Yan. Compared with the chaos here, it is far in another direction. The Fishmen Island, Geelong Cod Plaza. In the square, hundreds of thousands of murlocs of various races gathered together, and at the forefront of this group of murlocs was a man with long wavy golden hair, blue eyes, and an orange hair ornament, a mermaid wearing a long robe with fish scale patterns. She looked a little weak, but at this moment she was standing on the high platform with high spirits and excitement, staring at the crowd of murlocs below. Everyone, the call of the nobles of the world exerts a powerful force in the meeting of the kings, and even the World Summit. This is a personal letter from the ghosts of the world. Otahime raised her head, and as her voice paused, she held up a treaty in her hand, and then continued. It is written in this way. In order to promote the friendship between murlocs and humans, I also agree with the signing and opinions. Also that said, when we submit so many signatures in World Summit, this one piece of paper will give us a more substantial impact and our dream of moving will definitely come true. As her words fell, the crowd of murlocs below exploded like a pot. Celestial dragons actually signed their approval. Impossible, right? The mood is so complicated. After all, the murlocs looked up at the female mermaid on the high platform again. Next, I need more signatures from everyone. Now I can only wait for everyone to make a decision. Please express your willingness to coexist with humans, and our willingness to move to the ground. The words fell, and the audience fell silent. And Otahime, who raised her arms high, was also drenched with sweat on her back nervously, and she just stared blankly at the murlocs who fell silent around her. She took a few steps forward, then knelt down in front of the huge box and begged, please, please sign. Please sign. Even with her request, no one on the field answered her. Wow. A piece of autographed paper was thrown into the box. Otahime lifted the box with trembling hands and looked down. It turned out to be a few murloc children. Are you here to make me happy? No, it's not just us, Mom and the others agree too. Quote. Otahime stared blankly at the box with a few more paper appointments, and then more people gradually came to the box. 1, 10, 10,000. Soon the fish crowd was boiling, and the fish people raised their hands one after another, expressing their agreement to Otahime's request. Master Otahime, this box is not big enough. Do you know how many people there are in this country? Please bring more and bigger boxes. Seeing this scene, Odahime's eyes were wet with tears, and it was the first time that she felt that her hard work for so long was not in vain. Ooh, Mina, thank you everyone. Thank you, I really thank you. Awa. Soon, Odahime, who could no longer hold back her tears, burst into tears with excitement. Along with the joy of the Murlocs, the entire Murloc square reverberated with cheering sounds. Mom made it. A mermaid girl with wavy and flowing pink hair, bright blue eyes and a beautiful appearance smiled happily at the man next to her who was much younger than her. Yeah, Mom, she finally succeeded. With long wavy hair, the handsome young mermaid nodded excitedly. Beside him, a slender mermaid with a bunch of long hair was even more excited and almost cried. Crybaby doesn't even cry, why are you crying here? Shark Star poked his younger brother beside him with his finger, and said with a smile. I didn't cry, I was just excited. The Orphish mermaid, Shark Star's younger brother, Shirahoshi's second brother Huangxing said so. But the way he hastily looked up at the sky betrayed his thoughts even more. Ha ha ha, second brother can't control his expression. An obese, rather pleasing-looking Madara moonfish mermaid and the other two laughed, ha-ha, together. On the other side, at one end of the square, humans and Murlocs, those history full of discrimination, we always avoid seeing them. However, through the step taken by the princess herself, hope was born. If it is really possible to be recognized by Princess Odahime's strength if more Murlocs are willing to sign, it may really change the fate of the Fishman Island. Maybe Arlong can be saved too. In a corner of the square, Jinbei watched these Murlocs who bravely went up to sign their names, muttering words. After a long time, he turned his head to look at the farther area, muttering in his mouth, I really want Brother Tai to see it too. But the truth is not the case. A smell of burnt paper filled the center of the square. Fire. The box is on fire. Come on, people, bring water. How is it possible? Why did the box suddenly catch fire? The Murlocs looked in shock at the direction of the center of the square, where the flames gradually rose. Master Odahime, under the astonished gaze of the guards, the weak mermaid stared in disbelief, and quickly walked towards the burning box area. She picked up a basin of water and poured it on herself, and then rushed forward. Chapter 23 The Cry of the Fishman Island. At this moment, the guards quickly blocked her way. This is a very important signature. It must be protected. After speaking, she broke away from the guards' obstruction, and then grabbed out the paper that was about to be burned, trying to extinguish the flames with the moisture on her body. However, the scorching breath and fireworks brutally destroyed her slender body, and scars of burns appeared one after another on her arms. Enduring the pain in her body, she shouted with tears in her eyes, hurry up and put out the fire. This is everyone's wish. It is the future of the Fishman Island. Yes, hurry up and save the signature. The Murloc guards who were shocked came back to their senses one by one, and rushed into the fire one by one, trying to save most of the signatures that had been burned. But this was just the beginning of the horror. Boom. Gunshots sounded in the sea of flames, and fell with the gunshots. Princess Odahime's chest was covered with wet blood, and her body fell backwards uncontrollably. Master Odahime. The guards looked around angrily, but there was no sign of anyone. Who fired the shot? Hurry up and protect the royal family. Find it. The sniper must still be around here. Jinbei's eyes widened, trying to find this criminal murderer from the Murloc pile. On the other side, Mother Queen. There were several consecutive eardrum-piercing screams, and Shaoxing and the others ran over with hideous expressions. When he saw Odahime lying in a pool of blood, he burst into tears. Shirahoshi, on the other hand, froze in place, looking blankly in the direction of Odahime, watching all the turmoil around here, but ignoring the wretched Murloc, Vander Dakenix, who wanted to talk to him behind him. He didn't even know that he was driven away by the guards. She just stared blankly at the place where Odahime fell, walking forward empty and powerlessly. Queen, damn it, rescue, why hasn't anyone come yet? Ahem. As if sensing that someone was calling her, Odahime opened her painful eyes, and she forced a smile. My child, don't show such a scary expression. I was careless. Seeing everyone's signatures, I am so happy, so happy. Princess, the rescue team is here. Need not. Odahime raised a hand to stop their rescue, muttering in her mouth. Child, no matter who the murderer is, cough cough. Don't be angry for me, don't be engulfed by hatred for me. Mother, a mermaid girl came to Odahime with a trembling body, holding back tears. Shirahoshi, steady your mind. Hearing this, the girl mermaid could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. And at this moment, an invisible sound spread out from the mermaid island. That inexplicable and frightening force reappeared over the mermaid island again, and the waves almost rolled over. Under the command of the cry, it has been transmitted far and far away. So much so that it woke up a certain guy in the abyss called the Deep Sea Demon. In the dark abyss, there is nothing but a bright color near the volcano. Even the nearby terrifying monsters hid their breath and lurked in a certain corner, and in this realm, a huge monster quietly opened his eyes. What a loud sound. Sleeping Han Yan seemed to hear an alarm clock that he hadn't seen for a long time. A sound that made him want to kill drove him to go in a certain direction. It's strange, it's this voice again. Back in the calm belt, Han Yan heard such a sound. At that time, he was just a weak black snake, and he had not yet evolved into a sea dragon. At that time, it was precisely because of this sudden sound that the calm belt vibrated violently. He saw with his own eyes countless sea kings rushing in one direction crazily. He didn't know the location of Mermaid Island until later. And now the voice sounded again, and he was the only overlord who was closest to this sea area. But this inexplicable change once again attracted him to find out. This feeling is like calling from the king. Although it is a sound, it is better to say that it is a telepathic leak. Like a dark call, Han Yan swam up from the bottom of the abyss, heading straight for the direction of the Fishman Island. According to legend, a king appeared in the sea. She was born into the world as a mermaid, and her appearance caused another large-scale shock in the ocean. In the hearts of overlord sea kings, a king will be born every few hundred years, and their power will be the power of this mermaid. And Shirahoshi is the king they have been waiting for, and they can call the sea kings through thoughts or prayers. And Han Yan, at this time, was also attracted by this force. Not driving, more like challenging meaning. You know, Haihuanglong, in a sense. It can also be regarded as a kind of royal family in the ocean, and the sudden appearance of the second king can also be said to be a declaration of war against him. Soon, the location of Mermaid Island was revealed to Han Yan. Ding. Trigger the hidden mission, the challenge of the Neptune. Mission description. The sea with endless power has given birth to many ethnic groups. To become the king of the sea, the emperor of sea kings, you need to go through various harsh selections. Please defeat the new sea king within a certain period of time. Mission reward. Commander of the sea king, command the power of the sea kings. New task. Han Yan stared blankly at the sudden prompt. But when he knew that the current sea emperor was still a 6-year-old little mermaid princess, his eyes widened in astonishment. What? Let me go PK with a little guy? Are you kidding me? If you say it's about the same as a fight with the super large sea kings she summoned. Chapter 24 That, I'm here to challenge the emperor of the sea. The Fishman Island Square. Red Fanyu, Red Fanyu. Don't be afraid, Shirahoshi, the three big brothers will always be by your side. Rolling Star was sweating profusely and kept making spoof expressions, trying to make Shirahoshi stop crying. After his mother died, he stubbornly held back his tears and made some comedic actions. Even he himself didn't want to cry, but, after promising his mother, he couldn't make Shirahoshi cry. Whatever you say about this matter, you have to do it. Mother. Sharkstar held back his tears and looked at Otahime in his arms. He trembled and said, look, we will collect the burnt autographs again. The three of us will definitely become great fighters like our father. As promised, I will desperately protect Shirahoshi from harm. So, please rest assured. I need to pull the hook. Following Otahime's extended finger, Shirahoshi and the three big brothers all extended their hands at the same time, and just like that, they made an agreement. Otahime left with tears of happiness. Roar. A sound like thunder came from a distance, and soon, Shirahoshi and others looked outside. What's going on outside? After hearing the vibrating sound coming from outside the square, Jinbei frowned slightly, and then asked the Poseidon army coming next to him. No, it's the Sea Kings. The Sea Kings have come in. A guard ran over in horror. He pointed to a certain direction of the exit of the Fishman Island, where the circular hole was. A huge monster came in from the gap. What? Sea Kings? The Murlocs were excited. A few years ago, there was a scene where Sea Kings spied on Mermaid Island. The supergiant Sea Kings half the size of the island is like a nightmare, but today a Sea Kings actually broke in. Before the Murlocs could react, a sea dragon with a size of 100 meters quickly came to the sky above the square. This is the Fishman Island. Well, it's my first time here, and it doesn't look very big. Han Yan stared at the Murloc below, and with the bald sea monster opening his way, he also successfully broke into this land. Fortunately, there are 4 limbs that can move forward. Although it may seem strange to say it, Han Yan can indeed go ashore. Wow, so much food. The bald sea monster stared wide-eyed and looked at the Murlocs with drool in its mouth. Stand still and don't move. After Han Yan finished speaking, he appeared in the place vacated by the bald sea monster. Talking Sea Kings. The great Prince Sharkstar led the army and quickly organized it, guarding behind Shirahoshi and other royal families and staring at the dragon-like creature that appeared. It's the sea dragon from back then. After seeing Han Yan for the first time, Jinbei's heart sank. Yo, how are you all? Dark blue scales. On the brightly colored scales on the body, there is a cool light shining. The limbs have sharp dragon claws, and the raised head is more like a king, making people look full of fear. And as the dragon opened its mouth, other people immediately showed expressions of fear. Those blue-black eyes blinked with imperceptible coldness. A wave of dragon power spread to the surroundings overwhelmingly, and soon, the weak Murlocs in the surrounding squares all fainted to death. Conqueror's Haki. Jinbei and the others stared at the huge sea dragon with wide eyes, and opened their mouths in disbelief. After stopping Longway's release, the beast opened its squinted eyes. It gradually came to the high platform where Otahime used to stand, stared at the nervous guards and mermaid princes below and said, I am the Neptune dragon from the calm belt, Han Yan. Let your leaders here speak. You, let me. Sharkstar suppressed the fear in his heart, and when he was about to take a step forward to negotiate with Sea Kings, a mermaid who had been silent for a long time interrupted him. Then Sea Kings Han Yan, what is your purpose for coming to the Fishman Island? For food. Wearing a crown, the male mermaid, who was bigger than the average mermaid and had lush and fluffy orange-red hair and beard, spoke. You are the king of the Fishman Island. Looks pretty good, don't you think you Murlocs together can satisfy my belly more than those Sea Kings outside? Quote. You were right, but I really can't figure out why you want to break into the Fishman Island at this time. Looking at the menacing Neptune dragon, Neptune's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was silent before speaking. Where's the new Neptune from the Fishman Island? Let her come to see me. Han Yan didn't answer his question, but asked condescendingly. See Emperor. Neptune shook his face, subconsciously glanced at Shirahoshi with a frightened expression, and then said, what see Emperor? If you want to say that the king of the Fishman Island, I am the only one. Humph. Han Yan snorted coldly, then took a step forward, ignoring Neptune's existence. He put his eyes on Shirahoshi, who was a little scared, and showed a helpless look. I know you are the new Sea Emperor, but you have to tell me your name, little guy. Ha, my name is Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi was taken aback by the sudden opening of the Sea Kings. She let go of her big brother, who was only half her body size, and raised her head blankly. What are you going to do to Shirahoshi? Sha Xing and the other two surrounded Shirahoshi one after another, watching Hai Long not far away vigilantly. It's okay big brother, I don't think he will hurt me. Shirahoshi looked at Han Yan curiously with big innocent eyes, and being swept by this innocent gaze, even Han Yan couldn't help being a little weird. Well, I'm actually here to challenge the Emperor of the Sea, to prove who is the overlord of this sea area. Han Yan looked at Shirahoshi's curious eyes with some embarrassment, for some reason, but he didn't have the aggressive look before. I can't even think of scaring her. If we change it to biological terms, it means that Han Yan, the Sea Kings, is in heat, and the object is a 6-year-old mermaid princess. Chapter 25 The Fishman Island, it's mine. Please collect. Neptune. What is that? Shirahoshi replied blankly. It's you are the new Sea King. Don't you know that you are born with the ability to call and command Sea Kings? As long as you want, you can destroy any island with a wave of your hand. Han Yan's quiet voice shocked the surviving Murlocs around. Fortunately, there were not many people around, because most of the others were stunned by Han Yan's dragon power. Princess Shirahoshi is ancient weapon. Poseidon. Jinbei suddenly understood Han Yan's words, and it became completely smooth in this way. But now it seems that this monster is going to be bad for Princess Shirahoshi. No, I don't want to fight with you. I admit defeat, okay. Shirahoshi took a step up, with an expression on the verge of crying, she said so seriously. What, you admit defeat? Can you still admit defeat? Han Yan looked at her in surprise, but soon the sound of the system's task completion announced in his mind. It's really done. Han Yan's eyes widened, he had never seen such a simple challenge in 8 lifetimes. It would be great if there was such a task every day. Looking at the ability of Commander of the Sea Emperor that he had created out of thin air, he also had a speechless expression. Quote. Han Yan blinked strangely, and replied with a helpless expression, thank you. I think I won't trouble you anymore. With that said, he turned around and walked out. But at the moment of leaving, his eyes accidentally saw Otahime lying in the arms of another mermaid prince. Is that person the rumored Otahime? How do you know? Shark Star took a step up, and asked with a dazed expression, what does this have to do with you? It's coming soon. Han Yan put his eyes on Neptune and said, I heard that the Fishman Island has been in turmoil recently. I think you may need a powerful helper at this time. Would you like to help us? I can guard the Mermaid Island and plan it into the sea area that I own. Any ships that go to the Mermaid Island will pass my review, but I want you to hand over 1 billion berry to me every year. How about it? 10 billion berry. Neptune's eyes widened. He doesn't have that much money in Fish Island. Even if they take them all out, they won't last for a few years before they die. You can set a standard for the pirates. Anyone who comes in must pay a toll ranging from 1 million to 100 million berry. If anyone dares to resist, remember to report my name, Han Yan. But why should we trust you? At this time, Jinbei, the guard of the Poseidon army, expressed the question of the Murlocs. You will know in a short time. Remember to read more news. In addition, if you don't trust humans, you must at least trust your compatriots. After all, we are all members of the sea. After Han Yan finished speaking, he twisted his body outward. When he was leaving, he stared at the young Shirahoshi for a long time before he said, the Sea Kings of Calm Belt are extremely territorial. If you still want the Sea Emperor position, you can challenge me at any time in the future. If you want to take back your territory. But, from now on, the Fishman Island belong to me. Mermaid Island is mine. After the sound of Haki was announced on the island, the surviving Murlocs on the island watched the 2 behemoths gradually go away with a sense of relief. Quote. Your Majesty, are we really going to compromise that Sea Kings? Jinbei frowned and said, there is no way to do this. Rather than trusting those humans, it is better to trust this Sea Kings. After all, as he said, everyone is a part of the sea. Speaking of this, Neptune's face darkened, and he said coldly, compared to this, catching the person who killed Princess Otahime is the most important thing now. Yes, Your Majesty. Not long after Han Yan left, the figure of a Murloc gradually emerged from behind a certain wall. It's so scary, Sea Kings. I was almost discovered at that moment. A gloomy, curly-haired great white sharkman appeared behind Murloc Street. Hottie Jones, that's his name. In fact, he was the real murderer who stole the murderous medicine sealed in the Jade Hand box from Dragon Palace City, and shot and assassinated Princess Odome in Geelong Cod Square. A human pirate who burned the autographs collected by Otahime. However, the sudden appearance of Sea King's Han Yan made him feel for a moment that the Fishman Island was about to end. But who knew that the Sea Kings left after only asking for the treasure in the land boundary, which made his brain unable to react for a moment. But that's okay, just took advantage of the chaos to let him escape. After all, thanks to Han Yan. But in fact, did Han Yan really not find him? No, with the ability of the invisible predator, unless it is a non-creature, it will have a little bit of life. If you want to escape Han Yan's perception within a certain range, unless he is not paying attention or the life is too weak. Just like the bald sea monster, it was because Han Yan's mind was attracted by the treasure. But this great white shark man was different, he was directly ignored by Han Yan. What's more, Han Yan doesn't know who he is now, and it has nothing to do with him. Gradually, Han Yan bid farewell to the bald sea monster and came to the sea area of Sabayati Archipelago, 10,000 meters above the Fishman Island. After submerging his body into the sea, Han Yan also hid his huge body, leaving only a pair of piercing eyes in the water. When plundering the pirate's ship some time ago, Han Yan got a confirmed and reliable news. That is, Sabayati Archipelago will hold an auction tomorrow, and it is said that there will be devil fruit, which happens to confirm its idea. That is, celestial dragons may appear here. Chapter 26 Kidnapping Celestial Dragons Favorites. Celestial dragons, the nobles of the world living in the Holy Land Mariajoy, are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. It stands to reason that they are a group of people who will not leave the Holy Land easily. Even if they leave, they must be guarded by marine. After all, there are too many people who want celestial dragons to die in this sea. It is precisely because of the powerful umbrella of marine that celestial dragons have become more arrogant and domineering. It so happened that a large luxurious ship was coming from afar. As the large ship gradually approached, Han Yan's silent eyes suddenly opened. Directly in front of his line of sight, the huge and luxurious ship that looked like a battleship hung a huge flag flying in the sky, on which the special mark of celestial dragons was clearly printed. Finally come. Greed and coldness flashed across the eyes, and the sea dragon, which had been lurking for a long time, quietly rolled its huge body under the sea, and then disappeared after splashing a little splash on the sea surface. When he reappeared, he was immediately below the celestial dragon's ship. And standing on the deck, a middle-aged celestial dragons with a bubble hood, sunglasses, and an unknown walking stick walked out of the luxuriously furnished room. Lord Street. Roswell, the Sabayati Archipelago is in front of you. Well, it can be regarded as a relatively luxurious place in this area. On the deck, a sturdy guard who had stood for a long time said to the celestial dragons respectfully. Of course, the seas have been quiet since entering the area, and no one with a good eye would dare to attack the celestial dragon's ships. HMPH, that's too slow. It's not interesting at all, but forget it. I hope there are slaves on that island that I find interesting. Celestial Dragon's Roswell's dissatisfied words gradually fell, and then he was about to return to the room and leave. Boom! Almost at the same time as he turned around, accompanied by the sudden violent vibration of the ship, a sound of water falling from the sky drenched the whole body of celestial dragons. BD, BD. Who dares to be so bold, son? The celestial dragons roared ferociously, then slowly turned around to see where the water came from, and when he really saw the situation behind, his small eyes widened and rounded. Protect St. Roswell. The bodyguards took action one after another, gathered in front of the celestial dragons, and watched the shadows under the sea ahead with vigilance. Protect him. Just you group of shrimps. The next moment, the originally calm sea suddenly rolled up with huge waves, and then a huge shadow that could cover the sun appeared in front of the ship. After the soaring waves fell quickly, the huge body gradually shrouded the entire ship with a terrifying pressure that shocked everything. That pair of ferocious gazes exclusive to predators met celestial dragon St. Roswell, who immediately frightened the latter to sit on the ground and stare in horror. With bubbles on your head, you are celestial dragons. Haha, I finally caught you. The terrifying thunderous roar made celestial dragon St. Roswell roll his eyes, almost fainting from fright. At the same time, a group of bodyguards picked up their guns and fired bullets frantically in the direction of Han Yan. Jingling, the bullets undoubtedly shattered or bounced off when they touched the thick scales. In the storm of bullets flying all over the sky, a terrifying giant mouth gradually opened. Come here. A huge suction-like uzumaki from the bottom of the sea came from the monster's body, and the bodyguards screamed in horror, and then the whole body was pulled into the sky by a sweeping force. Soon, they saw the giant mouth that had already opened its mouth beneath them. Click, the huge mouth closed. At this time, the rest of the bodyguards on the ship became even more panicked, staring at this almost desperate monster. Staring at the people on the boat, Han Yan showed a mocking smile, and said, "Just you people. Why don't you see those Marines? Hi, Marine, they will come to welcome Lord Roswell at the Sabayati Archipelago. It is estimated that they will arrive soon. Do you want to offend the Marines? You can think clearly, in front of you they are the nobles of the world, celestial dragons." The trembling voice of the bodyguard gradually became fluent when he said these words, and finally he didn't know where the courage came from, and he dared to laugh arrogantly. "That's right, you dare to touch me. Lousy as celestial dragons. Luxurious ship." Seeing that the Sea Kings did not continue to attack, the celestial dragons, who had witnessed all this, had just calmed down from being frightened, then looked at the huge head that suddenly approached in horror, and shouted, "Help, help. You guys a bunch of trash, go and kill him. Hey, if you want to threaten me, even Marine Admiral can't do it. In this sea area, I am the one with the most right to speak here. Right after the shout of the celestial dragons came out, Han Yan immediately let him know the reality with a roar. After all, there are few people who dare to negotiate terms with sea kings. So far it seems that there are not many people. At the same time, the sea surface that had been resting in peace once again rolled up violent winds and waves, and the shaking sea surface almost tore the ship apart. Under the horrified gaze of everyone on the luxurious ship, the pair of big mouths opened again, and the so-called celestials blinked. Dragon's bodyguards, a group of lackeys who were raised in captivity, were devoured one after another. Soon, the ship seemed to be pulled forward by a terrifying suction force, followed by the continuous rotation of this luxurious ship, forming a huge ocean vortex on the sea surface. The hull was disintegrated in an instant, and then the entire hull was shattered. In an instant, everyone on the ship except celestial dragons was lifted into the sky by the violent waves. Except for some helpless nobles, rich people and celestial dragons, they all fell into the sea. The moment their bodies were thrown into the sky, these, rich people, were all fainted by Han Yan. Let the body be pinched by Han Yan's huge sharp claws, except for the remaining wreckage of the large ship, there is nothing left. Chapter 27 Encountering Rayleigh, please collect. I didn't expect that the ability to suck fruit is quite useful, but then I should go to the Marines to ask for money. Han Yan smiled strangely, then held the dozen or so little bugs, and swam towards Sabayati Archipelago. The so-called fruit-sucking ability is the ability that Han Yan absorbed when he devoured a certain pirate captain the day before yesterday. He didn't intend to succeed, but who knows, he merged it unexpectedly. Suction fruit. It can attract objects within a certain range to its side, and it has an irresistible attraction to people. Although the suction fruit is not as pervert as the Logia fruit, some special moves such as Han Yan can still be developed. For example, submarine vortex, sea tornado, universal pull pirated, and planetary devastation pirated, and so on. Universal pull is okay, after all, it is easy to suck people, just like devouring celestial dragons' guards. But planetary devastation is not enough. This is just a move that Han Yan made when he was bored. If he wants to use planetary devastation, then he has to regard himself as the core of suction. This is an impractical skill, but other skills are quite useful. Staring at the approaching Sabayati Archipelago, Han Yan revealed a long-hidden greed. Slave auction house. It was rumored that a mermaid climbed up to the holy land of Mariajoy some time ago and liberated all the slaves on it. Tisk tisk, unfortunately I didn't know about it at the time, otherwise I would have caught a few celestial dragons to make money if I took the opportunity to make trouble. Let's talk later when you have time. Han Yan muttered to himself, but he didn't know that these words had an earthquake-like impact on many celestial dragons. Almost most of them are hiding in holy places and dare not go out. If I remember correctly, this is my first time to this island. When Han Yan set foot on the land of the Sabayati Archipelago, he looked curiously at the screaming pirates around him, as well as many frantically fleeing people. There are not many pedestrians on the edge of the island, but there are all kinds of people. Kind passers-by, pirates with fierce faces, slave traders, etc. But when they saw this behemoth landed, they all had shocked expressions with wide-eyed eyes. Oh my god, sea kings, look, the person in its hand, isn't that celestial dragons? Go and report to Marine. You are stupid, run away. That form is like Godzilla coming ashore. It was the second coming of hell. Of course, Han Yan won't get too deep into it, after all, he's just passing on a message here, waiting for someone. Suddenly, a stunned voice sounded from behind, looking at Han Yan's huge body with curiosity and surprise. Ah, it's incredible. It's such a powerful breath, I really saw something extraordinary. Han Yan stared away with a slight sideways look, that bohemian look, lazy tone, and scruffy appearance. Sorry, Han Yan didn't recognize who this is. Are you talking to me? Han Yan frowned his non-existent brows, slightly bowed his head and looked at the tall, middle-aged man carefully, showing a strange smile. Normally, people who see themselves do not run. Either a fool, or a man of confidence and ability. And the wise Han Yan is not an ordinary sea king who only knows how to eat. He can clearly perceive the frighteningly high vitality of the person in front of him. It is faintly bigger than myself. With this kind of posture, if I attack rashly, I must be the one who suffers. What's more, this is still on the shore. Of course he wouldn't be surprised if he recognized it as Plunderer Rayleigh, who had once swam on the calm belt. After all, calm belt's overlord can't do anything about him. There's no other way. After all, you suddenly appeared and scared away all the guests I managed to recruit. That's fine. You also crushed the boat I was going to coat for others now. What can I do with this? Rayleigh raised his eyebrows lightly, and spoke in a somewhat complaining tone. But at the same time, those curious eyes were even more surprised, staring at this talking sea king who almost possessed human intelligence. Really, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. You will be in trouble when the Marine is coming later, and besides, I have to make money. Rayleigh raised his head in surprise when he heard this, and looked at the dozen or so people who had fainted in Han Yan's hands with a smile, and said, Are you talking about the celestial dragons? How dare you rob celestial? Sea kings of dragons, this is the first time I've seen it. Nonsense, if I hadn't been underage and had no strength back then, I would have wanted to stop the ship of the pirate king Luogia. Who knows what great treasures are on his ship? Han Yan stared at the tall and thin man with great interest, but for some reason he became more and more familiar the more he looked at it. After all, The appearance of Rayleigh when he was young is not very similar to the Rayleigh in the anime, and Han Yan has long forgotten these characters in the anime. In addition to special symbols, such as Straw Hat Luffy, Mermaid Shirahoshi, Logia Devil Fruits Admiral, etc. have obvious symbols, but if some people are hidden deeply, Han Yan can't remember. Luogia's boat, that's a pity. Rayleigh smiled disapprovingly. If the special sea kings in front of him really attacked the ship of that year, it might add a little more fun to the boring voyage. That's right, so besides collecting protection fees from Com Belt, I'm also going to kidnap tickets to make money. After a while, I plan to find the members of Luogia's ship, such as Rayleigh, which is said to be on this island superior. How did you know Rayleigh was here? The tall and thin man touched his nose and said with a bright smile. Guess, but why should I tell you? Yeah, but why are you looking for that Rayleigh guy? Is there something important? Of course it's for the money. Chapter 28 Redemption with money for collection. As far as I know, that guy looks like a poor man. Rayleigh's eyes widened in astonishment. He didn't remember being rich. But he knows the treasures of the sea. The one Luogia said back then. Han Yan stopped at this point. He felt even more strange. This man was behaving very strangely. It's like someone who knows Rayleigh very well. Could it be that he is Rayleigh? Thinking of this, Han Yan became even more suspicious. Of course, the reason why I talk so much is because I haven't talked to anyone for a long time. You must know that Han Yan in his previous life was a chatterbox. Well, Marine is here, looks like I should go. By the way, interesting guy, what should I call you? However, Rayleigh did not answer Han Yan's question. Instead, he touched his nose and walked to the other side of the island. HMPH, interesting human being, I haven't seen someone like you for a long time. Or it's the first time I see, my name, Han Yan, but it won't be long before the sea will be its spread. Ahaha, what a strange sea kings. Have a drink together when you have time. I can feel that you are different from other sea kings. The sea is infinitely wide, but for a special sea kings like you, I still see you for the first time. Com Belt, that's where I come from. If you dare come, I'll entertain you. I don't eat raw meat. After speaking, the corners of Rayleigh's mouth raised slightly. The world is so big, and there are all kinds of freaks. The sea kings who can talk, have human intelligence, understand human common sense, and dare to kidnap the celestial dragons. Sea kings. Even Rayleigh couldn't believe it, but it was funny. With Rayleigh's departure, Marine's team had already rushed from the depths of the island in overwhelming numbers. When they saw the huge monster standing beside the coast, they immediately stopped their movements with fear. The Marines gave way to a passage tacitly, and soon a man wearing a coat of justice came out from inside. Sea kings. A Marine Vice Admiral walked over, wearing a helmet engraved with a two-headed dragon pattern, with a very ferocious expression. He looked hesitantly at the guy in front of him who was more tyrannical and cruel than him, and suddenly said in surprise. Marine Vice Admiral, interesting delicacy. Judging by your appearance, you must have realized, life return. Eating you may make me stronger, but now, that's not what we're going to talk about. Talking Sea Kings. The Ghost Spider Vice Admiral raised his head suddenly, and said, HMPH, so you are the Sea Kings who were arrogant in Com Belt some time ago. You dared to intercept Marine's ship, but now you come to Sabayati Archipelago to make trouble. Do you know any of these people? As he spoke, Han Yan twisted the dragon's body and spread its paws, revealing the celestial dragons who passed out with a tragic face. Celestial dragons. The ghost spider let go of his hand that was about to draw the knife. Despite his cruel and ruthless personality, celestial dragons cannot be hacked. What do you want to do? He stared at Han Yan who was laughing wantonly, and said darkly. Go and tell the world government. Bring 10 billion berry to the Com Belt to redeem people in 3 days. I only have to wait for 3 days, otherwise, the lives of these people will be lost. What? Before the ghost spider could refute, Han Yan turned around and dived into the sea, gradually going away with the wind and waves. At the same time, Han Yan yelled again. In addition, anyone who wants to go to Mermaid Island must pay a certain fee, including Com Belt. If anyone dares to refuse, then the sea is his burial place. Hold on, this is what Han Yan, said. The sound spread rapidly to the surroundings like thunder. Almost the entire Sabayati archipelago reverberated with this vibration-like sound. Even those who hadn't heard it, would know it in a short time. Han Yan, on the other hand, used the momentum of kidnapping celestial dragons to expose his identity to the outside in one fell swoop. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of Ghost Spider and Marine, the waves gradually spun, and a huge vortex swept through the depths of the sea, and even the clouds in the sky formed a shocking pattern driven by the storm. And Rayleigh stood on the far shore, watching the white clouds deformed by the tornado in the sky, and said with a smile, Luogia, is this what you think? Even the Sea Kings are moved by what you said. Shock, the new era has just begun. Not long after Han Yan left, the Ghost Spider's eyes flashed fiercely. Chi-Chi just clenched his fists and turned around, shouting, come on. Bring the phone bug. After a few minutes, Naval Headquarters Marineford, currently in the office of the Marshal. What did you say? Sengoku, who was holding the phone bug, widened his eyes suddenly, and at the same time stood up and listened to the other side of the microphone in disbelief. And his reaction shocked the other Marines who were about to come to work. Damn. After hearing what the other side said, Sengoku's face became ugly, and he said, are you sure it's a Sea Kings? A dragon-shaped Sea Kings. Right. After getting an affirmative answer from the other side, Sengoku put down the phone bug. He looked at the desk in the office with a gloomy face, and soon broadcasted a number. Hey, is Admiral Qingji. In this world, once the celestial dragons are attacked, even if they suffer a little injury or grievance, the highest combat power of the naval headquarters and the world government and other institutions must be dispatched immediately. Hey, what happened? Walking with Qingji outside the door was a tall Kizaru with a lazy tone and a somewhat wretched look. Stop dawdling, something big happened. Qingji, tell me about the Sea Kings you met at that time. Sengoku waved his hand to signal Kizaru to shut up. Then the plain-faced Xing Ziyuan originally talked about Calm Belt's encounter with the dragon-shaped Sea Kings. Chapter 29 The Kidnapper of Calm Belt please collect. That's the way it is, but the attack on the celestial dragons. It's thanks to that Sea Kings who can do it. Or, is this what he planned? With a serious face, Qingji put away her usual laziness at this time. What does the government mean? Give him money and kill him at all costs. Sengoku grimaced and sighed slightly. If they knew that this would happen, they should have sent someone to clean up this heresy Sea Kings some time ago. Kizaru curled his lips and said, "Oh, I'm called on again. I'm the only one who can complete the task in the shortest time." After speaking, Kizaru turned and prepared to leave. That Sea Kings is not simple. It has basic human intelligence, and knows how to advance and retreat. What if he hides in the sea and cannot come out? A childish voice sounded behind Kizaru, and at the same time Kizaru looked sideways at him and smiled slightly. What did the marshal say just now? That Sea King said that the Fishman Island is his territory, then it is a great opportunity to take this opportunity to establish a reputation. What's more, as you said, he also possesses a certain amount of wisdom. Hearing this, Qingji remained silent, and Sengoku nodded in acquiescence. 3 days is actually very short. Going to the holy land of Mariajoy to get money and go to the rescue, only Kizaru can do it. That Sea Kings is really calculating. Sengoku stared at Kizaru's leaving back, squinted his eyes and guessed, what made the Sea Kings attack the celestial dragons? Not an attack, but a kidnapping. This has to be thought-provoking. But as a marine, Sengoku knew what it would be like for celestial dragons to be attacked in this world. At this time, I am afraid that the Holy Land is already in chaos. But he also knows in his heart that Sea Kings are Sea Kings after all, even if he has a little wisdom, his ferocious temperament will not change. If it is really as powerful as Qingji said, if it is a desperate fight, it will be bad. Shortly after Kizaru left, Sengoku dialed 2 more numbers. Soon, 2 officers in justice trench coats stood in front of him with heavy faces. It was obvious that they also knew the seriousness of this matter. Although Admiral Kizaru has gone to the Holy Land of Mariajoy, this matter cannot be handled so hastily. What do you think should be done? Sengoku said with a sullen face. If it's an ordinary Sea Kings, Admiral will never make a mistake. What's more, Kizaru Admiral is known for his speed. But, there is Calm Belt. The subordinates are very worried that there are other Sea Kings who took the opportunity to make trouble, or other changes occurred. Yes, no one can say anything about the Calm Belt. After all, it is the lair of the Sea Kings. But there is a place where people are more familiar with the sea area than our marine, for example, Nine Snake Island. One of the officers thought about it and calmly analyzed it. Sengoku also came to his senses at this time, and immediately sneered. Immediately issue a mandatory order to the Empress, Boa Hancock. Tell her that if she wants to secure Shichibukai's position, she must make a certain contribution. This time Celestial Dragon's time, she must be rescued, otherwise. Your subordinate understands, Your Excellency the Marshal. After the 2 officers saluted respectfully, they withdrew. However, with the strength of that young Empress, I'm afraid she won't be the opponent of the Sea Kings at all. HMPH, it's really strange. Could it be that the protagonist of the sea is now the Sea Kings? How dare you kidnap Celestial Dragons blackmailing money, but then again. Garp that bloody old BD is off to East Blue again. There are several waterways in the first half of the Grand Line that can lead to the Sabayati Archipelago, and the Sabayati Archipelago is also the only way for pirates to go to New World. And in these waterways, if you want to suppress the pirates and youngsters in some places, and make them not dare to fight against the Marine, and at the same time show the strength of the Marine, then it is Shichibukai. It is precisely because of Shichibukai's terrifying power that the existence of these Marines, running dogs, makes many pirates dare not wantonly enter the Grand Line. This is also the desired effect of Marine, which can ease Marine's embarrassing position on the Grand Line. But without the presence of Shichibukai, Naval Headquarters' superficial power in the Grand Line would be weaker than New World's 4 emperors. Oh, by the way, there is still a new organization called the Revolutionary Army. When Sengoku learned for the first time that the leader of the Revolutionary Army was Garp's son, his nose almost crooked. Leaving aside the Revolutionary Army, the conquest alone gave Shichibukai a lot of special treatment in order to serve the Marine. Every Shichibukai is a government-approved pirate. For example, they can openly develop their own power, and legally plunder the rights of non-world government allies without worrying about being wanted and so on. Of course, when the world government is using pirates, these Shichibukai are also using the government to achieve their own goals. So, the two are mutually beneficial. As a small island in the Calm Belt, the pirate queen, Boa Hancock, who is the owner of the daughter country of Cusnake Island, for this cold-blooded beauty, the entire island and a certain area of the Calm Belt are hers, hunting grounds. Both pirates and marines may become her prey, but now, there is another strange race, and it is the guy she hates the most: sea kings. Especially a dragon-shaped sea kings, which left a difficult memory for the childhood Hancock. The nightmarish fear and the illusory laughter lingering in his ears from time to time made Hancock gnash his teeth more than once to find this sea kings. For Hancock, killing the sea kings wasn't enough to quell the fear and anger deep inside her. And capture this sea kings, let it kneel down and beg for mercy, and become your own mount. It's more interesting to think about it this way. Hancock always chuckles sinisterly whenever he fantasizes here. Chapter 30 Snake Princess and Han Yan please collect. On a pirate ship that used 2 large snakes as power. Sister Huang, look, shall we accept the order of naval headquarters on this matter? A green-haired snake girl spat out a snake letter and softly asked about the woman she respected the most, who was much younger than her, said Boa Hancock. And the green-haired snake girl who spoke is the second sister of Snake Hancock, and she is also a person with the ability to eat the snake fruit given to Shichibukai by the world government. What else can I do? For the name of Shichibukai, even if Igia doesn't want to agree, otherwise Snake Island will face disaster just like that guy said. Lying on his side on the gorgeous seat of the boat, Hancock rested his cheeks lazily, with an indifferent expression, but when he mentioned that guy, there was a hint of indignation in those charming eyes. Under the high platform, there are a group of vigorous and strong women, all of whom are the backbone of the 9 snake pirates. If Miss Huang is not willing, then just refuse this request. Then what about sea kings? Let us find them. And if we find them, we may not necessarily be opponents. The slender snake woman with orange hair yelled angrily, and many other crew members also protested under her voice. These are all people who experienced the Sea King's attack on Com Belt, not to mention it was for Master Hancock, otherwise, how could they submit to a Sea King's with their fearless spirit? Third sister, and everyone, calm down. I think Sister Huang should have made up her mind. Boya Sandersonia signaled the orange-haired snake girl to stop talking, and then said loudly, we are not acting on our will now. Now, listen to what the big sister said. If we take the liberty to resist Marine, what will happen to Snake Island? What will happen to the cute girls of the daughter country without the umbrella under the title of Shichibukai? Shut up. Looking at these people who were arguing, Hancock sighed helplessly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Go, why not go? Marine said they asked us to assist in the rescue, but did they say they asked us to take action? The most they can do is lead the way. What's more, I really want to see how that guy shot those celestial dragons who were so high up. If Hancock knew that it was because of Han Yan that he was saved from the danger of being captured by the slave ship. I don't know what kind of expression I have now. Of course, it is precisely because of Han Yan that the trajectory of the original work has not changed much. The 3 devil fruits were still obtained by the 3 Hancock sisters in disguise, and they also took the position of Shichibukai as the goal to become stronger. The only difference is that Hancock's 2 sisters who ate the snake fruit did not become like those in the original book, so ugly. On the contrary, it retains the beauty of youth, which can be regarded as a blessing. Miss Huang, Lord Hancock. Hearing what Hancock said, these women don't know that this is a decision made for them. With tears in their eyes, they shouted excitedly. They knew in their hearts that the seemingly young Master Hancock was extremely arrogant, but in fact he was also very concerned about 9 Snake Island, and it was all for their sisters on 9 Snake Island. Com Belt, in this sea area, a small sea king dares to be so arrogant. Let me show you the results of my latest practice. Hancock's cold eyes scanned the blue sea in the distance, and a cruel smile suddenly appeared on his seductive red lips. You guys who can make eyes soul dream, hee, this time you will die. That relaxed tone didn't seem to be sending her to die, but rather a tone of pinching ants to death at will, and this is the real pirate Empress Boa Hancock, an alternative Lion Majesty flower. But when this alternative flower sees the wonderful flower of sea kings again, I don't know if the status will be reversed. The next day, agreed place, Com Belt, on an unnamed island. When you wake up, open your eyes and stand up for me honestly. Ah, monster. Soon, these nobles discovered the behemoth in front of them. Can you imagine? Just one eye is as big as a human head, and half of the body standing upright on the sea can cover the sun. And this huge dragon-shaped creature is staring at you with eyes full of endless greed and desire. Just this one glance can make you feel the biting chill from the bottom of your heart. But the nobles soon gave up and fled because they understood the situation. That is, it is safe to stay here, and if there are other petty tricks, it is to be eaten. This is the island of Com Belt, don't try to escape. You should pray that the Marine and world government will quickly redeem you with money. Remember, don't provoke my patience. As the proud Neptune dragon spoke, the dozen or so nobles headed by celestial dragons suppressed their inner fear and turned their grievances on Marine. This group of bloody bastards Marine, they are for nothing. Why don't they come? Master celestial dragons, don't worry, when we go back alive, we must complain to them. A-hole, isn't it 10 billion, how can it be more important than Lousy's life? Slanted eyes staring at the group of scum who abused Marine, Han Yan put up a cruel smile, but that's okay, this saves him from asking those Marines for money. And he just stared at the sea quietly, until a ship gradually approached in the sky. Skeleton, 9 snakes, pirate ship. Han Yan's narrowed eyes gradually opened, and a boulder in his hands was crushed with a bang, and he raised his head high and stared in that direction. Are you here to seduce me? Han Yan's eyes inadvertently looked towards a certain direction in the sky, and soon a golden flash disappeared. And he also showed a sinister smile, and roared, "Hey! When did Shichibukai and Marine cooperate so cleverly? I asked you to bring money, not to play tricks on me." Chapter 31. The Ferocious Sea Kings for Collection. What is still frightening is that the Sea Kings not only did not move when it saw the ship approaching its own sea area. Instead, he turned around and opened his mouth wide, sucked up the figure of a female nobleman, and swallowed it in one gulp. "Don't play tricks with me. If you fail to complete the task, it will be a greater loss for you." The ferocious voice echoed on the sea for a long time, and the paralyzed celestial dragons on the island were still abusing Marine, and the rest of the people closed their eyes in panic. It's troublesome this time. This Sea Kings is far more cunning than imagined. In the sky, a tall and thin man appeared in the clouds. He clicked his tongue, looked at the behemoth below with some headaches, and said, "Don't be angry, I just arrived here too. It's really scary." Soon, a tall and thin fruit-capable user with black curly hair, wearing a yellow and white striped suit, a beard around his face, and a pair of sunglasses appeared in Han Yan's sight. "Admiral Kizaru." In the sea, Han Yan twisted his body into a comfortable position. Then Kizaru, who was lying on the edge of the island and staring at the sky, said, "I don't care who you are, anyway, throw me the money first." "That's right, give it the money, do you want us all to die?" The celestial dragons yelled in cooperation with Han Yan at this time, but he didn't dare to offend Marine's admiral too much. Although celestial dragons are arrogant, they are also self-aware. If you offend their umbrella, it's really over. Ha ha. Seeing the terrified celestial dragons, Kizaru moved his mouth strangely, and then slowly said, 10 billion berry, but there are a lot of them. You have to know how powerful pirates are. It doesn't matter how many 100 million berry bounties are. Pirates are not businessmen, let alone world nobles. The money they plunder is generally very little. Not every pirate is as rich as the 4 emperors. Therefore, in the eyes of the world nobles, 10 billion is just a little bit bigger. It's just the number. You don't want to play tricks with me, do you? Also, the Shichibukai ship over there, can you roll over and talk? Do you want me to invite you? In the distance, the 9 snake pirates. Sister Huang, that Sea King seems to be talking to us. HMPH, he has discovered us a long time ago, but why should I listen to him? Don't go. Hancock smiled contemptuously, and she said sarcastically, "You said let me go, and I will go. Just you, a little Sea Kings, what?" Before she could finish speaking, I saw a big wave rising in the distance, and soon. Han Yan turned over leisurely, staring at the 9 snake pirate ship with a pair of cold and stern eyes, then opened his bloody mouth, and suddenly a terrifying suction appeared in front of it. Soon, like the wind, the 2 boats pulled by the large snake were pulled over. "It's up to me." After pulling the boat into a direction not far from his field of vision, Han Yan showed a row of sharp teeth, looked at the shocked expressions of Hancock and others and said, "Long time no see, you are also here to give money. For the sake of my beauty, please forgive me." Soon, under Han Yan's astonished gaze, Hancock squirmed coquettishly, then blinked at him. That kind of power enough to charm everything immediately made Han Yan fall into a state of stupefaction. A sneer appeared on the corner of Hancock's mouth, and then a heart-shaped ray of light appeared from the gesture of love with both hands. What the hell? Feeling his body stiffen, an inexplicable feeling appeared on Han Yan's body. But soon Han Yan's eyes flashed fiercely, and a sharp claw stretched forward with the momentum of tearing the air. Court death. After seeing Kizaru turn into a flash of light in an attempt to rescue the celestial dragons on the island, Han Yan immediately reacted from the semi-petrification, and the violent giant claws smashed him into countless light particles. It's scary, this power. The golden particles gradually turned into human form. Kizaru appeared above the 9 snake pirates, and looked in Han Yan's direction helplessly. Although he has a way to get close to the celestial dragons, he cannot take them away. Because the speed of this Sea Kings is too fast, not to mention if it directly attacks the celestial dragons, it is impossible to take them away. After all, this is a rescue mission, not a killing mission. Hey, Marine is nothing more than that. My concubine was almost on the verge of success, but I was interrupted by you. Hancock stared angrily at Kizaru, who was floating in the air in front of him. If he hadn't caught Han Yan's attention with his shot, maybe he would have succeeded. The ability of her sweet fruit is not something ordinary people or creatures can resist, unless Han Yan has no lust. But it turns out that Han Yan is helpless against her power. It's just that due to its strength and huge size, it's a little difficult to control. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. But can you do it again? Go and seduce this Sea Kings. Kizaru said jokingly. Normally he wouldn't attack the 2 of them at all, but now that he is eager to rescue the celestial dragons, there is no other way. After all it's been said above, the celestial dragons must be kept safe. Igia is really angry. If only it were that simple. Hancock looked at Kizaru with a sneer. Of course, from Shichibukai's point of view, she couldn't help it. When she stared at the huge dragon head in front of her and narrowed her eyes, a giant claw was slowly raised under her gaze. Ahaha, don't make fun of others as fools. The giant claw fell hard, smashing the 5 hostages on the island into meatloaf. Ah, help. The monster is going to tear up the ticket. You bastards, give him money quickly. BD Marine, I want to curse you to die. The nobles roared like crying their fathers and mothers. In their eyes, monsters are monsters. The reason why he was arrested was entirely because of Marine's low ability, that's all. Chapter 32 Negotiation succeeded. Great harvest, please collect. I have something to say. Don't get excited, I brought you the money. Kizaru nodded helplessly, putting away his usual lazy posture. At this level, he also saw that if he was playing tricks, this monster might really kill the celestial dragons. Seeing the scene of Marine's compromise, Hancock on the side smiled coldly, then turned and walked into the boat, signaling these people to retreat. Well, who let you go? When Han Yan was about to intercept the Shichibukai Pirate Queen's ship, he unexpectedly found a marine warship approaching in the distance. UBD. Igia is really angry, Igia wants to. The back of Hancock's leaving froze, turning his head angrily, looking at the Sea Kings who didn't give her face at all. But soon, something happened that shocked her. The Sea Kings waved to her, gesturing for her to leave quickly, and said, "Go quickly, don't block the big money sender. I'll trouble you next time." Compared with the 1 billion berry, which is not easy to get at all, Han Yan cares more about the 10 billion berry sent by Marine. Seeing that the battleship was full of boxes containing treasures, Han Yan was so excited that his mouth watered. Hancock's face flushed with anger, and when she puffed out her cheeks and was about to attack, 2 pairs of strong arms stopped her. "Sister Huang, don't be angry, let's leave first." Boya Sandersonia looked at the angry big sister helplessly, and quickly motioned for the third sister to hold her back. "That's right, we'll be in trouble if we stay any longer." Boya Marigold nodded vigorously. Neither Admiral nor the terrifying Sea Kings were opponents, and the big sister and himself and others hadn't even developed Devil Fruit's abilities, so something would happen if they stayed any longer. "Don't be dazed, hurry back to the voyage." As the members of the 9 Snakes pirate ship moved one after another, they quickly left the sea area under the pull of the swimming snake. At the same time, Marine's battleship came. Really boring. Kizaru was not surprised at the backs of Hancock and others leaving. After all, pirates are pirates, not to mention staying here would not be of much help. But forget it, I just hope that this Sea Kings can keep his word. If he repents, he can't help it. 10 billion berry, 1 point is not a lot. You can let him go. No, throw all the berries over here, I'll count them. I thought that the transaction would be successful in this way, but to my desperation, this Sea King seemed to be far more different than imagined. Give him. No matter how he checked the money, the Marines just threw boxes into the sea with fear. There were 100 million berry in a box, and a full 100 boxes were launched, before Han Yan nodded in satisfaction. 10 billion berry is equivalent to 100,000 evolution points, which can definitely make Han Yan jump 1,000 miles, and even undergo a qualitative change. At that time, even the Pirate 4 Emperors would not dare to confront him head-on. Good job, little monkey. I'll leave this scumbag to you, remember to protect him. Han Yan lifted the bodies of the celestial dragons and the few remaining nobles, and then, under the nervous gaze of the Marines, they were ruthlessly thrown into the sky. Considering attacking me, you'd better save your master first. The arrogant laughter rolled the waves, and under the shocked gaze of Marine and others, the location called the island began to vibrate violently. Soon, that so-called island turned into gigantic super-sized Sea Kings. Ho 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 ho. The surrounding seas spun like Uzumaki. A black and white super-large Sea Kings and a pitch-black turtle-like super-large Sea Kings rolled around, triggering a calm belt tsunami. Dehei, Anton 233, let's go. With the command of the Neptune dragon, under the angry gaze of Kizaru who caught the celestial dragons in the sky, Marine's battleship was destroyed, and he could only watch helplessly as 3 behemoths dived to the bottom of the sea. Although this rescue was a success, it was also considered a heavy loss. All the Marines on a warship, as well as a dozen nobles died at sea one after another. The only one left alive is that stupid celestial dragons. What an ironic fact, if it wasn't for the guy in his hand, he wouldn't be passive in this situation. Kizaru pursed his lips, and flew out with the celestial dragons in his hand with a sigh. Now it seems, let alone indiscriminate bombardment. Unless a few non-demon fruit power masters dive into the sea to fight the Sea Kings, but the facts prove that if the Sea Kings does not come out of the sea, no matter how many masters go down, it will not help. Is it possible for humans in the sea to defeat the remaining overlords? At the same time, somewhere in New World, where the Whitebeard pirates are stationed, originally wanted to designate the Fishmen Island as the Whitebeard pirate group under his own name, but unexpectedly discovered that the Fishmen Island was occupied by Sea Kings as early as the time when Princess Otome was murdered. Although there are no clear signs, such as pirate flags and other things to mark. But Whitebeard has also heard the name Han Yan. It's not just him, I'm afraid no one in the New World doesn't know the name of the recent Celestial Dragon's kidnapper, Sea King's Han Yan. One attacked the world noble ship bound for the Sabayati archipelago and challenged the Marine to declare war on the Calm Belt. And this sudden and weird thing is also the most exciting thing on the Sea Circle calendar ever. Although this news is not as sensational as Luojia's words, it is definitely a good thing for those pirates and people who hate celestial dragons and hate them. Now, although the Sea Kings can rely on the vastness of the sea and the environment to avoid the Marine siege, once the Marine and world government and other various forces learn of the handover between Han Yan and the Fishmen Island will definitely encounter annihilation disaster. What's more, Han Yan personally claimed the Fishmen Island as his territory in Sabayati archipelago. Affecting this incident is undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Fishmen Island. Chapter 33 Han Yan's second apostle, Anton. Please collect. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard laughed out loud after hearing what his subordinates reported to him. Gu la 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 la. It's just a Sea King, and it turned Marine's world upside down. But with such a reckless act, it seems that this Sea King is still young. And then, Whitebeard's expression moved slightly, watching his subordinate suddenly shouted, "Where's Marco?" "Father, I'm here." Hearing this, Marco immediately came up from below. "Well, you go to the Fishman Island. Just say it's my Whitebeard place." "What, isn't that the territory of Sea Kings Han Yan?" Marco was stunned for a moment, then reacted, and said excitedly, "I see, we are going to destroy that Sea Kings, right?" "No, I'm curious about that little loach, a talking Sea Kings. It's the first time I've seen it. Let him come to see me, maybe he'll thank me." "Gu la 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 la." Whitebeard suddenly laughed, and then narrowed his eyes slightly to look at the sea line beside the sky, wondering what he was thinking. "Yes, father." Marco nodded slightly, then turned and left knowing what he meant. Speaking of which, if there is Whitebeard as the umbrella of the Fishman Island at this time, it must be foolproof. Even Marines should think twice before moving the Fishman Island. However, it's okay to bear the revenge of the world government. If I encounter the indiscriminate attack of the Sea Kings in the deep sea, I'm afraid I may not be safe and sound. Thinking of this, Marco felt pressured, but there was nothing he could do. He had to work hard to finish whatever the father asked himself. Marineford, Naval Headquarters. Buddha Sengoku looked at the several pieces of information that had just been sent, and his face was gloomy for a while. He was actually destroyed by the Sea Kings in a battleship, as well as other nobles. Fortunately, the celestial dragons did not have much change. Then, look at the information that came recently. Flipping through the papers in his hands one by one, Sengoku's brows almost twisted into a chuan, gradually. After hesitating for a moment, Sengoku frowned, and randomly ordered, "The order goes on. All marine ships that pass the calm belt must be led by Marine Vice Admiral or apply for approval." "Yes, Marshal, this subordinate will go down to work." The officer woke up and was about to leave. "Wait." Sengoku rubbed his forehead, sighed for a while, and then his expression became serious. "Lead Marine, forget it, it's none of your business." "Yes." After the officer left, Sengoku shook his head and cursed. "Damn old BD Garp, it's gone at this time. Now except for 3 admirals and a few vice admirals, there are almost no one else who can wantonly in calm belt. It's rampant. It's really a lot of headaches, and the pirate empress is unreliable, and she left Marine and evacuated alone. Immediately send a report to Boa Hancock, let her treat it with caution, and keep an eye on the movement of this Sea Kings. Once you find anything new, be sure to tell Marine." "Yes, Marshal." Another officer nodded and took the order. At the same time, Sengoku's furrowed brow had to be slightly paused. Calm belt, the monster base camp of the deep sea. Roar, boom boom boom. The sea area was almost about to explode, and several super-large Sea Kings clashed in the direction of the deep sea. And under the siege of 2 super-large Sea Kings and a much smaller dragon-shaped Sea King, the hairtail-shaped Sea King was quickly convinced by the 3 big bosses. "Stop." Han Yan looked at the hairtail Sea Kings in a slightly surprised gesture. Its strength was not much worse than that of Dehe, but it was not surprising to admit defeat. After all, on the sea, especially in the realm of Calm Belt, power is everything. The commander of the Sea Emperor is the Sea Kings who can rule over all subjects who are weaker than himself. If they are at the same level, they have to prove their strength through fighting. But Han Yan is lazy. Let Dehe and Neptune surround him and beat him up, and that Sea Kings will be honest. Speaking of which, the giant tortoise Anton was discovered by Han Yan in the southerly waters when he returned to the Calm Belt. He also thought it was a small island the first time, but who knew it was a large turtle Sea Kings. Its body is more than 500 meters long, and its strength is astonishing, and its defense is also very heaven-defying. It took a lot of time to conquer it at the beginning, and it was because of its flexible size and shocking ability that it defeated the opponent. As for the name Anton, Han Yan gave it to him. After all, this big black tortoise is the same as the Apostle Yimao in a game in his previous life. It looks very similar, so he got it for him, the name. Although the gap between the two is huge. It's decided, you are my 3rd apostle, the golden hairtail. In the sea, Han Yan laughed wantonly. Ignore the super-large hairtail Sea Kings with a bitter face. If it weren't for Han Yan's inability to swallow and grow again before breaking through, perhaps the hairtail should be eaten. An apostle can be understood as a sent one. For Han Yan, an apostle is a subordinate, meaning to do things for him. Of course, it can also be understood as the daily life of the second disease. At the same time, it is also a member of Neptune's Calm Belt forces. The first apostle is the Sea Kings with black and white stripes that Han Yan once defeated, a super-large Sea Kings he called Dehe. It is present in one of the Sea Kings once summoned by Princess Shirahoshi. Second apostle Anton, the small island-like turtle of the South Blue, is also a super-sized Sea King. The 3rd apostle Golden Hairtail is a very large Sea Kings that Han Yan just conquered. Once the Sea Kings group accepted a master, they generally would not betray. What's more, he is still an incomparably powerful Sea Emperor, and he passively makes them surrender. Shirahoshi has the title of Poseidon, the Sea Kings who can command the sea. This can be regarded as Han Yan's enemy, but Han Yan's Sea King commander and Poseidon's ability is at the same level. Compared with Shirahoshi, Sea Kings is more convinced of Han Yan's powerful strength. Chapter 34 Triple Evolution. Overlord of the Deep Sea Favorites. In the deep sea, the current of the seabed slowly flows in one direction along with the quicksand. And with the sound of a sound, the seawater began to vibrate violently like boiling. Dragon Wing Evolution. Han Yan, who closed his eyes tightly, felt a tearing pain on his back, and the dark red blood muddied the surrounding sea area with the flow of deep-sea water. But soon, a pair of huge dragon wings evolved from the dragon fins on its back appeared impressively. But it's not over yet. Scale armor evolution. Immediately afterwards, the azure blue scales on the dragon's back shone brightly, and then pieces turned from azure blue to dark blue from the inside to the outside. An invisible and surging coercion quietly permeated this sea area, and the surrounding emperors who guarded them, the three apostles, were also oppressed by this breath. The intense oppressive feeling, like carrying a mountain on their backs and the entire ocean on their backs, almost made them faint. The coercion of a real dragon, Long Wei. At this time, Han Yan looks as if he looks like the noblest dragon in the east, Ying Long. Claw evolution. Accompanied by a clear tearing sound, a pair of sharp claws were born immediately after, and the shape of the fangs and claws undoubtedly did not explain the power of this terrifying monster. In the process of retracting the sharp claws, Han Yan's size also undergoes earth-shaking changes rapidly, from the original 100-meter-long body gradually growing to 200 meters under the thick blood mist, and the number of life points in his body is even higher. It directly broke through the million mark. If the health of an ordinary person is 10 or 100, then with 1 million health and the terrifying scale armor defense, it is impossible to shake it half a step even if it is standing and being hacked. And Hai Huanglong also sat firmly in the position of Sea Emperor. No one can get out alive from fighting in the sea with Han Yan, presumably even if the world's strongest man Whitebeard came in person. If it's at sea, maybe it's 50 to 50. For Han Yan, 200 meters means the start of the second stage. This time he chose the form of the sky, that is, the dragon wings on his back. But now in the sea, he quietly withdrew his dragon wings, and as his body gradually changed, soon the dorsal dragon fin appeared behind him again. Well, more than a dozen evolutionary points were almost wiped out, and there are still some funds that can be exchanged for skills. Han Yan did not immediately choose to exchange skills, but first checked the changes in himself. Observation Haki. Han Yan doesn't have it, but he has a larger range of invisible predators. Armament Haki. Han Yan did not, but his thick and hard scales were the best defense. But how to target demon fruit power, this is a bit troublesome. Conqueror's Haki. Han Yan didn't have it, but the torrential coercion he exuded from time to time was the best Conqueror's Haki, even Long Wei, which was more useful than Conqueror's Haki. And other abilities, such as the built-in Meat Eater, that swallows life to gain life points at all times, varies with the size and level of life, and the obtained life points are different. The life value can make Han Yan grow bigger and bigger, and can also recover from injuries and so on. The skill, Shock. This ability can cast a shock attack that ignores the defense to the area in front of it, similar to the power of Whitebeard's Shock Fruit. But at this time, Han Yan also wanted to exchange for a special skill. Skill exchange, Structural Decomposition. Structural Decomposition. When devouring a strong person, its ability can be absorbed to a certain extent. Different types have different absorption powers. This is the enhanced version of the digestive and absorption system. In layman's terms, it is what you eat to make up for you. If you eat demon fruit power, you can also speed up the absorption speed and increase the success rate. If you get devil fruit, then Han Yan can also redeem the corresponding series of abilities. For example, special abilities such as flames, explosions, etc. Combine Mera Mera fruit and thunder fruit, that is Lei Yanlong. Combine with frozen fruit and that's ice dragon. If there is no corresponding fruit, it can also be converted with the same level of Logia devil fruit, but that is the branch of the upgraded function of the third stage. And what Han Yan has now is the power to suck fruit, which is more practical than destructive. Although it is convenient to use, it is not powerful enough to use in battle. Fortunately, the evolved Han Yan has reached an extremely terrifying level. In other words, I am the embodiment of power. Boom! An earth-shattering loud noise came out suddenly, followed by a circle of terrifying air waves from the bottom of the sea that set off a violent force of thousands of feet. Under this terrifying momentum, the weaker and weaker lives around were shattered one after another, and the thick blood mist swirled violently in one direction. It immediately disappeared into a bottomless giant mouth, and hundreds of sea kings were slaughtered and devoured in the surrounding seabed area. Fortunately, the existence of the three apostles allowed Han Yan to continuously devour the prey they contributed, which suppressed the storm of hunger after evolution. My appetite has increased again. It's a sin, a sin. After more than 300 sea kings were eaten, Han Yan barely recovered his fullness. But compared to Calm Belt, these sea kings are just the tip of the iceberg. Compared to the entire Calm Belt, there are more scary sea kings, which is not much at all. Opening the vertical pupils without human emotion, Han Yan's black eyes stared at the sky above the sea area and hesitated for a moment. I don't know what happened to the sea now, it seems that I have to go to the Fishman Island again. By the way, I will charge some money. Han Yan raised his head, looking in the direction of the Grand Line with eyes like a beast, as if he had seen through everything. After making such a mess by myself, there must be a lot of turmoil on the Fishman Island. Going this time, maybe there will be many changes. As for the three apostles, let's stay in Calm Belt for the time being. Is it time for a big battle? Even if he is not low, he can dive into the sea and leave, but the goals of these three apostles are too big. If they all die, then there will be no subordinates to feed him in the future. After making a good choice, Han Yan started to move towards the position of the Fishman Island. At the same time, the redhead who lost his arm in East Blue also started to return to New World. Chapter 35. The Reverie of the Sky for Collection. Grand Line, the place that many pirates yearn for, is also the cemetery of pirates. Next morning, in the first half of the Grand Line, a strange guy was ushered in. It was a terrifying shadow that could be seen in the shallow sea. Occasionally, fishermen and pirates who saw this terrifying large sea kings made a detour. There are even rumors that deep-sea demons have come to the Grand Line. It is also true that the countless pirates on the Grand Line did not dare to relax in the slightest while sailing for a while. Of course, Han Yan didn't know about this. He didn't come for this purpose. There are several main reasons for sailing the weaker first half of the Grand Line instead of the calm belt. According to legend, there is an island on the Grand Line called Guy Island. The island city of Sandora is known as the Golden Town. The biggest and most important treasure among them is a big clock made of gold in the middle of the city. And after Han Yan's overnight estimation, the value of the gold in this golden town is at least hundreds of billions. If you can get it, you will be invincible in the world. Of course, if you want to find the Golden Town, you also need luck. To say why Han Yan didn't fly directly into the sky to find Sky Island, this involves another legend. 400 years ago, due to the eruption of the upwash current, half of Guy Island was washed above the cumulus clouds and became Sky Island. The gold treasures in the golden town of Mount Dora were scattered into the sea one after another, and the golden bell disappeared into the sky. Meaning, half of the fortune is on Sky Island, and the other half is at the bottom of the ocean. Fishing for treasure from the bottom of the sea is one of Han Yan's goals. Of course, he was not in a hurry to find this treasure. At present, it seems that we should go to the Fishman Island to confirm the situation first, and then look for treasures on the way. Looking for treasure in the sea, that is, looking for a needle in a haystack, Han Yan didn't have any expectations. After all, that's just part of the reverie. If you want to talk about the gold on Sky Island, it must be as much as hundreds of billions. Gold worth hundreds of billions of berry, even Han Yan felt extremely shocked. You must know that the annual financial income of the world government is only this figure, and now it is possible to directly obtain such a huge amount of wealth, but any individual will be tempted. Enduring this impatient thought, Han Yan unknowingly accelerated a bit in the sea. Gemini Cape is where you first entered the Grand Line, the giant whale lagoon. Han Yan is not interested in it, and it is not as big as a super large sea king's. Although there is a lot of meat, the current Han Yan is not just about eating. To eat the weak is to survive. Eating the strong is for evolution. So in order not to disturb the little guy's routine of hitting the wall, Han Yan chose to plug directly into the sea near Alabasta from the calm belt. Let's say that Princess Weiwei is only about 7 or 8 years old now, and Han Yan has no plans to attack Alabasta. He has watched anime and knows how poor this country is. But now Crocodile, the sand crocodile, has not yet become the hero of Alabasta. Although he is relatively rich, he can't be found now. After a few days, it's been a year since Boa Hancock became a Shichibukai, and there's been a lot going on in the sea lately. The Red Hair Pirates Captain Shanks lost an arm trying to save Luffy. News spread on the Grand Line that the deep-sea demon Neptune Han Yan kidnapped the celestial dragons and destroyed the marine battleship. As for the red-footed Zapu, after meeting Han Yan more than a year ago, he ran back to his hometown and became a chef. Unfortunately, he lost a foot because of a little boy. The Murloc pirates of the Grand Line are also on their way back. Thriller Bark also just entered the Devil's Three-Horned Sea, and Han Yan also sailed in the deep sea all the way to the other side of Guy Island, the sea area near the capital of Seven Waters. It has to be said that the speed of sea kings in the sea is dozens or even hundreds of times faster than that of ships. Han Yan does not need to stop for supplies. The fish in the sea and scattered sea kings are food. All the creatures that are targeted by him cannot escape the terrifying suction. After all, sucking fruit is very strong in this ability. Once it enters the dragon's mouth, it is absolutely impossible to run away. Of course, Han Yan also stayed in Guy Island for a while. He has wandered around the nearby sea area, and there is no trace of gold. If it hadn't been fished away long ago, it would have been washed away by the tide of the seabed. After all, it was something 400 years ago. It's so late, why are the people in this sea area so poor? Mad, there isn't even anything good on the island. Han Yan gradually drifted away with an aggrieved face, overturning several pirate ships in a row, but the money he got was not even 10 million berry. Even the pirates on the Fishman Island are inferior, but yes, after all, the pirates on the Sabayati archipelago are generally a little bit capable, compared to the native pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. I don't know where they are. If life deceives you, don't panic, don't worry, happy days will come. Han Yan sighed and began to slowly recall the poems of Pushkin that he had learned in middle school. I don't know if Han Yan's prayer came true. On a sea full of mist, a ship the size of an island gradually encountered this ocean overlord. The sky gradually darkened. What a big smog, what is this? Han Yan poked out half of his head from the sea to look at the fog around the sky, and tilted his neck in confusion. Sure enough, the weather on the Grand Line is more troublesome, and the calm belt is safe and sound all year round. Compared with the smooth train on the calm belt, the Grand Line is like a bicycle on the mountain in Han Yan's eyes, with bumpy roads and shocking farts. Butt pain. But when Han Yan gradually saw a small island, no, it was a ship, he suddenly understood everything. This is the Devil's Triangle. That ship should be the rumored thriller bark of the newly promoted Shichibukai Gecko Moria. After seeing the ship, Han Yan's eyes in the sea suddenly lit up, those wolf eyes that were almost taken off. Chapter 36 The Unlucky Gecko Moria, please collect. Looking at the foggy island. Seeing this scene like a ghost island, most people would probably feel a sense of gloom rushing towards their faces, as if there was something terrible hidden in the dense fog that could not be seen. This is the fear of the unknown darkness in human nature, but Han Yan is different. Human souls, bodies of sea kings. Although he would also be flustered by the unknown, he was very clear about this ship that looked like an island. Thriller bark, this is the name of this super giant ship. It is also home to the new 7 warlords of the Sea Gecko Moria. Standing on the island in the Devil's Triangle, the front door was shaped like a giant mouth, but it was quickly torn apart by Han Yan's pair of giant claws. Then the whole body jumped directly into the air and landed firmly on the island. Rumble, a burst of loud noise echoed beside the island-sized ship. If anyone is here, it is estimated that they will be shocked to find that a terrifying giant dragon-shaped sea kings has actually landed. Ouch! Like a clumsy tyrannosaurus, after Han Yan's strong limbs hit the ground, a sense of unbalanced touch made him almost fall to the ground. He crashed into several boulders in a row before he stabilized himself. I'm going. I haven't been on the shore for a long time. I almost forgot how to walk. Fortunately, Han Yan quickly learned how to walk after the initial discomfort. However, the huge movement made by him distorted the face of a figure in a certain tall castle. Soon, Han Yan dragged his huge body about 200 meters long to move on this small island. The surroundings don't look that dilapidated, and there are no zombies along the way, and it seems that this ship has just entered the Devil's Triangle. Roar. When Han Yan vaguely saw the tall castle before and after, he immediately roared at the top of his voice. Spiky Gothic style, surrounded by mist, the copper nails on the slightly worn-out wooden door have long been rusted by the sea breeze, mixed with the surrounding green algae, making it impossible to distinguish. A terrifying roar sounded, and the wooden door burst open with a bang. With the coming of the terrifying dragon might, several figures finally appeared in Han Yan's sight not far away. Walking out of the dark room, was a strange man wearing sunglasses with pointed nose and sharp teeth, wrapped in strange black stockings and purple sable down. Behind him, a giant with a figure of about 7 meters also came out. The giant looked like a demon, with 2 horns on the forehead, pointed ears and teeth, and cross-shaped stitches from head to neck that resembled sutured wounds. He was wearing a shirt with a bat-like collar and Gothic art clothing. It was the owner of the boat, Gecko Moria. At this time, Moria's expression became dull after seeing Han Yan, and then became a little sinister. With an evil smile, he said, "He, sea kings. Hiss, hess, hess, curious sea kings, and it is exactly the same as the legendary dragon. Lord Moria, if you cut out its shadow, and give the body to me, it will definitely be a superpower." Hobak, the man with the sharp nose and fangs in sunglasses, who was known as a genius surgeon, spoke a little excitedly. He, I leave it to you. Moria's eyes gradually lit up, and she laughed. Ha 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 ha, you are so arrogant, so the rumored scum who lost to Kaido must be you, Shichibukai, Gecko Moria. Suddenly, the expressions of Moria and Hobak froze. Under their shocked expressions, the dragon-shaped sea kings in front of them actually spoke. You can actually talk. You are Han Yan. Immediately Moria understood who the monster in front of him was, and he smiled back without fear. He, it's you, the legendary sea dragon king who kidnapped celestial dragons. But, intercept my ship, then stay come down. Known as the weakest Shichibukai, how dare you keep me? Han Yan let out a disdainful roar. Compared to the other Shichibukai, as long as he dodges Gecko Moria's shadow scissors, anyone who is a little stronger can easily deal with him. However, Han Yan is not human. He is a sea kings, a race known as the natural enemy of Devil Fruit. Give me the shadow. There was a fierce light in Moria's eyes, and the shadow suddenly changed, and at this moment. No, let's have a beautiful meeting ceremony first. Han Yan smiled strangely, and then roared towards the sky. Boom boom boom. Universal pull. A huge suction radiated from his body, and the seawater in the surrounding sea area was almost violent. The entire foggy sky suddenly became darker, and the ship was shaking constantly, as if it was about to sink at any moment. What happened? Moria looked up in horror, a shadow covering his view. The ocean tornado roared, constantly attacking the island, and finally set off a huge wave with the rough seawater. The tsunami was also completely triggered by Han Yan at this time, as if the sky and the earth had collapsed. Countless seawater was directly sucked into the sky by Han Yan, and then fell in the form of heavy rain. In this way, with a simple opening move, Thriller Bark was easily occupied by Han Yan. Do you still want to negotiate terms with me? Moria, who was soaked in seawater, sat on the ground weakly at this time, looked at Han Yan with a playful face, and he raised his head unwillingly after being hit by failure again. What do you want? I won't do anything to you if you eat it. What good? I don't eat bad meat. Want to live? It's very simple, take out all the money on your boat. Just as Moria opened his mouth to think of other ways, a fierce giant claw tore off his right hand. Moria yelled in pain, and then said, Here, I'll give it to you. I'll give you all the money. Anyway, it's useless for him to want Barry, as long as his life is still alive, there is a chance for revenge at any time. Chapter 37 Scared to Cry Perona, please collect. Hey, why is it so noisy outside? Suddenly, When Moria surrendered under Han Yan's crotch, a sealed door suddenly opened, and an inexplicable voice interrupted him. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. What? Soon, a pale, bloodless blonde mushroom-haired woman walked out of the small door that was obscured by the darkness. When she looked up to meet the huge lantern-like eye and the house-sized dragon head, she immediately screamed. You, what kind of monster are you? Looking at the dull eyes in front of her eyes, she was a strange woman in a black one-piece tube-top skirt with a red mink fur around her neck, and the gemstone necklace around her neck was even more shining and seductive. Seeing the scene of her slumped on the ground after discovering her existence, Han Yan's eyes widened. Hey, Moria, you have beautiful women on board. Han Yan pretended to be malicious and said. Ah, Shinduoli, don't embarrass the adults, it's none of your business, go back and prepare dinner. The weird man with pointed nose and sharp teeth in sunglasses became nervous at this moment and said quickly. Yes, Master Hobak. The maid nodded and was about to step back. A sudden suction made her fly backward unnaturally. Ah, soon, a huge claw grabbed her. Han Yan imprisoned her in the palm of his hand, and then said, Did I tell you to leave? Let her go. Hobak gritted his teeth, endured the fear of facing the terrifying monster, and then spoke. Let her go. Yes, take out the money. Han Yan stared at Huobake with a half smile, and then narrowly said, It seems that this is someone you care about very much, but if I am not satisfied with the money, then she will die again. Maybe even the body is gone. Exclamation mark quote. Hobak said with cold sweat on his face, No, I don't have that much money. I have contributed everything to Master Moria, working for him, and studying the forbidden technique to bring the dead back to life in this place. Create a zombie. Han Yan nodded knowingly. It seemed that Hobak had just joined Moria not long ago. But the game is almost done, and I don't want to waste any more time. Han Yan stared at Moria and said coldly, Stop talking nonsense, get the money quickly. Otherwise, I will destroy this ship. Yes, it is. Moria endured the pain on her shoulders, and then yelled at the place hiding in a certain corner. Corona. How long are you going to hide? Hurry up and move all the treasure chests. Ah, yes, Lord Moria. A girl like a ghost who was not touched by the sea hurried into a dark house with a frightened expression. Soon, with the strenuous help of several ghosts, she lifted large boxes out of it. 1, 2. When the 13th box was brought out, Han Yan's expression finally changed. It's only 500 million berries in total. Huh. Han Yan stared at the girl less than 20 meters in front of him with cold eyes, and then bared his teeth and roared viciously, Hand it all over, or I'll eat you. Wow. Being so frightened by Han Yan, Corona wrinkled her nose aggrievedly, and then cried out loudly, It's gone, that's all I brought here, you eat me. Wow. Woo woo woo. Seeing this scene, Han Yan was sweating wildly, but a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Then he said sharply, Then cry in my stomach. Ah, I'm going to be eaten. Talking to herself, the girl rolled her eyes, then fell to the ground and passed out from fright. It's so unintimidating, but if you are smart, 500 million berry just buys the lives of the 4 of you in a boat. Han Yan put down the blonde woman in his hand, then grabbed the box and walked back, saying as he walked, Remember to search for more money in the future, maybe the next time we meet, there will be no money for hard work. As for worrying about Moria's revenge, ridiculous, if you have the ability to find yourself in the sea. Even if it comes, it will be sent to death. It is better to raise it first, and then kill it when it is fattened up later. Under the watchful eyes of Moria and Hobak, soon there was a wave of waves in the sea, and this big guy who looked like a god finally left. Shame. An absolute shame. Moria's eyes flashed fiercely, then she picked up a phone bug and called Naval Headquarters. After reporting Han Yan's whereabouts to Marine who was looking for him, then with inexplicable anger, he and the other 3 gradually disappeared into the dark corridor. Then the dilapidated gate was slowly closed again, blocking the last sliver of hazy moonlight shining inside. After diving into the sea with a happy mood, Han Yan swam wildly all the way without stopping. I don't know how long it took until a huge red mountain appeared in his eyes, and Han Yan gradually stopped. That is the red line that divides the world. After parading for so long, I finally saw this familiar land again, and it seemed that I had come to the middle area of the Grand Line. The calm belt surrounds both sides of the red line, and these 2 roads are usually used to enter and exit New World. Although Han Yan has never been to New World, it is not the first time he has entered the red line. After all, the direction of Sabayati Archipelago and the Fishmen Island is over there. At this time, some sea area ahead, an octopus murloc with a very pleasant appearance and a very simple and honest appearance is wandering in the sea area, with many strands of silver gray hair on his head, which looks like a 5-pointed starfish on his head, representing the Sun Pirates. The sun symbol is located in the very center of the forehead. Murloc Hachi is actually very sad, because not long ago, Fisher Tiger, the boss of the Murloc Pirates, died. After the murder of Princess Otahime, the Murloc hero also escorted the little girl home because of all the hardships in the end, but was assassinated, until now the Sun Pirates led by Jinbei returned. Chapter 38 Shaki's Rip-Off Bar, please collect. Recently, strange things have happened one after another, let alone that sudden sea dragon. Why did Marine invite Boss Jinbei to do Shichibukai? Alas, I'd better go back to the Fishman Island and forget it. Xiaoba shook his head, and after coming out of the sea to breathe, he was ready to dive back. At this time, there was a sound of rolling waves in the distance. In the sea, Xiaoba's eyes gradually widened. Sea Kings. A huge shark opened its mouth and quickly rushed towards him. And looking at the posture, I'm afraid it has been lurking for a long time, and the size is not small, especially the sea kings that emerged shortly after the dragon left recently. But although Xiaoba was a little flustered, he was not afraid. At least be cautious, escape should still be possible. Exclamation mark quote. But at this moment, a bloody mouth suddenly appeared without a sound, and swallowed the sea kings that Xiaoba was treating cautiously in one gulp. Soon, a terrifying coercion descended on his head. Murloc. It was a huge sea dragon with a size of 200 meters, and its terrifying appearance was covered with hard scales shining brightly in the sun. At this time, one of its giant blue-black claws was holding the corpse of an unknown sea king, and the other claw was picking out its sharp teeth. At the same time, the ferocious Longyan also noticed Xiaoba's panic-stricken face. Xiaoba was so frightened that he couldn't speak, and the long way on his body made him breathless like a giant mountain, so his eyes widened. Looking at this figure that is somewhat similar to the dragon on the Fishman Island at that time, apart from the appearance, the color and size of this monster have become a lot stronger now. The Fishman Island is my shelter, you can leave. Han Yan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Xiaoba for a few times, and immediately felt that the Murloc looked familiar, but he ignored it and said, however, please tell me if there are any changes recently. You are the Emperor of the Sea. Xiaoba stammered as he spoke, then heaved a sigh of relief with a bitter face, maybe he wouldn't die now. It's me, the Sabayati archipelago is nearby, tell me first if there is any change. Yes, since Lord Neptune left, a group of humans have come to the Fishman Island, said to be Whitebeard's people. They claim that the Fishman Island is theirs, if you have any dissatisfaction, sir just talk to Whitebeard. Whitebeard, how dare you? Han Yan squinted his eyes, and Long Wei immediately spread wildly. Suddenly, Xiaoba felt the gap between himself and the giant beast in front of him suddenly appear, like the sky and sand grains, the obvious gap made him almost faint. Soon, Han Yan noticed Xiaoba's movement, and quickly restrained Long Wei. Then he asked, I know about this, Whitebeard, I will go to him. But, what is Sabayati Archipelago's reaction? Shang, Sabayati Archipelago. According to Shaki, it is said that a marine admiral named Akainu recently came to guard those pirates. Anything else? Also, the pirate Four Emperors, Red Hair Pirates Red Force, is here. Coding at Uncle Rayleigh's, going to the New World through the Fishman Island. As Xiaoba finished speaking intermittently, Han Yan's eyes showed a touch of human anger. Okay, I understand, you go to the Fishman Island. Go tell that king, just say Whitebeard I stopped, let him tear down Whitebeard's flag. After finishing speaking, Han Yan stirred up the waves of the sea like lightning, and then disappeared from Xiaoba's sight. Of course, before finding trouble with Whitebeard, Han Yan is still going to collect protection money from another pirate group. Red Hair Pirates, very good, it's not impossible to pass by the Fishman Island, either take money or die. Han Yan sneered and swam towards the Sabayati Islands. Seeing this huge monster leave quietly, it took Xiaoba a long time to recover, and he was sweating profusely and became anxious. Shaki and Rayleigh are both Xiaoba's friends. Rayleigh was accidentally rescued by him when he was killed in the Fishman Island, and Rayleigh also helped himself. Shaki is a good guy, of course, Xiaoba doesn't know what the relationship between Red Hair and Rayleigh is. But Xiaoba knows that the target of Neptune is Uncle Rayleigh's coating. This made him decide what to do, and with the idea that he would be able to catch up, Xiaoba began to swim frantically in the direction of Rayleigh. Of course, what he didn't know was that Han Yan was in no hurry to attack Rayleigh's coating. It's no nonsense, one person is more than enough to beat the Four Emperors' redheads, but if you have multiple unfathomable Rayleighs, it will be troublesome. What's more, there is a Marine Admiral Akainu on the island, and it must be bad for him to lure him here. Since it's a fee, it's better to just wait for them to arrive at the bottom of the sea, and find something to eat by yourself. But Xiaoba didn't know what Han Yan was thinking, and now he had started to land in the Sabayati Archipelago, and was going to tell Rayleigh about Han Yan's return. Sabayati Archipelago. Looking at this dreamlike island, even if it was not the first time for Xiaoba to see this scene, he was a little lost. Looking at the countless bubbles around the ground, flashing the colors of the rainbow under the sunlight, and at the same time when they fluttered up to the top of the tree and then burst into bloom, he reacted to his own what is the purpose. However, humans have always had a bad attitude towards Murlocs. Xiaoba used his special appearance to hide the other arms, played the role of pretending to be real and sneaking into the crowd. Finally, from memory he came to, Shaki's ripped off BAR. Shaki, it's me, Hachi. Seeing that there was no movement inside, Xiaoba hastily knocked on the door with cold sweat on his face and said loudly. Dong dong. Soon a very young-looking woman opened the door. Then he stared at Xiaoba in surprise and said, Who am I? Chapter 39 Intercepting Red Hair Pirates Favorites. No, isn't Uncle Rayleigh here? I have something important to say. Who knows where that guy is, maybe he is coating other people. What's the matter, Xiaoba, what do you want to do with that old guy who likes to gamble? Soon, after pouring a glass of wine, she blew smoke rings out of her mouth, and then looked at Xiaoba with a playful face and started talking. Ah, that Neptune is here. I guess it will be bad for Uncle Rayleigh. Oh, sea kings. Shaki pursed his lips, then remembered the funny sea kings that Rayleigh had been talking about lately. Then he opened his mouth and continued. To be honest, I don't know where he went. That guy who likes to gamble and like young girls may have sold himself somewhere because of a huge debt. Shaki said this with a face of indifference, as if talking about an insignificant stranger. That's not good. Xiaoba blinked in astonishment, and just as he was about to defend Rayleigh, a voice came from behind. Hey, it's Xiaoba. What a coincidence. I just came back from coding. One has long curly hair and a beard on his chin. A middle-aged man with glasses and a straight scar over his right eye walked over. Uncle Rayleigh, are you all right? What can I do? But I heard it all just now. Don't worry, the Emperor of the Sea will not pick on me, an old, meatless, and poor man. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh laughed out loud, and then said, since you are here, let's stay for a meal. No, I still have things to do. The Emperor of the Sea said he wanted me to pull down Whitebeard's flag, and he also said that he was going to stop the red-haired pirate ship, and I heard that he was going to collect money. Oh, Rayleigh frowned upon hearing this, but a little weird said, that money-greedy sea kings may be going to suffer a bit. In Rayleigh's memory, it is estimated that Han Yan is still in the first stage. If he saw Han Yan in the second stage, he wouldn't say that. Of course, 4 emperors are 4 emperors anyway. Which one is strong and which one is weak can only be known after fighting. But Whitebeard was involved again, but although Whitebeard's body is gradually failing, it is not so easy to lose to a new sea kings. See, oh haha, the Fishmen Island, I haven't seen you for a long time. Uncle Rayleigh said sea kings, maybe we can meet them. At this time, the ship of red-hair pirates gradually dived amidst the joyful sound of the captain. Ahaha, Captain UBD, that's sea kings. You don't want to make friends again, do you? Be friends with sea kings. Why did you forget your arm? Ah sorry, my big mouth bar. It doesn't matter, the funny sea kings that Uncle Rayleigh said must be interesting, I believe Uncle Rayleigh. The red-haired man touched the top of his head calmly, only to realize that his straw hat had been left in East Blue, and laughed awkwardly. After a period of time, Captain, it's smooth sailing, it's halfway down the dive, and there is no sea kings you mentioned. A fat man wearing small tinted sunglasses walked over, biting a piece of meat in his mouth, and said to the redhead with a smile. Don't worry, it's coming soon. The redhead stood at the bow of the boat, holding on to the railing with one hand, staring at the pitch black outside the sea. After a few minutes, nothing happened. The fat man looked at the red hair speechlessly and said, Captain, you must have fallen asleep, right? Or that sea kings knew it was the 4 emperors' ship and was too frightened to come. Ahaha, I don't believe that a beast that dared to kidnap celestial dragons would be afraid of a human ship. The red-haired slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and he raised a hand to signal the fat man to stop talking. Then he said loudly, here we come. Everyone is on alert. Yes, Captain. The laughter stopped abruptly, and the fat man and the members of the ship swept away the joy before, and stared at the front of the ship with stern eyes. A dark shadow of the deep sea gradually approached, although there was no clear hostility, but the oppressive bone marrow Longway had already shrouded their ship. I'm not surprised at all. It seems that you already knew that I came back to find you. I really didn't expect that after Luo Jia's death, a small crew member would also grow to the realm of the Pirate 4 Emperors. An aura as powerful as Conqueror's Haki hit the red hair. Shanks frowned tightly, and also blocked it with his own Haki. 2 massive Haki waves rolled the surrounding waves, almost breaking the membrane of the ship. At this time, the huge black shadow in front of him gradually restrained Haki. Through the dim light of the candles in front of the boat, a huge head leaned over, and the giant black eyes stared at the red hair for a few seconds, and then said, Haki is not yet accomplished, but as the new 40 emperors are about the same. You are the rumored Sea Emperor Han Yan. Shanks' frown did not loosen. He had clearly lost the Haki duel just now. Conqueror's Haki is innate and cannot be learned. It can only be stimulated when the person reaches a certain level. It is the user's own spirit, and the attack power of Conqueror's Haki becomes stronger only when the person becomes stronger. As a human being, compared with the Neptune, Haki can remain stable under this momentum. While the red-haired Conqueror's Haki didn't hit the jackpot, it wasn't a complete loss in one sense. After all, humans are different from sea kings. You know the purpose of my coming, money and life, choose for yourself. Shanks didn't answer Han Yan's question. He stretched out his remaining hand to signal to the crew behind to bring a jug of wine, and then drank it in front of this behemoth. What a pleasure. Hey, big guy, do you know how to drink? The redhead took out a jug of wine again, and then stood on the bow of the boat under Han Yan's gaze, looking directly at herself. Drinking. I haven't tasted it recently. But do you think I'm going to get drunk? This isn't even a drop of liquid to me. Chapter 40 Buy your life with alcohol. I agree, seek collection. Han Yan was a little puzzled as he watched this little man, whose nose was not as big as his own, just sitting on the bow of the boat. Compared to the other crew members who looked vigilant and nervous, the redhead chatted with him calmly. Is this person sick, or procrastination? No need, here is the sea, is it useful to delay? Or knowing that he is not an opponent and ready to surrender? It shouldn't be, how do you know if you haven't played? Could it be that, I have no money and resign to my fate? Just when Han Yan was guessing with a lot of mental activity, the red hair said, Ha ha ha, big guy, do you want to come to a few jars? It seems that you still don't understand what I mean. As Han Yan's eyes widened, a sense of oppression surged into the hearts of the red hair and the others. I saw the deep sea monster growl, and then said, Pirate. It seems that your ship does not look like a rich person. 100 million berry, this is your most basic toll. Don't get excited, I never said I wouldn't give it, but 100 million berry is really not a small amount. Why don't we be friends? I'll help you support the scene when I have time, how about you let me pass by for free in the future? The red-haired man smiled broadly, and had no intention of drawing his sword. The crew members who watched them felt a little speechless. Of course, it is not afraid of this Sea Kings for redheads. It's just that Rayleigh's words keep echoing in his mind. This Sea Kings is different, but it would be better if they could be friends. I have a hunch that the sea will roll because of it. Ha ha, single quote. Perhaps to confirm whether Rayleigh's words were correct, the redhead put on a friendly posture. After all, after losing an arm from East Blue, it is not easy for the redhead to be able to maintain a firm look and a calm mind. If you really want to get rid of the opponent, it is impossible not to fight. Besides, this was the sea, and he couldn't guarantee that his crew or himself would get out of here alive. And 100 million berry. If you give it, the face of your 4 emperors will be gone. Even if he went out, he would be ashamed to hang out in New World. The Fishman Island, I have the final say. Of course, Han Yan showed a slight smile. He stared at the red-haired resolute face, then roared, and continued, but it's interesting to see you, being friends with Sea Kings. Thank you for thinking, but you don't look like a rich man. Hand over half of your wine, and I'll let you go. Hearing this, the red hair felt relieved. Even the tense and sweaty Yasop, Ben Beckman and others gradually let down their vigilance. Haha, thank you, Your Excellency, Sea Emperor. The redhead smiled slightly, and motioned to the crew behind to bring up the wine, and said at the same time, the wine is not too much, I don't know if it is enough to drink. Why don't we go to the Fishman Island for a drink and make friends by the way? Staring into the red-haired eyes, Han Yan remained silent. He who has watched One Piece knows that the red-haired Shanks is bold and generous, informal, and often very laid back in both clothing and attitude. He has a good temper, always smiles, treats his subordinates as equals, and does not get angry when others are rude. He attaches great importance to friendship and will never let go of those who hurt his friends. Dealing with this kind of person, or killing him completely, and eating the entire ship, otherwise revenge in the future will definitely happen. And my 3 subordinates are in the calm belt, unless they are summoned, then only one group can be guaranteed to destroy the other party without leaving behind. After all, there are not many demon fruit power on board, even if they fall into the sea, they will not lose their resistance. But fighting the 4 emperors for 100 million berry, and a 4 emperors showing weakness, is not necessary. As the redhead said, use the wine as his toll, not to mention, he can use the redhead to find Whitebeard's trouble. Okay, but considering my size, the wine on your ship is not enough. Let me give you a ride, so it will be faster. Following Han Yan's opening, a terrifying suction gushed out from the bow of the ship, and soon the ship sank like a leaf blown by a hurricane. I didn't expect Sea Kings to have such a high level of intelligence. I was wrong. Ben Beckman exhaled the smoke ring and shrugged helplessly. Shish, I was terrified. I don't think my bullets are going to do anything to get into a fight with this big, scary guy. Yasop said with lingering fear. It was the first time he saw such a scary guy. This is much more terrifying than other Sea Kings. The thick scale armor and the sharp claws that flash through the ship's light from time to time are really scary. A captain is a captain, even Sea Kings can be friends. After all, the ability user of Fruit of Face 2333 is different. Although it seemed that there was no violent conflict on the surface, in fact, the red hair voluntarily surrendered. Substances were exchanged for trust. And Han Yan also guessed, in the eyes of the red hair, all creatures that can drink are not bad creatures. Anyway, this time it's over. After all, red hair is red hair. Can a king who has ruled the sea for more than 10 years easily admit defeat? Impossible. But that's for humans, and Han Yan is the Sea Kings. If Han Yan is a redhead who meets a magical Sea Kings, his first thought is not entirely hostile, but it is likely to be an attempt to communicate with words. Unlike wild beasts that attack indiscriminately, this is the communication of intelligent life. But soon, the guards of the Fishman Island saw the arrival of this giant. Open the door. A roar like thunder made the Murloc guards raise their spears in fright. When one of the Murlocs saw clearly that it was Han Yan, the Emperor of the Sea, he immediately swam over in fear. Excuse me, is it Lord Sea Emperor? The Murloc, who was afraid of being eaten, said cautiously. It's me, I've grown up a bit, don't you recognize me? Han Yan Kaido casually, without much malice. But it can't stop the Murlocs, fear of him. After all, if a 200-meter-sized Sea Kings talks to you, are you afraid? Chapter 41 Gathering again the Fishman Island for collection. In fact, Han Yan wanted to eat the red hair. Eat him and absorb the Conqueror's Haki. Maybe it will make his own Longway evolve to a certain level, but now the red-haired Conqueror's Haki has not yet reached its full potential, and even his own Longway's strength is not as good. If he eats him, he might be relegated, so what's the point? As for Whitebeard, Han Yan still wants to give it a try. If you can beat it, that's the best. If you can't beat it, just wait. Anyway, Whitebeard will die sooner or later. How many, delicious, are there in the One Piece plane? This Han Yan also can't tell. In short, there are many, many. But let him find it himself. What appeared in the original book, what did not appear in the original book? There are so many magical things, legendary treasures and mysterious seas, etc. There are so many things. Dragon Palace City, located on the top floor of the Fishman Island where the sun can be seen, it is a large luxurious palace built of large coral reefs, shells, and other building materials, with a giant dragon entrenched. The royal base of the Fishman Island. There is also a giant flounder with a large bubble on its back in Dragon Palace City, which is responsible for carrying foreign visitors. But at this time, a real giant dragon came. Of course, there are also red hair pirates, who are working as coolies to carry the wine jars on the ship. Head to Dragon Palace under the watchful eye of King Neptune. Compared to the Fishman Island, Han Yan's 200-meter body is really not that big. Instead, it looked like a worm on the table. At this moment, the Murlocs were watching in horror as they walked towards the banquet hall step by step. Although it is the second time to come to the Fishman Island, the fishmen know this big guy. Unexpectedly, it has become bigger now. Since their king didn't say anything, they naturally dare not speak. Later, with the passage of time, the Murlocs found that their new Neptune actually looked vicious on the outside, but he was kind-hearted on the inside. The temper is also relatively good. Generally, as long as you don't make him unhappy, nothing will happen. For example, some pretty little mermaid girls even ran on the back of the Sea Emperor dragon if they were naughty, and there was no dissatisfaction from the Sea Emperor. Of course, if it is an ugly Murloc. In short, the residents on the Fishman Island discovered that this kind of sea kings is distinguished by their appearance. The second is the difference in gender. Ahem. This is of course a later story. And now, Han Yan is still looking at the surrounding environment curiously. I said, how much did you charge recently? Don't tell me I didn't dare to charge. In front of the red-haired man, Han Yan lowered his head slightly and stared into Neptune's eyes and asked. Sea Emperor, calm down. Recently, the Whitebeard pirates said that this place is covered by him, and some time ago they sent people to guard here. Ah, those few humans. Huh. 4 emperors red hair, Marco and several people with the flag of the Whitebeard pirates came over, and when they saw Shanks under the huge dragon-shaped sea kings, they frowned. At the same time, the red hair was slightly surprised, but he didn't speak, waiting for Han Yan to speak. Are you from Whitebeard? Han Yan Longway quietly released, and then locked the terrifying killing intent on Marco, and then whispered, Whitebeard's people appeared on my territory, give me an explanation. Otherwise, I don't mind eating you. Go sink Whitebeard's ship. You. Marco's eyelids trembled. He stared at the terrifying giant beast, and then continued with an ugly expression. Father means to help you see the situation temporarily, lest marine and government people take the opportunity to come to the Fishman Island to make trouble. It stands to reason say you should thank us. Is that so? Han Yan put his eyes on Neptune, and turned his head after the latter nodded slightly. Get out of here with the Whitebeard flag, and I'll come back and thank you, myself in a while. After finishing speaking, under Marco's slightly frightened gaze, Han Yan and the red hair walked into the banquet hall side by side. Why not eat Marco? Because if you eat his words, Whitebeard's character will definitely make a big fuss on the Fishman Island. Before you can truly become a top predator with your own strength, don't act so recklessly. As a wise sea kings, you can't control yourself because of your appetite. That's the right thing to do. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Marco, who was quite calm, didn't bother anymore, and quickly removed the flag as Han Yan said, and returned to leave the Fishman Island for the direction of New World. In the banquet hall, the red-haired group enjoyed the hospitality of Dragon Palace City, and saw the red-haired pick up a jar of wine, then raised the jar and said to Han Yan, Haha, there are so many wonders about the size of the sea, just like what Uncle Rayleigh said, you are sea kings with dreams. Have a dream. Oh, is that Rayleigh you're talking about, the gray-haired old man? Han Yan tried his best to recall the interesting man he met on the coast of Sabayati Archipelago at that time, and couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth, realizing it. I saw a white cloth spread out in front of me, which was filled with wine and meat. The wine is in a big basin, which is just right for my own volume. The meat is a large piece of Sea King's meat, although his body size is 200 meters, but at that time the length, not the width. As a slightly elongated dragon, Han Yan's size shrunk significantly after he restrained his dragon fins in first form. It just so happens that the banquet hall is large enough to barely get in. However, Sea Kings himself is the largest guest among the 20 people in history. After all, Neptune is not small, although he looks like a child in front of Han Yan. Haha, kidnap celestial dragons. I have to say that you are very brave, and I can see that you have that strength. To be honest, I really want to compete with you, but it is not the time recently. Bowl of wine, and then drank it all. I came out of the calm belt. I have experienced many battles in the sea and seen various pirates. But they are all afraid of me without exception, and only you and that old man are willing to be friends with me. Hee, I don't know how to say it. Could it be that everyone on Luojia's boat has a special personality? So, little redhead and those little guys don't have to be restrained. Treat this place as a normal banquet, treat it as a slightly larger human being. Chapter 42. Something is up. Seek collection. Han Yan grabbed a huge shell basin with his thick claws, then opened his mouth to suck the wine in, and soon fell down with his words, and the crew on the red-haired pirate ship exploded immediately. Sure enough, the dull atmosphere was not suitable for this pirate ship. Following the opening of the Sea Emperor, these people also became lively. One Piece is really a magical world. Some people can be friends with whales, and some people can be friends with skeletons, and now, only redheads are friends with sea kings. Sure enough, it's the Emperor of the Sea, and your abilities are extraordinary. But you are so powerful, why do you start collecting protection fees? Why don't you chase your dreams? What is your dream? The red-haired eyes were fierce, and the aura of a king appeared. And Han Yan also nodded slightly and continued, be the strongest in the world. Whether it is the sea or the sky, there is only the name of Han Yan. Quote exclamation mark. This is harder than One Piece, it's really enough Haki. However, the dream of a sea kings is actually the sky. Ha ha ha, I wish you success. As the voice fell, many people looked at Han Yan strangely. A sea dragon said that he wanted to go to heaven, how could this be possible? However, these people didn't dare to say anything, and they continued to eat and drink lively. Neptune, why can't you see the little sea emperor? Han Yan ate cooked meat, longing for the familiar taste he hadn't heard for a long time. Then he stared at the mermaid king and asked, Shirahoshi. Neptune's complexion was a little ugly, but when he remembered that the person in front of him was the patron saint of Otherfish Island, he quickly said, Master Neptune, please help my little girl. Seeing Neptune lowering his head suddenly, even the red hair and the others stopped what they were doing. What's the matter? Do you need our help? Listen to him. Seeing the movement of this group of people, Neptune quickly explained, it's Vanderdick Ix, that damn BD loves Princess Shirahoshi and even tries to marry Shirahoshi. No, I know what's going on. Not long after you left the Sea Emperor, all kinds of knives, swords and other things began to attack from the distant sea area. That's it, leave it to me. Han Yan nodded knowingly, and he said to the red hair and the others, this guy is trying to stir up conflicts between Murlocs and humans, but I belong to Sea Kings, so I can intervene at will. After all, in name I am still the owner of the Fishman Island. Neptune, tell me what happened. Soon, following what the Mermaid King said, Han Yan nodded expressionlessly, because he knew who the murderer was from the beginning. There were 2 Murlocs in total. One is Hody Jones, who hates humans, and the other is Vanderdyke Ix, who loves Shirahoshi. Don't you really need help? The redhead frowned slightly. Go back to your new world. It's much more convenient for me in the sea than you. I'll go find you when I'm free. Okay, big guy Han Yan, I'll entertain you on the island when I'm free. The redhead nodded knowingly, picked up a jar of wine and a piece of barbecue, stood up, and said at the same time, you should also pay attention, there is something wrong with Marine's movements recently. It seems that a kind of person is looking for your trace. It is estimated that the plan for you has almost begun to be implemented. Don't worry, my itinerary doesn't have a fixed point. If the Marine can find me, it can only mean that they will know the foresight. Even if they find me, it's just a food delivery. There is nothing more to say here. Since the Neptune is going to make trouble, his group shouldn't make trouble here. Shanks and his crew walked forward with a smile. Until they left the Fishman Island, everyone had weird faces, not knowing what they were thinking. The facial expressions are also unbelievable. Captain, this Neptune is really special. Yeah, I didn't expect such a special example of Sea Kings to exist. I'm getting more and more excited. Haha, stop talking nonsense, let's all get up and work. It's time for us to go to New World. However, Whitebeard seems to be in conflict with the Sea Emperor. So, that's what we're going for. If they start a conflict, we'll stop it. What if it fails? No, Han Yan is definitely not an opponent of the Whitebeard pirates. All we can do is to help this friend. Quote. Farewell to the Mermaid King Neptune. Han Yan also knew that the 2 Murlocs were hiding there based on his memory and intelligence. On the other side of the abyss, an area Han Yan has barely been to. There is a sunken ship somewhere, and the bald sea monster seems to come from there in memory, but I don't have time to look at it. Swimming above the coral reef, something shining like a lamp appeared before Han Yan's eyes. Immediately, his eyes lit up, thinking it was some treasure, he swam over there. Maid, why did this ugly thing come out again? What Han Yan thought was some kind of treasure turned out to be a giant monkfish with a mouth full of sharp teeth and a glowing lantern hanging in front of its head. Almost impatient, a roar and Longway's release directly shocked the fish to death. I am too lazy to eat it. After all, it is too ugly, and I feel bad after eating it. There is a volcano near here, and it is still an active volcano, but it has not erupted for a long time. And just as Han Yan was wandering, suddenly, the invisible predator sensed a huge thing approaching gradually in the outer circle. It was a ghost ship whose sails were worn out and the hull was beginning to crack. At this moment, it suddenly broke into Han Yan's perception. In the deep and dark ocean, the slowly swimming fish suddenly scattered and fled in panic. Just as the other Murlocs and pirates looked at the suddenly flustered fish in front of them and wondered, a violent shock sounded, and soon quickly, a pair of giant claws appeared out of thin air, almost tearing apart the ship. And in the deep sea, a pair of terrifying eyes that could make people faint was staring at this ghost ship in the deep sea. Chapter 43 Go Prove Your Worth. Please collect. This sign looks so familiar, it seems to be the sign of a group of guys called New Murloc Pirates in Murloc Street. Han Yan's claws suddenly used force, and after tearing off the railing of the ghost ship, his entire huge body jumped directly on top of the giant ship. This is a ship named Noah, not the Flying Dutchman. Because after Han Yan fell on it, he found that his size was not 1/20th that of the ship, which is enough to explain the identity of the ship. After all, Noah is half the size of the Fishman Island, and the largest Sea Kings in Com Belt is only 5 kilometers in size. About the size of this boat. What happened? It's Sea Kings. Soon, a group of Murlocs ran out from the inside of the ghost ship. After seeing this condescending monster spitting out a breath of heat in the sea, immediately yelled and stepped back. Hee, the new Murloc pirates. After the little guy tiger died, there are still Murlocs who don't give up on this boring goal. Let me see, Captain Van der Daken and the new Murlocs thieves. This is the rhythm of the Alliance. But, isn't it too early to eat you? Just as these collapsing Murlocs held and retreated, Longway immediately enveloped half of No's boat. As time passed, 2 Murlocs with ugly faces came out from inside. See Emperor. After Han Yan stepped into No's Setsuna, those sitting in the boat had already noticed his coming. But after Han Yan's opening, he suddenly realized that this was the big guy who terrified him once, and he didn't expect it to become even bigger. Neptune. This name is known to almost all well-informed people. The name given to him by Sea Kings Han Yan after he kidnapped the celestial dragons after the Fishmen Island incident, and provoked the world government on the Sabayati archipelago. Half of it is self-proclaimed, and the other half is the approval of others. After all, provoking the world government and occupying the identity of the Fishmen Island and Com Belt Sea Kings is enough for him to be qualified for this title. Certainly, among pirates, Han Yan also has a title. That is the terrifying monster that no one wants to see, the Deep Sea Demon. It was the big guy who appeared on the Fishmen Island. Just when Hody Jones was thinking about countermeasures with a sullen face, the companion he invited, the captain of the Flying Dutchman, Van der Daken, carefully got out of the cabin. Hey, little guy, the person who shot and killed Princess Otahime, was you. With a loud roar, the deterrent atmosphere suddenly calmed down the bustling Murlocs and pirates. After everyone focused their attention on the Sea Kings who made them panic, a word that shocked them all came out from that sharp-toothed mouth. Nonsense. It's obviously the hands of the pirates. It's those damned humans. At this time, Hody Jones, who was standing on the deck confronting Han Yan, gritted his teeth and spoke, and for a moment his companion silently chose to believe his words. Yes, it's the fault of human beings. Lord Neptune, if you favor humans, eat us. We will never agree with humans. Quote. Quote. As the atmosphere became more and more uncomfortable, a wretched voice sounded at this time. Master Neptune, we are all good residents of the Fishmen Island. I don't know what you are going to do this time. Oh, by the way, our meat is not delicious. If you need for refreshments, we can catch some pirates for you to appetize. It was a coincidence that Van der Daken stepped in at this time. After all, Hody Jones couldn't die so early. Otherwise, their plan cannot be realized. If the plan fails, the Fishmen Island cannot be controlled, and they will not get Princess Shirahoshi. Yes, Lord Neptune. In any case, the current Fishmen Island must be reformed. Otherwise, those humans will act more recklessly. Besides, that old fellow Neptune is not yet able to afford it. 1 billion gold coins per year, right? If you leave the matter to me, you can definitely rest assured, even if it is 2 billion. Although Han Yan is the nominal owner of the Fishmen Island, Hody Jones knows in his heart that all the greedy Sea Kings want is money. Otherwise, he would not kidnap celestial dragons arrogantly, and he knew the wealth of the Fishmen Island very well. To say the least, there are tens of billions. After I get the Fishmen Island, there are many opportunities to develop more. Why not choose to be the enemy of Han Yan? Good question. Hody Jones believes in his heart that anyone who has experienced the Sea Kings peeping at the Fishmen Island incident probably has completely given up this idea long ago. In the sea, fight against the boss of the sea. Isn't this courting death? I'm a little moved by what I said. What's your name? Han Yan stared at this great white shark with some interest. Hody Jones, the captain of the new Murloc pirates. He has black hair, wears a flat hat with a trident pattern on his head, a wolf fur scarf around his neck, a large tattoo on his left arm, and a scar on his upper left abdomen. The Murloc was probably in his 20s, with a look of hatred for humans and a little bit of determination on his face. Of course, the character of this Murloc, Han Yan, is also clear. In the original book, it is completely opposite to the evil dragon who loves his compatriots, even more extreme and ruthless than the evil dragon, and will do anything to achieve his goal. For Murlocs who are close to humans, such as donating blood to injured humans, they will not hesitate to get rid of them, and even use their subordinates as shields when they are attacked. Master Neptune, my name is Hody Jones. If you need me, I can. Just when he was about to continue talking, Han Yan sneered and growled, Hody Jones, what's your relationship with Van der Daken? Cooperative relationship, but no agreement has been reached yet. Well, I originally wanted to eat all of you, but now I'll give you a chance. Go kill Van der Daken, and I'll let you new Murloc pirates go. In addition, I will not get involved in disputes between you and the Fishmen Island. Chapter 44. Van der Daken is in a hurry for collection. To Hody Jones' surprise, the Sea King's Han Yan didn't take much offense at his actions, and didn't even bother to ask himself about attacking the Fishmen Island. Instead, he pointed the finger at Van der Daken. Go and kill him to prove the value of your survival. Let me see how useful you are. As the cold and flat tone fell, Van der Daken's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he shouted in a sharp voice, Master Neptune. Why did you kill me? I am Demon Fruit Power. It stands to reason that it is much more useful than Hody's guy. HMPH. Van der Daken, Lord Neptune has appointed you to die. I advise you to give up resistance honestly. Here, your target fruit is useless at all. When Hody Jones, who was still in astonishment, suddenly came back to his senses, he found that Van der Dyken had already begun to betray him, and immediately pointed at him angrily. For a moment, the members of the new Murloc pirates exchanged glances and then showed their weapons. No, isn't our purpose to kill King Neptune? Then get the Fishman Island. Why do you listen to a sea kings? Due to the ability to acquire fruit, Van der Dyken lost the characteristic of the Murlocs being good at swimming. Therefore, when moving in the water, he had to wear a water coating on his body as a protective measure. At the same time, this also caused Van der Dyken to lose one of the biggest advantages of the Murlocs, which was the concept of strong and invincible in sea combat. It seems that you still don't understand the current situation. Jahahaha. Hody Jones took off the dorsal fin knife, cut shark, that could be installed on the back, and laughed wantonly with a sullen face. Then, after taking a peek at the behemoth staring at him and others with interest, he immediately changed to a cold-blooded look and became hostile to Van der Dyken. Master Neptune wants you to die. You must die. If you don't die, I must die. Hody Jones said coldly in his heart. Following his command, the new Murloc pirates began to attack Van der Dyken's subordinates. A-hole, how could Van der Dyken's subordinates be comparable to the elite cadres of the new Murloc pirates? If it weren't for his ability to target the target fruit, he would have died long ago. But now, one is that Hody Jones has a huge advantage here. Looking at the group of Murlocs fighting in the nest because of his own words, Han Yan felt amused in his heart. However, his self-confidence also began to swell. It wasn't until he went to New World aggressively to settle accounts with Whitebeard and was slapped in the face in return that he realized his own shortcomings. 2333. HMPH. Who OD, don't be too complacent. Under the power of my target curse, let's see how long you can go crazy. Van der Dyken waved his hand, and smiled sinisterly, and then countless knives, guns and sharp weapons were lifted from the boat, and then he threw them in the direction of Hody Jones. As early as when the contract was signed, the two shook hands. At that time, they left their mark on Hody Jones in order to keep a backhand. I didn't expect to see it for only a few minutes, and it was used so quickly. Really, as a Murloc, you lose the ability to swim in shame, then I'll see what you can do to challenge me. HMPH, wait. As he said that, Van der Dyken threw another sharp sword and shot at Hody Jones, but was quickly blocked by the opponent with powerful force. Following the news of the brutal fight here, Han Yan watched the live broadcast of the two Murlocs curiously. Meanwhile, the direction of the Fishman Island. Master Neptune is going to trouble Van der Dyken. Is it really okay? I mean that Van der Dyken hides very deep, and he has the ability to curse. Dragon Palace City dispatched the king's guards to the entrance of the Fishman Island, and the Dragon Palace guards guarding the entrance said with some concern. Don't worry, if he can't do this, then he is not qualified to be the Emperor of the Sea. Shark Star Prince frowned and spoke. For some reason, there was a hint of ominousness in his heart. However, the response to him was a moment of silence, and Huangxing and Crashing Star beside him also felt that the atmosphere was not right, so they said, okay, let's go back first. Wait for the good news from Neptune, that way Sister Shirahoshi won't have to hide in the house anymore. At first, Van der Dyken would send love letters to Dragon Palace Kingdom at most in a week, and then changed from letters to postal parcels, and finally even turned into a threatening marriage proposal, which made Shirahoshi quite scared. Shirahoshi's father, Neptune, was furious, and ordered his 3 sons, Poseidon, to lead an army to hunt down Van der Dyken, but nothing was found. Until now, the Neptune came back, and personally went to a certain place in the abyss to look for the ghost ship that was elusive. However, the Flying Dutchman was not found, but Han Yan found a larger Noah ship by mistake. Coincidentally, Van der Dyken was doing a signing ceremony with the new Murloc pirates on it. As the two sides gradually became angry, Van der Dyken had already begun to step into a disadvantage. Under the fierce attack of the great white shark man Hody Jones, he gradually began to lose. Soon, the trend became bigger and bigger. With several scars on his body, even Van der Dyken, who was about to be seriously injured, couldn't hold on and fell into Noah's cabin. He, do you want me to die? Okay, let's go together. I will let the Fishman Island be buried with me. He. The bearded Murloc, wearing a top hat, laughed wildly, then put his hands on Noah and screamed. Soon, there was a violent movement, and Han Yan and others also noticed that the boat under their feet began to move forward gradually. And the direction where it collides with the target is exactly where the Fishman Island is. It's really crazy. The dog jumps over the wall in a hurry, and the Murloc loses the boat in a hurry. Tisk tisk, it's really one after another that doesn't follow the routine. Sensing the movement of the huge ship under his feet, Han Yan said with a bit of shame, and he sighed helplessly as he felt that he was a little out of play. Chapter 45 Destroying No Sea Emperor. Please collect. What are you waiting for? Kill him. As a cold voice sounded, it rang in the ears of Hody Jones and others like thunder. Immediately, they rushed towards Van der Dyken with a fierce posture. Looking at the Fishman Island protected in the air bubbles in front of him, Van der Dyken, who stood on Noah's deck and came over the Fishman Island, smiled triumphantly. Even if you kill me, it's too late. You gave me such a good opportunity, then watch the Fishman Island be buried with me. He. In the Fishman Island, seeing the shadow gradually approaching above the head, the people on the Fishman Island all boiled up. Seeing that the Fishman Island was about to be destroyed, Prince Sharkstar and the others changed their expressions dramatically, and couldn't help shouting, "Noah!" Why did Noah appear above the Fishman Island? Just when everyone on the island saw this terrifying shadow, they couldn't help but start to show despair. Some people even started begging for help from the Sea Emperor at this time. Where's the Sea Emperor? Where's the Sea Emperor? Lord Neptune will protect the Fishman Island. Definitely. He is the patron saint of the Fishman Island. Han Yan, who was above Noah, sighed helplessly as if he heard the sound of prayer from the Fishman Island. As for the ability to suck fruit, he has also tried it. But it turned out that such a huge Noah couldn't be stopped, because Noah was dragging his suction all the time, and he sucked it, but he couldn't get rid of it. If this continues, the Fishman Island will end sooner or later. The only way, and that's if something can stop Noah from sinking. Lord Neptune, if you really don't stop Noah, the Fishman Island will really be destroyed. At the last moment, Hody Jones, who had killed Van der Dyke and Ix, came to Han Yan respectfully and spoke cautiously. I know what you're thinking, but the Fishman Island will not be destroyed. Hody Jones, you did a good job. Take your people and leave. Oh yes, the Murlocs, I won't interfere in the civil war. But Shirahoshi, you can't touch that little mermaid. She is the king of the Sea Kings. Even though she is young, it is still an indisputable fact. After Han Yan stared at Hody, who was not far away with a nervous face, he spoke slowly. Yes, Lord Neptune. Hody nodded as a matter of course. He knew that Princess Shirahoshi had the ability to control the Sea Kings. But since the Emperor of Sea Kings has spoken, then naturally he doesn't have to worry about the problem of Sea Kings. Of course, if it makes Han Yan happy, maybe the Fishman Island will be his soon. It's hard to say for sure. Who knows if a man named Fei will stop him 10 years from now. Anyway, it doesn't matter to Han Yan who the owner of the Fishman Island is. As long as it still belongs to his territory, he can pay every year. He will allow this island to exist. As for Hody taking control of the Fishman Island, Han Yan just sneered in his heart. Of course, before that, destroy Noah first. This is the most important purpose of Han Yan. Interesting, such a big boat, I might not be able to carry it. There was a loud bang, and soon a black shadow with huge dragon fins on its back appeared in the sky above the Fishman Island. Noah, run, you can't beat him. Under the watchful eyes of the Murlocs in the square, this black shadow came under Noah's body. Soon, this terrifying blue-black dragon-shaped Sea Kings dragged Noah's huge body. The hull of the boat was quickly destroyed by Han Yan. His teeth gnawed the planks, his sharp claws cut through the bones of the boat, and the terrifying tearing sound echoed over the entire sky of the Fishman Island. A huge crack visible to the naked eye was born on the ship. Immediately afterwards, the crack continued to enlarge, and Noah's broad body was almost divided into two halves. Shatter, Noah. At this moment, the power of the vibration with all its strength was released suddenly. Roar. As a violent air wave spread to the surroundings, Noah's hull, which was already somewhat unstable, suddenly spread around like a spider web. Immediately afterwards, the hull of the ship burst open, and even in the distant sea area, one could clearly feel the slow flow of water in the sea. This sudden earthquake-like force destroyed Noah, and the people of the Fishman Island, who had been in close contact with this kind, had a deep understanding of the power of the Sea Emperor. Although Han Yan was playing tricks, he began to smash the huge ship inside. But it is undeniable that his strength is definitely strong enough. Of course, this Noah, who had been falling slowly, was smashed into several pieces, and these pieces were bitten by the black shadows that appeared one after another, and then were dragged away from the sky above the Fishman Island. Looking around, those shadows turned out to be Sea Kings of different sizes. And now called by Han Yan to clean up countless debris. That's the Sea Kings summoned by the Neptune. Seeing the herd of sea beasts appearing densely not far from the Fishman Island, everyone's eyes widened in shock, but they soon became excited. Even some human beings on the Fishman Island began to wonder why some Sea Kings could make them so excited. It wasn't until they learned that the rumored Sea King was actually a dragon-shaped Sea King that they realized it. Of course, they should also be thankful for the Sea Kings who saved them. It seems that the existence of the Sea Emperor is also a good thing. After looking up and seeing the dense group of Sea Kings gradually dissipating, Jinbei's face also calmed down. Successful. Master Han Yan succeeded. He really stopped Noah. It was amazing. Shirahoshi thought it was going to be over. Somewhere on the Fishman Island, a cute, slightly larger mermaid girl stared adoringly at the dissipating shadow above her head, and couldn't help but screamed excitedly. Well, Noah, but maybe it's just as well. Neptune didn't know what to say, so he could only sigh in the end. It seems like you can't do something good. Seeing the eyes of these Murlocs looking at him gradually change from fear at first to adoration and trust, Han Yan's slightly ferocious dragon head also gradually showed a hint of a smile. Chapter 46 Little Shirahoshi's Trust. Please collect. If Shirahoshi can summon Sea Kings, he is a mermaid who can summon nuclear bombs by walking on his own. Then Han Yan, as Sea Kings, is a super nuclear bomb with terrifying and destructive power. Shirahoshi's ability has appeared in the mermaid tribe a long time ago, and it is strange that this ability has no time law, but it will only appear on the mermaid princess. In the blank 100 years of history, having this ability, the mermaid princess with this ability is called the Three Ancient Weapons together with Pluton and the gods, and her code name is Poseidon. Of course, in a sense, this ability is a strange power that is a little higher than the commander of the Sea Emperor. It is undeniable that Shirahoshi is indeed a terrifying existence, and this is also the secret that King Neptune, Shark Princes and others have tried their best to hide. Although not many people know about it, but because of Han Yan's existence, many people's attention is focused on him, the alien Sea Kings. Speaking of which, Han Yan is actually very envious of Shirahoshi having this ability. But he didn't have any malicious thoughts, and he didn't even want to eat Shirahoshi. Although such a thought flashed through at the beginning, it was quickly caught by Shirahoshi's innocent big eyes. What I saw made me feel guilty. Why bring up Shirahoshi? That's because when Han Yan was preparing to return to the Fishman Island to report, Neptune and others came over with Shirahoshi. Master Neptune, Master Han Yan. Looking at the little girl Shirahoshi who came out with tears of excitement and a bright smile, Han Yan asked with some doubts, your father actually let you escape. Why, aren't you afraid of that ugly Murloc's attack? No, it's not father's fault. It was Shirahoshi himself who came out to meet Lord Han Yan. It's great that you're fine. Comforted by a little girl. Han Yan looked down at her slightly smaller body with a weird expression, and then said, aren't you afraid of me? There don't seem to be many Murlocs who aren't afraid of Sea Kings. Master Han Yan looks strange, but Shirahoshi can feel that you are not the evil Sea Kings. Mom said that there is no difference between good and evil in life, so Shirahoshi has always believed that Master Han Yan is the good part. Quote, little Shirahoshi looked at Han Yan with clear eyes like blue waves, brimming with faint curiosity. Suddenly a strange scene appeared around. A young mermaid who was much bigger than the Murloc guard gradually stepped forward to touch the dark blue scales on the dragon-shaped Sea Kings that was 10 times bigger than her. It's really out of the box, but when you first summoned the Sea Kings, those guys probably already told you that. You have an innate ability to listen to the Sea Kings, you're right. Han Yan nodded comprehendingly. In the face of unknown threats, creatures are usually afraid. But if you know that the other party will not hurt you, and you are not ugly, right? What's the matter with being weird? Forget it, for the sake of your youth and ignorance. I don't care about you. Heartbroken, Han Yan still pretended to be calm on the surface and said slowly, although your ability has not yet awakened, you can barely use it to summon Sea Kings in times of crisis. But, little mermaid, how old are you now? 6 years old. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. 6 years old. You know Han Yan was still playing with mud when he was 6 years old. If the 6-year-old Han Yan had been Shirahoshi, he would have been terrified. And Shirahoshi dared to contact Sea Kings at this time. What's wrong, Master Han Yan? Shirahoshi looked at Han Yan in confusion. Others call me Neptune, why do you only call me by my name? Han Yan's eyes flashed, just when Neptune and the others felt that he was going to get angry. Why can't you call it? Is there any difference between Master Han Yan and Master Neptune? If Shirahoshi said something wrong, please apologize. I saw little Shirahoshi with wavy and flowing pink hair, blinking eyes on her beautiful face, and pouting aggrievedly. The corners of Han Yan's mouth raised slightly, and then a black shadow descended from the sky and landed beside her. Call it what you want. Do you want to go to the sea coral forest? Come on, come up. I'll take you there. The cold light was vivid, and the sharp claws that cut iron like mud were spread flat in front of Shirahoshi, and even other Murlocs could feel the flickering coldness on them from a long distance away. That's the giant claw that tore Noah. Princess Shirahoshi can communicate with the Sea Emperor so closely. Is it really okay? Are you stupid? Anyone can see that this is the Sea Emperor's gesture of friendship, and it seems that Princess Shirahoshi has gained the Sea Emperor's trust. As expected of Princess Ottoheim's daughter. Alas, what a pity. It would be great if the Emperor of the Sea appeared sooner. Condolences. Compared to the commotion in the fish crowd, little Shirahoshi hummed excitedly, with the acquiescence of Neptune and others. Only then gradually came to the reef at the corner of the Fishman Island, and then lightly jumped onto the giant claw. Holding this little guy with a size of more than 10 meters, Han Yan could barely hold it with one hand. But he didn't dare to use a little force, for fear of hurting her. According to Han Yan's guess, Shirahoshi is estimated to grow to a size of nearly 20 meters in adulthood. Almost bigger than my own head now. Han Yan's volume can be shrunk, which requires morphological evolution, but there is no need to become smaller. After all, the bigger the stronger, this is also a fact. Large size does not mean absolute strength. However, large size and strong strength are the last word. For example, the star-forging Dragon King in a certain alliance destroyed the stars with a single gesture. Another example is Deathwing, flapping its wings is a catastrophe for the Earth. Looking at the current Han Yan, rolling on the calm belt, it is not as big as the wind and waves caused by a super-large Sea King sneezing. Before she died, Princess Otahime said that in the future there will be a key person who can lead Shirahoshi's ability in the right direction and will bring about great changes in the world. But, that person will be a Sea Kings, Your Majesty. Chapter 47 Inducing Little Shirahoshi, please collect. Sea Kings are indeed more trustworthy than humans, but, this Sea Kings gives me a feeling that it is far more cunning than humans. Standing beside Neptune, Jinbei spoke with a little hesitation. Maybe, who knows, but the safety of the Fishman Island is also bought with a huge amount of money. Actually, this is not entirely a reason. For that dragon-shaped Sea Kings, destroying the Fishman Island is only a moment. I am afraid that staying on the Fishman Island also has another purpose. Quote. Forget it, don't mention this. Jinbei, Did Marine ask you to do Shichibukai recently? Do you have any requests? Shichibukai. Those humans asked me to disclose the whereabouts of the Sea Emperor to Marine. You agreed. No, but I didn't refuse either. After all, I won't betray the Sea Emperor, but the safety of the Fishman Island has to be considered. Oh, what a headache. The Sea Emperor actually kidnapped the nobles of the world. But the reason why the Fishman Island was invaded by humans is entirely because it has no strong power. But the Sea Emperor has proved his own strength on this point. Indeed, although it seems unwise, in the sea, there is really no man as his opponent. Hope he won't embarrass the Fishman Island in the future. I have a hunch, Your Majesty. The breakthrough lies in commanding the Sea Kings, and gaining the trust of the Sea Kings. Princess Shirahoshi is Poseidon. What do you mean? Protect Shirahoshi well, and let her get in touch with the Sea Emperor appropriately, to develop and awaken that ability. Okay, under Jinbei's suggestion, Neptune nodded slowly, it must be done this way. After all, this is also for the future of the Fishman Island. And Jinbei is still Jinbei. The current him is not a sea man. Although he doesn't dislike humans very much, he doesn't like them very much. Even now Jinbei can be regarded as a big pirate with a bounty of 78 million berry, and recently the world government invited him to join the 7 warlords of the sea, although Arlong has also left recently, but Jinbei still has no chance to give up the idea of the Fishman Island. And the opportunity and Neptune he spoke of are at Mermaid Bay right now. Mermaid Bay is also a place where mermaids live together. Although it is a deep sea area, you can see blue sky, sunshine, and white clouds. In fact, even when Han Yan came here for the first time, it felt like a dreamy fairy tale world. Because the beauty of the surroundings is definitely the beauty of the world that cannot be seen in the abyss. It's so beautiful, it really deserves to be the Fishman Island. Why didn't I find out that there is such a beautiful place before? Han Yan looked at the surrounding environment in a daze, and then the body swimming in the sea gradually stopped. Wow, it's been a long time since I saw Shirahoshi. Did Master Han Yan also spend time in the small dark room? On one of Han Yan's hands, the little Shirahoshi sat firmly on it and stared excitedly at the beautiful coral. Of course it's not a small black house. Although I did live in the abyss of the sea recently, and, although some places in the sea area are not so beautiful. But the shipwrecks, ruins, etc. are some things that can be adventurous place. There are also some disgusting creatures in the deep trench, such monster jellyfish, octopus, etc. In short, the sea is so big, there are all kinds of wonders. Sea Kings are not the only overlord. Well, you haven't seen it anyway pass. Really, Shirahoshi seems to have a look. Go if you want, but the outside environment is not suitable for you. Maybe you will be eaten. Hee hee, Master Han Yan will always protect me. Of course, no. Han Yan sneered, and said, why should I protect you all the time, you are not my wife. And I didn't promise to take you out. Woo, Master Han Yan doesn't want me anymore. Little Shirahoshi was aggrieved and wanted to cry. It's useless for you to cry. If you want to see the thousands of beautiful worlds, then become strong. Let everyone who dares to bully you see the real power. If I am not in the Fishman as for the island, what do you do if you are in danger? It is not easy to survive. Han Yan's slightly stern voice sounded. Master Han Yan is leaving. You are really smart, but I might really have to leave for a period of time, maybe a few years, maybe more than 10 years. Of course, no one can say. After all, the concept of years is just a concept for me now. It's just the difference between eating less and eating more. Don't leave, okay. Bad guys will come to the Fishman Island. Bad people, this world is like this. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. It doesn't matter whether it's human or murloc. If you want to survive, you must create your own living environment, and strength. Strength. Little Shirahoshi raised his tearful eyes, like a little girl who has been persuaded by the leader of an MLM organization. The moment you were born, you were the king of the Sea Kings. This is an iron fact. Although it is a bit unbelievable to say, the truth is so amazing. If I am not here, someone will bully you, then just call out, the most sincere call from the bottom of your heart. Those guys on the comm belt will hear it. As the only person who can communicate with Sea Kings, no matter how you deny it, Shirahoshi is a natural-born Sea King. Even Han Yan does not deny this point. After all, this is the setting and rules of the world, just like eating devil fruit and you cannot swim. Now that there are such magical things as devil fruit, isn't it easier to explain Poseidon or something? And the current comm belt has many Sea Kings overlords, and there are only 3 subordinates. The rest of the Sea Kings overlords don't listen to themselves at all, and they must be conquered by force. And the only one who can drive them to do things for nothing is Shirahoshi. Is it true? Can Shirahoshi make Lord Han Yan appear? Chapter 48 Go to New World please collect. It's true, but don't even think about ordering me. That's impossible. Even if you bring all the Sea Kings here, few of them would dare to challenge me one-on-one. Of course, if you really summon me, but I'm still in a bit of trouble. Having said that, Han Yan smiled sheepishly. Not to mention, assuming the Sea King's overlord really surges up, the only way out for Han Yan is to fly into the sky. He's just a freshman Sea Kings now. In comm belt, it is only the beginning of glory, and it is still far from ruling comm belt. And Sea Emperor is just a title. To know the real Sea Emperor, that is the emperor who owns the entire sea. also called Poseidon, although I still don't understand it very well, but Master Han Yan also looks very powerful. Hearing Han Yan boasting about himself, Shirahoshi's face flushed with excitement. Here, forest of the sea. Han Yan's gradually marching body stopped and looked at the underwater forest located in the northeast of Murloc Street. Since many shipwrecks in the sea were transported here along the tide, it is also known as the ship graveyard. Because Sunshine Eve transmits the sunlight from the sea to the Fishmen Island, many beautiful corals grow here, and fish and whales also forage here. Mother, looking at this familiar forest, the little Shirahoshi tugged at Han Yan's fingers, and then with tears in her eyes, she sobbed a little. Master Han Yan. Let's go see the Queen Mother, shall we? Quote, is this the place where Princess Yiji is buried? It's good to go and have a look. In the original book, this is the place Princess Shirahoshi most wishes to visit, although it has been about half a year since Princess Otahime. But during this period of time, due to the harassment of Vanderdeck and Ix, Shirahoshi did not come here for a while. Speaking of Otahime, the mermaid, in Han Yan's eyes, she is indeed too naive. Did she really think that humans would live in peace with an alien race? As a human being, Han Yan knew it in his heart. Discrimination is inevitable even in the human race, let alone Murlocs. But a sea kings went to visit the mermaid's tomb. Maybe it's a bit ridiculous to say it, but in fact it is. Master Han Yan, thank you. Soon, the young mermaid girl in front of the tomb spoke. She turned around, showing a very warm smile. Even the curvature of the corners of her mouth was so perfect, and her eyes full of joy and tears made it impossible to move away. Yes, I was attracted like this, and the laughter lingered in my heart, which could not be erased. It's almost there. I'll send you back. Remember to learn to be strong in the future. Always relying on others is not the right way. After all, you are a born emperor of the sea. Shirahoshi doesn't understand much, but Shirahoshi will remember what Master Han Yan said. On the lonely sea forest, in the sea water, two figures, one big and one small, gradually faded away. Farewell to Shirahoshi and others. Han Yan is also preparing to leave the Fishmen Island. I just don't know, when I come back next time. I don't know if little Shirahoshi will grow into a slim girl, a pure and strong girl, or the gentle and kind cowardly girl in the original book. Of course, Han Yan didn't know. He has only one thought now, go to New World. Talk to Whitebeard, then head back to the Calm Belt for trouble on Hydra, and then, go to Sky Island. And now, his goal is New World. New World is the name of the second half of the Grand Line in One Piece. The Red Line divides the Grand Line into two sections, passing through the Red Line where the World Government of Holy Land Mariajoys or the Fishmen Island is located, and entering the second half of the Grand Line, which is the New World. This is the sea area ruled by the King of the Sea, the Four Emperors, and it is also the most difficult and dangerous sea area. Defeat all the people in this new world, you can get the title of One Piece. Han Yan is not interested in One Piece, but he still has a feeling for One Piece's treasure. If you eat the Four Emperors, I don't know if it will directly evolve into the fourth and fifth stages. At that time, Han Yan could be regarded as the real, strong and invincible. Of course, even through other means, Han Yan still has ways to keep evolving. Just a little bit slower. Passing through a huge hole under the Red Continent, that is, protruding from the other side of the Fishmen Island, Han Yan has come to the edge of New World. For other pirates, the difficult New World passage is like a walk in the back garden for Han Yan. Whitebeard, aka Edward Newgate. This is known as the strongest man in the world, a monster that can destroy the world. Strength is comparable to that of One Piece Luogia. Before the Great Pirate Era, together with Luogia and Golden Lion Shiki, they were called the three great legendary pirates. If you want to provoke this person, you can't do it alone. So Han Yan came to the side of the sea, the area of Calm Belt, and pulled his three apostles over collectively. Super-sized sea kings, compared to these three big guys. Han Yan is not even half the size of the smallest apostle. And in the same way, the behemoths who came all the way from the Calm Belt began a cruel procession that can be called a predatory sea beast. It's just for the New World, this little wave is really nothing. Even after walking for a long time, I failed to meet a pirate ship. Even Han Yan himself doesn't know where Whitebeard's ship is, anyway, just go by feeling. It is not necessary to start a war with Whitebeard, the main reason is that Han Yan wants to see what kind of person this legendary man is. At the same time, I also want to know how much the gap between myself and him is. A certain sea area in Dressrosa. Speaking of which, Han Yan, who was traveling all the way in the deep sea, occasionally poked his head out to get some air. He said it was to observe information rather than to take advantage of the situation to find some ships that could be plundered. Facts have proved that there are indeed very few merchant ships nearby, and even pirate ships are occasionally seen. Han Yan didn't know that this is the boundary of Dressrosa until this morning from a small boat he caught. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party looked terrified and didn't seem to be lying, Han Yan would have suspected that he had gone astray. 2 deciseconds. Chapter 49. Icebreaker. The Ice Witch for collection. Dressrosa. Seems to be Shichibukai Doflamingo's territory, right? Han Yan tilted his head, showing a thoughtful look. Of course, he was wrong. To be precise, Dressrosa is about to become Doflamingo's territory. Because in the short time he went to New World, Doflamingo had already returned to Dressrosa with a cadre leading by 4 suits of playing cards. And now, It is estimated that he is also threatening King Liku, threatening him to collect a huge sum of 10 billion Baileys in one day, otherwise he will lead his troops to capture Dressrosa. Of course, Han Yan didn't know about this, and if he knew, he might take advantage of the chaos and go ashore to wait for an opportunity to plunder. After all, that's 10 billion, and the combined wealth of the Fishmen Island is just that much. Kidnapping a celestial dragons and a marine admiral standoff is all it takes. Sadly, Han Yan doesn't have much interest in Dressrosa, a country that is about to change its owner. Where is the money going? What's more, Doflamingo's reputation is not very big recently, and it was just when he was just starting. During this period of time, there was even a lack of funds, and even if his ship was found, he would not be able to grab much money. Cheers, Captain, do you think that Sea Kings knows the location of Whitebeard's Moby DK? I can't tell. After all, the Moby DK stays in a sea area all year round. As long as he meets someone who can be ranked in the New World, then he will know how to find Whitebeard. A man wearing a black base coat with a cloak trimmed with gold silk around it, with red hair dazzling like a flame, with a resolute look on his face, the sleeve of his left arm was completely covered by the cloak, and he was holding a long knife in his right hand. The man picked up the wine glass with one hand, and then drank the wine in the glass in a refreshing gulp, answering the crew's questions. As for it, because of the Fishmen Island and 4 emperors. A new crew member who didn't understand very well asked what was going on suspiciously. Ha ha ha, you forgot how the Sea Emperor stopped our boat back then. The redhead laughed loudly, then looked at the newcomer with a little deep meaning, and said, what is the most important thing for pirates? It's the pirate flag. My life is nothing compared to the flag of the ship. Since I am the king of the sea, I can't lose my momentum. Right or wrong, as for whether the Emperor of the Sea will go to war with Whitebeard, it is uncertain. After all, on the sea, Whitebeard is the 4 emperors. And in the sea, that guy Han Yan is the real Sea King. Emperor. Having said that, the red-haired expression remained unchanged, then raised his glass and continued to speak. Come, let's continue drinking. As the lively banquet was going on board, this huge pirate ship gradually showed its figure in the thick fog. Dragon-shaped bow, a super pirate ship much larger than ordinary pirates. The gap is like a calf and a giant beast. This is one of the 4 emperors, the red-haired pirate ship. Also, as the redhead said, Han Yan encountered an unexpected ship at this time. Although it's not Whitebeard's Moby DK, it definitely has something to do with Whitebeard. Because, this is a pirate ship belonging to one of the 43 large pirate fleets under Whitebeard. The waves came layer by layer, colliding with the ice lying on the sea surface, splashing and falling again. At noon when the sun was upright, a long blue-black monster emerged from under the ice layer, and then broke through the thick ice surface to poke its head out. This is that sea area again. On the ocean, with the churning of waves, Han Yan gradually buoyed up. He is looking for a boat now, and then going to question him. This sea area is really a ghost. There are ice cubes everywhere. If I don't feel that the surrounding water has become colder, I am afraid that I will always swim near a certain glacier. However, just when Han Yan was about to retreat the same way, from a distance, a huge steel-cast hull, the bow cabin was decorated with snowflake patterns, and the mast and front sails were printed with skeletons. The posture rushed all the way from the ice in the distance. Ships. Pirate ships. Han Yan stared in astonishment at the huge ship shadow that gradually appeared in front of him, and was stunned when he saw the pure steel ship above. Are there ships made of steel these days? That's great. With a strange smile, Han Yan's whole body plunged into the water again. On the icebreaker, Captain Whitey Bay, the message from Dad's Moby DK, says that we are going to the southern waters to deal with some troublesome little pirates. A seemingly rude man walked over from the cabin, and respectfully said to the beautiful woman in front of him. The woman wears a striped blouse with floral buttons and a lace scarf. He wears a purple-blue skull hat on his head, a Madara point-wide turban underneath, and a cloak behind him. This is the Captain Whitey of the pirate men. Well, very good. It's okay to teach those people a little lesson. But let's deal with that big guy down there first. Whitey shook his long light blue hair, his thick lips were slightly raised, and with a confident expression on his face, he spoke to the people behind him. Big guy. Following Whitey Bay's line of sight to the bottom of the ice, a dark shadow shrouded the bottom of the ship, and the man immediately reacted, and then shouted, Brothers. Copy guys, there are Sea Kings. With a loud roar, the pirates on the big steel ship started to act one after another. Standing on the bow of the ship with various weapons, staring at the sea below. As if reflecting their words, the ice layer 100 meters ahead of the ship suddenly shattered, and a huge black shadow soared into the sky blocking their way. Very vigilant, not bad. New World pirates are much stronger than those Grand Line scumbags. I like it. A frighteningly ferocious dragon-shaped behemoth appeared on the front side of the ship. Its huge erected body almost covered the sky above the ship, causing shadows to be distributed on the ship. Talking Sea Kings. Whitey raised her head in surprise, and when she met those ferocious eyes, the term, Neptune, suddenly appeared in her mind. Chapter 50 Teasing the Ice Witch coming soon for First Order. What, are you surprised? Interesting. You are the master of the Fishmen Island that Marco mentioned, the Emperor of the Sea Han Yan. Whitey Bay looked at Han Yan's appearance vigilantly, and then asked curiously. Looking around, this dragon-shaped Sea Kings has a thick scale armor reflecting dazzling brilliance in the sun. The sharp claws that seemed to be cutting iron like mud floated quietly above the ice layer, and the turbulent sea surface around them must be the slight movement of the body below. Whitebee has no doubt that this dragon-shaped monster can easily destroy her own steel ship. After all, in her words, the guy in front of her is clearly a cold steel giant. Have you heard of me? Han Yan nodded slightly hesitantly, but soon he understood. His eyes lit up and he said, Marco. It's Whitebeard's subordinate, the guy with the golden punk head. I don't know His Majesty the Sea Emperor, stopping my icebreaker now, what's the use of it? Whitey's heart sank, feeling a little bad. Quickly changed his mind and asked. It was as simple as asking for some money, but now, haha, I just happen to have something to do with Whitebeard. Why don't you lead the way? The huge steel icebreaker, swept by this majestic coercion, let the icy and turbulent cold seawater hit its body, but in front of the terrifying monster dragon with its head held high, even a steel ship was not enough, gives a sense of security. Looking for Dad's boat, Whitey Bay was startled, but looked at the huge mouth that seemed to be mocking. The ferocious fangs are filled with endless power, as if they can easily tear apart their own steel ships. Whitebeard, invaded my territory without my permission. Is this a provocation? Han Yan sneered, staring at the iceberg beauty in front of him. Then he showed a deep smile. But if it takes you down, is it an answer? It is said, that old guy is very fond of himself by the children. Hoo. Those cold eyes brightened at this moment, and then stirred by a huge black shadow roaring upwards. The sky and the earth changed color, and Uzumaki, the frightening and desperate undersea giant, was born. The violent wind and waves smashed the ice, and the whole of endless darkness loomed in the center of great Uzumaki. In the eyes of others, the huge icebreaker also stirred with Han Yan's huge body, as if it was about to sink into the bottom of the sea. Damn, Whitey Bay cursed loudly. Even in the face of such a threat, there was no panic on his face. Worthy of being one of the great pirates of New World, she didn't want to just focus on the giant beast in front of her at this time, but ordered to go down and stabilize the ship so that it would get out of the range of the great Uzumaki as soon as possible. But she herself rushed out directly, and her target was the Neptune dragon not far away. Stop it for me, as she shouted, an invisible coercion immediately spread around her in all directions, and she herself quickly crossed the sea and came to Han Yan. Armament Haki covered the rapier, and the steel-like blade quickly cut out. Jingle, a crisp sound disappeared in the rising waves. Soon, as the waves fell, a giant claw that could almost tear the sky and the ice which condescending and slashing were revealed. Just this little power, although Armament Haki is good, maybe I can absorb a little bit after eating you. Han Yan said sarcastically, but actually he was taken aback in his heart. With the strength of a human being, he can actually use 3 points of his strength to deal with it. Nima, why is this woman so insane? Really, you can't be considered small as sea kings, but I hope you can feed my lovely crew tonight. The picture is extremely strange. A young woman wearing a purple-blue skull hat, a Madara turban, and a cape behind her is frozen in the air hundreds of meters away. Under the pitch-black sword in her hand was a sharp claw that was almost the same size as her. Staring at the woman, Han Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and fell into deep thought. This woman is very familiar with the ship, just like the icebreaker that broke through the frozen sea when Whitebeard attacked the marine headquarters in the anime. And the woman is the captain. Speaking of which, this woman is really a nice beauty if you look carefully. Compared to her 10 years later in the anime, 10 years ago she was more aloof and charming. But the confidence in that expression is really making people uncomfortable. Don't think that you are so powerful yourself, you will understand. What is an enemy you must never provoke? With the roar of the Sea Emperor Dragon, the terrifying Longway was suddenly released. The oppressive momentum that almost turned the color of the sea came from Wadib, and the fear of suffocation gradually rose in her heart. The coercion of the dragon. According to legend, the dragon is the head of all beasts, and it will have a natural coercion on all beasts except dragons. But Han Yan's Longway, like Dacheng's Conqueror's Haki, can cause real damage to nature. Observation Haki awakening level can have the ability to listen to all things, armed color is to integrate into all things, and Conquerors is the ability to make all things surrender. It is rumored that Luo Jia is a man who has awakened his senses. The initial stage of Conquerors is to stun the lower creatures around, and it can control the intensity and range after the cultivation is stronger. Conquerors is a kind of aura. When one reaches the highest state, that is, the state of true awakening, one can use this aura to frighten all things and make them surrender. Anyone who owns Conqueror's Haki is qualified to be a king, but only when Conqueror's Haki is truly awakened can he be qualified to become a king. And the long way of the Sea King Dragon is the Sea Kings, the Conqueror's Haki of the fish and beast races. Of course, it's just a lot worse than Conqueror's Haki, which made heaven and earth surrender at the awakening level. Nothing less than Papa's Haki, that's the dragon's Conqueror's coercion. Chapter 51 Surrender. This is your only choice. Haki does not distinguish between elements, and the armed color can catch the Logia entity, which is probably what the setting says. Or the armed color can change into the form of elements to attack. Of course, the author didn't say this, and it hasn't been confirmed. But it can be understood that Armament Haki can only arm the natural elements of all things and become the nemesis of all Logias only when he reaches the highest level integrating into all things. The armed color is only able to attack Logia, but it does not mean that the attack will be effective. For the masters of Logia, knowledge color is also very important, it can gain insight into the opponent's elementalization and avoidance. For Han Yan, the color of knowledge may already be replaced by the senses of creatures. But armament Haki has no clue about this. It is said that armament Haki is a Haki that has been trained to a certain level and can be cultivated and improved through acquired practice. But, as a Han Yan who was born knowing how to eat, avoid danger, and then eat slowly evolved. Early fights are very common, but that doesn't count as high-intensity training. After all, fighting doesn't happen every day. Maybe it's because of laziness that he didn't wake up. Able to improve personal defense and attack power, armament Haki. I am very envious. Looking at the ice witch who turned her hands into white luster armament Haki, Han Yan grinned and roared. A born Sea King's king. When Setsuna saw Han Yan's murderous eyes, Whitey had already predicted his own result. Even if he fights to the death and breaks the net, it may not have any impact on this Sea King's. Because she found that even the blade covered by armament Haki is not as hard as the opponent's scales. And those sharp claws that shine coldly contain a terrifying power. Woman, get out of here. Not everyone can attack themselves like Hancock, nor is any pirate qualified to challenge the Neptune. At the same time as the terrifying sound of the wind rang in White Belle's ears, two sharp claws tearing the air struck from both sides. A bang. At the last moment, Han Yan withdrew his hand, but the long sword in Whitebee's hand was blown away, and she herself was also sent back to the boat by a powerful force. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, there was an earth-shattering loud noise. Under the blank stares of these people, they found that they were getting farther and farther away from the horizon of the sea, and soon when Whitebee and others came to their senses. A giant tortoise the size of an island gradually rose up, and on its back was a tiny icebreaker. And the other two super-large sea kings that rolled up the monstrous waves finally all surfaced, breathing the fresh air outside, and the heads of the two super-large sea kings that looked down slightly let out a long howl. The terrifying sound waves immediately detonated the entire sea area, and the surrounding sea surface of thousands of meters was shaken by violent tides. The terrifying coercion even locked the ship tightly. For the first time, Buyubei finally realized that a long-forgotten fear. She recalled the first time she broke out from the place of ice and snow, and recalled the danger she encountered when sailing for the first time. The kind of large sea kings that easily overturned her boat, compared to the fear at the time. But now the fear is deep into the bone marrow, from the natural fear of biological instinct. It's over. The Sea Emperor is angry. Are you going to be eaten? It's really unlucky. We ate so many sea kings, is the king going to get retribution? What are you afraid of? The moment we went out to sea as pirates, our lives were already blocked. Yes, I will follow Captain Whitebee to the death. As the waves fell, a dragon-shaped sea kings with black and white stripes, a flat-headed giant tooth, and a cold light gradually approached the giant turtle under the boat. Give you two choices. Han Yan stared at the little people below with a cold face, not bothering to continue talking nonsense. What choice? Whitebee spoke in a low voice, and with the support of the crew, she gradually stood up. The blood on her left arm kept dripping, and she had already received serious injuries when she just fought with that sharp claw. 0. Ask for flowers. First, hand over all the valuables on board. Then take me to find Whitebeard. Second, you, and your crew, talk into my stomach. Although it may not be successful, I still want to try it. ... You ate me, Dad will never let you go. Whitebee knew in his heart that if he took this Sea Kings to find his father, he might cause trouble for him. But if you don't take him, you will die if you take yourself and others, and this kind of Sea Kings will still find a way to find Dad. In that case, it would be better to take him to the Moby DK and several sub-ships, and take him down in one fell swoop. But if you don't say it, you will die. 0. I understand. I'm sorry old man, I can't protect your dignity. As a member of the Alliance Pirates, Whitebeard only belongs to the forces under Whitebeard. Not a member of the Whitebeard ship, not particularly close. Compared with Whitebeard's honor, although it is important, the lives of those who gave up their lives to follow their own crew members are also important. HMPH, sure enough. I said that not all pirates are stupid. Han Yan smiled slightly, watching those treasure chests gradually move over from the ship. After accepting all of them, he signaled the three subordinates, Antuan, Dehay and Hairtail to sink gradually. Soon, the steel ship fell to the water again. There was a wave of waves. After careful investigation, there are a total of 500 million berry, which is about the same as Han Yan estimated in his mind. Can be exchanged for 5,000 evolution points. The current Han Yan needs a strong bloodline to evolve again. For example, the bloodline of divine beasts and so on. After regaining consciousness, subconsciously, Han Yan set his sights on the body of Whitebee who was rescued by the crew at the bow. Well, it's a beauty. But it's a pity. We are not human now, and we can't move, so what's wrong? No, if you want to look for it, you definitely can't find the Mother Sea Kings. But, the Fishmen Island is still young, crooked, now I should think about how to claim compensation from Whitebeard 100 million. Chapter 52, The Choice of Bloodlines First Order. Mythical Beast. As the name suggests, ancient mythical creatures. Of course, it can also be understood as a powerful creature with godlike power. Earth-shaking, overwhelming. For these divine beasts, it is simply a piece of cake. Relatively, it is only for the slightly stronger Sea Kings. Although it is impossible to turn the world upside down, it is still possible to set off some waves. And Han Yan, who is about to enter the third stage, has to think about his future. To be sea kings for life, or to be a creature strong enough to subjugate all things. This is the time to face the choice. There are many kinds of divine animal bloodlines. Of course, the name is not called divine beast bloodlines. This point was imposed by Han Yan himself. To be precise, it is the bloodline from various game planes, the novel plane, 340, and even various animation planes. For example, the crazy and powerful dragon of World of Warcraft, Deathwing. Or the two incarnations of the legendary Poseidon and Fengshen Yuzhang, the mythical beast Kunpeng. Or, there are too many types of mythical beasts in some animation games. There are more than 10 pages listed on Han Yan's system lineage exchange list, and there is not even an upper limit. But from these, Han Yan can see which ones are suitable for him at present. First of all, it must be able to fly. This is undeniable, because Han Yan's second form is the sky form. As for the comparison between Deathwing and the divine beast Kunpeng, they are not products of the same plane at all, and each must have an advantage in a forced comparison. At least judging from the exchange points of Kunpeng's price that day, it is enough to show everything. And it is currently suitable for a bloodline that is close to the Neptune dragon. That is Deathwing, the legendary leader of the Black Dragon Army, and also the most powerful member of the Dragon Army. I still remember Haki's line when the terrifying dragon appeared in the game. My name is Deathwing, the destroyer of destiny, the terminator of all things. Unstoppable, irreversible, I am a catastrophe. Of course, getting the evolutionary bloodline can allow Han Yan to advance into the giant dragon Deathwing. But skills, in addition to the ability of the main body, basically still need to be exchanged or self-developed. The purpose of not exchanging Kunpeng is to limit the ability. In addition, one of the highlights of this book is that the protagonist will change in multiple stages. If you are always limited to one appearance, you will definitely get tired of reading. Don't dispute about Deathwing's ability. In Han Yan is not the one in Warcraft, but a brand new, Deathwing. Of course, whoever has a good suggestion will say it in the book review. After all, the second stage is completely after the first arrival of New World. King of the Firmament Bloodline, 100,000 evolution points are required. Nether Dragon Bloodline, 200,000 evolution points required. Lei Yanlong Bloodline, 300,000 evolution points are required. Zulong Bloodline, 500,000 evolution points required. From Monster Hunter, Purgatory Phoenix Bloodline, 1 million evolution points are required. Deathwing Bloodline, 1 million evolution points are required. Kunpeng Bloodline, 3 million evolution points are required. On the sea area, Han Yan kept his mind silent in this scary system mall, seeing that his score was only in the early 30,000s, and then looked at the bloodlines he picked out. Except for one of the weakest Sky Kings, the others are all frighteningly tall. To put it bluntly, the King of the Sky is a flying dragon, very similar to his primary second form. It's just that the sharp claws have evolved more thoroughly, and the long body has become the shape of a flying dragon. It looks like a large lizard with extra wings, which is the so-called dragon in The Dragon and the Princess. Han Yan curled his lips, and immediately ruled out this idea. For the rest, the most hacky is Deathwing, and the most powerful is Kunpeng. The most practical ability is Thunder Flame Dragon, which is equivalent to the ability of Flame and Thunder Double Logia Devil Fruit. It's also one of the easiest to redeem right now. What's more, after evolving into Thunder Flame Dragon, it is a race that can transform into Deathwing twice. Actually, the third stage is after the upgraded features are developed. Han Yan can be upgraded with bloodlines of the same level, and at that time is the moment when the deep-sea predators really start to emerge. Of course, the current Han Yan is just a sea king's fantasizing about making waves in the sky. Looking at the Neptune dragon making waves on the sea, Dibe's beautiful eyes turned sideways, as if thinking of some crooked idea. But when she noticed the huge shadow under the boat, she immediately dismissed the idea. It's disgusting. How did you come across such a strange sea kings that doesn't play cards according to common sense? And there are a few sea kings from Com Belt, really. Slightly shrugging his white shoulders, Whitedib pursed his mouth in anger. In the past few years since he joined Whitebeard's forces, Ben will spend his life in a smooth and stable way, but who knows that he has encountered such a strange thing. Looking at the huge black shadow in the middle and upper reaches of the sea, Lindabe finally had to close his eyes to enjoy the warm sunshine away from the glacier. A certain sea area ahead. Captain, something is wrong. A certain man put away the binoculars, then stepped back tremblingly, shouting while running. What? The captain glared at the flustered member, then jumped off his chair. He yelled at the top of his voice. What's the panic? What's the matter? Is there another pirate invasion? Thinking of this, the captain of the ship 5.6 really thought it was possible. Hastily walked out of the cabin. No, not the captain. As soon as he stepped out of the cabin, his crew turned to him with desperate eyes. Over their ships, a dark shadow blotted out the sun. What suddenly appeared in front of the captain was an island monster carrying a giant steel ship. The feet on the side of the monster were tens of meters long, with terrifying claws. Then, on top of the pitch-black irregular scales, it looked like tough steel armor. Then, a pair of bright eyes appeared, and the huge head, which was the size of a pirate ship, was swayingly exposed. The eyes protrude up to 2 inches on each side of the head and are protected by protruding bones. Chapter 53 Sea Kings. Anton's terrorist power, seeking first order. However, at this time, such a terrifying super monster suddenly appeared in this sea area, not just the crew. Even the captain showed a look of despair. Roar. The berserk sound waves that tore through the air sounded immediately, causing the people on the pirate ship in the sea ahead to react one after another, and they all trembled and hurriedly sailed to escape. Compared with the terrifying roar in terms of people, it has another meaning in Han Yan's ears. "Huh, you said you found a human ship." Han Yan understood the meaning of this little brother's mouth, and his head emerged from the deep sea, and soon a biological ship full of life breath appeared under his perception ability of invisible predators. "It's a pirate group, go and destroy it." Han Yan said something casually, then dived into the sea again and fell asleep lying on Dehay's back. At the side, the giant oarfish moved its body, signaling the island behemoth, Anton, to destroy the pirate ship before 05. Although Han Yan has 3 apostles, the most powerful one is this giant oarfish, a sea dragon-like creature. And the weakest is the tortoise with a big shell on its back, although its defense is indeed the strongest. If the future Luffy encounters the island swallower in Little Garden, it is a terrifying fish, but if it is placed on the calm belt, the island swallower is just a slightly larger food. Survival in the calm belt is impossible without an extremely powerful force. The reason why Rayleigh is rampant in calm belt, besides his formidable strength, is mainly the purpose of observation haki. Know how to avoid powerful sea kings and not conflict with them. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome to be entangled by sea kings in the sea. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and the pirate ship that thought it was going to escape suddenly found a huge island behind it. That pair of giant scarlet eyes made people run away with all their might like crazy. The wind cannot use the oars, and the oars cannot use human power to drive the boat forward. Run, such a big sea kings, if you get caught, you will definitely die. The black figure carrying the huge steel ship soon appeared behind the ship. A sudden wave made the ship sail forward quickly, but soon, a terrifying suction came from behind. Compared with the most frightening thing on the huge head, it is its huge open mouth, which hides extremely sharp teeth, and the sawtooth-like teeth that spiral like a hacksaw run through the entire mouth, looks much scarier than the neat teeth of a shark. Even the edges and corners on the top of the head crack to the bottom. Mengi looks like a fusion of a crocodile and a shark wearing a giant turtle shell. Quick, attack quickly, shoot, where's the sniper, shoot with armed bullets. Following the captain's yelling, the rest of the pirates used their housekeeping skills one after another. Whether it's arrows rich in haki, black bullets, or various strange fruit abilities, etc. But at this time, he seemed so powerless in front of this giant mouth that swallowed the sky. "It's too late, Captain, we are hopeless." A certain pirate crew member showed a weeping face, showing a gesture. At the same time, look at the giant mouth that is gradually approaching. Others also showed helpless and desperate expressions. Is this the new world? Ha ha ha, the second half of the grand line. Sure enough, we little pirates can sail. Hee hee, what devil fruit, what haki, what kind of monsters are there in front of this monster? Not all for nothing. Under the captain's desperate gaze, in the dark vision, the huge mouth with gleaming sharp teeth suddenly closed. Don't think that Anton is an ordinary sea turtle, and he is also a sea kings. And it is also the overlord super large sea kings on the western calm belt sea area. With a body of 500 meters, although it is half smaller than Dehay and other sea kings. But with a length of 500 meters and a body of more than 300 meters wide, it is 10 cuts away from Dehay in terms of weight and quality. On the icebreaker, Whiteby and the others stared at the ships below with wide eyes in astonishment. When they saw the big tortoise swallow the boat with its ferocious mouth, their faces turned pale. Through the transparent sea water, they could clearly see the darkness below, which was the body of the sea kings. This is the terrifying behemoth that easily intercepted their ship the day before, the overlord of the sea. Unlucky little ones. Compared to their shock and cold sweat, Han Yan just shook his head slightly after feeling the breath of life disappear. He didn't have much sympathy, and he didn't feel much guilt. To be precise, this is a normal thing. Compared with the giant tortoise's attack, the ships destroyed by oneself are too numerous to remember on a piece of paper. Or rather, at the moment of becoming sea kings. This concept of preying on the weak has already been fixed in his mind, and if he is not careful, he will become the food of other sea kings. This is nature, and the pirates are the same. The moment they go out to sea, they have already blocked their own lives. Even meeting the sea kings like Han Yan is destined. In this way, Han Yan and his gang gradually swam to the sea area of Whitebeard while starting the big plunder mode. A day later, under the guidance of White Bay, Han Yan and his gang have finally entered Whitebeard's territory. From a distance, Han Yan and the others can see a huge white pirate ship quietly parked on the sea. I have to say, Whitebeard's the boat is really. Compared with Anton's huge body, Whitebeard's Moby DK is at least half the size of it. That posture is like a sea king's at sea. When Han Yan and others were still far away, the watchtower on the Whitebeard pirate ship had already seen them. Daddy, sea kings, it's a huge sea king swimming over. A pirate ran over in a panic. In front of him, a huge man with a height of more than 3 meters was sitting on the throne in the middle. The Whitebeard with a curve is very conspicuous. This person is the world-renowned uncrowned king, Whitebeard. Edward New Got, Chapter 54. Meet Whitebeard for the first time, seeking the First Order. Oh, it's sea kings. Ha 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 ha. As far as I know, there are no big fish in this sea that dare to surface. This aggressive posture is clearly here to trouble me. Quote, Whitebeard laughed, his mustache curled up slightly, and he squinted at the dark dot in the distant sea. An exaggerated Naginata stood beside him, and the killing intent leaked out. And then, when he keenly saw the captured icebreaker on the back of the giant island beast. Then he said sharply, Marco, Is that what you call Han Yan? The Sea King's known as the Emperor of the Sea. .. No, Daddy, the Sea King the first saw was a dragon-shaped Sea King, and this island-like Sea King is clearly not Han Yan. Standing next to Whitebeard was a blonde punk with a dagger pinned to his waist. Has a tattoo of the Whitebeard Pirates on his chest. Marco, the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Zone, a demon fruit power. Possesses a strong ability to regenerate, nicknamed Phoenix. And on either side of Whitebeard is Captain Diamond Josie 1000. And they also found the shadow of the icebreaker at this time. Father. The body of that giant beast seems to be Whitebay's steel ship. A captain came over with a serious expression on his face. Thief, ha 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 ha. Is this a declaration of war on the old man? See, Emperor Han Yan, you really have a lot of courage. A few teeth are missing in one mouth. The burly young man with a rough appearance, thick hair on his body said loudly with that unique laugh. On the contrary, his sharp eyesight has caught sight of a long Sea King's figure in the sea area in front of the turtle, which is obviously the same as the Sea King dragon described by Marco. Well, Captain Teach, did you find anything? Look at the shadows in that sea area. It's not surprising that this big guy is not the only one attacking this time. Thieves, haha, Dad, do we need to give it a shot? The young Marshal D. Titch, the future Blackbeard, asked for instructions with a respectful look. Well, you all stop. That guy, you are not opponents. Even though he was sitting on a chair, Whitebeard couldn't hide his soaring aura, and he gradually stood up. He conveniently picked up the big knife handed over by his subordinate, then inserted it on the deck, and stood on the bow of the Moby Dick looking at the approaching shadow in the distance. Make room for that Sea Kings, let him come over. With the sound of Haki, the subships around the Moby Dick quickly gave way to the large fleet, and soon the shadow gradually surfaced. Whitebeard, it's exactly the same as the one described in the original book. Just standing there, one can feel a burst of aura rising to the sky. If you are a weak person, you probably won't dare to look directly at him, right? Quote, the waves soared into the sky. A shadow covered the sky, and as Han Yan got up, the three behemoths around him also set off huge figures on the sea. If someone stood at one end of the sky and peeped at this sea area, they might find a terrifying scene. Three terrifying sea giants surrounded several small ships, and in the middle of the giants, a slightly smaller leader swam forward quietly. Under the figure covering the sky, it gradually appeared in front of the Moby Dick. I've traveled all over the world, and this is the first time I've seen such a big formation. This is much bigger than those guys in Marine. My children, you didn't do anything to them, did you? See, Emperor. With Whitebeard's stern voice, the rising aura on his body gradually caused a wave of imperceptible fluctuations in the surrounding tens of meters of the sky, and then, Han Yan also exuded an invisible dragon power. So it's for me to take the opportunity to show my power. Good, it really makes people feel a little impatient. Han Yan's mind moved, and his body suddenly leaned out half of the sea. Immediately, all members of the Whitebeard Pirates, including Whitebeard, felt an incomparably violent Haki bursting out from the huge sea dragon, straight into the sky. If people can see the invisible momentum, maybe they can see such a wonderful scene. One white and one blue soaring into the sky, they were fighting against each other. With such a force that could shake the sky, few of the weaker pirates on the surrounding Moby Dick could withstand this coercion. One after the other they collapsed to the ground. What a strong momentum. Marco stared at the sea dragon in horror, and felt a sense of gratitude after seeing the bloodthirsty and brutal eyes. Maybe Marco can be fearless of anyone 10 years from now, but not now. The current Marco is just a child who has just grown hair. In the face of such a terrifying overlord-level domineering confrontation, if he can withstand it, it means he is very good. As expected of the Emperor of the Sea, you really have some strength. As the Emperor of the Sea, I, Whitebeard, admit that you were qualified. But, can you tell me the reason, Gong? Whitebeard was shocked, but he didn't expect Han Yan to have such a huge energy in his body, nor did he think that the other party would have such a thing as Conqueror's Haki. Not only Whitebeard was shocked, okay, but the other 16th Division captains on board were also shocked. It's not that they haven't been to Calm Belt, those Sea Kings can't be so strong. Besides, if it weren't for Han Yan, the Sea Dragon, here, the three guys, Dehe, Giant Orphish and Tuan, wouldn't have come here either. Not to mention that they would not dare to stand up under the pressure of Han Yan and Whitebeard. This is the coercion of Whitebeard, who is not yet old, the strongest man in the world. Do you want to say, why did I kidnap the forces under your flag? Then let me ask you, the flag on the Fishman Island, what's the matter? Compared to this, Han Yan looked at Whitebeard slightly excitedly. This soaring HP energy fluctuation is far stronger than any creature he has ever seen. This is clearly a humanoid moving monster. Chapter 55, Battle of the Emperor. The world changes color, automatic subscription to watch in advance. Quote. Marco and the others standing beside Whitebeard saw this posture, their eyes were fixed, and then Marco whispered, this Neptune seems to want to challenge the old man. Sea Kings are indeed the strongest race in the sea. But Daddy is the strongest, so interesting. After the voices of these people fell, Han Yan's voice suddenly sounded high. It resounded like thunder, resounding through the entire sea area. I never thought that I was invincible. In the sea, I am much stronger than me. But I want to say, the Fishman Island is covered by me. Anyone who dares to invade the Fishmen Island without permission are all enemies of my Han Yan. I saw the fierce eyes meeting Whitebeard's gaze, and soon the pervasive coercion gradually reappeared. Stop talking nonsense there. Ask about the knife in my hand first. Whitebeard smiled instead of anger, raised his naginata and chopped it down without saying a word. The power that cut through the air and even shattered the space suddenly came out. Soon, there was a muffled boom. Han Yan did the same, greeted him with his sharp claws that cut iron like mud. 760 rumble. At this time, the original momentum turned into a real violent force and spread to the surroundings. The sea seemed to freeze, and spread to the surroundings as if it was torn apart in the next moment. Roar. With a loud roar, Hai Huanglong's claws collided with the broadsword, and both of them joined forces with eyes widened and eyebrows raised. What a terrifying power! Han Yan widened his eyes wide in surprise. He found that Whitebeard's strength can be called a terrifying monster. The explosive power contained in that 3-meter-sized body cannot be underestimated at all. Although I barely gain the upper hand because I have the advantage of body shape, but in essence, the strong fight is not just based on body shape. Think about the powerhouses in the 7 Dragon Balls, they are either big or absolutely powerful. After all, the quality of the body and strength are different. What a hard claw, it really makes people feel the chill. Whitebeard flicked the sword, then slashed again. But this time, he got serious. Ah, Dad is finally getting serious. The person who can AFCD force Daddy to shoot at once is really no ordinary Sea Kings. It's all said to be the Sea Emperor, the monster that kidnapped the celestial dragons. Under the gaze of everyone, Whitebeard condensed Shock Fruit's ability on the knife, and the atmosphere seemed to tremble suddenly. The faint force enough to split the atmosphere and cause the atmosphere to vibrate violently condensed on the knife. Shaking knife jade break. The first form, claw. Feeling the power enough to shatter the target, Han Yan didn't dare to push it too hard. Immediately, he forcibly extended his most powerful weapon, the sharp claws, and the white jade-like claws that suddenly grew and thickened greeted him. The sound enough to shatter eardrums was born in the atmosphere, and Marco and the others backed away with pale faces. Dehe and other Sea Kings also gradually dispersed outwards under Han Yan's telepathic induction. Sure enough, enough stars. Under Han Yan's shocked gaze, even the slightest cracks appeared on his dragon claws. Of course, there are also little Madara marks on that knife. You are also very good. There are not many people who can take my knife head on. Although you are not a human being, you may be proud of it. Whitebeard shouted loudly, his momentum continued to rise, and then he swung his sword upwards. After defusing this attack, the big knife faced down again, and at the same time he shouted, "Come and taste this," shake the knife and chop. Concentrate the power of Shock Fruit on the knife and swing it at the target with such power that it can split an island in half. Watching the bright saber energy with the sound of thunder, it split through the layers of black clouds in the sky 10,000 meters above. The black cloud to create an atmosphere that was swept by myself with the typhoon was directly split into two. The power of this knife is enough to change the color of the world. Seriously staring at the ever-approaching sword, Kai Yan felt a chill in his heart. At the same time, an equally terrifying force condensed in the dragon's mouth. Then it's the same for me. Innate ability, shock shatter. A roar, an invisible wave was born from the mouth of the dragon, and it was swallowed out like a dragon's breath. Rumble, the roar is coming. The calm of the last second is replaced by the unrecognizable appearance of the next second. The terrifying waves roared, and overturned the ships around the Moby Decay with a force of death. This time the collision of forces, it's not just that the atmosphere is fighting, the deck of the ship is rapidly breaking down, the crew members of the pirates widened their eyes in horror, and they survived under the resistance of the captains. As for the crew members who passed out before, they were also awakened by the huge violent movement. And the one man and one dragon in the battlefield accepted the baptism of the violent wind and waves wantonly. Paramesha Shock Fruit, it really deserves to be known as the Devil Fruit that can destroy the world. HMPH, the power that causes natural disasters really makes me feel terrified. Are you saying that I'm useless without Devil Fruit? Ha 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 ha, as a Sea King, you still have such wisdom, you are not bad. I'm afraid you are qualified to be the 4 emperors among pirates. Quote, now, let's talk about it. Han Yan stared at the 3-meter-tall man standing on the bow of the Moby Decay, and it was hard to imagine that this was the man he had fought with just now. But it turns out that Han Yan lost. Because the shock just now is the most destructive power that Han Yan has, and Whitebeard's Devil Fruit ability is almost unrestrained, at least before he uses his physical strength. I absolutely can't win by myself. Maybe he would have died by then. The knife cut that contains Shock Fruit can basically ignore the defense and attack the inside of itself. My heart is not as hard as a sharp claw, and I don't know how to arm a SX bully. Sure enough, the strongest man in the world cannot be shaken by the current self. Of course, Ser also has the ability to eat the rest of the crew or Holy's force zone before Beard kills himself. This, perhaps Whitebeard also noticed. Chapter 56, the name of the Sea Emperor for automatic subscription. You really are as smart as the rumors say. Tell me, how do you let that boat go? Whitebeard stood motionless on the bow of the gigantic Moby Decay, looked up slightly at the tall Han Yan, and then shook his beard. A billion berry. Han Yan tilted his neck and stared at this guy who was considered a colossus among humans. Whitebeard may be more than 7 meters tall, but in his eyes, he was only a head taller than Princess Shirahoshi of the Fishman Island. What courage! How dare you ask Dad for money? Father, let's go. Kill it. All the crew members began to shout angrily, and bursts of provocative voices entered Han Yan's ears. Tisk tisk, Whitebeard, your sons are so good. Really, impatient to live. Jia smiled, and O5's piercing laughter came from the sharp teeth of this Sea Emperor dragon. Soon, a targeted powerful coercion quietly spread out. The terrifying coercion swept across the scene, causing the group of people to roll their eyes and fall to the ground. Huh, I said I won't do anything. Whitebeard also went forward with Conqueror's Haki, blocking his crew. This allowed those little guys with pale faces to survive. A billion berry, to give, or not to give. Han Yan sneered from the bottom of his heart. If the fight with Whitebeard fails, he doesn't say he will die. The assumption just now was based on his reckless forced raid, not to mention, just now it was just Han Yan and Whitebeard in a one-on-one, general battle. What about the Neptune commander? Why not summon the overlord of the surrounding seas, and the sea kings of the calm belt? What about the second form of dragon wings? Why not fly to the air to command? It's not that Han Yan is weak, but another purpose of coming to Whitebeard this time is to take advantage of the momentum. Build on Whitebeard's fame, then proclaim it to the world in one fell swoop. Calm belts, Sea Emperor, Han Yan's name. Don't think that I can't keep you guys. Looking at the silent Whitebeard, Han Yan spoke again. Of course, Whitebeard also kept a hand during the fight. According to the two heads up, Han Yan is still weaker. After all, Han Yan has only been in his teens since he came to this world. Even if he added his previous life, he was only in his 30s. And Whitebeard is in his 60s. Sea Emperor, I'm afraid this is not your purpose. Whitebeard laughed loudly, Gu la 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 la, and then stared at the black and blue dragon head in front of him with lingering eyes. Loudly said, if you are a well-informed person, you should know I will never allow anyone to hurt my companions. At the same time, I am Whitebeard. Haki soared into the sky. Han Yan immediately sneered wantonly. He raised his head and roared. Then let's fight. Commander of the Sea Emperor. Rumbling. The bottom of the sea is boiling, and big waves are rising like cumulus clouds. With the undetected sound of war drums in the sea, countless undercurrents are surging. The overlords of the calm belt, West Blue, East Blue, South Blue, North Blue, and even the entire Grand Line opened their eyes. The call from the Emperor made them surge up one after another. The sound like a war drum flashed through Sea King's mind at each level. It was a mysterious wave similar to Shirahoshi's summoning of Sea Kings, which quickly spread around the sea. This is the mind wave from the Sea Emperor. Gu la la la, children ready to fight. It's Dad. The boats are all moving towards the Moby DK. Hurry up, everyone, the captains are going to inform the big pirate fleet. Let them come to support. Feeling this oppressive atmosphere, the crew members of the crew took action one after another. They stared at the four behemoths in the distance and waited quietly, and soon the sea dragon's huge mouth stopped, and at the same time, the eardrum stinging sound gradually stopped. HMPH, although they are not the subordinates I have recovered. But under the order of the Sea Emperor, these guys will still come. After a while, Han Yan wondered if he had used a fake, commander of the Sea Emperor. A huge bird's beak suddenly floated from the bottom of the sea, and then appeared in the sea with many large sea kings. The overlord-level Sea Kings has a huge beak, and when it stared at Han Yan, it didn't ask extra questions. Instead, he turned his head sideways to stare at the body of Sea King Dragon, and then opened his mouth to make a sound that only Sea Kings could understand. Not only the beak Sea Kings, but soon, all kinds of grotesque behemoths gradually surfaced. Overcast clouds spread all over the sea area. Even the seagulls in the sky dare not fly over this sea area. Raging waves are everywhere, but under Han Yan's signal, these Sea Kings have not acted rashly yet. At this time, a strange picture emerged. A storm is coming, and on Wang Yang's sea, a mothership is drifting quietly. Surrounding it 970, there are gigantic monsters countless times bigger than it. Teeth as big as the railing of a ship, huge eyes as big as a small boat. With the gaze from the Sea Kings, the Moby DK, which was originally quite big, suddenly became as small as a sesame seed. Facing the sight of this group of terrifying Sea Kings overlords, even Whitebeard was shocked. Moby DK, over. That was his only thought. Maybe he can shake the sea and cause a tsunami. Maybe he can kill the blood to flow into rivers and shatter the world. But, the Moby DK and his crew still lost their lives at sea in the end. So that's it. This is the Emperor of the Sea. Do you think Han Yan is powerful now? Or weak? Anyway, I think he is at the level of 4 emperors, not invincible or something. After all, there are many places that Sea Kings cannot go. The main thing is let's develop the protagonist's individual strength. This time, the ability to temporarily summon the surrounding Sea Kings is just pretending. It's fine to understand it as the summoning of Princess Shirahoshi. But Whitebeard is not the time to lose, defeat or die, otherwise, the plot will not be able to go on in the future. Let's not talk about it, just read it and you will know. Don't say that I made Whitebeard weak. Chapter 57 The Arrival of the Red Hare. Please subscribe automatically. A cold breath blows all over the void. The sky suddenly darkened, and then there was a sound of rushing waves in the dark. Roar. A resonant roar sounded in the minds of many Sea Kings. Behind the Sea King Dragon, shadows floated, one after another like a mountain, facing the terrifying Sea Kings with strange postures. Some are like sea snakes, some are like octopuses, and some are like beasts on land. This is the Sea Kings, the strongest race in the sea. And in front of these Sea Kings respected as the Emperor, there was a calm and unmoving Whitebeard with a cold expression on his face. The posture is not small. Are you going to take me down in one fell swoop? Gu la la la. Well, no, I only have money in my eyes, and only money. Han Yan continued with a slight smile. Of course, a powerful creature. It's also delicious. Gu la la la. After Whitebeard eased the shock in his heart, he said, don't underestimate any one of the 4 emperors. Anyone who can become the 4 emperors is not an old man who has gone through many battles. After Luo Jia's death, the era of great pirates has now been triggered. As a member of this era, you are indeed amazing. But, as I said, one day as the Emperor of the Sea, you will be a sea cockroach for the rest of your life. You have your bottom line, and either is my reverse scale. Following Han Yan's explosive shout, the people on the Moby DK could even feel the sound of countless thunderclaps in the sky. Soon, Han Yan restrained his hostility. Antoine, the Sea Emperor's order made the big turtle swim over swiftly. Father, I'm sorry, I really didn't want to trouble you. On the icebreaker, all the pirates saw the Moby DK in such distress. Immediately felt inexplicable shame, especially the Ice Witch. She didn't expect why Han Yan has such a strong power, nor did she think that Han Yan could summon the Sea Kings. If all the forces of Whitebeard are here, then Han Yan will definitely be unable to beat them. It can only be fought as a war for a long time. After all, there are countless Sea Kings. If it lasts for a long time, Whitebeard will undoubtedly lose. Not even the allied forces of the 4 emperors. No one can stand against the sea. Even if some Sea Kings are disobedient, they are not afraid. Han Yan can trick Shirahoshi over, and in that case, it will be the age of the sea riots. Obviously, even the red-haired people who are far away know this. Neptune, a voice full of haki but not hostile sounded. Soon, under the signal of Han Yan, the Sea Kings standing outside endured the bloodthirsty impulse, and then stood on both sides, drooling and staring at the arrival of the battleship. The dragon-shaped bow is much smaller than the Moby DK. But it can also be regarded as a behemoth of a beast level. This is the Red Force of red-hair pirates. Please give me face. Stop it, Your Excellency the Sea Emperor. A man wearing a black base coat with a cloak trimmed with gold silk, a head of red hair dazzling like flames, the sleeve of his left arm was completely covered by the cloak, and a man holding a long knife in his right hand stood with a serious expression. The bow opens. Not only Han Yan, but even Whitebeard and others were slightly surprised by it. After seeing the red-haired figure, after sensing haki on him who was comparable to the two of them, he immediately understood his idea. The redhead is afraid to prevent this conflict. Han Yan can also guess this point. He is a smart person who knows how to use his own advantages. And the red hair coming at this time is not just that simple. His Excellency, some time ago, if there was no Whitebeard's flag, I am afraid that the Fishman Island would have been looted by the world government and marine long ago. You mean, Whitebeard is actually helping me? Well, that's about it. Shanks spread his hands and said with a little helplessness. After all, Whitebeard is stubborn and not easy to persuade, and the redhead knows this. After all, he and the captain are of the same era, and he has already figured out that character. And Han Yan is, no, Sea Kings. It's even more strange. He seems to value his reputation extremely, and he is also very greedy for money. But when he thinks about it carefully, he is calm and terrifying, and he is also an extremely cunning guy. Fortunately, the red-haired Vice Captain Ben Beckman is the smartest man in the pirate world. According to what he said, Han Yan is here to take advantage of the situation, and his group will definitely succeed in this trip. Ever since, the arrival of the red hair has become a key to the truce between the two forces of Whitebeard and Neptune. Daddy, it's the 4 emperors with red hair. Yes, got it. Whitebeard looked sideways slightly, staring at the red-haired figure and said, Gu la la la, the boy on the Luo Jia boat. What are you doing here? Actually, there is a misunderstanding between you and His Excellency the Sea Emperor. I am here this time to resolve this misunderstanding. The red hair waved his hand, and then 2 people behind him came over with a jug of wine each. At the same time, he went on to say, Your Excellency, the Emperor of the Sea, is my red-haired friend. Of course, this is the way we human pirates reconcile. I don't know, Your Excellency, the Emperor of the Sea, can you show me your face? After finishing speaking, it fell silent immediately. Han Yan remained silent, and the people on Whitebeard's boat also fell silent. The red-haired voice still echoed on the sea, this quiet sea area, just when a drop of Nuoma's cold sweat gradually rose on the red-haired forehead. Since it is a misunderstanding, there is a way to solve it. After all, you are also the human being who gave me wine, so I will listen to you this time. Suddenly, Han Yan spoke up. He smiled slightly, showing a set of sharp teeth, then stared at Whitebeard and said, The people on that ship are safe and sound. But, as a human being, you are quite extraordinary. As Han Yan's voice fell, Anton's body gradually approached. The Sea Kings in the surrounding sea area also gradually sank to the bottom of the sea and dispersed, and at the same time, the ability of the Sea King to command ended. The fruit of face is very important, but we will soon enter a new chapter. At that time is the time when the protagonist gradually becomes strong and invincible. Don't worry, take your time. Oh, by the way, the book is around 5 o'clock a day. Only there are many more, some are timed, and automatic subscriptions can be viewed in advance. Chapter 58 Return to Calm Belt. This volume is over. The sea. For a moment, the telepathy in the hearts of the Sea Kings in various areas of the sea was interrupted, and then they returned to their own territories. Occasionally, some even took the opportunity to kill other Sea Kings, causing some chaos. With the end of the ability, a dizzy feeling of dizziness rose in Han Yan's head. But soon disappeared. After all, there is a price to use the ability of the Sea Emperor Commander, and it consumes too much energy, which leads to some fatigue. Fortunately, the time is not long. This is not a big deal for Han Yan. You, the Sea Kings, are more different. If every Sea Kings were like you, then there would be no 4 emperors in the sea. Whitebeard waved his hand, when he saw that his crew was fine. Then he laughed happily. Everyone is a member of the sea, whether it is Sea Kings or human beings. They are all children of the sea. Sea Emperor, I have to admit that you have the qualifications. My Shanks also admit that Han Yan is qualified to be the Emperor of the Sea. Under the witness of the 2 pirate emperors of New World, the title of Sea Emperor Han Yan can be considered to be completely launched, and the world is famous. Immortal 633 circulated throughout the Grand Line, and even 10 years later, the name of the Neptune who ruled the Calm Belt still keeps countless people from stepping into it. Even the Fishman Island has lost many arrogant pirates. Anything involving the Fishman Island is my business, Han Yan. If you want to drive through the Fishman Island or Calm Belt in the future, remember to bring good wine. Otherwise, don't blame me for not recognizing people. Han Yan stirred the body in the sea, then stretched out his giant claws, and grabbed the wine jar sent by Hong. Throw it lightly, and fall into your mouth. The pungent taste of the wine and the delicious taste that you haven't tasted for a long time fall into your throat again. The taste of Sea Kings is different from that of humans, but Han Yan can still feel this refreshing feeling, although it is very subtle. But as the amount increases, there will be more or less drunkenness. Soon, Han Yan bid farewell to this place with his 3 younger brothers. His real purpose of coming this time is actually to stand up. Presumably, if the news of World War I spread today, those world governments and little pirates would be much more honest, and I just had the opportunity to go to Sky Island for a walk. Not long after Han Yan left, the sky gradually darkened. That night, the red-haired and whitebeard boats were brightly lit and bustling. It doesn't matter whether you know each other, whether you have any enemies before, whether you were an enemy ship or a brother. That's one word, drink. On the huge Moby DK, the 2 leaders are Whitebeard and Redhead. Each of them is holding a barrel of good wine in their hands, and they drank it all with their necks raised. They looked at each other, smiling. Sigh, I didn't expect there to be such special Sea Kings in this world. The Sea Emperor is indeed very unusual. After all, pirates are not the only protagonists in the sea. In this world, there are many magical races. You are still young, although you are now there are 4 emperors, but compared to the others, they are still far behind. Whitebeard laughed and said with his beard curled up. That's what you said. Shanks nodded modestly, then picked up a big bowl, and then raised his head and drank. Next to them, the captains of the 16th Squad were also full of emotion. They all gathered around, telling stories about Han Yan one after another, and then bragging one after another, drinking one cup after another. Instead, one of them seemed to be thinking about something. That's Marshal D. Teach, with a few teeth missing in this mouth. A rough-looking young man. On his left waist were 3 flintlock AFFB guns, and on his right waist was a bottle of strong rum. At this time, he watched the other captains drinking freely, and laughed after drinking a few glasses. But he has been reminiscing about another thing, that is the inadvertent look in Han Du's eyes when he left. Those eyes that seemed to see through everything made him feel strangely uncomfortable, as if he was mocking. 9. After watching the fight between Han Yan and Whitebeard, Teach understood the power gap. The feeling of longing to be strong kept rising in his heart. The sense of powerlessness in the face of Sea Kings was also born. But at the same time, as he longed for Whitebeard's power, the ambition in his heart gradually expanded. In the coming year, while the reputation of the Sea Emperor Han Yan spread, Murloc Arlong broke away from the Grand Line's Murloc pirates and just came to East Blue to occupy Kokoyasi village. Nami's adoptive mother, Belle Mel, dies. The water train completes the remaining 3 routes. Mr. Tom escorted to Annie's lobby. Carter Flam, Frankie, disappears after ramming her body into a water train. At the same time, the frog Yokozuna of the City of 7 Waters begins to challenge the water train. The Fishmen Island began to erect a flag with the pattern of the Sea Emperor dragon as the Sea Emperor became famous. And known as the Sea Emperor banner. On Calm Belt, with Han Yan gone, the marine battleship is still sailing on the Seastone. Facing such momentum of the Sea Emperor, the world government also secretly stopped the special organization's investigation, and at the same time strengthened its vigilance. Marine, on the other hand, remains the same. A few days later, Yinyan and the 3 younger brothers returned to the boundary of the Fishmen Island. After arranging the 3 younger brothers here as his apostles, Han Yan returned to the territory of Calm Belt. All he wants to do now is to travel through the Calm Belt and find the coordinates of Sky Island. The so-called Sky Island is an island floating in the sky composed of fossilized cumulus clouds. Because of floating in the air for a long time, Sky Island has developed and formed a unique civilization. Originally, life on Sky Island was quite peaceful, because it was far away from the ground. Residents on Sky Island avoided the threat of joining from the world government and developed steadily. The residents on the island are very good at using all kinds of strange shellfish to facilitate their daily life. Of course, before that, the cancer of Calm Belt. The 9 Snakes Island that Han Yan hates the most is his next itinerary. Chapter 1. Come to 9 Snake Island again. Seeking automatic subscription. In the Calm Belt next to the Grand Line, there is such a mysterious island. 9 Snake Island, also known as Daughter Island Amazon Lily. This is an island where only women live. They are born to be trained as warriors, carrying all the family and labor on their shoulders. Even after pregnancy, they only give birth to girls. The characteristic is that there is a snake wrapped around their bodies. The ability to transform into weapons. The country is built in the jungle-covered Hayamanaka, the architecture has a full Huxia style, and the island has the absolute norms of the ban on men hundreds of years ago. Once a man enters this place, the end is to be wiped out. Due to the presence of huge sea kings in the Calm Belt, ordinary ships cannot enter the waters near Daughter Island. There is a pirate group on the island, called the 9 Snake Pirates. The setting sun slanted down and fell on the blue sea. It seemed red but not red, flickering bright and dark. But soon, circles of ripples appeared on the sea surface. The sky gradually darkened, and a shadow covered the setting sun on the sea. Hit this quiet environment, an atmosphere of death was quietly created, and the next moment, a huge sea king suddenly jumped out of the sea and swallowed a slightly smaller fish. And in an instant, the more terrifying giant mouth devoured it. The rays of the sun shone on the erect body on the sea surface, reflecting a blood-colored sun on the blue scales. A pair of bright black eyes stared at the direction of the island, and soon, human hatred appeared in the eyes of this terrifying dragon-shaped sea kings. That's right, this is the island. This is an island. Even if turned into ashes, Han Yan would recognize this location. This is the legendary sanctuary for men, the lair of Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the entire Sea is the famous 9 Snakes Island. However, for him, it was like a nightmare in the early stage. Yes, Han Yan was born in the sea near here, and once a year, 9 Snake Island will send soldiers to go out to sea for fishing. At that time, Han Yan was almost captured once. Forget it, but the former queen of 9 Snake Island shot herself twice. Ever since, in this sea area of Calm Belt, 9 Snake Island was established as a cancerous existence in Han Yan's eyes. Of course, Han Yan has no intention of invading 9 Snake Island right now. After all, there is nothing delicious about a group of women, and he is not a pervert who likes to eat women. Occasionally he eats pirates because of devil fruit or to satisfy his hunger. Usually, he doesn't like to eat TN pirates with little meat, sharp bones, and sometimes diarrhea. The so-called cannibalism is just an occasional phenomenon, but it doesn't mean that Han Yan is a monster who likes to eat people. Think about it, Jew Snake Island is not impossible. At least in my opinion, as long as the protection fee is fixed every year like the Fishmen Island, it is fine. After all, the hatred between me and the Fishmen Island is just my own resentment, not a life and death enmity. In fact, to put it bluntly, Han Yan doesn't want to start a war with an island girl. After all, although the hockey arrows can't hurt you, but, if it hits some fragile place, it will hurt. It was delayed for more than a month, and I came all the way from thousands of miles. Even I am a little tired. Forget it, get some sleep first, and find something to do tomorrow. As if talking to himself, Han Yan quietly dived down. Longway scattered away, causing the surrounding weak sea kings to flee one after another. And he also found a seabed cave, got in and ate the original owner of the cave, and fell into a deep sleep. Speaking of which, Amazon Lily, a country where pirates are the main occupation, their style of doing things is almost exactly the same as Han Yan's. Most of the resources on the island, such as needles and threads, weapons, external items, etc., were obtained through years of war by the 9 Snake Pirates. It takes a long time for the 9 Snake Pirates to set sail every time. At the same time, by going out to sea, some women on the ship will bring back their babies after going out to sea, but it is unbelievable that all the babies born are girls. It is said that if a powerful man passes the Calm Belt, he will be regarded as a symbol of bravery, received by the Daughter Kingdom, and live on it for a period of time. 0. Seeking flowers 00. However, because the first generation of queens, after being abandoned by a foreign man, became depressed and lovesick, so there was the theory of banning men, serious nonsense. In short, there are many secrets on Hydra Island. But Han Yan didn't know any of them. What he wants to do is the property on the island. The second day, the sun was rising slowly, and Jew Snake Island became lively. If you want to say why you were so active today, it is mainly because of one thing. That is the 9 Snake Pirates, and their empress is back. Morning hours. On a certain balcony attic on the back mountain of Daughter's Island, a slightly shorter woman with a much older appearance sat peacefully on a chair, carefully reading the newspaper in her hand. Gloriosa, the former emperor of the current emperor, Snake. 3rd generation. She knows that because her daughter's island is located in the Calm Belt, the news is not easy to come by, and it is easy to lose contact with the outside world, so she cherishes every newspaper and always cares about the changes in the world's situation. Now she is also Hancock's role as a national teacher. She stared at the newspaper in her hand, and suddenly her face gradually became serious. Because of the special geographical location of the Amazon Lily Daughter country, they will see world news for a few days longer than other places. This sea emperor named Hanji is really extraordinary. A month ago, he actually caused such a big news in New World. And it's all spread here. When she saw dragon-shaped Sea Kings, and the large fleet of the New World 4 emperors clashed, and the status of Neptune in the Sea Kings was born. She put down the newspaper slowly, and at this moment, a girl who was beautiful enough to charm all sentient beings came over. What Sea Emperor? Hancock frowned, resisting the urge to grab the newspaper. There was a smile on the corner of her mouth, and she said to Granny Z, "Cut, I didn't expect you to care so much about a newspaper. Bring it here and let Igia see it." 0. Chapter 2 Han Yan, are back. Seeking automatic subscription. Hancock. Call me Empress. Hancock frowned, pouted and smiled. Here you are. Gloriosa shook her head helplessly, and handed over the newspaper. This is that guy. And Hancock also picked it up, glanced at it casually, and thought about it before throwing it out. Suddenly her expression froze, and then her eyes gradually widened, and she yelled out incredulously. What, Hanku, my lord Empress, have you seen this sea dragon? Gloriosa also asked in surprise. Why mother-in-law, I think we are in trouble this time. Quote, Hancock's eyelids twitched, and an ominous premonition of 740 rose in his heart. They even refer to themselves as I. Why do you say that? Gloriosa was startled. Do you still remember the Sea Kings Igia told you about last time? And the big black snake from before? You mean, before Gloriosa could react, it was on one side of the island, next to a certain coast. There was a deafening roar that resounded through the sky. Hey, from Nine Snake Island, get out of here. Next, take Han Yan ontology as the center. The terrifying Longway probed towards the island, although the body of Nine Snake Island is not small. But as Sea Kings, it still has the ability to cover most of the island with Longway. The terrible sound waves made the sky on the island suddenly change color, and the typhoon attracted by the fruit-absorbing fruit swept across the dark clouds, making the sky dark. Invisibly, a gloomy and dull atmosphere permeated the sky over Nine Snake Island. The female warriors stared nervously at the giant erected in the sea ahead. None of them dared to attack without authorization. They seemed to be frightened, and they dared not raise their heads to look directly under this intimidating Longway. Soon, under the panic of these women, the crew of the Nine Snake pirates gradually came over. It's the monster that attacked the ship a year ago. They stared at the big guy, and their faces turned pale immediately, apparently recognizing Han Yan's identity. At the same time, people in the entire daughter country heard the roar of the Sea Emperor Dragon, as well as the provocative voice to the owner of Nine Snake Island. Although they didn't understand why this monster was angry, their empress soon appeared. Hancock looked calm, but his heart was extremely nervous. What she didn't understand was why the nasty Sea Kings came after such a long time. At the same time, she is also very clear that if there is a fight, Jew Snake Island will be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Thousands of warriors from the daughter kingdom gathered in the square, and at this time Gloriosa also walked out. What happened? Empress Hancock walked to the crowd and asked, but soon, she saw a shadow in the distant sea. My lord Empress, it's a sea dragon, a talking Sea Kings. It seems to be looking for trouble for us, mother-in-law, we are preparing to report to you. Before the female soldiers had time to report, roar, the hard scales reflected dazzling brilliance in the sun, and the sharp claws tore apart the boulders on the edge of the island. The huge dragon fins retracted quietly, and soon, this 200-meter-sized monster that could easily destroy boulders and houses came ashore. Everyone be careful. Gloriosa and Hancock were taken aback. Maybe this dragon-shaped Sea Kings looked clumsy on the shore, but it must not be underestimated. Hancock is the one who has experienced its terrible power firsthand, and Gloriosa knows it better. This is the Sea King who the newspapers said was in conflict with the 4 emperors. Everyone, retreat. This is the sea dragon fighting against the New World and 4 emperors Whitebeard. The owner of the Fishmen Island, Sea Emperor. As Gloriosa's voice fell, the female warriors froze in no time. But there was no time to explain to them. At this time Hancock took a step forward, and the 2 younger sisters walked up with them. The 3 of them showed angry expressions, then looked up at Han Yan, who was countless times bigger than the 3 of them, and said, Is it in the sea? What's the price of coming to Zongjia's Nine Snake Island? Roar. A dragon chant made the surroundings fall into silence at the same time. Han Yan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, interesting. Now who doesn't know that Calm Belt is my hometown and also my territory? You 9 Snake Islands took root here privately, and asked me what I came here for. What do you say? What else can I do? Immediately afterwards, the endless torrential pressure and suffocating terror descended, oppressing the hearts of this group of people, making it difficult to breathe. The female warriors held back their fear, drew their bows and arrows one after another, and some rushed out with long swords in their hands. Staring ahead vigilantly and hostilely. Now, it's time to settle accounts with you 9 Snake Island. In the crowd, the person who was paralyzed on the ground by Longway raised his head numbly. And Hancock stared at the huge monster in front of him and didn't attack for a long time, and he didn't know what the hell he was doing. Of course, these people dare not act rashly. If this monster is angered, there is no room for negotiation. As the owner of the island, Hancock had to think so much. If it was 1.0 more than a year ago, no matter who he is, kill him. I don't know if Lord Neptune came here, what does he want? To Han Yan's surprise, a slightly older woman came over. It looks like he is in his 60s, but this looks more and more familiar. You human being makes me feel very familiar. Han Yan squinted his eyes and looked at it carefully. Soon, the familiar biological breath made him react. Immediately laughed sarcastically and said, So it's you. The former emperor of the Daughter Kingdom. Ha ha ha, at that time, you still remember the black snake that escaped twice under your arrow. That was me when I was young. Unexpectedly, Han Yan, came back. Come on. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Chapter 3 Angry Hancock, seeking automatic subscription. Gloriosa's face was pale, and she felt some remorse for what she had done back then. She knew that she would have left this monster behind. Who knew that the retribution would come now? However, I'm not interested in the women on your island. There's not much meat, and my stomach hurts after eating. Han Yan stared at the 3 Hancock sisters with a half smile, and then mocked. It's you 3, but it's easy for me to find. Why? Don't contact Marine anymore. That's your ally. A-hole, you are not allowed to approach the Empress. Go away. Seeing this group of timid women surrounded them one after another, as well as Hancock and others, whose shoulders were constantly shaking while holding back their anger. Han Yan curled his lips, and put away his desire to play tricks on them. It's really not a molestation, but forget it. I'm here this time to announce something to you. What's the matter? Tell the Ai family. Looking at Hancock's beautiful eyes, Han Yan's dark eyes flashed a fierce light, and then continued. Let me introduce myself. My name is Han Yan. I am titled Sea Emperor, and I am also the owner of Calm Belt and the Fishman Island. And Jew Snake Island, which is located in the windless belt of O5, is also under the jurisdiction of my forces from now on. From now on, 9 snakes I am responsible for the safety of the island. As soon as the voice fell, the women on the island soon exploded. What? This sea dragon said to protect us. Really? This monster is not here to attack us. Shish, didn't you hear? It's the Sea Emperor, not an ordinary sea dragon. However, Hancock doesn't make things as simple as he thinks. Not to mention Gloriosa. At this moment, the gradually aging woman walked up to Han Yan, then raised her head to look into his downcast eyes. 2 figures, one big and one small, watched. Soon, Gloriosa said, Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Sea, thank you for forgiving us for our rudeness and sins at the beginning. But, there are conditions for doing so. As expected of the former Emperor of 9 Snake Island. Very correct, the conditions. Han Yan's huge eyes glanced at Hancock and the beautiful woman in the square, revealing a hint of greed. The women who caught this look changed their expressions one after another, just like the legendary perverts, and they couldn't help but sound like the man in the book. Are you looking for a girl from 9 Snake Island? Gloriosa asked in a daze. Ah, does the Emperor of the Sea like human girls? Just like the dragon and the princess in a fairy tale. I feel like I'm going to be eaten. When these women were talking, Rang Yan frowned and said coldly, Shut up. Soon, with a dragon roar, the surroundings became quiet. I'm not interested in your human females and I can't have SX if I'm interested. My condition is very simple. I pay 1 billion berry every year like the Fishman Island. This is your living expenses. Afterwards, Han Yan stared at Hancock's figure and continued. You 9 snake pirates go out to plunder every year, don't tell me that you can't make up 1 billion berry. Whether it's treasure or treasure, devil fruit is also fine. What? Get me 1 billion berry. Otherwise, wait for the Sea King's army to destroy 9 Snakes Island. What? You damn. Woohoo. Hancock gritted his teeth, his beautiful eyes almost burst into flames. It's hard to see that she has been tolerant until now. Just when she was about to run away, the 2 younger sisters quickly grabbed her. Miss Huang, no, yes, everyone's lives are in your hands. The green-haired woman let go of her hand covering Hancock's mouth, and said angrily, My lord, 1 billion is too much. A lot. If you think it's too much, go loot it. Go take advantage of the Shichibukai privileges given to you by the world government, go grab it. There are so many pirates on the Grand Line, so many ethnic groups in the world, not just 1 billion, even 100 billions can be plundered. Finally, accept my rule. Barbaric humans. Looking at Hancock's appearance of trying to attack himself, Han Yan suddenly felt amused and embarrassed. When I looked at this child, I was left with a shadow. Kushi is now enduring the wronged empress. I feel that I have done a little too much. But this world is like this, cruel and realistic. After all, I still helped 9 Snake Island. You must know that there are many people who are trying to protect the name of Sea Emperor. After all, it is very cheap to compete with the existence of 4 emperors. 1 billion berry per year. BR. Dragon, go to hell. 9 Snake Island, will never let you bully me. Just when Han Yan was about to leave, Hancock's beautiful eyes were full of anger and mist. Then he jumped into the air like flying, and kicked towards himself. Miss Huang, don't. Master Snake Princess, Empress, go to hell. 900 fragrant feet. He was really kicked up by his own foot, but the young Hancock seemed to have been greatly wronged, enduring the mist in his eyes, and then crazily attacked. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 10th kick, marrow mellow. Kiss the gun. Heart-shaped rays of light shot out of her hand again. But why? Why doesn't my devil fruit ability have any effect on this monster? Why? Hancock didn't know. Her face was so pale that her tightly closed eyes were filled with tears, so that her trembling long eyelashes seemed to be soaked in water, and a trace of blood had already leaked from her tightly pressed lips. She just raised her head and looked up, being attacked so much by herself. But the monster in front of him is like nothing. Those cold eyes and indifference without human emotion are so terrifying. Have you had enough trouble? Everyone said whether to accept the Empress or not. I wanted to only accept the Shirahoshi, a close relative race. But looking at this posture, the Empress fell in love with Han Yan inexplicably. 233 I was so confused. If you have any suggestions and dissatisfaction, just comment on the book review. Chapter 4 Rush to the Sky. Seeking automatic subscription. Have you had enough trouble? Han Yan said coldly. He stretched out his sharp claws, imprisoned Hancock in his palm, and slowly grabbed the soft body in his palm. Let go of me, let go of Igia, you bloody big black snake. Even if I'm a ghost, I won't let you go. Master Neptune, Shiji didn't intend to offend you. Gloriosa ran over quickly, she clenched her fists, resisting the urge to make a move. But for the lives of the people on the island, she endured it. Han Yan sneered, and then continued. Very well, then go get stronger. I'm waiting for you to come and trouble me. Of course, I won't blaming you. After all, bullying a little girl is not the style of the Sea Emperor. Hancock is only 19 years old, which is indeed a little girl in Han Yan's eyes, although Hancock is 233 years older than him in One Piece. Although Hancock's tone was very strong, but no matter how you looked at it, he had a teary-eyed look, and Han Yan only felt that he was making fun of himself. After all, the current Empress is not the Empress of Haki 10 years later. The current Hancock is at best a girl 803 venting her grievances. Today's humiliation, I will pay back 100-fold in the future. I will make you apologize to me on your knees, definitely will. Staring at the huge shadow in the distance, Hancock bit his lip and snapped. You said it 10 years ago. I've been waiting for you for 10 years, so what? Come if you have the strength. I, Han Yan, have no fear. The turbulent waves set off again, the typhoon went away, and the dark clouds in the sky quietly dispersed with the sound. And the figure of the Sea Emperor gradually faded away with the wind and waves. All that is left is the rest of the life on the island. And the silent Hancock who wiped away his tears. P.S. Everyone has their own opinions on whether to accept the heroine or not. Regarding the setting of the heroine, then go to the voting area to get a vote. Don't blame me for not saying, whether you want an original heroine or a preset heroine, vote above. The vast sea, the sky and the sea are lined up. The waves lay peacefully on the seabed in this sunny weather, and Han Yan also quietly emerged from the sea, quietly watching the sky above. AFCJ, why don't you kill or teach Empress Snake G a lesson? One is because she is too weak to threaten him. The two are to stimulate her and make her want to continue to become stronger through plundering and going out, so that she can gain more property. If necessary, put pressure on her to plunder even harder. You know, anger is also a kind of motivation. I don't know if I have become a bit evil, but in fact, Han Yan has not killed many people in his own territory except that he is cruel to people in terms of resources. Even friendly at times. The 4 emperors have finally been born, and the 7 warlords of the sea have been assembled recently. I didn't expect that guy Jinbei to join the Shichibukai, but forget it, he must not dare to betray. What kind of person Jinbei is, Han Yan still understands somewhat. And this smart Murloc is very clear about the gains and losses of both sides, but the world government really can bear it for so long without sending anyone to chase and kill him. Maybe it's because I didn't kill the celestial dragons. Funny, White Sea, the ocean on the second sky, lying sideways on the sea, looking up at the occasional clouds in the sky. Han Yan seemed to see an angel waving to him, and a smile was born in his eyes involuntarily. In the original book, it is the god of Sky Island, a little guy who destroyed his hometown Burka and took the Shinigami officer to conquer Sky Island, and then ruled for more than 6 years. A bear boy is a bear boy after all, in the current time period. It seems that he will have to wait 2 or 3 years before he will appear, and it seems that Thunder Fruit has not been obtained by him yet. Thunder Fruit Han Yan drooled and thought about it, if he could get this thing. I definitely can't eat it myself, but I can exchange it. Using Thunder Fruit can be exchanged for abilities related to lightning attributes, which is equivalent to eating this fruit in disguise. At that time, he might be Thunder Dragon. Thinking in this way, a plan of pure evil, true evil, was born. Head to Burka, then find the Thunder Fruit. Then go to Sky Island above the White Sea, and loot your savings. Now New World is a bit unstable, but Whitebeard is Whitebeard after all. Even if there is a challenge of not being long-sighted, he will probably die miserably. Whether it's Kaido or Charlotte Linlin talking about Kakuzu, the situation is a little uneasy. It is even said that Kaido wants to die recently, and he is investigating Han Yan's traces everywhere. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it, so that when Han Yan was not around, when he was going to vent his anger on the Fishmen Island to force him to come out, he was stopped by the red hair of 4 emperors. Of course, relatively speaking. In fact, Han Yan is also looking for a chance to eat this delicious food. Maybe one day will come, and it won't be too long. As for dark fruit, Han Yan didn't even care about it. What do you want it for? To increase pain for yourself. And the ability is not strong. Maybe this fruit is very powerful for other people. But for Han Yan, whatever. The ability to inhale, compress and shatter everything that comes into contact with darkness is indeed very strong. But Han Yan doesn't like it, because, if he wants to have this kind of ability, just find a few devil fruit upgraded, maybe a similar ability can be synthesized. And even stronger, for Han Yan, every devil fruit is just an extra skill. Although, he is now a sucking fruit. After hearing this name, Han Yan was too lazy to develop it. At most, it is used as mind power, and it is not stable. The waiting was almost over, and Han Yan finally surfaced completely on the sea surface. With a huge body of nearly 300 meters, a pair of temple unparalleled wings that are as black as ink and like steel scale armor are blooming. The black shadow that shrouded the small islands gradually lifted, and then straight into the sky. This giant sea dragon. No, it should be said to be a dragon. A Haki blue and black dragon. Under the sky, the blue is almost invisible, it looks more like a black dragon. In this way, Han Yan started his journey of plundering the sky. Chapter 5 Surprise Enel, seeking automatic subscription. Sky Island is an island floating in the air composed of fossilized cumulus clouds. As for the civilization on the island, and the people who developed strange shellfish to survive, they have also been introduced. But there is one more point to make. 400 years ago, a huge current washed part of Sky Island here, breaking the calm on Sky Island. Because the soil can grow all kinds of vegetables and food that can be used, the residents of Sky Island fell in love with this magical land at once. Out of the thirst for land, the aborigines of Sky Island seized the island. As the aborigines of Sky Island, the descendants of the great warrior Karl Gallo were driven out of the island where they have lived for hundreds of years. So for 400 years, there have been constant disputes on Sky Island, but because of the weakness of the natives of Sky Island has always been under the control of Sky Island people. Later, the aborigines of Sky Island survived on the edge of Sky Island and formed guerrillas, trying hard to retake their own land. They were not victorious, however, and their hopes dimmed when a powerful and mysterious being, the self-proclaimed god Enel, appeared here. Of course, this is something. And for now, whatever happened to Sky Island? On the contrary, on Han Yan's side, Burka's position was gradually touched by him. In the blue sky over the sea, flowing colorful clouds danced with a black shadow emerging up and down. Han Yan's body is completely straight in flight, its neck and tail are stretched to both ends, and its front legs are curled under its chest. Whether it is hovering or praying in the air, he has cleverly understood. It was like a mighty dragon king, instantly killing a huge bird and beast with an accurate dive, and then flew up quickly, with very smooth movements. Rolling on the surging blue waves, shuttling between the steep mountains. Walking on one side of the sky, hiding on the other side of the white clouds. Had a great time playing. Then, is Burka. Longan sees through layers of clouds. Not far from the White Sea, another sky island located in the southeast of Sky Island is Burka, Enel's hometown. Burka, on this island, layers of forests are covered, and in the middle of the forest is a beautiful city. Hiding his body well, through the 10,000-meter altitude, Han Yan's invisible predators that are more useful than eagle eyes quietly envelop the island. It's amazing, the little guy with wings, I just don't know if I can eat it. Driven by the meat eater, Han Yan has no choice but to become a foodie. As long as you see something that moves, you will consider whether you can eat it. In the city of the island, the silhouettes of shuttles gather together, which looks very lively. Of course, no one knew that over the forest in the distance the figures of 10 predators were staring at them. Some innocent angelic girls came to the cloud beach at the edge of the city connecting to the White Sea at this time. They showed their lovely smiles innocently and began to play on the cloud beach. On the other side, the stage is held by the working people, the sound shells that can record and play sound, and the light shells that shine. This beautiful dynamic scene may be the daily life of the people on the island. It's so beautiful, I can't bear to destroy it. Cute little angels, 1 pair of wings, 2 pairs of wings, no wings. When Han Yan was looking at the wings boredly, he suddenly found a young man with very long earlobes and a very poor and plain attire. Moreover, compared with the people who have a pair of white wings in the crowd on the street, he is the only one who has no wings on his back. Seeing this picture, Han Yan was stunned, and then just stared at the boy. Interested, Han Yan settled in the forest in this way. He didn't know when Thunder Fruit would appear, let alone when he would find Enel, but seeing an interesting little guy, he calmed down and gradually landed on Burka Sky Island. The volume of nearly 300 meters is not small, but it is much smaller compared to the island. What's more, the island is surrounded by layers of white seas, in which there are populations and creatures of the white seas, and various strange fishes also exist. It solves Han Yan's food problem. 0. Ask for flowers. In this way, while Han Yan was searching for the whereabouts of devil fruit and gold, he would occasionally observe the boy's movements. After a while, the observation during this time allowed Han Yan to know the identity of the boy. Definitely Enel without a doubt. Watching him go out to work in the morning, and go to work with a few tall and strong Sky Island men every day. To do coolies, to repair shellfish, and finally get the Extalu, Sky Island currency, snatched away by other men with wings. Enduring supercilious looks and humiliation every day, living a life like a slave. The little one lived in a rough house near the forest. Perhaps, that house was also built by himself. There are so many tinkering marks on it that it seems that a gust of wind can blow it away. Whenever the night is quiet, Han Yan can occasionally see that guy come out of the town, and then come to the range of the forest alone, holding the doll of the angel man in his hand, cursing and cursing hard in an attempt to vent his inner feelings dissatisfied. If it were any one person, I am afraid that anger and resentment would have already taken over everything in his heart. Even if Burka is destroyed after getting Thunder Fruit, it is not incomprehensible. Moreover, Enel in the original book is very similar to the description of this boy, also has no wings, and looks similar. Then, relatively, the emergence of Devil Fruit is not far away. This world is so cruel, even if he is treated like this, he can't get Han Yan's sympathy. And with this terrifying predator, Perhaps Enel will soon be able to end this miserable life. Of course, helping Enel is absolutely impossible. However, if there is no cruel and violent person to collect money for yourself, that's not good. Han Yan has decided that he is going to occupy 2 sky islands. Then he will use measures similar to the Calm Belt to collect a certain fee from people from the Qinghai mainland who come to the central island to play. Chapter 6 My name is Heaven. Han Yan's plan, seeking automatic subscription. Moreover, the people of Sky Island all work and pay a fixed fee every year. Depending on the degree of individual labor, it is guaranteed that everyone can maintain a normal life during the tax payment process. Welcome to the arrival of Heaven, cute little guys. Gradually, the sky gradually darkened. Because it is on Sky Island, I can feel the feeling after dark. Without the cover of many clouds, countless stars are shining in the sky, which looks really beautiful. Soon, as usual, Enel arrived. In the primeval forest that covers the sky and the sun, there are giant trees with strange plank roots that have never been seen everywhere, flowers and fruits on incredible old stems, plants with huge leaves, plants that can move, etc. Fruit. Here, even encountering ferocious beasts is no exception. 5:20. However, Enel still came. As if there was a voice calling him from the bottom of his heart, he took the angel doll to the outskirts of the forest as always. However, he usually doesn't dare to go deep into it, because he knows that there are countless beasts in the forest, and he has to be careful even in the periphery. Today, however, an inexplicable feeling is calling him. He feels that his turning point is in the depths of the forest. In the past few days, he kept having a dream. He dreamed that he got a strange fruit in the depths of the forest, and then ate it himself. And gained great power and became a god. Although he told himself that it was impossible, Enel would not be reconciled if he didn't try it. How many years, how much wrong I have suffered. Enel wiped the dirt stains on his cheeks, he cut off the vines beside the tree with a machete, and cursed as he walked. Every night, it's not that I don't want to sleep. It's that I don't dare to sleep at all. Those bastards, sooner or later to kill them. They regard me as a different kind. They just want to get rid of me. Why? Just because I don't have wings. Yes, I don't have wings, but without wings, I can't go there either. This time, it's better to die in the forest. It's much better than dying at the hands of those disgusting Burka people. Quote, Enel was talking to himself. At the same time, he was vigilant about his surroundings, but why? He always felt a little abnormal. Usually when you come here, you will hear the sound of ferocious beasts, but why is it so quiet today? No, Yuko has always been like this recently. The monsters in the forest seem to be asleep, and it seems that there is an invisible coercion that prevents them from acting recklessly. Enel didn't know, and didn't want to know, how dangerous his business was. What's more, on his road leading to the end of the forest, under a cliff, a pair of big dark eyes opened. Creature, human breath. Han Yan slowly opened his sleeping eyes, and within a kilometer around him as the center, a creature approached. The breath was insignificant, although it was very subtle, it was extremely familiar. It's that little guy. The little guy Han Yan was talking about was naturally Enel. Although he didn't know why the little guy dared to enter the forest, he definitely didn't come to find him. Of course, he thought of another possibility. That is Devil Fruit. Fate. This thing is uncertain. But Han Yan, who has watched the original anime, knows that many characters in this world, no matter how their fate changes, are often the same. In the absence of outside interference, it will eventually come to the right track. But seeing Enel walking into the depths of the forest without fear of death, he should be looking for something that can change his destiny. In other words, it was fate that led him to come. Approaching, Enel approached near the valley. At the same time, Han Yan also stood up. Hurry up. Get out of this damn forest soon. Enel ran out of the man-eating vines, rolling and crawling, leaving many scars on his body. Enduring the pain in his heart and longing for the future, he gradually walked forward. The 100-meter-long dark forest passage is so terrifying, but soon, one step at a time, Enel finally walked out of the forest. But the next moment, after he showed hope, his expression immediately froze. The breath of despair gradually filled his heart. The giant claws covering the sky are climbing on the top of the cliff, and the dragon head who has been poking through the clouds is condescending and looking down at himself like an ant. A haughty giant dragon, the terrifying and Haki body is entrenched above the canyon. At this time the two passers-by bright giant eyes were staring at him. Looking at each other, Enel suddenly understood what the words ants and insignificance are. If it can be summed up in one sentence, it is that the dragon dives into the 9 abyss and bows his head to the side, and the half-claw floats in the world and shakes the sky. Quote. The constricted pupils gradually enlarged, and the despair called death filled Enel's heart. At this moment, he forgot about the fear of running away, and just stared blankly at the horrifying giant. It seems that despair is born so easily. Repeatedly confused and at a loss, once upon a time, faced with despair again and again, confused and ignorant. And now, is he going to die after all? But it is worth seeing the legendary dragon. Soon, a crazy smile flashed in Enel's eyes. The legendary dragon came here. It seems that Burka is going to perish too. The moment he saw the dragon, he was already 5.1. Kill me. Gradually, Enel closed his eyes, with a hopeless and joyful smile on the corner of his mouth, waiting for death to come. Stupid idiot. Eating you will only make my stomach hurt. Han Yan rolled his eyes and muttered in his heart, but he stared at this little guy with interest. Suddenly, a plan was born in my heart. my name is Heaven. In the misty and vast sky, the thick and powerful thunder sound rolled from the depths of the dark sky. The next moment, Enel, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised his head and looked up at it. Chapter 7 Devil Fruit arrived. Seeking automatic subscription. I am Heaven. Looking down on Enel's terrified and confused expression, Han Yan smiled from the bottom of his heart, and continued, I came from Shanghai and headed for the Endless Land. If I happen to be here, who are you for? Haki's unquestionable voice made Enel cringe and lower his head again. My name is Enel, a wingless man from Sky Island, Burka. Dragon, no, God, are you here to destroy this place? As he spoke, Enel stammered and said what he was thinking. Oh, Han Yan reacted in an instant, and continued, I am not here to destroy Burka, but if it is necessary. Let me ask you, what is the purpose of your coming here? Lord, Heaven, I didn't know you were here. The reason why I came back here is completely accidental. After experiencing the initial fear and despair, Enel found that the dragon did not eat him in the first place. Instead, I can communicate with 473, and the seeds of hope are born in my heart. Now he doesn't want to die at all, if he can, he even fantasizes about getting out alive. Instead, he seemed to sort of get it. The dragon doesn't seem to be here to destroy Burka Island, but he doesn't know why the dragon came here. He really wants the dragon to destroy Burka Island, but at the same time he doesn't want to die. This kind of contradictory psychology is constantly conflicting in his heart. In short, disappointment and hope are entrenched in his heart at the same time, so that he is caught in a tangle. Yes, Han Yan sneered from the bottom of his heart, and the power of dragon emanated from his body a little, so that Enel would not faint under the power of fear at the same time. Then, the dragon's head bowed slightly, and Han Yan whispered, I came this time to take back rule, Sky Island. Thousands of years ago, the island floating on the White Sea was created by me. When I come back this time, I also announce to those angels that their God, Heaven, has returned. Sky Island was created by you, my lord. Enel raised his head in shock, expressing his belief in Han Yan's nonsense. After all, Angel Island and Sky Island are islands floating on the Bye-Bye Sea, islands formed by island clouds. Not a Peado, which was washed up 400 years ago, that is part of Gaia Island. And Sky Island is basically composed of island clouds. I came back this time to build the Gate of Heaven, and the Temple of the Gods. Let me ask you, would you like to be the envoy of God, Heaven, the envoy of God? Han Yan said solemnly. The groundbreaking words made Enel kneel and nod abruptly. With an excited and serious expression, he shouted, yes, I do, very good. Also, let me ask you, have you ever seen anything similar to that strange fruit? Han Yan described the appearance of Logia Devil Fruit, and soon Enel nodded quickly, Master God. I dreamed about something like this. That's a devil's seed. It's a devil fruit that was abandoned by the world and the sea. I'm here this time to recover this kind of seed that's drifting outside. Tell me, where is it? Han Yan said solemnly. That rigorous appearance made Enel not suspicious at all. On the side of the White Sea, in the caves of the reefs, and also in the central part of the forest. In my dream, I was hunted down by ferocious beasts. Where did I escape to? A fab. Enel said with some uncertainty. After all, it was just a dream. If it's fake, then not only will he be unable to make a divine emissary, but he will even provoke the wrath of the divine dragon, Heaven. Caves in the reef. Hearing this, Han Yan raised his tail from the inside of the White Sea, and then moved his body. A pair of huge dragon wings burst open under Enel's adoring gaze. With a slight incitement, gusts of wind knocked down the trees, and Enel gritted his teeth and hugged a boulder to survive. Now that he knew the location of the thunder fruit, he pulled out the whole dragon body directly from the depths of the White Sea, and a terrifying and majestic coercion suddenly descended on the sky above Burka Island. Roar! A heaven-shattering dragon whistle rang out over Burka. The billowing clouds that were raised also dissipated with a bang, and Han Yan didn't bother to hide his body. With the terrifying breath and the roar of dragons, the residents of Burka City woke up from their deep sleep. One by one crawled out of the house in a panic, and suddenly an overwhelming power came from the canyon in the west forest. When they looked up, under the shining of the stars, a huge dragon shuttled back and forth. Between the clouds, it landed on the cliffs of the island. Ah, it's a dragon, dragon, dragon. Those people with wings suddenly grew big mouths, and after a few weeks of sound, only the word, dragon, remained in their mouths. The terrifying dragon's power made them kneel down one after another, and some even fainted directly. The shocking aura made the soldiers on Burka Island lower their heads and dare not raise their heads. Rumbling. The cliff was torn apart by a pair of sharp claws, and there was a terrifying digging sound on the island. It's strange, this doesn't seem to be land. It was a little soft to grasp, and soon Han Yan found out. The cliffs in his mouth turned out to be the things accumulated by Daoyun, and the island was not the land in the prison. And the cliff can also be called Cloud Cliff. Of course, as he digs. The caves of the canyon were torn open in no time. Beside the rocks of a certain white lake, a solitary devil fruit lay quietly on it. And as the huge dragon's claws tore the cave apart, the violent vibration made the devil fruit roll to the side. Soon, Han Yan revealed a smile. Got you. A huge suction force was born in his hands, and soon, the devil fruit flew upside down like lightning. It landed firmly in the palm of Han Yan's hand. Finally got it. Chapter 8 Welcome to the God of Heaven. Seeking automatic subscription. Ding. Congratulations to host for finding Thunder Fruit. Find an independent Devil Fruit, reward 10,000 points. It is detected that the host is currently in the early stage of the second stage. Is it possible to absorb fruit evolution? No, Han Yan still has a few things to do before he evolves. Because he knows that once it evolves, it will take a lot of time and energy. At least not now. The dragon's power is approaching, and all things will prostrate. Under the horrified gaze of these people, a thin figure ran out from the distant forest. The figure ran and shouted, "Heaven is here. Come out and welcome everyone. Lord Shenlong will guide us." Heaven is the name Han Yan calls himself. God is his identity. When connected together, it is the god of the sky, not the god of heaven. Although the two are similar, they have different meanings. Heaven, God, is it also a dragon? Why is he not affected by the coercion of Lord God? Some people raised doubts, and looked at the thin figure that moved freely and raised doubts. Enel, I'm the envoy to meet God. Naturally, I won't be affected. You, and you, get down on your knees. Enel suppressed the excitement in his heart, and looked at the Burka people kneeling on the ground pale and horrified by the people who had been dictating him. Unexpectedly, there would be such a funny scene in front of the god of heaven, and he suddenly had the urge to look up to the sky and laugh. As more and more people fell to the ground, basically all of them were crawling on the ground and did not dare to look up. A strong wind blew up in the sky, and a black shadow covered the brilliance of the moon and shrouded the town. Roar. The terrifying roar of the dragon resounded through the sky, and soon, an excited voice sounded. "Look up, my people." It was the god of heaven who spoke. "Shut up. How can someone like you call me the title of heaven, God?" Seeing that someone dared to call Shenlong by his name, Enel took a step forward and shouted angrily. "No problem." Han Yan looked at the ashen-faced angel human race, and suddenly showed a gentle smile, and said, "My name is Tien, and I am your most benevolent, just, and powerful god." At this time, the majestic coercion that permeated the surroundings gradually subsided. Then, Enel spoke and explained to the people who surrendered to Shenlong. Heaven is the god who created Sky Island. The Sky Island we are in was created by God, Heaven, thousands of years ago. Today, God has returned, and you, as God's subjects, must obey God, that is, the absolute order of Tien. Of course, when Tien is not here, I, the envoy, will manage it. Remember, from today, my name is Enel. After speaking, according to Han Yan's will, Enel's indifferent eyes swept across the crowd. Heaven has said that God's envoys don't need emotions. They just need to perform tasks, and only need to govern the ignorant people. This is the responsibility of the envoy, and Enel has done a good job in this regard. It also made Han Yan more satisfied. Remember, God's will is not allowed to be disobeyed. Anyone who dares to defy the heaven will be killed without mercy. Roar. Following Han Yan's voice, under the manipulation of the powerful suction force of Susu fruit. Booming, on the sky of the White Sea, billowing clouds instantly envelop the sky over Burka. In the dark night, at this time, the five fingers become invisible. Dark clouds obscured the sky, preventing the moon and stars from shining on Burka. And this time, according to the will of heaven, Burka will prosper and the world will prosper. And you will live carefree on this White Sea. With the sound of the sound, a big hole opened up in the sky, and the sun gradually fell from the sky on Sky Island in the morning. Immediately afterwards, the light gradually brightened and gradually enlarged. The clouds gradually dissipated, and the light sprinkled on the black-blue giant dragon. A pair of huge dragon wings made Han Yan float in the air. Like a true god, at this moment, a dragon's roar pierced the sky. The sky gradually brightened, and suddenly the newly rising sun appeared. Zero. Asked for flowers. Under the shining of the sun, Burka Island regained its light. Long Wei also quietly took it away. Heaven, God. People raised their heads dully, with excited expressions in their eyes. It was the first time that the sun was so warm like today. They raised their heads in admiration and looked at the dragon with its head held high. Immediately revealed the most sincere voice of blessing. With the rise of the voice, I immediately put this god on the highest position in my heart. Staring at this group of ignorant people, Han Yan secretly laughed in his heart. This is also a normal reaction, even if it falls on Qinghai. I am afraid that many people will do the same. Even the previous Earth is the same. Whoa, mother, there are monsters. Suddenly, a clear cry suddenly sounded at the door of a certain house. For a moment the whole town fell into a deathly silence. An angelic girl with big sparkling eyes, fluttering eyelashes, a small mouth, and flapping wings on her back came out of the house. When she saw Han Yan standing in the sky, she was so frightened that she cried, "Stand up." Bold. Enel's roar sounded suddenly, and he snorted coldly in his heart. His cannibalistic eyes stared at the powerless little girl. Ah, how dare she insult God, and monster. Ruined. God, calm down. She should be killed. I don't know who yelled, and the little girl's crying became louder. And her mother raised her head, hugged her and cried, begging people to forgive the little girl for her rudeness. Stop. Just when these people were at a loss, the sky suddenly darkened. A strong wind blew up, and the huge dragon body gradually fell on Burka Island. 1 step, 2 steps, slowly, Shenlong walked forward. Under the watchful eyes of these people, they gradually approached the mother and daughter. And the next moment, Chapter 9 Purgatory Thunder Dragon. Seeking automatic subscription. The eyes of the old people were wide open, the palms of the soldiers holding their weapons were sweating, the men did not dare to look up, and the women closed their eyes tightly and prayed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the huge dragon's head was slightly lowered, and the dark dragon eyes were watching the mother and daughter with their eyes tightly closed. Am I that scary? What awaits the mother and daughter is not the torture imagined by the people, nor the belated death. Instead, it was Han Yan's slightly gentle questioning voice. Woo! The little angel girl squeezed away in her mother's arms, and then stared blankly at the huge monster that was fixed above her head and in front of her. The little girl is about 7 or 8 years old, with a pair of lovely big eyes shining. When she met Han Yan's eyes with a little fear, 303, suddenly froze. That pair did not contain hostility, did not contain any kind of frightening kind eyesight that made her lose her mind. After hearing Han Yan's question, she slowly shook her head. Master God, Triss didn't mean to offend you. The little angel's mother knelt on the ground and quickly kowtowed and begged, following her knees. Around, his husband, the little angel's father, and many other people also knelt down and begged for favor. Haha, when did I say I was angry? Han Yan's high-pitched laughter resounded and echoed around, and soon he raised his head, not to scare the mother and daughter. He looked around slightly at the people around him. Then he signaled Enel to speak, and Enel, who quickly understood the reason, took a step forward. The little girl's rude words can be forgiven by God, but if other people dare to disrespect God in the slightest, they will be severely punished. Quote. Hearing his words, the crowd immediately nodded excitedly. For the first time, I felt that the stern and terrible, heaven, God is so kind. Of course, Han Yan was also a little surprised. Why does Enel behave differently from the original book? In the original book, he is stupid and arrogant, but now Enel is smart and witty. Could it be that after getting the thunder fruit, he became arrogant? But without thinking too much, Han Yan flapped his wings. Flying to the sky again. From now on, the mountains and forests will be my resting place, and no one will be allowed to approach me. Except for the envoys of God. In an instant, after entrusting Enel with the things he had already explained, Han Yan flew into the sky of the forest. Then slowly descend. Not long after the god of heaven left. Only then did the people stand up slowly, and respectfully looked at the wingless man they despised, Enel. My lord envoy, Lord God Enel, the next step is to. The manager of Burka, the former owner of the island and others gathered around. He looked at Enel with some embarrassment who wanted to expel him. Build the gate of heaven. Open the temple. Enel snorted coldly, then turned and left. He looked up at the forest to the west, showing gratitude and belief, and then said to the people behind him, Follow me, I will manage you in detail according to the will of heaven. There are many sky islands, and Burka is one of them. In the original book, Enel's kingdom of God is composed of Angel Island and Apeado. At that time, Burka had been destroyed, leaving only these 2 sky islands. And now, not counting Burka, there are still 2 islands to occupy. Of course, Han Yan is not in a hurry to occupy. Now he needs to digest the thunder fruit. Speaking of which, it is well known that Han Yan cannot eat devil fruit directly. However, it is possible to use the integration of the system. When compared, even absorbing the Logia devil fruit has a downside. That is, cannot be elementalized. Yes, even with the ability of lightning. Han Yan is still not a demon fruit power, but just a thunder dragon. Of course, Han Yan's scale armor is very defensive, and it will be even stronger after adding the thunder guy transformed from lightning. It doesn't matter whether it can be elementalized or not. P.S. This is reasonable. What elementalization is required? On Sky Island Burka, since Han Yan, the god of the sky, came, the area above the forest in the back mountain has been designated as a holy place, and no one is allowed to approach it except the envoys of the gods. And that canyon is also called the Valley of the Gods. With the reform set up by Enel, the residents of Sky Island started their own work. Some people used various shellfish to sail on the White Sea, and went to the other 2 sky islands to exchange the required goods and coins. All of a sudden, the 2 sky islands, including Apeardo, learned of the existence of sky. Apart from the shock and fear at the beginning, they all became suspicious. After all, in the past 2 years, that sky seemed to have disappeared, and it hadn't appeared for a long time. The Gonfoer and Apeado people on Angel Island went from nervousness at the beginning, to fear, to numbness, and finally, they watched the people on Burka Island chanting their mouths like watching a drama. God. This made Enel, who hates people who disrespect God the most, very angry, but recently, heaven issued an order to sleep. No matter of life or death is allowed to wake him up. Looking in the direction Enel was looking at, across countless forests, across the White Sea, above a certain independent canyon. It is a wide cave, connected to the White Sea, and there is a huge monster lying in it. In the depths of the Holy Land, a giant black and purple dragon lay in a pile of crackling thunder pools. The white-purple 2.1 plasma caressed the dragon's body like seawater, making the black-purple scales brighter and brighter, and the defense power became extremely terrifying under the baptism of the plasma. In the depths of that terrifying thunder and lightning purgatory, a huge terrifying dragon with a size of 300 meters slowly turned over. Gradually, the thunder and lightning spread to the surroundings like rolling waves, causing the White Sea to roll. Fortunately, it is the Sea of Clouds. If it were ordinary sea water, there would be batch after batch of dead creatures around. After an unknown amount of time, Han Yan finally woke up from his deep sleep. For a giant like him, sleeping for 2 years at a time is probably nothing more than normal. At this moment, like a behemoth that just woke up, he gradually opened his deep purple eyes. Chapter 10 The End of Evolution for Automatic Subscription. More than 2 years, compared to Han Yan, is just a blink of an eye. But for humans and pirates, there are many things that can be done. Maybe Han Yan himself doesn't know that with his life ability level, even a deep sleep without eating or drinking can last for 100 years. If it eats, the normal lifespan is thousands of years. Once people live for a long time, they will think of ways to make themselves happy. Of course, this is similar to the current Han Yan, although he feels that he has lived a very long time. After all, in the calm Belt Sea, there is nothing but fighting, and the boring days of every day almost make him forget the human nature, way of life. If you count Sky Island and the departure time from Calm Belt, there are still about 6 or 7 years before Luffy goes to sea in the original One Piece. Now Nami also joined the Arlong Pirates. At the same time, Drive, Silk and Chopper met. 5. More than 2 years after the Neptune incident subsided, the world government held the World Summit against the revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon, and the kings of the allied countries participated. In the same year, in the original book, Enel wiped out his hometown, King landing on Sky Island, took the place of Ganfort's god, and forced the god team to build an ark for him. It was also the year that Han Yan ended from evolution. The second form has completely transformed into an intermediate stage, becoming a purgatory brontosaurus that frightens the world. Crackling thunder sounded from the terrifying thunder pond, and the sea of plasma was baptized on the dragon's body, as if the thunder and lightning were a part of this purple-black giant dragon. Wow, so comfortable. In the thunder pool of white and purple colors, Han Yan climbed out of the plasma holding the island cloud. Soon, the plasma gradually faded away, as if it had been absorbed, and returned to his body. Now Han Yan only feels that his whole body is full of strength. And that kind of violent energy made him want to act recklessly, but soon, Han Yan stopped. He lowered his head slightly, looking at his body. The dark purple and shiny scales shone brightly, and as he moved his thoughts, soon, crackling, purple lightning wrapped around his claws. There are many colors of lightning. Ordinary lightning is white, and the color of lightning is also the most common, but there are also red and green. Lightning is an arc discharge that emits white light and contains a lot of ultraviolet light, which gives it a purple appearance. If the lightning energy is very large, it ionizes the air and produces purple light with a short wavelength and high energy, otherwise, it is red light. Under the action of physics, even black will appear, which is also commonly known as dark mine. This book is said to be white, blue, purple, red and black. When ordinary lightning reaches a certain level, it will turn blue, and then purple. The current lightning controlled by Han Yan is purple. It is said that there is black, which is probably the extreme lightning. Don't say that science is not scientific, the ones in brackets are originally set. The voltage of lightning is very high, ranging from tens of thousands of volts to hundreds of millions of volts. In the original book, Enel only developed to 200 million volts, but the application of lightning is also very good. After Han Yan's evolution, he can release lightning with a maximum of 500 million volts. The power is self-evident. Remains of the Golden Land, where are you? The Thunder Dragon had woken up, and the island cloud that was glowing with white light suddenly shone with lavender light. Following the giant dragon, it plunged headlong into the white sea. Suddenly there was thunder and lightning in the sky, and with the rumbling sound, everyone on Burka was startled. The shadow of the dragon in the sky. Look, it's God who has awakened. Heaven, God, Master, Heaven, has become stronger. In other words, this is the real Heaven. Standing on the edge of the temple that was almost completed in the town, Enel watched and flew to the Sky Island. From time to time, a huge purple-black figure appeared behind the clouds, and said with some emotion, Heaven, God has woken up. Hurry up and prepare to welcome the sky. There was an excited smile on the corner of Enel's mouth, and at the same time his eyes turned cold. He scanned the surrounding Sky Island fighters and said seriously, strange ears hanging to the front of the chest, arrogant and indifferent eyes, nose bridge like a knife, and a high aura emerges spontaneously. Although there was no thunder fruit, Enel still did not give up his practice. By chance, he still awakened observation Haki. Now Enel can be considered a qualified fighter in terms of physical skills. Although it has not changed much compared to the original book, as an envoy of God, Enel has done a decent job. Indeed, what Han Yan wants is this kind of sensible subordinate. For Han Yan, the more brutal and frightening Enel is, the better. After all, if there is no majesty, those Sky Island fools will not be willing to give away the wealth they have worked for. Geddes, please arrange for the other 3 people, let's go together to greet the arrival of the God of Heaven. Enel said lightly to the man with the spider-like 380 hairstyle and the purple clothes beside him, then walked forward alone. Yes, God Lord Enel. As one of Enel's 4 god-tier officials in the original book, even after Han Yan's interference, Geddes still joined Enel's subordinates by accident. At this time, after receiving Enel's words, Geddes spoke to the subordinates who followed him, and then followed. Huge vines on Sky Island in the clouds. A purple-black figure gradually emerged, and after adapting to the changes in his body, Han Yan gradually fell from the air. The second form focuses on the flying state, and the first form is still the posture of the Sea Emperor Dragon. It's just that compared to the former Neptune Dragon, the current Neptune Dragon is a monster with terrifying lightning abilities. Of course, there is a difference from the electric eel, at least the move Haki has more. 2333. After seeing the figures on Burka gradually condensing on the square, Han Yan also gradually bent down and landed on the island cloud. The purple lightning wrapped around his body crackled, and quickly subsided as Han Yan Haki's body fell. Welcome to come. Welcome to God. Welcome. Chapter 11. Pretend is not afraid of being struck by lightning, seeking automatic subscription. Before Han Yan could stand still, several people headed by Enel trotted down and knelt down, shouting at the same time. Welcome to the God of Heaven. As the few of them yelled, many people behind them also yelled. Hey, is that a dragon? It's true. It's really Shenlong. Let's retreat first. Don't move around, you're courting death. Hurry up and kneel. Some people from Sky Island who are not the original residents of Burka also knelt down in a decent manner like others at this time. After all, it is easy to be noticed if they move around at this time. I didn't believe there was a day. God exists. They now completely agree with what those people said. When they saw that terrifying figure descending from the sky, they immediately felt that they and others were just ants, not even humble bugs. The shadow that covered the sky gradually enlarged, and soon, with a bang, the landing of the behemoth made the surroundings shake like an earthquake. At the same time, overwhelming terror pressure enveloped the entire Burka sky. Making a sound indifferently, Han Yan expressed his acceptance of these people's greetings. At the same time, there is a slight trace of terrifying dragon power. While these people are deterred, it will not affect their tour. Soon, Han Yan stared at several people around Enel and asked, Enel, what are these people doing? Sir God, calm down. They are my priests, as the deputy of the envoy, and they are also people who are engaged in the priesthood. Enel said nervously, no matter how many times he met, he would never have any other thoughts in front of this giant dragon. Oh, Han Yan questioned. This is the commander of the Sky Guard in the temple, Gadaz. This is the guardian of the forest, Dao. This is the Sky Knight Shura, and this is the Sky Island herder Om. They are all me, a powerful assistant, one of your 4 priests. Well, how is the progress of the Gate of Heaven and the temple? Yes God, the Gate of the Kingdom of Heaven has been completed. The temple has entered the final stage. According to your request, the people on Burka now have their own careers, and live a stable and happy life. Enel quickly told everything that happened in the past 2 years, but he didn't mention Angel Island and Apeado. However, words are different. His other purpose this time is to rule the 2 Sky Islands. Really? Then it's time to establish the Kingdom of Heaven. Kingdom of Heaven. Enel raised his head dully, hearing this name for the first time. The Kingdom of Heaven is the collective name of the Sky Islands gathered together. To accept your compatriots who have been separated for many years, to accept Angel Island and Apeado. It was originally a territory, but it was separated later, to go meld it together. Collect gold from the island and make offerings to the temple. Han Yan's earth-shattering words set off a huge wave in the ears of Enel and others, and they all raised their excited heads to look at Haki's majestic ear-dragon body. But, those 2 people on Sky Island suspect you, God. Enel's words stopped here, but Han Yan knew the meaning of what happened next. It is nothing more than that the residents of Angel Island and Apeado resist such an approach, and are even unwilling to surrender to their feet. In this case, it is very simple. Born from the same root. There is nothing wrong with it. Are you doubting my power? The shocking words made Enel terrified and nervous to the extreme. He quickly changed his words. No, I am. Shut up. You go directly to take them in. If anyone dares to attack the envoys, God's punishment will naturally fall on their heads. The voice fell. Countless black clouds gathered in the sky, and soon, the sky was filled with gloom. Fear hangs over Burka. In Setsuna, a huge flash tore through the darkness. The violent thunder and lightning split the gray-dark clouds in the sky, followed by a violent thunder. Rumbling. Strips of dark purple lightning whipped the sky, and soon, people on this Sky Island saw the power from God. _you can understand. The pure purple lightning crackled on his body, and the slight breath of the dragon made the priests below him numb all over, and the feeling of being soaked by lightning made them tremble unnaturally. Follow your orders, my lord. Enel nodded apprehensively, but soon showed a happy expression. Because the sky opened his mouth and let himself do things. If something goes wrong, or if those damned Sky Island people dare to resist, then God will punish them by hand. You don't need to worry about this at all. Whether you succeed or fail, the result is the same. In the face of absolute power, any resistance is futile, and it will make you perish faster. Han Yan, on the other hand, explained the meaning of the word, power, very easily. Then I'll leave it to you. Come and find me in the Holy Land in 3 days. After Han Yan finished speaking, he spread his wings and soared, leaping thousands of miles into the sky. Immediately, Lei played by Zhao Hao and the dark clouds dissipated, and Burka regained the light. Not long after he left, the people on the Burka slowly came back to their senses. Once the sky strikes, the sky will change color, the thunder will come, and everything will cease to exist. Angel Island and Apeado will be in trouble now. It deserves it. Who told them not to believe in God? Yes, since God came down, I found that the life on our Burka Island is better than before, and we are living a very good life now, right? That's true. The older generation of people from Sky Island started to discuss, but some people from Angel Island and Apeado showed much more exciting faces. I have to report this matter quickly, otherwise I will be in trouble. Go back before the dragons take their wrath on Sky Island. Right. Chapter 12 I want to see, heaven. Seeking automatic subscription. Angel Island is an island floating on the White Sea. In the original book, Connus and other residents of Sky Island live on the island. There are beautiful attractions such as the bustling street, cute street, and Angel Beach on the island. Apeado is a part of Gaia Island that was washed up on Sky Island by the sky current in 400 years. In the original book, it was transformed into the Island of Gods by Enel, and it was called the Sanctuary for the Survival Knockout Competition. Of course, so far, the people living on the island are also Sky Island people. And it is closer to Angel Island. Oh. As for the original residents of Apeado, the Sandias, they were driven out 400 years ago. They are called gorillas, and have been fighting the Sky Islanders on Angel Island for 400 years. And now most of Apeado are Sky Islanders with wings, such as Sandia, etc., hiding in some unknown small island and waiting for an opportunity to start a war. Of course, if it appears, it is estimated to be dead. Because Han Yan does not allow these people to enter his own territory, it is enough to have people from Sky Island and another contradictory race. Isn't this just looking for trouble? If it is useful, it is okay. After all, it can serve as some labor force. It's hard to say the specific 463, anyway, Han Yan just doesn't care about it now. The next step is to sell the special products on the Sky Island to Qinghai through the ladder, and then exchange them for money and gold. This is the plan Han Yan prepared. After all, money can be exchanged for evolution points, which is the key to his becoming stronger. Explanation: gold and berry exchange evolution points are the main conditions for the protagonist to become stronger in the early stage. As for the middle and late stages, these things have little effect. Take your time. Anyway, the essence of the protagonist is mainly plundering, not merchant. Speaking of which, there is a small space named Visalia. How many mosquito legs are also meat, but I don't know where this island that has been drifting for many years is now. All in all, finding Visalia is like buying a lottery ticket. This is why Han Yan is unwilling to spend time looking for it, unlike Burka and Angel Island fixed on top of Grand Line Gaia Island. Occasionally it won't go far. However, there is still one place that makes Han Yan's eyes greedy. That is the golden city of Shandora, an ancient city that perished 800 years ago. Afa, the clock tower and other things are all made of gold, and the Shandia people have guarded the historical text stone tablet recording the ancient weapon, Sea Emperor, for generations. He is personally not interested in the historical texts of the former Sea Emperor. Maybe some little girl on the Grand Line might be interested now, but Seve is most interested in those. Minister. Of course, half of the gold is in Apeado. People in Sky Island are not interested in gold, because it has no use. After all, Apeado is a part of Gaia Island, and the gold from that year was washed into the sky along with this island. Recycling Arpajado is Han Yan's idea. That's why Enel was given 3 days to the world to announce the people of Sky Island on Apeado, and when he comes in person 3 days later, it will not be so easy to talk about. If that Gon 4 doesn't understand, kill him. On the contrary, even the people on the island suffered together, and then they would not be allowed to. Pulling his thoughts back from his mind, Han Yan finally looked at the scene in front of him. The island cloud with white mist floating around is as comfortable as soft cotton. His whole body lay on it, enjoying the warmth brought by the sun. Occasionally, when you are hungry, you just open your mouth, and the terrible suction will suck in the special creatures of the White Sea and eat them. This kind of lazy mode is what Han Yan dreamed of a long time ago. Now that he has really got this kind of power, how can he not enjoy it for a few days? Han Yan hasn't been this comfortable since coming to Sky Island. It's Qinghai, tisk tisk, I still miss the smell of those fish. Sky Island is really a bit monotonous. Han Yan squinted down, seeing nothing but nothing. Thinking about it, he fell down with his whole body, passed through the clouds, and saw the continent below. A beautiful clear blue with occasional green continents. Except for a few small islands, almost all of them are covered by seawater. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed quietly, following the arrival of the heaven god some time ago. The residents of the 2 islands of Angel Island and Apeado became a sensation, causing their leaders a headache. No one wants their hometown and people to be ruled by a strange creature, and it is still mandatory. It's no different than looting. Although he knew this, the leader dared not speak. Because the people have gradually begun to worship the powerful power of the Sky God, and also believe in the rumor that Sky created Sky Island, as Enel said. Of course, only after seeing the picture of the arrogant lightning like a peerless beast 3 days ago in the sky. I don't think so anymore. Surrender, or destroy. That's what it means. In Angel Island, Gonfall knocked on the corner of the table. Today is the last day. If you don't make a decision, it will be too late. Lord God Enel, I want to see the heaven side. I wonder if it is possible. Gonfoer is a leader who loves his people one by one. In the original book, even Enel occupied the island. He did not give up on Sky Island. He still silently saved the people and governed the country. He is a very good leader. And now he has made up his mind that if he wants to meet this so-called heaven, if he is really a good god, then he will accept his rule. If it is a forged, fake evil dragon, even if he dies, he will not surrender to the feet of evil. Presumptuous. Lord God, you can see him whenever you want. Enel disapproved, still staring at him with a cold face. If I don't see Sky, I really can't imagine what kind of god the so-called great power who created Sky Island is. Gonfall still said without giving up, with a look of determination in his stern eyes. HMPH, if you refuse the favor of heaven, you will be punished by God. And Angel Island will be destroyed accordingly. You, do it yourself. After Enel finished speaking sharply, he stood up. At the same time, 4 priests followed behind him and left the meeting place on Angel Island. Chapter 13 The Wrath of Heaven, for automatic subscription. After Enel left, Gonfall fell silent. He doesn't know what he is doing is right or wrong, but he can only do so. I just hope that this so-called heaven is not a cruel evil god. God, people outside seem to be very dissatisfied with your opinion now. Following Gonfall's silence, a priest came over, said in a low voice. Of course, Gonfall could also hear the commotion outside. Proclamations like, "Don't make God angry, you're not worthy to be our god," Gamfall's attempt to destroy Angel Island, no doubt. Those were the cowardly words of the people who were afraid of God's punishment, and it was also the most troublesome thing for 4. Don't worry about them. If heaven comes, I will personally apologize. If the dragon really came, the National and Gonfall would definitely not dare to resist. Since the dragon wants to close Sky Island, it must rule Angel Island. At that time, even if it is punished, it will only be itself. With this thought in mind, Gonfall spent every minute and every second amidst the national abuse and silence. Meanwhile, the side of the White Sea. In the place called Sanctuary, a man with big ears and a respectful expression walked in gradually. He came to the side of the White Sea, stood at the island cloud, looked up at the black shadow in the sky, and then shouted, "My lord Enel has something to report." Oh, only then did Han Yan bow his head slightly, looking at a little person below who seemed to be calling himself. He flapped his dragon wings and gradually descended with strong wind and thunder. What, about Angel Island and Arpajado? Master, God, is right, it is indeed about these 2 places. Arpajado is okay, at least he has accepted your order now, and that Angel Island, their leader he said he would not give up until he saw you. Enel reported truthfully and did not dare to hide anything. Want to see me? Interesting. Looks like I have to go there myself. Han Yan smiled from the bottom of his heart, and nodded calmly on the surface. Then, looking at Enel, he said, "Okay, I'm going back to Angel Island, and you should go get ready to accept it." 11. Yes, God. Enel nodded, then backed away silently. Because he knew that Angel Island was in trouble and sleepy. Roar. A sound that resounded through the sky resounded over Burka Sky Island, and the terrifying sound waves spread to all directions, and the clouds in the sky were also shaken to pieces. The people on the island finally raised their heads and recalled the first time. The scene where the God appeared. The god of Angel Island, what a stubborn guy. Anyway, Lord God is angry, Angel Island is about to end. Those who anger God will eventually be punished by God. At this time on Angel Island, there were rumors that heaven was going to take his anger out on Angel Island. Suddenly panic spread. It even caused the people on Angel Island to evacuate from the island one after another, and some people from Sky Island even wanted to take Gonfur to make atonement for Sky. But Gonfur himself was a powerful fighter, and anyone who dared to do it was basically arrested by his priests. Under the continual turmoil, half an hour passed quickly. At this time, the sky over Angel Island was already covered by dark clouds, and the entire sky looked extremely gloomy, as if it was before a heavy rain. A dull and fearful atmosphere gradually came from the top of the head, and suddenly, there was a rumbling burst of thunder. The citizens fell to the ground in fright. They raised their heads one after another, looking up at the sound from the dark sky. Soon, the lightning that tore through the sky surged. From time to time, vertically falling lightning bolts were released down one after another. Although no one was hurt, the posture of blowing up a big hole every time it landed on the ground made Angel Island begin to become depressed. As if the moment will be broken. Heaven is here. 0. Ask for flowers. Forgive me, Lord God. We are innocent. It's all that Gonfall's fault. Yeah, I don't want to die. It's all Gonfall's fault. Boom, boom. The residents on the island had never heard such a shocking and continuous flash of thunder, and the huge roar seemed to be destroying the world. Everyone firmly believes that when the purple lightning in the sky really descends, it can destroy Angel Island in an instant. Master God, I am Gonfur, the leader of Angel Island. This is, with a pale face. A much older Gonfall came out surrounded by some ugly-faced warriors. The citizens subconsciously made way for a passage, which made him come to the open space of the square. A person raised his head and stared at the huge body faintly visible in the sky. You are so brave and courageous. The thunderous sound gradually fell. As the terrifying dragon's head emerged from the clouds, a terrifying aura filled the entire Angel Island, and the shocking and desperate aura shrouded everyone's hearts like a heavy haze covering the sky. The breath of fear made their blood freeze, but their hearts seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand. Suffocate them so they can't breathe. Calm down, God. If you want to be punished, just punish me, an ignorant person. Please let the citizens of Angel Island go. And Gonfur knelt directly on the ground, feeling the deadly breath of fear. Even as a powerful fighter, there is no mentality of resistance at this time. And the giant dragon in the sky is like a high-ranking dragon king looking down on its people, and the aura from the prehistoric beast occupies an absolute dominance. Now, it's too late. P.S. I suddenly found that it is a bit similar to the beginning of Wu Gengji. In fact, the inspiration for heaven in 2333 actually comes from angels. Isn't what angels serve the so-called heaven? It is also God. Corpse. Chapter 14 The Kingdom of Heaven for automatic subscription. There is Sky Island in the north, and there are dragons on the island. Its name is Heaven, and its heaven is so big that it can fit in a pot, an island. The covered sky gradually dimmed, in the rolling of dark clouds on the sky. A sky-sweeping wing flew down, and the strong wind made the people on the island unstable until there was a bang. After the dragon's body fell to the ground, Angel Island trembled and stabilized. I said before that anyone who goes against the heaven will be sanctioned by God. Booming, falling with Han Yan's voice. Deep purple lightning was born in his hand, and soon, it fell from the sky with a flash of light. A huge pillar of thunder and lightning fell from the sky, and at that moment, it exploded and destroyed the huge angel stele on the square in Setsuna. And the rolling dust fell on Gonfor's side, 760. At this moment he knelt on one knee, staring at Han Yan's arrival in horror. Ah, fly up, it's over, we're over. In an instant, the people on the island were horrified to find that their bodies were floating uncontrollably. Everyone, except Gonfor, was shocked to find that they were getting farther and farther away from the ground. Soon, they stared at the huge monster on the ground, and looked at Shongyan, crying and begging for mercy. Boom! The lightning in the dark cloud fell crazily, hitting the national body from time to time, and immediately disappeared. Seeing the scene as terrifying as a natural disaster, Gonfor suddenly felt remorse, self-blame and regret. He picked up the spear in his hand, and wanted to fight the dragon with anger in his eyes. But soon, a pair of deep purple indifferent giant eyes stared at him. Fear made Gonfor's legs tremble, but he still clenched the spear in his hand. With a cold snort, the people in the sky landed one after another. They fell to the ground showing a look of fear, lying on the ground one after another, not daring to look up at Han Yan. This is the consequence of disobeying God's command. Gonfor, I believe you will know how to do it. If there is a next time, Angel Island will cease to exist. Angel Island will cease to exist. This sentence is deeply imprinted in the hearts of the citizens, and fear occupies their hearts, making them unable to resist at all. Thank God for not killing me. Thank God. The grateful snot of all the people who were lucky to have survived flowed out. Seeing this scene in their eyes, Han Yan sneered from the bottom of his heart. When I just sucked all these idiots out with the suction fruit, it was mainly for the convenience of finding individual targets. And Luo Lei really killed only a part of the people, and it mainly played a deterrent role. If you really want to destroy Angel Island, you can just use the Thunder Dragon's Wrath in seconds. Thunder Dragon's Wrath is a move he developed, using himself as a medium to summon terrifying thunder and lightning to wrap around his body. Then swoop down, powerful enough to destroy most islands. The effect of leeway is already very good, and there is no need for too much action. That's all. Angel Island is full of potholes, especially near the square. Perhaps the remnants of these deep ravines were repaired after a lapse of many years. Thank God. Heaven, we are willing to accept the will of heaven. We welcome God's coming. Gonfor knelt down to understand that if he was given another chance, he would definitely accept the rule of heaven immediately. Humans cannot fight against the sky, let alone walk in heaven defying. For the safety of Angel Island, this is the only choice. Very good, accept the arrangement of sky, and Angel Island will prosper forever. This is the right choice for you, and I, because of nature, will always protect Sky Island. After finishing speaking, the powerful Longwei was released overwhelmingly. In the same way that he ruled Burka Island at that time, Han Yan did the same again with a godlike gesture. If you talk about leeway, you don't need to do it yourself. As far as the appearance of the second form of Purgatory Thunder Dragon is concerned, no one is not afraid just by standing there. The terrifying figure of Haki, the violent thunderbolt full of power, itself interprets the invincible power. After merging the power of thunder and lightning, Han Yan unexpectedly discovered that he had awakened the ability of observation Haki, which is precisely the ability of electric waves, which greatly enhance the ability and range of the invisible predator skill. In fact, creatures like dragons are very sensitive by virtue of their biological senses, let alone fierce predators. In addition to the skill invisible predator, Han Yan can perceive the breadth and size of the prey. And after merging the power of thunder and lightning, that kind of electric wave can make Han Yan learn observation Haki similar to the hard net. And it's not even that low. Seeing these people sincere kneeling on the ground, Han Yan also felt that it was almost the same. So his whole dragon body jumped up and came directly to the sky above Angel Island. Go and build the kingdom of heaven. You are the messengers of heaven, and their names are angels. Angels, angels, kingdom of heaven, kingdom of heaven. Looking up at the huge figure in the sky, the residents of Sky Island excitedly raised their heads and shouted. Looking at the queen of the sky who was gradually hiding in the clouds and disappearing. Gonfor and other talents slowly returned to their senses, and at the same time, other Sky Islanders who were watching secretly from other places were also secretly rejoicing. Anyway, Angel Island was completely surrendered this time, and the island of Apayato is even more fearful, and it is directly classified as a part of the kingdom of heaven. After all, everyone has seen the power of sky. If there is any dissatisfaction with 1.0 at this time, isn't this courting death? The gate of heaven is the entrance to Sky City, Sky Island. A temple is a place where people serve, pray and ask for blessings. At the same time, there is a statue of heaven in the temple. In addition to attracting money, the existence of the temple has gradually become the belief of Sky Island people. So that in the future, people of Sky Island will come to the temple to pray for blessings, to pray for the blessings of the sky, God, etc. when they get married, seek a mate, or even hold various happy events. The reason why Han Yan built the temple is to make the name, heaven, deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, making them awe, fear, and yearn at the same time. In this way, people will not forget themselves even when they are not around. P.S. Then the plot will start to get normal. Chapter 15 The Choice of Bloodline for Automatic Subscription. Kingdom of the Sky is the common name for the merger of the 3 Sky Islands. It means the hometown of heaven, the country of heaven. Only when the fabricated identity of sky is implanted in people's hearts can Han Yan completely control the entire Sky Island. This is the most advanced brainwashing technique, the power of belief. Finally, I wonder if you know the story of the adventurer Norland. It was 400 years ago that Noland, an adventurer from West Blue, came to the golden land of Shandora and established a deep friendship with the great local warrior Karl Galahir. When Noland returned to his hometown and told people that he had seen a city full of gold, people were full of expectations and followed Noland on the journey to find the golden city again. But because a part of Gaia Island was washed up into the sky by a huge ocean current 400 years ago, when people came here again, the golden town had disappeared. Noland was called a liar for this reason, and finally he was sentenced to death by the king. In fact, the golden land mentioned by Noland before is Apahado, one of the last sky islands that Han Yan has never been to. The top of Apahado is not the land made of island clouds, but the real soil. The rocks inside are exactly the same as those in Qinghai. It's just that with the passage of time, the creatures inside have become a lot weirder, and it seems that they have all evolved. Remember the previous bloodline, Han Yan constructed a perfect second form evolution route according to his own situation this time. To become the strongest and most perfect air overlord, first a pair of dragon wings is definitely not enough. It goes without saying that the dragon is the overlord of the air, but the dragon is also divided into blood. The sub-dragon species certainly cannot be counted among them. The current Han Yan is just a sea dragon plus a dragon wing. Not really a king of the air yet. His body is still elongated, not as burly as the traditional dragon Haki, but with the dragon wings retracted, he looks more like a handsome oriental dragon. Even if the dragon wings are opened, he is very similar to Yinglong. The long body in the sea is definitely very strong, but in the air, the short hands are helpless, and it is really inconvenient when fighting. The 2 bloodlines of Kunpeng and Deathwing are in Han Yan's consideration. The Neptune dragon in the sea is enough, so the Kunpeng in the sky is definitely the strongest in all aspects, and with the help of sucking fruit, the ability to devour it is unmatched. Deathwing, on the other hand, is also strong in both physical combat and magic. The important thing is, this bloodline is much cheaper than Kunpeng. Of course, there are also battle tyrannosaurs, ancestral dragons, phoenixes, bosses in various games, and so on. Why not exchange this type of bloodline? In short, it is entirely because the evolution points are tight and there is no money. P.S. Readers, if you have any good suggestions, such as bloodlines, you can talk about it in the book review. The author will definitely read it. Also, ask here, should the protagonist be transformed? I said it's not in the form of ordinary humans. After all, other books are played like this, which is obviously a bit of a bad streak. I'm referring to a dragon man, or a form similar to a dragon man. It's about 5 to 9 meters tall, humanoid, with a long tail, and a physique strong and burly. You can refer to the Tyrannosaurus Carl, of poisonous milk powder. It has the characteristics of some monsters, half beast and half human. Without losing the mighty Haki, it can also, cough cough cough, you know. If you don't want to, let's not change form first, and write until the end of One Piece. Originally, it required 300,000 evolution points to evolve into Lei Yanlong bloodline. Now it only needs 1 random Logia Devil Fruit or 150,000 evolution points to directly evolve from Purgatory Thunder Dragon to Purgatory Thunder Flame Dragon. And to evolve into Deathwing, a 3-line giant dragon that fuses flames, earth, and lightning, requires 1 million evolution points. Now Han Yan has started ordering Enel to collect gold, and it will be transported to the sanctuary within half a month at the latest. And at that time, there were as many as 1 million evolution points for a few. If it evolves from Deathwing to Kunpeng again in the midterm, it only needs 2 million evolution points. If that's the case, then it's better to perfect your own bloodline first, and let your impure sub-dragon bloodline be completely eliminated. Let's talk about becoming a powerful 3-line dragon. Of course, if you want all kinds of cumbersome abilities and skills, you can just go to Dr. Vegapunk directly. Let him make artificial devil fruit, or find other weird things to experiment with. What's more, this genius doctor can even discover blood factors, and has a technological wisdom that is 500 years ahead of the world. But it's still the same sentence: if you don't exchange bloodlines, where can you find bloodline factors? So, I hesitated for a long time. Han Yan resolutely chose the bloodline of Deathwing, the incarnation of absolute power. I am the Terminator of the Earth. How big is the gold storage in the Golden Township? It is estimated that there are at least hundreds of tons, and the total value is at least 100 billion berry. 100 billion berry is 1 million evolution points. Never in time did Han Wei see such great wealth. 870. 1 million evolution points. Han Yan felt that he was about to pass out with bliss, and he grinned foolishly and laughed. At one end of the White Sea, the huge purple-black body was twisting, and Han Yan's eyes were almost covered by gold coins. He showed a joyful smile, and even laughed out loud inadvertently. The sound spread for a long time, and the dull sound seemed a little scary. Stopping in the ears of the nearby Sky Island people, it is almost like the laughter of a devil, piercing and frightening. In order to take away the gold on Sky Island and further control Sky Island, Han Yan has acted a lot. When these Sky Island people see the posture of the heaven they believe in, they don't know how they will feel. Soon, time is passing through the day. In fact, even Han Yan himself couldn't help but want to grab the gold himself, but he held back. After all, the identity of heaven, whether it is majesty or otherwise, needs to establish a good image. When I saw the huge golden pillar appearing in front of my eyes, I almost couldn't help drooling. It wasn't until the people on Sky Island left that Han Yan happily returned to the canyon with the pillar in his arms. Then, start evolving. Chapter 16 Evolution 1. This canyon built with island clouds is his temporary home. If it is not really comfortable, how could it be possible to live here? Of course, this is also where he is going to evolve. In a sense, this is about to be the second, big, evolution of Han Yan. The ability to integrate lightning is not a real evolution, it can only be regarded as a small evolution. Each big evolution consumes a transformation, space, and this time Han Yan is going to start the big evolution. That is to completely evolve himself from the long Yinglong posture into a giant dragon with both strength and speed, the Deathwing form. When it evolved for the first time, it evolved from a black snake to a sea dragon. After more than 2 years, although there is a medicine to speed up evolution in the system, it needs evolution points. 10,000 bottles can reduce the evolution time by 1 year. Besides, how could such an expensive potion Han Yan use the money? And after so many years of being a non-chief, how could it be wasted? P.S. Deathwing will transform into the game. Some readers want the protagonist to transform into a Dragon King. You can refer to it. The details will be decided in a later chapter. It is impossible for the author to cater to the ideas of every reader, but I can only try my best to make the work exciting. Even if it is in the shape of a dragon, it must be mainly in the form of a dragon. The human form only appears occasionally. After all, the author was also a veteran reader before. Well, let's stop being wordy and start the main text. Closing parenthesis. Is that all? Han Yan stared at the gold piled up in the canyon. The total amount of gold was half the size of his body. Suddenly showed a surprised expression. After signaling Enel and others to block the canyon and leave the Holy Land, Han Yan gradually set his sights on gold. The gold nuggets come in different shapes, but all of them are of good quality. He put his giant claw on one of the slightly larger pieces of gold, and soon, a familiar prompt sounded. Find gold nuggets, which can be exchanged for 1,000 evolution points. Do you want to exchange? Yes. Prolonging the excited tone, Han Yan suddenly grabbed the giant claw, and soon Jin Jin disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, he stared at the many golds in front of him, opened his huge mouth, and the terrifying suction force of sucking the fruit was born spontaneously. Of course, Han Yan is not eating gold, and he is not a metal dragon. Rather, the gold was basically converted into evolution points instantly when it reached his mouth. This method was mainly because it was quick and convenient. Speaking of which, the dragon is just a general term. There are many more races of dragons than humans. Humans are also divided into subhumans and various races, while there are more dragons. The difference between the two is that the strength, physique, life form and lifespan of the giant dragon are much higher than that of humans, and they belong to the top advanced creatures of the biological chain. After all, there are many sea creatures in One Piece, and the devil fruit is so amazing that it makes people speechless. For example, Marco, the first captain on the Whitebeard ship, is called Phoenix. Although the name of the specific fruit is unknown, at first glance it looks very similar to the legendary Phoenix in Phantom Beast. And there are many other Phantom Beast fruits, but no one knows all of them. Even the existing devil fruit illustrations cannot identify all devil fruits. After all, magical things like devil fruit are distributed in various places, such as Sky Island, lairs, caves, forests, branches, etc. may be found. Withdrawing his thoughts, Han Yan stared at the remaining gold nuggets with a pair of huge dragon eyes, and almost consumed nearly 2 million evolution points. After devouring all the last remaining gold blocks, the collection was completely AFDB completed. Congratulations to Host for breaking through 2 million evolution points. Host has 2.33 million points. Please choose the evolutionary lineage as soon as possible. Host, please continue to work hard and break through the 3rd stage. You can get special rewards. Current level, 2nd stage intermediate. The so-called stage is not something that can be generalized by body shape. Although the bigger the stage is, the higher the stage. But depending on the bloodline, sometimes the smaller it is, the stronger it will be. In fact, the level of each major stage is not very divided. If it is really divided, it is the 3 small levels of junior high school and high school. Usually, as long as there are enough resources to plunder. That was enough to make Han Yan straight. Evolution across levels. The life points can make the dragon bigger in size, stronger in vitality and stronger in strength. Equivalent to daily meal, an energy or magic power. Evolution points can be exchanged for bloodlines, crops, girls, cough cough. Equivalent to weapons, clothes, armor, and the same as the left and right hands, it is the source of power to become stronger. Life points must not be less is death. Evolution points may be less, but less means weak and will be eaten by the strong. These two things are Han Yan's most basic, most needed, and most fundamental way of survival. Eating and drinking are enough, and the rest are weapons. Become stronger and absorb stronger bloodlines. Then, evolve. After gathering the body, the entire dragon body entered the canyon. Han Yan silently started the evolution stage. Evolution, to put it bluntly, has three processes. The first is the evolution of the bloodline. This will also be accompanied by tearing blood vessels, and there will be a kind of severe physical pain. Fortunately, the time will not be very long, and Han Yan is also a person who has experienced evolution. Although he really didn't want to vent his pain by yelling loudly, Han Yan couldn't help but let out a low, woo-woo, sound during the heart-wrenching process. Anesthetic dismemberment surgery is as painful. The bloody light shone brightly in the canyon, it was the real dragon's blood. At this time, it gradually flows with an inexplicable light, filling the canyon, causing the plants around the canyon to expand and become thicker. Among them, a man-eating thorny vine was born spontaneously. Soon, huge vines grew rapidly, and soon exceeded the size of hundreds of meters. Under the manipulation of some force, the vines bent down and gradually covered the sky above the canyon. After an unknown amount of time, the entire canyon was surrounded by gray-black thorny vines. Chapter 17 Evolution 2. The blood-red breath is its nutrient, making it cover the sky and seal the canyon airtight. The canyon is completely covered, which provides a good protection for Han Yan. The darkness still did not cover the inside of the canyon, and the bloody light still exuded that brilliant flesh and blood brilliance. Gradually, in the canyon, the blood light stopped, and the blood also turned into steam and was absorbed by the dragon body. The first stage passed, but Han Yan couldn't think of happiness. In other words, the pain still made his gaze dull, like a dying dragon panting heavily, but soon, as time passed. I don't know how long it has passed, maybe a week, maybe a month, or maybe a year. Gray-black thorny vines still covered the sky above the canyon, and then, like a dead dragon suddenly opened its eyes. A terrifying and insane force that looked down on the world was born inside. The terrifying red force like magma flowed down from the cracked skin, and the island clouds it touched turned into pieces of pitch-black land. Soon, this island cloud-like canyon turns into a real canyon. However, a Mie Shangxi was born. The dark red magma is swaying in the rolling black smoke, and the hot magma covered by the quiet crater hides amazing and majestic power. Make the people of Sky Island shocked and silent. Volcanoes on Sky Island, how is that possible? But it turns out that volcanoes really were born. And inside the volcano, lying in the magma fused by the two elements of earth and fire, is a huge monster whose scales have been burned into pitch black. Magma is not the only protagonist. In the red magma, what shines is the purple lightning, under the fusion with the magma. The plasma became extremely dark, and dark thunder was born. What was covered by the dark thunder was still that terrifying huge black dragon. How big is it? It's not clear. No one knows how big the owner's volume is from the occasional sound of heavy breathing every month under the cover of vines. It may be 300 meters, or it may be 500 meters. There was once a human being with one claw long from Han Yan's giant claw. And now, perhaps about the same as his nostrils. Oversized sea kings, nothing more than that. Consciousness gradually blurred, and a feeling similar to death or birth kept reverberating in my mind. Han Yan endured the tiredness and opened his eyes. What he saw was the blazing flames, the hot magma, and the death-like dark thunder. Has it already started? The second stage, the original fusion. After finishing speaking, his dull consciousness made him close his eyes again. A huge black dragon floating in the void appeared in my mind. What the black dragon brought to the world was natural disasters and destruction. Its wings covered the sky and covered the sun, and it swept across the earth. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. Flames engulfed the earth, and the sky reverberated with fear. I don't know how many days have passed, the sky covered by dark clouds, thick black fog. The burnt vines have long since disappeared, and the silent volcano lies at the end of the sanctuary of Burka Sky Island. The cruel hell-like environment covered the original forest. The current appearance is completely like an evil dragon lying quietly in the magma, and the lightning flashing in the sky from time to time makes the people of Sky Island panic from time to time. That's heaven, creating a new Sky Island. For the future of Sky Island, no one is allowed to get close to the sanctuary. It was the words of Enel, the envoy of the gods, that made the people of Sky Island calm down, as if they really thought that the sky was using the island clouds to condense into the earth and create a new sky continent. But it is also true, it is an indisputable fact that the nature of the land makes the island clouds can become land. However, this was also what Han Yan did unintentionally, until one day later, after he woke up, a sky island created by himself was really born. Later Sky Island people called the island, Sky Island. There are countless volcanoes and black lightning on the island. There is a cracked earth, and there are creatures like demons. Later, it became the holy place for the young fighters of Sky Island to test. And in the same interior as Hell Island, there is a health energy that can be absorbed by Sky Island people, which is called the power of God, which makes them awaken the power similar to fire. 2333 No nonsense, understood as the remaining after Han Yan evolved useless scraps are eaten by these people. 0. Asking for flowers. The so-called second stage, fusion of origin. Same as Han Yan's fusion of Thunder Fruit. It's just that this time the fusion is similar to the two abilities of the Earth Fruit and the Mera Fruit, which is different from the Lava Fruit. Because these are two abilities, Lava Fruit is the power after fusion, and it cannot be compared with the two in essence. Thunder Fruit has a super long-range attack that no one can see, devastating damage. Mera Fruit has the powerful power of burning everything, straight-line long-range super attack, and large-scale burning of the body leaving aside the terrain and the appearance of buildings. Absolute defense, absolute power. On the Earth, there is an invincible existence. When these three are fused into one monster, there can only be one word to describe it. That is, strong and invincible. It is common in the world, and only fake pig sets can be the enemy. But there are no fake pig traps in this world, so Han Yan will naturally become the strongest monster in the world in terms of heads up. It is not a problem to fight 3 admirals with 1, but it seems a bit difficult to fight with 10 admirals. Paul is more than enough. After all, the world of One Piece is full of strange things, let alone the vitality of the characters. Just the combination of all kinds of weird demons is a headache. P.S. Why not let the protagonist have the ability similar to armament Haki, just to limit the strength? Otherwise, he will not be able to play, but don't say he is weak. After evolution, the 3rd admiral will almost lose the ability to protect himself against him. Yes. If there is an armed color, just eat a sucking fruit with a strong power, do you need other abilities? But for the sake of a wonderful plot, let's do it for the time being. Strong and invincible all the way. Finally, the protagonist has the wings of death. It's not Deathwing's presence, see clearly. Don't spray the author, hee. Thousands. Chapter 18 Evolution End. The initial fear and panic have quietly faded away. The former volcano has also subsided, and now the new Sky Island is gradually separated from Burka after its birth. Located not far from Burka Holy Place. Time passed quietly. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In a blink of an eye, 7 years have passed. The sea of clouds in the moonlight. The stars quietly floated down from the sky, with inexplicable brilliance, and sprinkled on the newly born, Tiandao. As people say, the island has become alive from the dead at the beginning, and now it is full of vitality. All kinds of huge vines, forests are rising. On the volcanic island, life is born. There is a beautiful and fascinating place. At night, in the quiet world, there is only the cold moonlight and the beautiful sea of clouds. In the pure world, what seems to be forgotten by people? What is it? Holy place, the residence of heaven. The teenagers and girls are very clear that the arrival of the heaven a few years ago has already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But that kind of curious impulse, the kind of curiosity that wants to take risks and explore, drives them to yearn for the beautiful but dangerous island. On this day, the 4 angels with wings on their backs were far away from the sight of adults. They looked at the island in the distance with curious and excited eyes, holding all kinds of shellfish stolen from their homes, including attacking flame shells, impact shells, counter-attacking platoon shells, and functional flash shells. Bay, rebay and so on. Door, I think we'd better go back, that's where heaven sleeps. A fearful girl with white wings spoke worriedly. Don't worry, Betty, I'm here. What are you afraid of? Besides, the sky has long since disappeared for many years, not to mention those magical fruits, glowing stones and those beautiful don't you want grass flowers. I heard rumors that after eating the fruit that was blown by the wind on the island, he became very powerful. It's time to fight. The blood is flowing in the young man's bones, and the power of curiosity and rebellion drives him to find out. This young man named Dole had the idea of going to Tiandao a month ago. After inquiring about many things, he learned that today is the time when the guards of the temple are changing. 3 partners with the same idea sneaked in. It's a coincidence that there are 2 men and 2 women. They were all young and rebellious, and besides Dole, there was a thinner boy named Faith. The other woman is Triss, the oldest of them, estimated to be about 15 or 16 years old, and relatively mature and calm. Usually she is reticent, and occasionally she gives advice when something happens. Although heaven is sleeping, the power of surrender is permeating the island all the time. You want to go to Tiandao, although now is a very good time. But you will do it for your little ones. Do you sell your life? Do you know how many dangers there are on the island? The girl named Triss said coldly. Upon hearing that, the other 3 partners looked at her. This girl is beautiful. Even among the young Sky Islanders, she is considered an extremely beautiful girl. After all, there is no ugly girl in Sky Island, but it is difficult to stand out. I have no choice. Now that we have reached this point, if we go back, we will definitely be discovered by the temple guards, and we may be severely punished. Firth, the thin Sky Island boy said. He touched the shellfish in his hand, glanced at the tools that can travel on the White Sea, and said in a low voice. Penalty. It's not that simple. Do you know why so many people are afraid to approach this place? Triss sneered, her voice gradually getting lower and lower. She blinked her beautiful eyes, showing a cheesy smile, and then said, it's because anyone who approaches the Tien Island will be given the death penalty if they are found. Even if they don't die, they will probably be killed by those horrible demons eat it. I'm afraid. The timid Betty took a step back, almost crying from fright. It's useless to be afraid, as I said before. At your own risk. Now, we can only move forward, either get the kiwi fruit and that magical spar, or accept the restriction. After Triss finished speaking, she looked up towards the direction of the island. The breeze blew across her cheeks, raising all her hair slightly, and she looked at the Tiandao, where only the shadow was visible on the far side, with an inexplicable deep meaning. According to Sister Triss, she is the one who really dares to meet Yin's eyes. Yes, Sister Triss must know the habits of heaven. Well, I believe Sister Triss. Let's go. Looking at the trusting eyes of the three, Triss didn't say much. Confronting heaven. Just kidding, no one feels someone who looks at heaven without showing fear. Her blue eyes stared at the depths of Tiandao, revealing a look of fear and curiosity. God, I wonder if you remember the girl who was scared to cry by you 7 years ago. To be honest, Han Yan still really remembers the girl who was scared and cried by him at that time. After all, no one wants to be called a monster or ugly, right? What's more, Han Yan still has a human soul. Compared with these little guys who don't know the heights of 5.1, Han Yan's evolution has also entered the end. To be precise, it has entered the end 3 years ago. The volcano that the people of Sky Island call a new birth life, has become an island full of vitality. The main reason is that Han Yan started the evolution of the third stage of evolution. The third stage of evolution is to reshape the physical body. It is to transform the life value into a powerful life ability to transform Han Yan into the strongest and most perfect body Deathwing, the body of the strongest dragon in the sky. The terrifying life value overflowed by the evolution process has changed the trees and stones on the island. This is the origin of the legend, and it further proves the power of the heaven, God. Chapter 19. The girl who intruded into the forbidden area. Trees bear something called life fruit, which can be eaten by creatures to make them evolve. Just like what the boy said, a person from Sky Island ate this kind of fruit by chance and became stronger. Infinity. Of course, those glowing stones are called life spars. It is also a stone containing life value energy, which can be further evolved by eating or absorbing it, and the evolution varies from person to person. It may be to increase strength, or it may be to increase wisdom. But Han Yan didn't know about it, and probably wouldn't bother even if he knew about it. After all, to him, these things are leftovers. The real treasures are all in him. What dragon blood, dragon scales. Dragon blood can prolong the lifespan of a person, evolve a creature, and become stronger. Dragon scales can defend against some devil fruit attacks and are the strongest armor-making material. In short, everything is a rare treasure, a unique and powerful treasure in this world. Of course, anyone who can get these things, except Han Yan himself. Otherwise no one can get it. It was a vast expanse, and the line of sight was blank, almost like a pure white space. In this pure white space, there is only one sleeping black dragon, which is so eye-catching. That black dragon, how is it so familiar? Han Yan whispered, and gradually came back to his senses from the hazy city of sleep. The thick scales shining with black light, and the terrifying wings that cover the sky. The sharp claws that flowed like a sword with a cold light were lifted up, fierce and sharp, as if they could tear everything in the world. The giant dragon slowly opened its eyes, and a deep roar sounded from its throat, like the violent thunder suppressed in the dark clouds. Dark flames, dark thunder, crackling and dancing on the body. In that white space, it is so conspicuous. Black, nope, purple, neither. It is red, to be precise, it is mainly black, supplemented by red, where the blood vessels, under the red light, reveal the power of purple. The body of the black dragon was fused by the power of flame and lightning. Those dark eyes full of tyranny and haki reveal neither bloodthirsty nor killing, but madness yearning to destroy the world. And that dragon, no, to be precise, just believed in himself. At this time, he only saw his overall appearance through the system space. Raising his hand, no, to be precise, it was Haki's paw with black and red, Han touched the top of his head. Immediately, the sharp and tough dragon horns appeared in his hands. The dragon horn is the first time Han Yan grows on the top of his head. Although the dragon horn stretches out in a figure-8 shape, it has an indescribable haki. However, the feeling of long horns on the head is really weird. Anyway, it was quickly accepted by Han Yan. From the first fish, no, the black sea snake. Then evolve into a big black snake, then evolve into sea kings, evolve into a Neptune dragon. Then grow wings, sharp claws, and now the full body and powerful dragon. This process is not trivial, and it has been more than 20 years. Since the death of the One Piece King Luojia, until now. Han Yan has also completely transformed into the level of the ultimate overlord at the top of the food chain. Like instinct, Han Yan opened his mouth. Swallow all the flames and lightning inside the volcano. When flames and lightning entered his abdomen, something like a strange black hole separated and stored these two energies, and then transformed them into energy, which was stored in Han Yan's body. Finally turned into the most primitive life value. By devouring fire, rocks, and lightning, Han Yan can also increase health. But the difference is that the stronger the flame and lightning intensity, the higher the HP. For rocks, there are different types and hardness. Han Yan is not interested in this. One is that it is unpalatable, the other is that the increase is not much, and the third is that he does not want to become a giant earth-eating dragon. Finally, the evolution is over. Han Yan sighed with emotion, and then muttered to himself. Looking at his transformed body, he revealed a trace of joy. There are several changes worth mentioning after evolution. First, Han Yan ran out of transformation from phase 2, which was Deathwing. If you want to become an ocean stage, it's still the former Sea Emperor dragon. In addition to changing the appearance into the form of an oriental dragon, there are many attributes. Earth, flame, thunder and lightning have everything, but the innate skill of shock still exists. In the sea, the Neptune dragon must be stronger, but in the sky and on land, it is Deathwing. Although Deathwing is not the kind that is very sensitive in melee combat. The second is that Han Yan finally opened a new way of plundering. That is to eat. Eat all kinds of weird things, such as Millennium Dragon, Kaido of the Beasts, diamonds, sea stone, treasure trees and so on. All valuable things can be exchanged for evolution points or upgraded by eating them. Because although the upgraded function of the third stage has not been developed, but after Han Yan eats to a certain extent and makes a further breakthrough, he will directly enter the third stage. There is no bottleneck. It is also a part of Han Yan's joy. At least Death 340 Wing Blood can be used until the fifth stage without changing it. The third is a bit weird. Speaking of which, Han Yan saw this function for the first time. Almost didn't get mad because it didn't come off as an egg. Yes, it is the same as eggs. The third ability is to create a daughter. Use powerful energy to create a creature with a part of its own blood. It can be in the form of a human or a dragon. However, only females, as the system knowing that I don't have a wife, and then asked me to create one myself. I don't want to be a ghost father. Although Han Yan said so, but who knows if it will be done in the distant future. Anyway, no one knows. Maybe at that time, for a long time, 2333 entertainment function, there are other uses. I will talk about it later, dig a hole in advance. It's almost time to go out, I don't know what year it is now. There is a breath of life breaking into the island. As his body twisted, there was a violent shock in the air, and a booming sound came from his head. At this moment, 4 small, insignificant bugs landed clumsily. Chapter 20 Temptation. In depth. Interesting. Let me see, 2 men and 2 women. The breath of life is not as big as any bug on the island. I don't know where the little guy came from. It's really brave. Han Yan was already lying in the depths of the volcano, and his thoughts of getting up and leaving immediately subsided. At this time, he observed the few little figures on the chessboard with great interest. The worms in his mouth are new creatures that have evolved on the island. Not to mention its huge size, its strength is no less than that of the sea kings in Qinghai. Even on the edge of the volcano, there are rock-like fire elf creatures. That kind of creature with magical power also absorbs itself, although it can be called feces, but it is also the residue of use, the dust from the body and the dirt in the body. Many life energies are condensed on it, and a magical creature is born from this. After all, the original Deathwing was a powerful black dragon who later used some power to change from the appearance of an ordinary dragon into a huge burning dragon. Since then, he was reborn as Deathwing. P.S. Don't worry, it's not the posture of fantasy novels. It's still based on One Piece. These things only appeared briefly, and they will basically be rare in the future. In the future, there will be opportunities to watch the protagonist incarnate as Deathwing hovering in the sky and spit out hell. The fire swooped down from the sky, causing the catastrophe of the earth in the fear of all living beings. Don't be disgusted with the long-winded. Sometimes if you don't explain it clearly, there will definitely be readers who don't understand it. Sky Island. Under Han Yan's control, some man-eating plants and terrifying bugs on the edge of the island retreated one after another. This allowed the girl and the others to gradually walk into the center of the forest vines without incident. Finally, seal the back road. It is an interesting game. The forest and vines on Tiandao Island are very dense, even compared to the little garden in Baihai. There are no dinosaurs here, but other weird creatures. The man-eating tree with murderous vines, the strange human face flower with ferocious fangs. Due to the particularity of the health value, these plants basically gave birth to the mind of plundering and devouring people. Although it is very subtle, plants are indeed as wise. Compared with these, dangerous are the predators lurking in a corner of the forest. The forest is very dense. No matter where you look, you can't see much depth into the forest. It was the first time for Triss and the others to enter the virgin forest. Although they were a little scared, their curiosity was very strong. The slightly younger girl yelled in panic, and the sound spread over the forest. It caused the surrounding night birds to fly around. Following her line of sight, it turned out to be a long unknown vine. Don't move, these are the ghost vines mentioned in the book. The more you move, the tighter it will be. Triss signaled the other 2 teenagers to retreat, and then took out a flat hot shell from the backpack. Quickly let go. Following the girl's soft shout, a burst of flame burst out from the flame shell, and the finger-thick vine that was burning immediately shrank back. Okay, Betty, you go among the people. Be careful, I think it's a bit unusual ahead. Triss wiped the sweat from her forehead, patted Betty on the shoulder, and looked into the forest at the same time. For some reason, I always felt an atmosphere of panic pervading my heart. That kind of feeling is similar to when she and Kai looked at each other. Even Triss felt that she and others were always being watched by a pair of invisible eyes. I have to say that the girl's intuition is very accurate. Indeed, Han Yan was a little surprised after seeing her repel the ghost vines. The ghost vine is a kind of plant that eats people. At most, vines as thick as people can attack them, and the number is scary. But most afraid of fire and sharp swords, hooking Betty's foot just now is what Han Yan did on purpose. He can use electric waves to paralyze plants or creatures, and then manipulate their bodies remotely. Apparently, posture now became his board game. No wonder Enel from the original book likes trials so much. It turned out to be really fun. Looking at these little intruders, tisk tisk, it's really interesting. Then I'll give you a dangerous guy. Han Yan laughed secretly in his heart, and soon, a creepy hiss sounded from the inside of the forest. Hiss, a huge centipede, with a 15-meter-long body, descended from a huge tree in the sky. Sharp teeth and murderous eyes stare at these young Sky Island angels. There was no direct attack under Han Yan's manipulation. Instead, it was announcing to the other party that he had come. If it was a direct sneak attack, these people would have died long ago. Then there is no need to play strong. #be careful, take out the Yanbei. Suddenly, Dole, who was walking in the front, yelled. Several people looked in horror at the huge centipede that suddenly appeared. When the centipede stopped, their faces paled and they recalled attacking with shellfish. This huge centipede, whose torso is composed of many body segments, is entangled in the tree, like a dragon coiled up. On the roots under the tree, various moss plants and rotten wood exist. Makes the ground moist and smooth. Spread out, hit it with flame shells. Betty, you use the wind shell to increase the firepower. Li Hao, ah, good sister Triss. The two teenagers nodded, and then Betty also took out the blast shell that can emit strong wind. Soon, the centipede was also dispatched, and under the blessing of flames and wind, it retreated frequently. At the time when the centipede was afraid, the four hurriedly ran deeper into the forest. Because the centipede blocked the entrance, they couldn't disperse. Songdo was led 10 ways to go. Oh, it's really a death. Some brats who don't know how to jump, come here to die. It's so boring, just like that Hancock, I really don't know how to write the word, death. Han Yan shook his head helplessly while manipulating these monsters and terrain. While teaching these young people how to fight, Han Yan still subconsciously treats these young people as children who don't understand anything psychologically. Chapter 21 The Heaven, who is not doing business properly. In fact, those shellfish are very powerful when used well, and have the same power as magic. That platoon shell is in the hands of a powerful person, just like a rocket launcher. The blow shell can make people fly, and the slash shell can cut more powerfully than ordinary people's swords. This can be regarded as a technology on Sky Island. Of course, compared with Devil Fruit, if it is used well, it can still be a battle. If it's Logia Devil Fruit, ignore me. Miss Triss, where are you looking? Suddenly, a surprised and joyful voice sounded. Immediately, the girls and teenagers looked forward, where they were surrounded by glowing fireflies. Unknown blue glowing trees stood tall, and in the center of these trees was a huge birdcage woven of vines, inside which stood a blood-red egg-shaped stone that was shining brightly. That's a stone that glows red. The two bundles of tails protruding from Triss' head moved in a ball shape, looking at the fairyland-like environment. The avenue was paved with blue and green fluorescent grass, and under the witness of the stars and the beautiful moon, the huge vines erected like a throne soared into the sky. On its top is the red spar just seen. I heard that, if you get it, you can gain great strength. 543 inches, yes. Then I can become the strongest warrior. I want it too. I heard that it will become more beautiful with it, and she also has magical abilities. The three boys and girls around were immersed in their own fantasies and spoke, but Triss noticed the strange silence around them. Do not move. Seeing that Dole wanted to climb the vine alone to get the spar, Triss interrupted quickly. Ah, why, Sister Triss, you don't want to be alone, do you? That's it. What an idiot. You can't see such an obvious trap. Triss, father is also a Sky Island fighter, and he usually tells her strange things. Since childhood, Triss also longed for the magical adventure life. Of course, it is much better than these young teenagers in dealing with dangers. Trap. When Triss said this, the three of them showed expressions of fear. If you just go up so rashly, AFCB, if there are more monsters suddenly, it will be dangerous. Seeing the actions of these people, Han Yan in the depths of the volcano showed a helpless smile. It's really, convinced. I wanted you to get some good things, and then leave like this. By the way, see if there will be a split between you. But you think it's a trap. However, that girl named Triss is quite witty, and she broke through several low-level dangers in a row. If it weren't for me to operate, these little guys would have died in the first level and couldn't die anymore. Quote, but it's really strange to say it, and Han Yan himself thinks it's amazing. I just fell asleep, and when I woke up, I found that the world had changed drastically, and everything was changed. It's game over, though, little ones. As Han Yan said from the bottom of his heart, there was a sudden change on the girl's side. The earth was shaking, as if it was about to split open. Inside the forest, vines began to spread, and man-eating monsters appeared one after another. Ah, run, quick, forget about that rock, let's run to that mountain. Ah, that's where heaven is. We're courting death, but if you stay here, you will surely die. Triss looked in horror at the creeping vines and some terrifying monsters behind her, and quickly grabbed Betty's hand and ran forward. Let's go too. The two teenagers looked at each other and started running. In this way, with a burst of running wildly, I encountered various obstacles along the way. But in the end, the four of them came to the entrance of the volcano safe and sound, except for being embarrassed and slightly injured. Gulu gulu, the four of them stared at the huge super volcano and stopped in their tracks. At the foot of the volcano, a huge hole appeared impressively. Heaven is inside, should we go in or not? Go in. If we don't go in, we won't be able to go back. I feel that this is the will of God, and we have no choice. Triss gritted her teeth, and kept thinking about the figure that she had often dreamed of in the past 7 years. The figure of Haki flying in the air, the terrifying and hopeless atmosphere is always entrenched in her heart. In addition to the awe and curiosity of heaven, the girl also has a special feeling for heaven. This kind of rebellious, this kind of meaningless thought has already taken root 7 years ago. Am I that scary? Haha, when did I ever say I'm angry? At that time, the words of Tien kept echoing in her heart, and she really wanted to see Tien again, and wanted to know what kind of god Tien was. From now on, the mountains and forests will be my resting place, and no one will be allowed to approach me. Except for angels. At the same time, the words of awe and fear also oppressed her heart. It made seeing the sky a deep-seated wish. Even if it's one side, even if it's Eden, heaven must appear. Just as the girl was thinking this way, the hole at the foot of the volcano suddenly tore open. A deep voice came from inside. How dare you come here to interrupt my rest, funny little guys, you are very brave, but people who act recklessly like this are already dead. Immediately, a breathtaking and terrifying coercion descended. At the same time, the following words from heaven made the 4 people's already dead hearts suddenly burn again. However, as newborn Sky Island people, you are pretty good, you can come here alone, especially the little guy with a white flower on his chest. I allow you to live. The little guy with white flowers. Hearing this, Triss blushed immediately. If I remember correctly, the white flowers seem to be on the underwear on my chest. Chapter 22. Come here, look into my eyes. The white flower on the chest of Triss is precisely a special plant on Sky Island. The texture is soft and tough, and there will be a special aroma similar to cloves after drying. Usually burqa underage girls will sew a white flower inside their underwear to symbolize their coming of age status and so on. Betty is 2 years younger than Triss, so she is not as beautiful as ever. How does heaven know about the white flowers? Could it be a guess? Triss murmured in her heart, but she was nervous on the surface. She carefully looked into the cave, and then stammered, Heaven, Lord God, we didn't mean to offend you. Miss Triss, those monsters are coming. I'm so scared. Lord God, please spare me. Let's go in. After seeing the vines and monsters approaching the foot of the volcano, they slowed down. And Triss gritted her teeth, and then shouted, Please save us, Lord God. Oh, interesting. Come in, you are the only ones who can enter here. Let me see, what kind of little doll dares to come here? Although the words are a bit old-fashioned, it can't hide Han Yan's curiosity. Observation Haki can detect the breath, size and type of creatures, but cannot see the face, the specific color and so on. As for the white flower on Triss's chest, Observation Haki also happened to perceive it. In order to clearly distinguish the characteristics of several people, Han Yan subconsciously remembered this thing. Thank you, Lord God. After finishing speaking, Triss quickly pulled Betty, who was like a little sister, and ran in. At the same time, the other 2 teenagers also breathed a sigh of relief and put away the shellfish and got into the hole. Sure enough, when the monsters saw him and others entering, they roared twice and retreated. However, they did not dare to offend the sky, otherwise what would be ushered in would only be destruction. There are black and red stones all over the volcano foot, and occasionally shiny blood red spar can be seen. Of course, under the watchful eyes of heaven, Triss and the others did not dare to behave rudely. The interior of the volcano presents a huge red cylindrical scene, and the surrounding environment is illuminated by red rocks. The sticky and sultry air made the 4 of them start to sweat, and the trembling from the soul became more obvious as they walked forward. The more fearful, take your breath away, ahem. The pungent smell made Triss and the others quickly cover their noses, but soon, they saw a huge black stone door. It can't be said to be a stone gate, but it can only be said to be a wall similar to a stone gate. Under the wall, there is a gap that is just over 1 meter in size. Although it is simple, it happens to allow 4 people to get in. This is. As soon as she entered, Triss saw a shocking picture. Magma. The magma all over the ground is surging. The remaining magma absorbed by Han Yan rolled on the ground, black and red viscous churning. The heat up to thousands of degrees made people dare not approach. On the other side of the magma, a terrifying black dragon was sleeping with its eyes closed. Sky. Looking forward with dumbfounded eyes, Triss opened her mouth, but only made a weak sound. So big. Good Haki. The boy and girl turned pale, then grumbled, swallowed and stared ahead. The giant eyes that were the size of 4 people suddenly opened. Haki's eyes full of destruction glanced at them, and only heard a thump, and the 4 of them sat down on the ground in fright, and couldn't help shivering. Just one glance, it is so terrifying. Is this the sky? Triss gasped for breath, endured the difference in rank, raised her head vigorously, and looked directly at the sky. It's you, the little girl who said I was ugly. The thunderous sound echoed in the ears of Triss and the others, causing the 4 of them not to dare to speak out. Even Betty, who usually loves to cry, didn't dare to make a sound at this time, let alone look at that terrifying black dragon. The moment Han Yan saw Triss, he suddenly came to his senses. Although 7 years have passed quickly, he still has an impression of the girl's curious and cute eyes, shining with unyielding thoughts. Triss didn't intend to offend Lord God. I don't know whether to say embarrassment or panic. At this moment, the corners of Triss's mouth twitched, looking bitter. How could heaven be ugly? It's clearly scary, okay. Although he looks very Haki, he is also instinctively afraid. But at this moment, seeing the black dragon that was half the size of a mountain, he didn't even dare to show his air. Ahaha, what you think in your heart is different from what you say. In hard net, sensitivity of electric wave. Although Han Yan couldn't know the specifics of what the other party was thinking, he could still guess it through the slight changes in Triss' expression. No, it's not. The Lord God has his own Kamui, it's just that ordinary people dare not look directly. The pupils under her long eyelashes are anxiously moving, like a child who has been caught lying by an adult. Every flickering, there is a girl's unpredictable guilt, and it is easy for people to see that she is lying. Lie. Haha, 3.1 is interesting. Come here, look into my eyes, Han Yan whispered with a slight smile, and then motioned for the girl to come up. Triss stared at her watery blue eyes, pursed her lips at this moment, raised her head and looked forward. Less than 100 meters away is the edge of the magma pool where Han Yan was sleeping. And there, the huge dragon head is staring at Triss with shocking eyes. 1 step, 2 steps, as if an inexplicable force attracted Triss, making her move forward gradually. Miss Triss, Dole whispered a little worried. Shut up, you are not afraid of death. The other boy quickly grabbed him and said in a low voice. At the same time, he sneaked a panicked glance at the black dragon, then quickly lowered his head. Chapter 23 Awakened Deathwing. Triss walked forward gradually, from trembling at first, to calmness. Although cold sweat had invaded her back, her curiosity and command made her forget her fear. Soon, she came to the magma pool. Stand 10 meters in front of the dragon's head, and stare at the huge eyes. Just like that, a pair of cruel eyes with destruction and tyranny and a girl's innocent, brave and kind eyes stared straight at. After a few seconds, that's right, it's the same as that little girl back then. This kind of sight that doesn't reverence the world is very interesting. You are not like ordinary Sky Island people. What's your name, cute little guy? My name is Triss, Lord God. Triss breathed a sigh of relief, then raised her white palm and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Tracy, that's a good name. Let me ask you, would you like to be the second envoy of heaven? God, angel, Triss, eyes widened suddenly. She is an envoy like the god Enel, and her authority is simply the highest person in the world, equivalent to the second king of Sky Island. Oh 5I am willing. Thank God for the gift. Nodding vigorously, Triss quickly knelt on the ground to thank him, but she cautiously raised her head to look at Han Yan. Looking at the questioning eyes, Han Yan said, "Are you confused?" Triss nodded, and then asked, "Yes, Lord God, I don't know why you asked me, who doesn't understand anything, to be your envoy. You came here and got my permission. So, I decided to make you an envoy of God. From now on, you will be the master of this island." The reason why Enel can become an envoy of God is because the destruction and madness in his eyes are very strong. A good tyrant and a good ruler. The reason why Triss is favored by Han Yan is because of the sincerity and bravery in her eyes. If she is used as an envoy, it will be more important to make people think that Ilu's tyrannical behavior will be the will of his husband. The role of Triss is to act as a buffer. Ah, thank God for the gift. Triss nodded blankly, then was too nervous to speak. But soon, Han Yan spoke again. I'm leaving soon, come here, I'll give you a buff. Buff. When Triss heard this word for the first time, her eyes widened in curiosity. Well, it's the power of God. Yes, it gives you magical power. Come on, stretch out your hand and put it on my chin. Han Yan quickly explained that the girl's physique was quite small, at most she could only touch her chin, and she probably had to stand on tiptoes. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. The usually alert girl seemed very clumsy at this time. She slowly stretched out her hand, and then touched the scales of the legendary sky. The sharp feeling that made her bones tremble, and the terrifying power that was far stronger than steel made her face suddenly pale. Soon, a terrifying and powerful energy of life value appeared on the scale armor passed to her body through the arm, and then, a kind of abundant power gushed out from the bottom of my heart. As time passed bit by bit, Triss suddenly found that she became full of strength, as if she could break rocks with a single punch. This miraculous change made her eyes widen with joy, and she watched in disbelief. Sky. In the future, if any strange scales appear on your body, don't worry. They are dragon scales, and you can suppress them with the power of the life spar on the island. Absorbing the life spar will make you stronger. Okay, your identity as an envoy of the gods will be announced to the public soon, and I should come out too, so hurry up and get out of here, lest you lose your life. Yes, my Lord God. Triss held back the excitement in her heart. Seeing that one of Han Yan's dragon heads was so big, he suddenly realized that his body was still on fire at Yamanaka, and if he came out, the volcano would definitely collapse. And I and others will definitely be finished. Door, Betty, Fez, get out of here. The volcano is going to be destroyed. With a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people, after absorbing the power bestowed by God, Triss' speed reached an astonishing level. Withdrew backward like the wind, grabbed several people at the same time and ran out. Seeing this scene, Han Yan also secretly laughed in his heart. Really, before I knew it, I felt that I was getting old. Alas, it's been a long time since I've been active, let's wait until these little guys go out. The thousands of health points just given are nothing to Han Yan, but to Triss, it changed her physique to have the weak blood of the black dragon, and at the same time enhanced her strength. The current Triss is equivalent to the power of a pirate with a bounty of about 10 million. It is also considered a good strength on Sky Island, but in Qinghai, is still weak and pathetic. To be honest, in the original book, if you don't count Thunder Fruit's Enel, Han Yan thinks that any pirate with hundreds of millions of berry can run rampant on Sky Island. In addition, perhaps in the future, for other people, the frenziedly scrambled life spar will be very precious. But for Han Yan, it has no use at all. On the contrary, he cares about what others don't care about. This may be the difference in essence, different vision, and different pursuits. Pirates go to sea for their dreams, because of treasures. What is Han Yan for? Survive? No, it doesn't. Power 387? No, not quite. It is plunder. Yes, it is plunder. As long as you get more resources, whether it is survival or strength, you will get it. There is nothing in this world that cannot be solved by strength. If there is, it is because your strength is not strong enough. And now, strength. Huang Yan already has it. Thus, the giant dragon, which had been sleeping for many years, opened its eyes. Suddenly, it seemed that the entire space began to tremble slightly. On Tiandao in the distance, the volcano is collapsing and the earth is being destroyed. A terrifying giant claw clawed at the top of the cliff. Along with the tearing earth, the magic dragon also spread its wings impressively. P.S. Even if it is not Deathwing himself, the current Han Yan is invincible. The so-called limited ability is actually not there, it is just armament Haki. It will be soon. For Logia Devil Fruit, Han Yan has other methods. As for why some readers don't spray water, Kiki, I think spraying water is useless to Qingji and Kazaru, they are not stupid and they can hide quickly. Other Logia demon fruit power, Han Yan didn't encounter. If you want to talk about Whitebeard, there is a shock, and the sea has already flown back. Chapter 24 Leaving Sky Island. Holy Land Mariajoy, what a bunch of trash. You guys really let me down. A man wearing a bubble helmet glared viciously at the several figures in front of him. He shattered a crystal cup forcefully, and then said, "It's been such a long time and there's still no news about that demon. What the hell is going on with you Marines? What are you eating?" Of course not. The figure and expression of the leader remained unchanged, staring at the celestial dragons calmly and said, "Neptune, no. It is really difficult to track down the whereabouts of the elusive Sea Kings, and we have no way to do it in Calm Belt. If it was 10 years ago, it would have been you can give it a try. Now almost 10 years have passed, and the evil dragon seems to have disappeared in the sea. We have tried our best, and I am afraid that there is no way to give you a satisfactory explanation. Are you perfunctory?" The middle-aged celestial dragons obviously refused to give up. "Don't forget who gave the world into your hands, and who gave you your current status. Of course I know who entrusted the world to us." The leader's voice turned cold. "Respect 437 nobles of the world. Of course I will never forget this. HMPH. That's good." The middle-aged celestial dragons obviously didn't notice the change in the figure's tone, and said arrogantly, "Forget it, I have given up hope for you. If there is a trace of that guy, I will definitely return. Give it to me. I will take the guards to catch it, so as to destroy the revenge of the past." Looking at the group of celestial dragons leaving, the figure at the head snorted heavily. "Humph. Self-righteous trash. Take revenge on the Sea Emperor. Even Whitebeard can't do it, you can. Humph. I'm willing to die and no one will stop you. After you die, we, Marine, have to wipe your Wait." Another voice also rang out coldly. "It's not that these guys can't be used, it's better to bear with it for now. There have been a lot of changes in the sea recently, but it's the Sea Emperor. What the hell is going on? Except for the 3 giant beasts on the Fishmen Island mentioned by the spies, there is basically no trace of it. There are no similar rumors spreading in the sea. Forget it, it's just a Sea Kings. Even if there is wisdom, it is impossible to fight us. What the hell it is doing has nothing to do with us." The figure gradually calmed down, his eyes stared coldly at the front, and he said, "However, as long as it doesn't cause trouble and doesn't involve the boundaries of our world government, you can ignore it. If it really pops up, if you want money, give it. There has been a lot of turmoil in the sea recently. What do the new pirates say? If there is a decayed world, there will be no sprouts of a new era. Even small pirates dare to come here. What do you want Marines to do? Go and let them govern. The storm of this irrelevant era is about to hit, but who knows whether there will be any changes." Sky Island. Clouds, surrounded by endless white ocean. A terrifying black shadow swept past with the momentum of sweeping the sky. With the opening and closing of the dragon's mouth, most of the island clouds in the White Sea dispersed, and the creatures in it were not spared, and all of them were swallowed up. Meanwhile, the rumored Sea Emperor in Qinghai was wandering leisurely in the 10,000-meter sky. After all, this is an independent small world, and few people will come here. Unknowingly, Sky Island has become smaller, haha. Or maybe I have become bigger. I really don't get used to it. Looking up at the faintly visible outline of Sky Island, a smile appeared on the corner of Han Yan's mouth, and a mouthful of heat came out AFFC from the dragon's mouth. The change this time is at least several times bigger than before. Now that the wings are fully extended, it is estimated to be as big as the 2 Moby Dicks combined. This body is definitely the strongest in the sea and sky, but it is a bit troublesome to enter the human world. Thinking of this, Han Yan shook his head and smiled wryly. Since becoming Sea Kings, he has been out of orbit with humans. If you really go to a human town, it is estimated that it will be destroyed. Sky Island has been merged, and it has long been united and surrendered. As for those Sandia people, they don't know where to hide for a long time. They must not dare to attack the kingdom of heaven. What should be explained should also be explained to Enel. It's time for me to return to the voyage. Time flies so fast, I don't know what's going on below. A lazy voice sounded from above the sky, and soon a pair of giant claws tore through the thick white clouds. Just like that, inadvertently, a huge dragon head appeared above the sky. Soon, the powerful body of the black dragon Haki swooped down, leaving an air boom that shook the air in the sky. Let me ask, how fast is a terrifying black dragon with a size of 500 meters diving? Han Yan didn't know how fast his speed was, but he could draw a conclusion from the rumble in his ears. He was already close to, or even surpassed, the speed of sound. And under the vibration of the powerful wings, it can easily reach the speed of sound. In this way, Han Yan rushed to the sea surface at a speed of 1224 kilometers per hour, and it took less than 30 seconds to reach the sea surface from the sky. Rumbling. When approaching the surface of the sea, Han Yan quickly stopped his body, turning the dive into a slide. The terrifying air waves during the buffering caused the seawater to suddenly sink tens of meters, forming a huge hollow on the sea surface. But as the black shadow left, the hole was quickly filled by the seawater. And Han Yan also showed a puzzled look. Isn't this Gaia Island? Seeing the disappearance of familiar buildings and islands, Han Yan pondered for a long time, and finally came to a conclusion. The sky above Gaia Island is a Payado, and not far from a Payado is Angel Island. In contrast, a little further than Angel Island is Burka Island. And on the other side of the holy land of Burka Island is the Island of Heaven. Han Yan swooped down from the sky above the Island of Heaven, so it was naturally impossible for him to encounter Gaia Island. Maybe, it's back to the starting part of the Grand Line now. After all, driving in the sky is much faster than in the sea. Chapter 25. Excuse me, how to get to East Blue. On a calm sea, the sea breeze blows leisurely, and the waves show waves from time to time. Soon, a huge black shadow flew across the sky, setting off waves on the sea along the way. In this way, Han Yan has been flying for a long time. He himself didn't know how long it would be, but it would be soon. Passed by many islands, but didn't see many people. After all, the sea is vast and boundless, and no one knows exactly how many islands and sea areas there are. Han Yan crossed the sky from the sky, crossed the inverted mountain from the calm belt on the other side, and came directly to the starting point of the Grand Line, Gemini Cape. Actually, Han Yan has another purpose. That is, find the Millennium Dragon. Of course, not for a spouse. But to eat it, maybe there will be some strange effect. No, it is said that eating a 1,000-year-old dragon can live for 1,000 years. Han Yan has been coveted for a long time. What's more, now that he can fly, catching a 1,000-year-old dragon is as easy as an eagle catching a chicken. Millennium Dragon. I think you are of the same race, but you FG want to eat me. This is also what Han Yan thought after he saw Twin Capes. Originally, he wanted to go to the Fishman Island first, but he flew in the wrong direction. Unexpectedly, he came to the starting point of the Grand Line. Now that you're here, why not go down and have a look? Buzz buzz. The sound of the flapping wings caused a loud bang, very quickly. Han Yan then climbed up the reversing mountain. The whole body of the dragon was entrenched on the top, his eyes looked down, and the one who attracted his attention was a huge lighthouse, and then a leisurely old man reading a newspaper, and a huge whale also appeared in his life. This is the legendary island whale Laboon, the largest whale in the world in the One Piece story that Han Yan is familiar with. And Crocus, the legendary Luo Jia's ship doctor. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Crocus' eyes widened in horror as he saw the shadows in the sky gradually enlarge. Crocus paled as the behemoth landed on top of the upside-down mountain, blocking the sun behind him. He looked at the sky in fear, let out a cry, and then shouted to the whale in the sea, Laboon. Run quickly, the dragon is coming. What are you running? I won't eat you. Hey, run again, and I will really eat you and the big whale. Seeing the flustered whale and Crocus, who was too shocked to speak, Han Yan said something speechless. Then a dragon howl resounded through the heavens and earth, accompanied by the terrifying dragon power descended. Crocus gradually turned his horrified face away. A talking dragon, you can't be, the rumored, Sea Emperor, Han Yan, who almost wiped out 4 emperors Whitebeard. Crocus asked in surprise, with some uncertainty. After all, the Sea Emperor is a long Sea Emperor dragon, and the one in front of him is a terrifying dragon full of destructive and explosive power. It seems that I haven't slept for a long time. It's only been 7 years. Someone still remembers me. Haha, I'm Han Yan. Old man, let me ask you, what year is it now? See circle calendar 1520. What, how many years? Han Yan's eyes widened, and he spoke in disbelief. See circle calendar 1520. Crocus repeated the opening words again. Anyway, I am also old, and I won't live long. He was not so afraid of the black and red dragon in front of him. He continued with a doubtful voice. Neptune Emperor, you probably overslept, right? It has been nearly 8 or 9 years since you became famous all over the world. So fast. Excited, Han Yan exerted force and accidentally crushed a large rock on the upside-down mountain, but it took him a while to recover. According to this progress, the Luffy group in the original book should have just set out to sea, and they should be in East Blue now, and it is estimated that the next step will be Rog Island. And the Millennium Dragon, haha, just right, not too late. Han Yan murmured to himself, and then the black and red giant claws grabbed the upside-down mountain and then looked at the whale laboon below. To be honest, this big guy with fearful eyes is really big, even bigger than himself. Of course, that refers to the volume. If not counting the wings, it is indeed larger than Han Yan. If you count the wings, it will be different. In short, the two are the same. 0. Ask for flowers. Hey, human, what's wrong with this guy? Did you mean Laboon? Crocus saw Han Yan pointing to the top of Laboon's head, and when he saw the bruised scars, he couldn't bear to say, that was a long time ago. It started when the Rumba pirates decided to enter the Grand Line. Stop. Don't talk about it since it happened a long time ago. I'm not interested in it. What I'm asking you is why is it hitting the wall now? Han Yan hurriedly stopped Crocus's long story. In fact, he naturally knew why Laboon came to hit the wall. As for why you asked, you don't understand what it means to do so. ... After 50 years of waiting, Laboon wants to return to his former companion. Quote. Crocus sighed, looking at Laboon in disbelief, and at the same time the island whale let out a cry of mourning. Han Yan couldn't understand the animal language, but he could understand the meaning. Laboon is nothing more than crying. It is a pity to watch this big guy hit an upside-down mountain many times larger than it. If Han Yan were to destroy this mountain by himself, it would be an instant matter. But he didn't. Then you just wait slowly. Maybe those pirate groups are dead long ago. Oh yes, you can hit the wall slowly, maybe one day it will be smashed, maybe ha. Neptune. Well, you're right. But Laboon it. Of course Crocus knew what Han Yan was thinking, and he wanted Laboon to give up this move. But Laboon is a sentient whale and it's impossible to forget. Boring. Thinking about the Millennium Dragon Feast, Han Yan is about to leave here. Just when Han Yan was about to get up and fly away, he stopped suddenly, and he looked back sideways and asked Crocus. Well, how to get to East Blue? Chapter 26. Dragon Pirates. It's in the direction of Reversing Mountain, and you can go straight to East Blue. But if you fly directly there, Mr. Neptune, it's okay, that's... Crocus smiled awkwardly. It was obvious what he meant. Han Yan also knew what he was talking about. If you fly directly over by yourself, it will definitely cause people to panic. If something bad happens at that time, I'm afraid that East Blue will become devastated. After all, he stayed on the ship of One Piece. When he saw Han Yan for the first time, he knew that this powerful creature had no natural enemies in this world. The terrifying black and red scale armor, powerful and terrifying power enough to explain everything. What's more, he is still a Neptune who fought Whitebeard evenly 10 years ago. You'd better stay in this, 183, and watch the news. You're a lot of age, and don't mind your own business. Oh, by the way, there's an old guy named Rayleigh in the Sabayati archipelago, maybe you know him. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. If you see him, tell me that the Emperor of the Sea is looking for him. Combelt Sea Dragon Island, tell him where to find me. Dragon Island, a pristine island. There are also various primitive giants and various terrifying creatures on it. Of course, Han Yan also discovered this island by accident. For him, this island also has another name, Food Island. Yes, the ferocious monsters on the island are his rations, and Han Yan plans to live there in the future. Okay, Sea Dragon Island, I remember it, but, there are no pointers and charts. Relax, Sea Kings of Combelt. After finishing speaking, Han Yan took another look at the island whale with a scar on his forehead. Shaking his head slightly, he said nothing, and finally, under the gust of wind, the shadow of Reversing Mountain gradually left. Leaving Upside Down Mountain, then head to East Blue. Han Yan doesn't know what's happened to East Blue now, he just knows how to go all the way. Of course, size is indeed an issue. Compared with the form of a giant dragon, it is better to use the posture of the Sea Emperor Dragon first, and then change back after finding the little girl who knows the 1,000-year-old dragon. Thinking about it, the huge black dragon in the sky plunged directly into the deep sea. There was a bang, and the hundreds of feet of waves raised caused the seawater to swell. When the head emerged from the familiar seawater again, the wings on the back had converged. The terrifying purple-black Thunder Emperor Dragon suddenly appeared. In the sea, it is dominated by lightning and dragon fins. In the sea, it is dominated by flame and earth attributes, and its wings are the main ones. Unpredictable, like a mighty devil fruit. No matter what form it is, when Han Yan reveals his body, what is the aesthetics of strength, everything is self-evident. Let's go to Combelt. No, you should go to Gunkan Island. It's not right, there are so many people on Gunkan Island. Going up directly is a terrorist attack. If you can't hide, Observation Haki may not be able to find it. That little girl, what's more, the little girl named Abyss in the original book seems to have been captured by marine scum. Forget it, let the Millennium Dragon go first. But if I remember correctly, is there a member of the Murloc pirates named Evil Dragon? Or Arlong? Arlong, that Murloc character is greedy and brutal, addicted to money like life, and thinks that money is the best thing as the most reliable thing. Compared with Han Su, this point is essentially similar. Perhaps Han Yan himself is not clear. There is such a saying in the sea, if you meet a deep sea demon, a talking sea emperor dragon. Then don't be afraid, hand over all your property, and then resign yourself to your fate. Even so, The Sea Emperor's reputation as a greedy is proportional to his terrifying power, spreading across the sea, sprinkled anywhere on the sea. And this time returning from Sky Island, Han Yan realized the importance of money and treasures. He needs power, needs to evolve, needs to break through the third stage. So, whether it is the weakest East Blue, or Alabuggy Stan, or Nine Snake Island, or New World's Punk Hazard, Dressrosa, or the legendary Millennium Elephant, Zo Island and more. In a word, where there are resources, where there is money, where there is the shadow of Han Yan. Of course, this is relative to what follows. The current Han Yan is still wandering leisurely in the deep sea of East Blue. The evolved, invisible predator, shrouded the top of the sea area, always moving with Han Yan swimming. I don't know how long it took, until a familiar biological breath appeared in the perception. Quote. They could smell the fishy smell of murlocs from a long distance away, and sure enough, this was a group of murlocs that had come out from that Fishman Island. However, since the Fishman Island, which has now left, is naturally not under his protection, even if it is Eden, it is not considered a breach of contract. The treaty signed with Neptune back then was to exchange 1 billion berry per year for the safety of the murlocs on the Fishman Island. But Arlong and his group don't belong to the Fishman Island now. Besides, the 10 billion berry Han Yan hasn't collected the money owed for 10 years. The influence on Arlong's side is pitifully small, except for Captain and Shichibukai Jinbei, who are interested in the interests of the Marine branch. There is no one else. But this time it's not ordinary people who are looking for trouble, but the Sea Emperor who the 4 emperors also avoid. In fact, Han Yan doesn't want to pay attention to the useless character Arlong, but how can I say that the guys from the Fishman Island are guys from the Fishman Island after all, even if they are separated from the Fishman Island? It's not something outsiders can do in 1.1, otherwise, maybe people have really forgotten the role of Neptune. Since I came to East Blue this time, why not deal with this role by the way? It's a coincidence that Han Yan just came to this sea area. Just caught a burst of sound with his special observation Haki. I ruled 20 villages and towns. Dealing with the rebels is very troublesome. For the managers, I destroyed all the surrounding towns and other places. Do you know why? Because they can't pay the money. Yes, it is a crime for us. A crime of rebellion. Listen up, lowly humans, you just need to pay the money honestly. I need money. I want to build an empire that can rule the East Blue Arlong the capital. Scared ha ha ha. Chapter 27 I am a man who knows the Emperor of the Sea. A very tall murloc wearing Madara point short sleeves smiled ferociously, his characteristic jagged long sharp nose and the murloc's appearance, there was no doubt about it. This is the murloc Arlong. That murloc should be Arlong. This appearance looks quite arrogant. In fact, collecting taxes also requires strength. Besides, applying pressure will only bring fear and rebellion. Develop a village, and only when the village becomes promising, will you earn more money. I don't understand this. How can I learn from other people's rule, and occupy a fart's territory? Han Yan shook his head helplessly, a pair of invisible eyes quietly staring at the people on the shore. Arlong is a bit silly, and it's not as good as Doflamingo. Shichibukai Doflamingo is far superior to Arlong in terms of intelligence and strength, and his methods of ruling are much more ruthless. He is a veritable hero. But I am different, I use the method of charging fees to make money. It is also a bit different from slave traders and underground merchants. My own is just to set up an amount for people to make up for themselves. And he is just a name. In this way, the amount may not be very suppressed, but the profit is not a lot. Of course, the premise of all this comes down to one place, power. Compared to these, what Arlong lacks the most is strength. It's no wonder that they can only run rampant in East Blue. At this time, Koko Yaxi Village. Possession of weapons already constitutes rebellion. In order to prevent rebels like you from appearing again, I decide to execute you. Give you the death penalty. The ferocious Sawtooth Sharkman stretched out his thick arms, strangled a man's neck tightly, and said with a murderous look. Stop. Just then, a girl with blue hair emerged from the crowd. With anger in her eyes, she suppressed the resentment in her heart and said loudly to Arlong, don't go too far. Arlong, in the past 8 years, we have never paid a penny less. How could there be rebellious thoughts now? Let go of Ajien. Yeah, let go of Jien. He doesn't have any weapons, it's just a crime you imposed on him. Seeing this scene, Arlong's eyes flashed coldly. At the same time, he moved his mouth with a contemptuous smile, and said to the angry crowd around him, you lowly humans, are you going to do it? The moment you do it, I, the Arlongs, and my friends will tear you apart. At that time, your whole village will be finished, understand? Stop, everyone, go back. If we start a fight, our 8 years will be in vain. If we want to resist, we have already done so 8 years ago. In order to survive, you all go forward, don't live up to her expectations. After hearing Arlong's words, the blood-stained Ajien stuck out his blood-stained head with all his strength, and then stared at the group of angry people with grief in his eyes, shouted loudly. Ajien. The villagers endured sadness and pain, and they naturally knew who the Ajien was talking about was. Everything they have done in the past 8 years is also clear, but they are not willing to let Ajien die like this. A lowly human being is always just a worm. Arlong sneered, raised the arm that pinched Ajien, and lifted him above his head. Gradually increased the strength on the wrist. Immediately, Ajien vomited blood. You will be punished. A villager couldn't help but ran out from the crowd and shouted at Arlong. Stop. Absolutely don't do it. If you die, everything will be over. Don't give up, even if I die. Before the villager could finish speaking, Ajien interrupted him immediately. He waved his arms to signal the villagers to leave. Have courage, then I will show you the end of resistance. Arlong grabbed Ajien's hand, turned him over, and then slammed his head on the ground. If this falls, Ajien, who is an ordinary human being, will definitely die. Smelly Murloc, eat me a gunpowder star. Rumble. A burst of explosions exploded on Arlong's body, and the villagers looked aside in amazement, and found a roof. A man with a long nose stood on it with trembling legs while holding something like a slingshot in his hand. It seemed that he was the one who made the move just now. There's someone on the roof. Who? Impatient to live, a Murloc suddenly shouted, and Arlong immediately noticed the man standing on the roof, and his murderous eyes flashed. Listen, you people below. My name is Captain Usopp, brave warrior of the sea, the whole world fears me, they call me Usopp, the demon from hell. I have 8,000 men. Now I let you all go ma, it's for the sake of Neptune. Let me tell you, I am a man who knows 010 Neptune. Usopp tilted his head to the sky, looking invincible. In fact, he himself doesn't know whether the Emperor of the Sea is a human or a monster. What's more, the name of the Emperor of the Sea has been spread for a long time, whether it is the Grand Line or other sea areas, it has been heard more or less throughout the sea. However, it is only the word, Neptune. As for the rumors and deeds of the Sea Emperor, only the second half of the Grand Line and some people in the first half of the Grand Line know about it. Actually, when Usopp said that he knew Neptune, Han Yan in the depths of the sea almost laughed out loud. He doesn't remember that there is such a human being who has a close relationship with him, or is it because of his own face? I really dare to say that if I appear, I don't know if I will faint from fright. Arlong, that's the guy. He's the one to mess with. Don't be ashamed. If the Emperor of the Sea saw a human like you, he would have swallowed you in one gulp. HMPH, you still have 8,000 people under your command. If you find me 80,000 people, I will still tear you apart. Arlong's face suddenly darkened. He respected the Sea Emperor, especially the part where the Sea Emperor went to kidnap the Celestial Dragons, which made him even more respectful. It's just a pity that he didn't eat the Celestial Dragons, but it didn't affect his respect for the Sea Emperor in the slightest. Chapter 28. The Horrible Mouth in the Sea. Soon, to Usopp's horror, Arlong lifted Ajien's head slightly, and then whispered into his ear, "Old guy, tell you. You should have died 8 years ago, but that female marine died for you. You don't let down the heart of my navigator." After finishing speaking, under Ajien's trembling, Arlong's murderous eyes rested on Usopp. Catch that human. With a big wave of his hand, the surrounding Murlocs surrounded him with cold smiles. As for Ajien, with the appearance of Usopp, he was thrown out by Arlong like garbage. Ah, don't come here, I'm very good. Ah, help, Luffy plus where are you? Your great captain is dying, woohoo. Soon, the unlucky Usopp was firmly caught by the Murlocs, and after a heavy beating, he was taken back to their base. Usopp, who was supposed to be killed, was able to escape until an orange-haired girl appeared with a sullen face. An interesting game. There was an undercurrent on the bottom of the sea, and Han Yan left the bottom of this sea area. He didn't care about what Arlong was doing on the shore. Now Song wants to find something to eat. I haven't been back to the sea for a long time, and I just got used to the familiar feeling. Han Yan was hungry. Indeed, after sleeping for so long, it was time to eat. But there were no sea kings around, and there were some miscellaneous fish everywhere, and Han Yan lost his appetite immediately. Looks like I'm the only dragon here, and I'm still in East Blue. Why don't I change my name to East Blue Dragon King and dominate here? Ha ha ha. With a self-deprecating smile, the invisible predators immediately spread out in all directions, searching for all delicious food. Unknowingly, the black dragon on the bottom of the sea stopped suddenly. He raised his head slightly, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered something special. The shape is okay, but I don't know how it tastes. Han Yan sensed a huge manatee quietly passing by above his head. Behind the manatee is pulling a simple, not gorgeous boat at all. In other words, it was clearly a bad boat. It's not the merry, but an ordinary boat. On the boat, there was a thin boy wearing a straw hat, a blonde man with curly eyebrows and another ordinary person. Huh, interesting. Is this the crew of the Straw Hats? Han Yan blinked in surprise, and then quickly floated to the surface of the sea. On the sea, Kokoyashi village, that is Miss Nami's hometown, it's so beautiful. Sanji pointed to the faintly visible island in front of Fang Yin and said, thinking of meeting Nami, he suddenly smiled happily. Wow, is that Arlong Paradise? I saw it from afar, it's so big. Luffy's eyes widened, and he stepped on the back of the huge manatee with an exaggerated expression. Hey, wait, Luffy. Suddenly, Sanji had a bad premonition, muttered a couple of times and quickly opened his mouth after noticing the manatee's abnormal movement. What's the matter? Moo. Luffy turned his head subconsciously, but soon he also felt the vibration under his feet. The manatee named Moo began to writhe restlessly as if it had been frightened. Seems like trying to escape. Afraid of Arlong. No. Sanji's brows were furrowed, and soon he glanced over the sea below Moo. A shadow quietly covered the bottom. Get out of here. There are sea monsters. What? A sea monster? Before Luffy and the other person could react, Sanji raised his foot and kicked the two towards the island not far away. At the same time, he himself jumped into the sea decisively. During Setsuna, the shadow gradually enlarged. Under the shocked gaze of the three people, a huge gluttonous mouth opened from the sea. The next moment, the big sea cow that was commandeered by Luffy and others to pull the boat was instantly bitten off. Blood stained the surrounding sea area red, and in just a moment, the giant beast that was pulling the boat a second ago suddenly sank into the sea. And Sanji, who had a dull face in the sea, also saw that shadow was huge enough to cover the terrifying body in this sea area. It was more than 10 times that of a manatee. Gulu gulu. Hey, handyman. Sanji shouted quickly, only then remembered that Luffy is demon fruit power. He hurriedly swam to the shore, and at the same time, a touch of fear flashed across his face. He recalled what the old man had said to himself. The old red-footed Jep was a big pirate who sailed on the Grand Line for a year and escaped unscathed when he was young. At that time, Zapu accidentally drove to the calm belt. According to the scene described by Zapu at that time, Sanji, I fully understand why the Grand Line is known as the most dangerous and terrifying waterway. Because there are countless monsters in the sea, the strongest race among them is the Sea Kings. If Zapu hadn't met a different kind of Sea Kings in the calm belt, he would have died long ago. And it is impossible for him to appear here. But, how could East Blue Qian's Zhao have Sea Kings? Grass. Sanji cursed angrily, then frantically swam towards the shore. At this time, the assailant who was stuffing his mouth full of food, the Thunder Emperor Dragon Han Yan, had no time to pay attention to them now. In terms of eating meat, Han Yan and Luffy are a bit similar, that is, they don't care if they eat meat. What's more, he doesn't care about the ability of rubber fruit. After eating Luffy, can he absorb and evolve into a rubber dragon? What a joke. The taste is so-so, but at least it is the second largest monster in the sea after Sea Kings. Manatee Momu is a specialty brought by Arlong from the vicinity of the Fishmen Island, but he did not expect to honor his Lord Neptune now. It's just that the poor guy, after being commanded by Luffy and Sanji to pull the boat, is now straight up eaten. I don't know if it's a tragic thing or not. Chapter 29. A lot of money. Sanji, why are you kicking me? Mumu. Luffy, who was stuffed with water, returned to the shore and spit out the seawater after a burst of vomiting, and then slowly recovered from the powerless state. He looked at Sanji's extremely ugly face with dissatisfaction, and seemed to find something was wrong. That manatee was eaten by the Sea Kings. Fortunately, we didn't notice this, otherwise we would have been eaten by now. What a pity. I still want to let Momu pull the boat. That's a Grand Line creature. Why did it appear in East Blue? Another man, one of Zoro's younger brothers, spoke with a trembling voice. I don't know, but that guy doesn't seem to have left the water. I didn't see what it looked like, and suddenly there was a strange suction force, and the sea cow was eaten directly. Sanji quickly took out a cigarette that was almost soaked from his arms, and tried to light it with his unsteady hands. But with the shaking of his hands, he clicked his tongue, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Damn, what am I afraid of? Sanji put the cigarette back in his pocket, gritted his teeth, and looked at the calm sea. At that moment just now, the 787 bursts of terrifying killing intent almost made him suffocate. Even the world's #1 swordsman named Hawkeye that Zoro faced before had no such terrifying killing intent. The trembling purely from the soul of the creature made Sanji a little uneasy. Sanji, Luffy, who gradually fell silent, patted him on the shoulder, holding down his movements. A handyman. Sanji subconsciously looked at Luffy, who gave him a bright smile, grinning and said, "Let's go, our navigator is still waiting for us. Don't forget, I am the man who is going to be the One Piece." Sanji pouted, then smiled too. When he looked at the sea again, he was no longer as scared as before. In this world where the strong are respected, why should he care so much, when he decided to go to sea with the boy in front of him? I have already thrown away my life. It is just Sea Kings, and there will be more encounters in the future. And what are you afraid of? After getting out of the fear, Sean Afaya said slowly, my dream is to find all blue. This will not change. Before that, of course, find the beautiful one Miss Nami. In front of the color words, Sanji immediately abandoned everything, and laughed with heart-shaped eyes. Just when Sanji's mental state improved, the one in the deep sea was belching contentedly. Sure enough, the creatures in the Grand Line are different. After hearing the sound of, swallow the manatee, gain 100 health points, Han Yan's hungry stomach survived. Although he was not full, it was better than starving. What's more, its sense of taste has also evolved, and eating raw meat is much better than when it only knew how to swallow it. That was Kokoyasi village just now, the hometown of the little orange-haired girl. Let's go to Arlong Paradise. Maybe you can meet something special. Slowly opening his eyes from contemplation, the scene of the still vast seawater all around appeared in his eyes. The flow of the sea around him changed with Han Yan's senses. When the seawater running out from beside him suddenly boiled, the entire dragon body also turned into a black giant shadow and flashed quietly in the deep sea. Do you still remember the new function of Han Yan? Evolved by eating all kinds of natural treasures or strange things, as long as the value is high enough, even eating soil is fine. Others eat to increase nutrition, and eat treasures later to increase evolution points. Under the cover of the dark and cold sea water, this giant beast surrounded by dark mines started a new activity again. On the island, in the orange grove, a group of marines stood neatly, followed by a wretched-looking marine known as the Mouse Captain who walked forward at a leisurely pace. The thief named Nami, it's you. As soon as he opened his mouth, Captain Mouse's scheming smile made Nami feel uneasy. Nami stared blankly at the sudden visitor, and heard him say, "Have you hidden all the treasures you stole from the pirates? Our government will confiscate all the treasures you stole." Quote. Nami bit her lip, anger flashed in her eyes. When he saw the shadow of the murloc flashing past behind the house, he immediately understood everything. BP. She gritted her teeth, looked at Chunin with anger, and said the name. "Arlong asked you to come." "Arlong? Who is that? I don't know." Captain Mouse spread his hands, looked at the orange-haired girl in front of him playfully and said, "What's wrong? Didn't you hear me? I'll let you hand over all the stolen treasures to the government." Suddenly, Nami smiled miserably, and then sarcastically said, "What? I don't have the strength to catch pirates, so I only know how to find thieves for extra points. Hee, this is your marine. Let me tell you, I'm Arlong's cadre. If he didn't let me you are here, then you should know about the dragon pirates. If you dare to touch me, they will not ignore you. Little girl, do you think you can negotiate with me like this? Find the treasure for me." The Mouse Captain couldn't see it with a sly smile, but shouted loudly, and all the marines around him passed Nami and walked towards the depths of the orange grove without saying a word. "Hey, stop it, stop it." Without waiting for her efforts to stop her, the marines began to dig out the treasures one after another. Report. Found a chest. Bring it up. Yes. Looking at the old box, the Mouse Captain couldn't wait to open Nami's treasure box, looked at the gold coins and banknotes inside, and exclaimed excitedly, "It's really surprising, I didn't expect that little girl to steal so much." A marine next to the Mouse Captain held a handful of banknotes, looked at the bloodline on the banknotes and couldn't help but sigh. "It's all covered with bloodline, it's tattered." Chapter 30. The money is gone. The Mouse Captain grabbed a handful of gold coins, felt it for a while, and said indifferently, "Chirp, chirp. It doesn't matter, money is money." Nami, who was on the side, saw the movements of the Mouse Captain. His face became more and more ugly, and his eyes became more and more terrifying. He walked towards the Mouse Captain with a stick. "Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch." Captain Mouse didn't care at all. Instead he took out a gun from his pocket and pointed it at Nami. Nami couldn't bear Captain Mouse's act of robbing her of the money she worked so hard to save, and ran towards him. Seeing this, he quickly took her down. HMPH. Dare to attack Marine, but it's a felony. With that said, the Mouse Captain was about to pull the trigger. At this time, a shocking scene happened. Under the watchful eyes of Nami and others in a group of Marines, the dilapidated box full of money suddenly flew up. Soon, the paper money and berries nothing left floated up and headed towards the sea. This sudden scene caused the people on the field to respond in shock. "My money." Nami stared wide-eyed, watching all the money fly to the beach in a daze. Before she could run over to stop her, the money fell like dumplings, disappeared in the sea. When she walked to the surface of the sea in a daze, she found that Qian had disappeared strangely. But she, who was numb, didn't realize that a shadow had quietly left. "What happened? Where's the money?" Captain Mouse walked over with a gloomy face and asked. It's gone. My money, woohoo, it's all been eaten by the sea." Nami bit her lip, slumped on the ground, staring at the quiet sea with empty eyes. "When I thought of my 8 years of hard work in vain, my tears couldn't stop flowing down." "What, if you don't have any money, then go to hell." The angry captain wanted to kill Nami to vent his anger, but after thinking about Arlong, he retracted his pistol. At the same time, he said, "HMPH, anyway, the money is gone, so you can go to heal again." After speaking, he waved his hand. He took the other Marines and left here, leaving only Nami with silent tears on his face. Nami. Seeing this, Ajien and Nuo Chigao ran over quickly and became stable. "Money. My money is missing. Sorry, really sorry. It's okay, if it's gone, there will be." We all know that Nami is actually the hero in everyone's heart. We, at worst, will fight with them. "No, don't." Nami hurriedly grabbed Nuo Chigao's hand, then gritted his teeth and said, "You can't beat Arlong, just earn money when you run out. Wait for me, you have been waiting for me for a while, I will definitely redeem the village." Nami, underwater, used the observation haki to listen to the voices of a few humans above. Han Yan sighed and shook his head. 100 million berry is 1,000 evolution points, if you don't take it, you are a fool. Speaking of which, that little girl should be grateful to me. If the money was in her hands, she might die. Without the money, she would survive instead. Look, I accidentally did another good deed. Han Yan shook his head emotionally, not knowing whether what he did was right or wrong. From the perspective of a predator, it is very kind to care about him and eat them without cruelty. But from the perspective of a senior, he is also the emperor of the sea after all, so it is really unreasonable to steal money from a little girl. Well, forget it, the weight will be the most. Well, it's better not to eat them. So, next Han Yan is going to Arlong Paradise. Because he heard this sentence before, Arlong is in control of 20 villages, with 100,000 berry for adults and 50,000 berry for children every month. It's hard to imagine how much money Arlong has collected in the past 8 years, buying a village for 100 million. It's a fool's errand at first glance. It would be strange if he was willing to give up, but as a former member of the Fishmen Island, no matter what, he has to respect himself. While Han Yan was thinking brazenly, at the last moment of leaving the village, he was preparing to leave the water in East Blue for the first time in a fair manner. 0. Ask for flowers. Arlong Empire, also known as Arlong Paradise. It is Arlong's self-esteem out of race, but he hates humans very much, and at the same time yearns to live a life of self-respect and self-reliance. Arlong Paradise is also built according to the playground on the Sabayati archipelago. Han Yan really doesn't understand why he hates humans so much, so why should he refer to human architecture? It would be better to just use the architecture of Dragon Palace City. Though thinking like this, Nabuta gradually floated to the surface of the sea. Buzz buzz. In Arlong Paradise, several Murlocs were listening to the conversation of their bosses, among whom Arlong, Xiaoba and the others were leading the conversation, and they were spreading some words about how to target the villagers. 0. At this time, in the large pool along the sea area, the sea surface suddenly shook. A coercion of extreme fear descended on them. This is, bean-sized cold sweat gathered on Arlong's forehead, and an aura of extreme panic permeated the surroundings. As if it was the prey locked by the giant blood eyes, it was so small and desperate. Crash! The sea suddenly exploded, and a monster even bigger than Arlong's paradise emerged from the sea. The thick and sharp giant claws clawed at the stone gate of the paradise, and countless cracks appeared on it. And as the black shadow covered the sky, the Murlocs barely raised their heads to look at the comer. The terrifying body of nearly 500 meters was as black as ink scales, but it shone with purple electric lights. Underneath the steel scale armor is a pair of terrifying sights, a pair of eyes full of plunder and cruelty. Residents of the Fishmen Island will be here. The black shadow hanging over Arlong's paradise gradually lifted, and then, uttered words that shocked them. Are you the Emperor of the Sea? Arlong opened his mouth wide, showing excited and terrified eyes, and tremblingly made a terrified and respectful voice. Chapter 31. Angry Villagers. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the Arlong paradise at this time. Shocked by the sudden fear, but soon, these Murlocs prostrated on the ground discovered the source of this terrifying aura. The giant claws that cover the sky, the dazzling scales, and the majestic Haki figure. And that familiar feeling of dread, this particular conqueror's Haki, they felt for the second time. The first time, was at the Fishmen Island. And Arlong also had a relationship with Han Yan once. That was when Sea Dragon was peeping at Murloc Street. Its cold and indifferent eyes made Arlong and Jinbei, who were the guards of Dragon Palace City, so nervous that they couldn't breathe. And this time, 10 years have passed. Unexpectedly, the original Sea Emperor Dragon has become so huge, and the power is even more disparate like heaven and earth. Are you the Sea Emperor back then, Mr. Lieutenant? At this moment, Arlong reacted immediately. He spoke with an excited and trembling voice, although it was a question, but the firmness in his tone seemed to confirm that the super-large Sea Kings in front of him was the Sea King. Because it is very simple, in this sea, there are talking Sea Kings, and they are also dragon-shaped Sea Kings. Nothing but Neptune. Are you the little guy from Murloc Street? The one who stayed with a fat Murloc? Han Yan was slightly puzzled, but quickly reacted and questioned in a Haki and loud voice. When I first came to the Fishmen Island in the past, there were 2 special Murlocs who followed me for a section of the sea, and now I can confirm it with the breath of life. I'm afraid that once a Murloc was Arlong. What a coincidence. You still remember me? Yes, I was Arlong from Murloc Street at that time. The guy who was with me, who is also one of the Shichibukai today. When talking about Jinbei, Arlong looked a little uncomfortable, but soon he shook his head and dropped the thought, and looked at the Leiwanglong respectfully. Han Yan only showed the giant claws of the dragon's body and upper body. With both claws lying in front of the stone gate of Arlong Paradise, the huge force almost caused the gate wall to collapse instantly at first. Fortunately, Han Yan controlled the power in time. Of course, for him, the current scene is like a human being playing a house game. Looking at the Murloc, which is not as big as his own finger, is indeed very weird. Of course, after experiencing this kind of experience at that time, it was also an interesting process. Han Yan twisted his body slightly, and his whole body was almost twice the size of Arlong Park. At this time, only the upper part exposed is almost on par with Arlong Paradise. Fortunately, Long Wei did not release it, so ordinary people in the village and tribe behind Arlong Paradise did not notice this giant monster. Having said that, what Arlong et al. Did not know was that, as they talked, a girl with orange hair, leading a group of villagers holding various labor tools as weapons, is rushing towards this direction. Scream, you'll die. Standing in front, watching these villagers rush to the paradise built by Arlong with some farming tools. Nami cried loudly and stretched out her arms to stop them. She was afraid that these people would die like this. Death. Let's die. If someone takes away your dreams and freedom, if you rely on a girl to survive, then what is the difference between living and dying? Nami, we all treat you badly, but this time, please let us be the master for you once. Behind, a man in security uniform came over. He was Nami's adoptive father and also the sheriff of Kokoyasi village, GN. What is the purpose of what Nami has been doing these years? They already knew that Nami did this to protect the village, but they didn't want Nami to be bullied all the time. Over the years, ever since the village and the island were occupied by Arlong, the the villagers have almost resigned themselves to their fate. However, after learning what Nami has done and the agreement between Arlong and her, they will inevitably have some expectations in their hearts. You can also take back the village and regain the freedom of the day. But, Arlong actually drove the group of Marines to the orangery, and almost snatched away all the 100 million berry that Nami had managed to save. After learning that this was a scam, the villagers already knew that no matter whether they had the 100 million berry or not, they and others could only be reduced to slaves forever slaves. How could such a young girl be able to endure the pain? So the furious villagers showed their bravest side one after another. 0. Seeking flowers. Nami, you've always been a girl in front, we appreciate you. But, this time, let everyone stand in front of you. 0. Everyone. Nami turned her head and stared at the villagers with blurred eyes. Nami, it's time for us to fight. Ajien lifted the sharp harpoon in his hand, gritted his teeth, and lowered the brim of his hat to cover his wet eyes. Soon, they followed the footsteps of the villagers and walked in the direction of Arlong Paradise. Looking at the backs of each one going away, Nami cried and knelt on the ground, thinking about what happened in these years. Thinking about how he insisted on disappearing Barry for so many years, thinking about the hateful Arlong, the Murlocs who deceived him. She suddenly widened her eyes, pulled out a dagger from her waist, and desperately wanted to tie the tattoo of the dragon pirates on her left arm. Nami, suddenly, a hand pressed her arm. Help me, Luffy, please, help me, help everyone. Nami looked at the man covered by the brim of the hat with blurred eyes and a shadow on his face. She swallowed the tears that flowed into her mouth and let out a sobbing sound. Ah, leave it to me, made our navigator cry. Arlong, I will never forgive you. After the words fell, he put a straw hat on Nami's head. Luffy headed straight for Arlong Paradise with an ugly face, and just broke in under Nami's teary eyes. Chapter 32 Dirty Deal. It's hard to imagine that the Murlocs from the Fishman Island would actually go to East Blue's human island to start a business. They have a lot of tricks, little guy. Han Yan stared at Arlong who was kneeling on the ground with a half smile, and then spoke with a little deep meaning. Ah, Lord Neptune, what you said is true. But those damned lowly creatures of humans should teach them a lesson, but there is a little girl among these stupid humans, who actually made up 100 million berry. But I sent someone to snatch it, there should be news soon. When mentioning human beings, Arlong's eyes flashed a coldness. But soon, he looked at Han Yan with a respectful look. It's been almost 10 years since I left the world. Is there any change in the Fishman Island? 447. It seems that nothing has changed, in fact. Arlong scratched his head in embarrassment, and then explained. Actually, we little pirates have been in East Blue for several years, and we haven't been back to the Fishman Island during this time. By the way, recently there was a guy named Huo Jones Murloc invited me to go back to the Fishman Island to work with him, but I declined. I don't know about you, the Sea King. Haughty Jones. I see. Soon, Han Yan thought of the Murloc who wanted to rebel, but that guy hadn't succeeded in 10 years. It seems to be because of Jinbei, but it should be about to act recently. Let's see when the time comes. If Neptune doesn't give 10 billion gold coins for 10 years, then change the king. If it is given, then there is still value in keeping it. I don't know, Lord Neptune, you came all the way from Calm Belt. Arlong said cautiously, even the Murlocs couldn't stop the tense sweat secreting from their foreheads. I'm here to plunder. As long as there is money, there is my shadow of Han Yan. Oh yes, when I passed by East Blue occasionally, I heard that there is a shadow of Murlocs here, so I came to take a look. But this trip was not in vain. Han Yan's words were straightforward, and his cold eyes squinted at Arlong. Then he spoke in a calm tone. Arlong's face turned pale, and after a moment his eyes changed. Hastily opened the mouth and said, Ah, that's natural. Since it is needed by Lord Neptune, then I must contribute my meager strength. Hey, comrades, take out all the wealth of the family, let the Neptune have a look. But the heart sank to the bottom. Because he knows very well that the dragon-shaped Sea Kings in front of him is an extremely greedy monster, and his methods are far more cruel than himself. If one is not careful, he and others may not see the sun of tomorrow. Of course, this still can't stop Arlong from yearning for the Sea Emperor, in his eyes. Neptune should have that kind of unambiguous attitude, that kind of haughty and desperate power. Even if he is a little greedy for money, it is perfectly normal in Arlong's eyes, after all, his strength lies there. Very good, I like to have people like you. You are welcome to return to the sea at any time, my subject. Seeing this scene, Han Yan beamed a slow smile. Long Wei also gradually restrained himself, and the look in his eyes towards Arlong was no longer so fierce. After all, where can I find such a sensible Murloc? But thanks to his identity as the Emperor of the Sea, if he were a human, Arlong would not compromise so easily in a deathmatch. Just when Arlong and his group were withdrawing money, suddenly a humble and weak life form came from outside at an extremely fast speed. Rumbling. There was a bang. The gate of Arlong Paradise was kicked hard and flew out, falling in the distance and making a loud bang. And a young man with a gloomy face also walked over from outside. He stared at the group of Murlocs, and then said in a low voice, You guys, who is Arlong? What's the situation? Dare to disturb Lord Sea Emperor, I will die. In the distance, the Murlocs who were prostrate on the ground raised their heads angrily, glaring at the direction of the door. At this time, Luffy also turned his attention to the giant beast as huge as Arlong's paradise. Big, super huge fish. Luffy's pupils shrank, and then his mouth almost fell to his toes, and his shocked eyes almost popped out. He stared not far away, stared coldly at his giant beast, and swallowed with a grunt saliva. The nervousness left Han Yan speechless. He couldn't even see such a big sea dragon. No wonder it was Garp's grandson. What's wrong? What's going on? Ah, dragon. Soon, the villagers who rushed to the door widened their eyes at the same time, looking at the huge monster in horror. They were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. It's a dragon. We're dead. Let's go. No, my legs are out of control. With horrified eyes, these people seemed to see something unbelievable. They all trembled and froze in place. At this time, Luffy also had a strange look in his eyes. Luffy in the original book is a boy who is not afraid of anything. Of course, that is for human beings. But facing this legendary creature, when Luffy saw it for the first time, he was also very panicked. Leave them alone. 0.7. Han Yan just cast a glance at the group of people, then looked away. Then he calmly said to the angry Arlong, "Show your sincerity, Arlong." Dragon, Long can talk. It's amazing. Luffy didn't seem to realize what was going on, not even the trouble with Arlong earlier. At this time, he just widened his eyes, expressing the emotion that everyone else wanted to express. Looking away, Arlong respectfully said to Kaido, "Yes, Lord Neptune. But these damned humans have offended you, so let me tear them apart." Arlong glared fiercely at Luffy and the villagers behind him. Then he waved his hand, and a group of Murloc boys behind him surrounded him one after another. Chapter 33 Ignorance. Still meaningless. It's amazing, I don't know how long I can eat such a big fish. Luffy's almost protruding eyeballs suddenly retracted, and the eyes suddenly turned into a shape full of fleshy lumps. Even if Han Yan didn't release Longwei, the level of that creature is still there. But, is this guy an idiot? Eat yourself. Nima, if you can chew your own scales, Han Yan will give you the word, subdue. Boy, what did you just say? Han Yan stared at Luffy's figure contemptuously. Listening to his arrogant words, he was also speechless for a while. As expected of the protagonist in the original book, this ignorant and fearless spirit is really admirable. I just don't know, in this world, you don't have that so-called halo. Come over. He stretched out his pitch-black dragon claws, and soon as his voice fell, Luffy suddenly flew into the sky uncontrollably. Ah, what happened? I can fly. Suddenly, Luffy found himself getting farther and farther from the ground. Then, after seeing the giant mouth and terrifying claws not far away, he quickly stretched out his arms and hugged the building of Arlong Paradise. Wrap the elongated rubber arm around the building. After winding it around a few times, he turned around and shouted with a bitter expression on his face, "I'm not going there. You big, nasty fish must want to eat me again. Even if Shanks isn't here, I am not afraid of you either. The one who eats you is the king of the sea. It's not me, Han Yan. The red-haired kid put an arm on you to see what you can do to enter the Grand Line." Speaking of which, is Luffy afraid of Han Yan? That's a question. Normally, it would be scary. But in fact, except for the initial surprise and panic because he was scared by the Sea Kings, Luffy has no fear at all, but this is also aimed at Han Yan. But think about it, how can someone who can ignore even sweet fruits in the original book have the word fear? I'm afraid Luffy has long since lost the two desires of SX and fear. Do you think that thing can save you? Degree. Han Yan glanced at the huge building of Arlong Paradise, smiled disdainfully, and pulled it slightly. Suddenly, there was a bang sound. Luffy hugged a large building and fell from the sky, and he also fell onto a giant claw along with the bricks. Even when fused with the boulder, Luffy is not as big as Han Yan's half-joint. Seeing this Luffy who looks like a monkey at the foot of Wuji Mountain, Han Yan's heart moved, then he suddenly sucked. Claw, crunch. The sound of stones being crushed fell to people's ears, and an atmosphere of panic filled the air. Of course, only Han Yan himself knows. It is almost impossible for a rubber fruit ability user to be crushed to death, either directly cut off the head with sharp claws, or directly burned to death with flames. But Han Yan didn't do it. After all, he was the one that the red hair liked. Although Han Yan could not give face to anyone, no matter what, the red hair was also the man who made a toast to him. Based on this, Han Yan will forgive the red hair. After all, what kind of person Luffy is, he knows better than the red hair. Luffy. Behind the crowd, they stared blankly at the behemoth. Nami had just recovered from the shock. When she saw this horrific scene, she yelled in a hurry. "Miss Nami." Suddenly, a hand pressed her shoulder. A curly-browed blonde man with a cigarette in his mouth came over, held Nami's trembling body, and said, "Don't worry. That guy is not hostile. If there is, I'm afraid they can crush us with a single raise of our hands. However, such a powerful enemy is really frightening, and excited." Zoro followed Sanji's words and stared sharply at the closed giant claw. Then he gradually opened his mouth and said, "Trust our captain, if he dies, we won't leave alive. Even if we die in battle, it's a pity that we won't even be able to see the shadow of the Grand Line." As if laughing at himself, Sanji puffed out the smoke ring, then threw half of the cigarette on the ground. "My dear, is the great Captain Usopp going to die here? No, I have to run." Before long-nosed Usopp could finish, the sheath of a knife blocked his way. Tilting his head slightly, Zoro showed a calm look in his eyes, and said, "Since we're on the pirate ship, we're companions here. What's your choice? Great warrior of the sea. Fearless. The startled Usopp said something with a mournful face, and then slowly turned around. When he took a peek at the great body of the Sea Emperor, he almost rolled his eyes and fainted. HMPH. How dare you treat Lord Neptune so disrespectfully, you East Blue are finished. At this time, Arlong's group noticed the movement here, walked towards Zoro and Sanji's direction, and then said with a gloomy face. Seeing Arlong pounced forward with a ferocious face, Zoro and the others showed no fear, raised their thumbs slightly, and pushed the sword half an inch out of the scabbard. He took a step forward, then walked up to Arlong, showing a slightly mocking smile. Come on, without the interference of that big guy. I want to see how good you are as a Murloc. Ability, I don't know if I can take over. You are courting death, human. Li Qian's Arlong raised his head, looking down at the swordsman with short green hair in front of him. To be honest, the physique of Murlocs or mermaids is much stronger than that of ordinary humans, almost 10 times the difference. And seeing a human who is much shorter than him dare to say that he will cut him down really makes him angry. Compared to the conflict here, Han Yan's position. It's such a boring competition. Boy, let me ask you, have you seen Hawkeye? The legendary #1 swordsman in the world should have come into contact with you, right? As he spoke, Han Yan gradually loosened his giant claws, revealing the luffy axe that was crushed into meatloaf. Chapter 34 The Cry of the Weak. On the Weird Sea Paradise. Thunder Emperor Dragon Han Yan gradually loosened the giant claw that could shake the mountain, and then revealed a little guy that was no bigger than his eyeball. Hey, big man, this is not fair, you are so big, I can't beat you. Luffy said angrily, but he could tell that the monster in front of him didn't intend to hurt himself or anyone else. At least for now, it's pretty safe. Knowing that he couldn't run away anyway, Luffy simply sat cross-legged on the giant claws like black steel, pouted his cheeks and stared at the big guy in front of him. I ask you, Hawkeye, the world's #1 sword field. Where is it now? Huh, you mean the guy who beat Zoro? No idea, shaking his head curtly, Luffy said. But soon, he tilted his neck and looked at the Lewonglong in front of him, and then asked in doubt, Big guy, who are you? Why are you in Nami's hometown? Me, my name is Han Yan. I'm a lonely wanderer. Well, Calm Belt is my home. Let's call it a home. Han Yan looked at Luffy in surprise, he hadn't seen such a human being for a long time. When I saw it for the first time, it was an old man with white hair. The second time, it was a red-haired man. The third time, is now. Fearless 163 Fearless, do not know what fear is. Bravery only knows how to move forward, and thanks to Luffy's father and grandfather who are not small, and the care of the 4 emperors, they are able to travel smoothly all the way to New World. Actually, to put it bluntly, Han Yan doesn't like that kind of rude person, and even less like that kind of self-righteous person. People like this who can talk to themselves and have no other worries are quite interesting. It's all just to relieve boredom. After all, there is no one else who can talk to Han Yan like this on the sea, except for Shirahoshi and a few people. In other words, if Han Yan is happy, even if it is an ant, he is willing to bend down and communicate with him. If he is not happy, even if he is an enemy of the world, Han Yan is not afraid. Ah, you are so pitiful. If you weren't too old, I would still want you on my boat. Luffy said with a disappointed face, seeming to be attracted by Han Yan's words. Aren't you afraid of me? Why are you afraid? Because I will eat you. I like meat. I also like to eat meat. And it's the kind that eats meat. Ah, what? You want to eat me? I don't eat well, look. Luffy suddenly came to his senses, and stared at the monster in front of him vigilantly. Then he pulled his cheek, pulled the old elder long, and said, Look, there is no meat at all, it must not be delicious. Well, it's really not delicious. I don't want to be a rubber dragon, so my strength will not increase but retreat. Forget it, little guy. Let's see you when you have time. I hope that by then, you may become stronger. Oh yes, remember to bring extra money, otherwise, even the red-haired Shanks will not be able to save you. Shanks, do you know Shanks? Luffy's eyes lit up, ignoring the meaning of Han Yan's previous words, stretching his neck excitedly, looking at Han Yan anxiously and asking. Yeah, he's in New World. In the second half of the Grand Line, wherever you go, you may meet him. Wow, that's amazing. As expected of Shanks, I have to do like him too. Hey, when Shanks sees me, he still has to respectfully call out to Lord Neptune. Neptune, is that your name? Sounds good, Haki. In the future, you will know. After finishing speaking, Han Yan spread out his hands and turned around. Soon, he threw the gravel out, along with Luffy. It was at this time that Han Yan focused on Arlong's body AFCG fighting with Zoro and the others, and said, Murloc, come here. Yes, Haitian people, 1,210,503,293,261. Arlong stared coldly at the 3 swordsmen in front of him, and surrounded by octopus, he turned around and knelt down. Loudly said, Master Haihuang, what orders do you have? Hey, that evil dragon actually kneeled down. Nonsense, you didn't see that monster. You are not afraid of death. I'm afraid even if I'm far away, and the distance is probably a few hundred meters, but I still feel a rash in my heart. The villagers evacuated far away, and when they saw the faucet in the collapsed wall, they all carefully calculated and discussed. With Arlong kneeling, and his conversation with the Neptune. Immediately, Usopp's face turned pale. If I remember correctly, he seemed to have said that he knew the Sea Emperor just a moment ago. But looking at the posture, Neptune, please forgive me, I was just bragging before, I hope you don't hear it. The timid Usopp prayed in his heart, and at this moment, a sullen girl pushed him away and gradually walked forward. Are you Arlong's boss? Immediately, Nami raised his head with eyes that didn't know whether it was anger or fear, and then looked at the indifferent eyes that were full of human emotions. Arlong, Han Yan said indifferently, then looked at the jagged shark man, and moved his mouth. Are you talking about this Murloc? His name is Arlong. I don't know what Sea Emperor you are, but I beg you, let your subordinate withdraw from this island. Saying that, Nami endured the trembling fear, and gradually knelt down on the ground under Han Yan's gaze. Why, this Murloc can occupy your village, which means he has this power. If you have this power, then defeat him, and I will allow you to have the qualification to own this village. Otherwise, don't bother me. With a cold snort, Nami, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised his head, crying loudly, why do you say that? Is it because you are so good? Yes, I understand. You are sea kings. Even if you eat us, it's a very normal thing. Because you have no humanity. You don't know what emotion is. Chapter 35 Longway, Arrival. The scene was as quiet as death. The villagers' eyes widened, but Nami spoke their minds and didn't blame her. On the contrary, I was very relieved, because Nami said what they dared not say. On the wall full of cracks, it suddenly collapsed with a bang. As for Han Yan, he also loosened his giant claw covered in stone chips. He just stared at the little girl in front of him, showing a look that he didn't know whether it was a murderous intent or a smile. What's your name? Nami. My name is Nami. When he looked up and saw the face of this monster at a close distance, Nami couldn't help being terrified. Immediately, I regretted what I just said. It's over, I'm really going to die now. Everyone, I'm sorry. I did not do it on purpose. Nami, who calmed down from her anger, started to cry inwardly. It is impossible for her not to have heard of the legendary title of the most terrifying Sea Queen, but now that she actually sees the Sea Queen, she is too frightened to make a sound. If in the future on the Grand Line, after truly learning about the deeds and power of the Neptune, I wonder if Nami will be grateful for what he said today. Nami, right, very good. You said I don't have emotions, right? Indeed, I can say that my emotions have been gradually worn down by time. But if I eat you, I might just become a Sea Emperor bullying a little human girl, that's all. I'll give you a chance. You, or find a human to fight that Murloc, and if you win, I'll let that Murloc release you in your village. How about it? Han Yan smiled deeply and said. Nami blinked blankly, then looked in Luffy's direction helplessly. Hey, big guy, it's not okay to bully my Nami like this, since it's your duel. Then let me do it. A mere Murloc, see if I don't kick him to the sky. Sanji gritted his teeth and walked over from the side. Then stood in front of Nami, looked up at Han Yan and said. You can't steal my prey, I let you steal the limelight by yourself. Zoro sighed, then hugged the sword. He walked up the upper floor with sharp eyes. Also, and me, the great sea warrior, ahaha, hello, Lord Neptune. Usopp faltered and hid behind Zoro and the others, then greeted Han Yan with a playful smile, when Han Yan put his eyes on him. Immediately, his face turned pale and he took a few steps back. Arlong, I'm the one to fly. With steam coming out of his nose, Luffy walked up to Arlong like an enraged cow. Then he shouted. I really like what Han Yan said, you can use your fist to solve the long-winded words. Rubber pistol. As soon as the words fell, Luffy took advantage of the reaction force when the rubber stretched, and directly punched Arlong in the face at a distance. Immediately beat him back several steps. Ah, you hateful human. Arlong gritted his teeth and stood up from behind his Murloc companion. After asking for Han Yan's opinion, he immediately showed a ferocious expression and rushed towards Luffy. Rubber bazooka, Kala Lala. Luffy stretched his hands, and then slammed into Arlong's chest hard with the force of the recoil. Arlong grunted in pain, and then his body came to a sudden stop. Soon the painful expression disappeared, revealing a ferocious appearance. See if I don't crush your hand. With a crunch, Arlong suddenly bit Luffy's outstretched arm with a shark's mouth full of sharp teeth. The next moment, Luffy quickly stretched his arms back. It's hard to fight with each other. At this time, since Luffy and Arlong fought, the Murlocs under Arlong responded one after another, fighting with Zoro and the others. Suddenly, there was chaos around. Han Yan, on the other hand, watched the violent struggle of these people with great interest. On the contrary, the villagers prayed for the Straw Hat Crew people in their hearts. Come on, Luffy, Nami yelled at the right time, then took a peek at Han Yan, and found that the other party didn't make any moves, and then began to help these people. Zero, ask for flowers. Because of Han Yan staying in the pool, the Murlocs dare not run to this side. In addition, the Murlocs on land had already lost their strongest combat capability in the sea, and they were fighting against Zoro and the others with more brute force than ordinary people. But the result is almost the same as in the original book. Arlong finally fell to the ground and was beaten to death after being beaten by Luffy's non-stop rubber, destroying the entire building of Arlong Paradise all the way. Everyone, thank you so much. Watching the mighty Arlong being defeated, Nami burst into tears. Then he wiped away the corners of his eyes, and said to Han Yan, Master Neptune, according to your request, Arlong lost. You can take the village. Soon, Nami's expression gradually froze. Only Han Yan said, Yes, that useless Murloc lost. But, I didn't say that I would let you go. Exclamation mark quote. Neptune, are you finally going to make a move? After knocking Xiaoba down on the ground, Zoro put away the knife he was biting, and then looked at this side with a lingering gaze. Alright, although I can't become the world's #1 swordsman, I can compete with the world's strongest swordsman. It's not a loss to fight against creatures. Hey, your words don't count. Luffy stood angrily in front of Nami, raised his embarrassed figure, then straightened his waist, and said loudly to Han Yan, speaking doesn't count, what kind of Neptune? HMPH, if you have the guts, if you can withstand my long way, then you will pass the test. Han Yan snorted coldly in his heart. The eyes closed slightly, and when they open again. Buzz buzz. The air seemed to be vibrating, and a terrifying coercion that was slightly invisible to the naked eye spread rapidly to the surroundings. Wherever it passes, whether it is creatures or the sky, everything happens. The villagers passed out in an instant, and Nami and Usopp were instantly killed. And Zoro gritted his teeth, thrusting his sword into the ground with a terrified look. On the other hand, Sanji is not much better, even worse than him. Chapter 36 East Blue First Battle. It has the same breath as Shanks. What is this? What is it? Almost bent his knees, but Luffy still held on tightly. He stared wide-eyed, even though he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, he still kept his unwilling eyes open. And then just stared at Han Yan. Very good, withstanding 50% of my dragon's power, I cannot pass out, not bad. Following Han Yan's opening with a slight smile, Zoro and others closed their eyes unwillingly. It's just a coercion, and it's half of it, and I can't hold it anymore. No wonder, no wonder. Neptune didn't plan to make a move, it turns out, it's because I and others are so weak that they don't even have the mood to make a move. Haha, is this the Emperor of the Sea? 463, the strongest monster in the world, ah. Smiling miserably, Zoro grinned, and then said with fighting intent in his eyes, if I'm still alive, I will definitely challenge you in the future. Even if it means death, he will force you to take action. Green Algae Head, you can talk big, but we have to wait until we carry it over. Sanji, who broke down and sweated uncontrollably, was almost bent over and said, besides, if such a powerful person can fall in love with you, he should be proud of it, enough for you to brag about for a lifetime. It's over. Compared with Zoro and Sanji who collapsed to the ground in the end, only Luffy survived till now. And Han Yan has been 30 seconds since releasing Haki. That's right, you really have the potential to be a king. I hope your awakened Haki is delicious. Don't let me lose my desire to eat when I meet you in the future. Reigning in the dragon's power, Han Yan soon returned to his original lazy appearance. After taking away all the berry collected by Arlong and others, he gradually sank down. I will. Luffy stared with a serious face. He saw the huge shadow that almost covered the sky, the invincible Thunder Emperor Dragon. He saw the shadows gradually disappear, revealing the almost collapsed sky. He saw the crushed clouds. Then, he fell to the ground with a bang. The dragon might of the Thunder Emperor Dragon can already cause real damage. For the current Luffy, even if it is only half, it is not enough to resist. It's pretty good to be able to faint at this time. Compared to this place, in the distance, on a small boat that cannot be called a boat, a sharp eye suddenly opened. He stared at the changes in the sky, and after feeling the sudden terrifying coercion, he stood up immediately. Conqueror's Haki, how could it appear in the weakest East Blue? The man touched the black knife on his back, his eagle-like sharp eyes gradually looked towards the distant sea, showing a pensive expression. Soon, he turned the coffin-shaped boat in the same direction and sailed towards the place where the breath came from. Hazong was still a little bit happy about earning a temporary extra money. Above Han Yan, a sharp sword-like aura appeared above his head. Soon, there was a man with short black hair, eagle-like sharp yellow eyes, a short beard, and a black top hat with white fluff on his head. A man wearing a burgundy-patterned jacket, a black vest, and white trousers stood on top of a coffin-shaped boat. Heidao fell asleep peacefully behind his back, but the expression on the man's face became serious. Come out, I found you, an indescribable feeling, as if locked by wild beasts. That kind of weird atmosphere filled Mihawk's heart, and the swordsman's keen intuition told him that the danger was coming from the sea under his feet. Oh, such a keen intuition, to be able to detect the peeping from the invisible predator. As a voice was born from the void, soon, in front of Mihawk, the sea surface suddenly raised a bang. The body of the super-large Sea Kings, which is comparable to Calm Belt, appeared impressively, and the terrifying hostility also came. Such terrifying power, and the said Conqueror's Haki, you must be the Sea King who has been missing for nearly 10 years, the dragon-shaped Sea Kings who were rumored to have the most powerful dragon in the world. The Black Sword Yi, one of the 12 craftsmen of the Supreme Sword, was instantly pulled out by Mihawk, and then there was excitement in that calm gaze. At this time, he looked straight at him fearlessly looking into Han Yan's eyes. Shichibukai, Dracula Mihawk. Soon, Han Yan also recognized the man's identity. Immediately, the sight of a predator suddenly appeared. This unusual aura, so strong, so powerful. Delicious, definitely a rare delicacy, definitely must eat it. These different feelings were born in Han Yan's heart, and his saliva immediately flowed out. Do you want to eat me? Come and try. If I lose, I will lose my life. Mihawk said without any surprise, sensing the obvious hostility from the giant beast in front of him, he said indifferently. Eat Mahawk. Han Yan shook his head, he just didn't target this human who only had health bonuses. What Han Yan is targeting is the 10th of the top 10 geotechnical workers. Night. The drive from the soul made Han Yan want to devour that weapon. Then transform it into special energy, maybe 4.4, can make you break through the third stage faster. You and your knife, I keep it. Rumbling. The terrifying sea waves rose up suddenly, pushing Mahawk and his coffin ship directly to a height of several hundred meters in the sky, and then a pair of terrifying sharp claws stretched out into the sky with a piercing posture. Cut. Stepping on the coffin board, Mahawk steered the boat to surf on the tsunami, and a terrifying slash with the momentum of breaking the sky was instantly struck. The green slash collided with the giant claws capable of tearing apart mountains, and after bearing a huge force, the slash suddenly collapsed. Amazing. 3 deciseconds. Chapter 37 Dragon and Swordsman. Soon, another slash followed Mahawk's swing. A series of 5 or 6 long-distance slashes were drawn out, and Han Yan's first attack was skillfully broken by Mahawk. This guy can play, Han Yan sneered in his heart. It was just his direct attack just now. If there is a direct conflict, no human in this world can stop it, unless it is the special demon fruit power. Otherwise, facing the terrifying giant claws and the power of the entire dragon body, it is absolutely a dead end. But Mahawk took advantage of the power of the tsunami, and then turned the slash into his third arm, cleverly buffering the attack, so that he avoided Han Yan's unsolvable first round of attack. Slowly opened the longan, a brilliant light flashed in the cold eyes. The body hovering in the sea suddenly unfolded, and exhaled lightly, the dragon's breath made the sea boil with white mist. The tsunami doesn't work, so come again. Let's see if you can escape the Lord One. When he was a human being, Han Yan's dream was to become a great person respected by others. But he didn't succeed in 05, since he didn't realize it when he was a human being. Even if he turned into a sea king at this moment, he will still insist on walking towards his dream. For this dream, even if turned into a terrifying monster, I will not hesitate. Destroy. The sound of sea cracking that destroyed mountains and seas suddenly exploded, and huge waves roared, passing over Mahawk's head with a forceful momentum. The posture of the sea cracking made Mahawk's eyes focus. Well done. The sword energy was like the wind, and he slashed away with a strong momentum. Mahawk yelled, swung his arms quickly, and countless sword chi rumbled towards the incoming tide. Standing on the coffin board fixed on the sea with a figure as swift as a sword dance, even in the face of the terrifying tsunami, there is no fear at all. The waves were densely cut like a sword net, revealing a terrifying body rising into the sky. The purple-black Haki figure suddenly appeared above Mahawk, covering the sky immediately. Neptune, it is really strong. But, only these are not enough. Staring at the swooping monster, Mahawk used the impact of the slash to make the boat retreat quickly. After avoiding the attack of the sharp claws and giant teeth, he jumped into the sky, and then stepped on the edge of the huge dragon fin to speeding past at a rapid speed. When Han Yan fell into the sea again, Mahawk kept slashing at the back covered with hard scales, and finally he was thrown out by the terrifying tail before he broke through the defense. Light like a strong wind shines from the black glossy sword, condensing around the sword, it is like a blue flame. There was a hint of coldness at the corner of Mahawk's mouth, and then he launched a full blow towards the giant tail that was about to fall into the sea. Come and pick me up. At a height of 100 meters, Mahawk shouted loudly. Raising the black knife with both hands, the fierce sword aura spanned 100 meters, and it fell suddenly with the momentum of splitting the sky curry stick. Hey, it's fine if you don't fight me hand to hand. Don't you think I can't attack from a distance? Han Yan's dragon head in the sea bared his teeth and let out a low growl, then quickly turned over, and opened his bloody mouth at the same time as the sword energy fell. Thunder. Ziz. The sea suddenly turned white and purple, and soon the surrounding fish were instantly killed. A terrifying purple ball of electricity was suddenly spit out by Han Yan, and it collided with Mahawk's full-strength sword energy. The storm swept across the thunder and lightning, wanton on the sea. And Mahawk's body also gradually fell down. Just when he was about to fall into the sea, he stepped on the air a few times suddenly, and then ran towards the coffin board that was almost shattered. Moonwalk. Han Yan's eyes narrowed, watching the birth of this scene. Hawkeye can moonwalk. Are you kidding me? I haven't seen him use it in the original book, but the scene just now was indeed moonwalk, or a move similar to moonwalk. Could it be that Hawkeye was a marine? No, but Ru ran and thought of one thing. That is that Hawkeye is related to the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world, and the reason why Hawkeye became Shichibukai is also related to them. Thinking about it this way, it's not surprising to have the ability to use steps. You just used moonwalk. Do you know about moonwalk? But, I'm not moonwalk. I just used a little trick. But, it has nothing to do with His Excellency the Sea Emperor, right? Mahawk stared at Han Yan floating on the sea with sharp eyes, and said calmly. Indeed, but do you think you can run away even if you can walk in the air? I didn't use all my strength. Of course, the same is true for His Excellency the Sea Emperor. Mahawk's words were obvious, if he used his real full strength. Then Han Yan may not be able to keep him, so there is no need to be so stubborn. But he didn't know that, let alone the real power. Han Yan even spit out a mouthful of thunder and lightning just now with the 3 elemental abilities. If you really want to die, there are some means to kill him in seconds 0700. You're funny. No, I won't kill you. But I like your knife. How about giving it to me? Neptune, can you also use swords and swords? I don't know if it's sarcasm or what. Mahawk's expression moved slightly, and he said in surprise. Favorites, too, right. The coldness in Han Yan's eyes remained unchanged. I'll talk after I win. Mahawk set up the swordsman's hand gesture, and then shouted loudly. You have already lost. A deep voice rang in his ears, when Mahawk came to his senses. But suddenly found that the giant beast in front of him turned into a phantom of thunder and lightning, and then disappeared. What? He suddenly turned his head back, only to find a dark, fierce giant eye staring at him. Teleportation. Using the electric field released by Thunder Fruit, the avatar current moves in the electric field and ignores obstacles. Although Han Yan cannot be elementalized, he uses radio waves to shield Hawkeye's perception. Then he turned the surrounding sea area into his electromagnetic field, and after disturbing the microscopic magnetic field of the human body, the conversation with Hawkeye just now was just an illusion. The real Thunder Emperor Dragon has already appeared behind Hawkeye. Chapter 38 You have already lost. You have already lost. When the sound brought Mahawk back to his senses. But he found that he had been imprisoned in the mouth of a terrifying brontosaurus. The frightening purple-black lightning shone in the sea around him, and the huge brontosaurus imprisoned him like a cage. And outside the Thunder Dragon prison, there is a huge monster squinting at him, Thunder Dragon's master, Sea Emperor Han Yan. Mahawk looked at the scene in front of him in shock, when he found that his retreat had been blocked. Then he looked up at the huge Thunder Dragon formed by lightning above his head, and quickly calmed down from the initial panic. He raised his head and looked at the dragon-shaped sea kings not far away who stretched out his giant claws to control the brontosaurus. I'm careless. I'm afraid no one in the sea knows that the Sea Emperor will be so powerful. What is this? Thunder and lightning. With a slight waving of his arms, the black knife drew a sword energy and collided with the inside of Thunder Dragon's prison. Suddenly there was a squeaking sound, and the surrounding sea water also became a flash of lightning. It seemed that it was impossible to escape except for a strong attack. And when he goes out by force, he will inevitably be covered by terrifying thunder and lightning, when his whole body is paralyzed. How could it be possible to defeat the Overlord in the Sea Emperor? At that time, where can I escape? It is difficult to fly with wings. As a result, Mahawk, who learned that he was in a desperate situation, lost his previous panic and settled down to the status quo. Yes, it's thunder and lightning. I was born with the power to control thunder and lightning, but I forgot to tell you that this is the first time I have used the ability of thunder and lightning. Although I am not very proficient, I can trap the world's #1 swordsman. I don't know if it's an interesting record. The aura of the fusion of invisible predators and electric waves enveloped the surrounding 20 kilometers, and after not finding any ships or suspicious creatures, Han Yan was not afraid of being disturbed. Instead, he calmed down and stared at Mahawk. I just don't know if it's a fight to the death. Will Mahawk hurt himself, or force out his other abilities? As Han Yan expected, Mahawk looked at him at this time, and found that the aura exuding from Han Yan was far higher than his. And that kind of posture, I am afraid that he is the only one in the world who can cultivate Haki to this level. Maybe he has not really reached the level of awakening, but it is comparable to others. Even Hawkeye himself can only not be reduced in front of the combat power under the cover of this kind of breath. But if you want to resist it, difficult, it is too difficult. Of course, he was not stupid enough to compete with the Sea Emperor. As expected of Neptune who defeated Whitebeard 10 years ago, he is really strong. Mahawk, feel ashamed, backquote. Mahawk didn't make any fuss either, after several attempts were ineffective. He waved the black knife in his hand a few times, and then placed it flat in front of Han Yan's eyes. I lost, as His Excellency the Sea Emperor said. The knife is yours. After Mahawk finished speaking, he watched Thunder Dragon poke out its long tongue, and then the Thunder Dragon's tongue was wrapped around the black knife and sent out. Afterwards, Mahawk stood up straight, looked straight into Han Yan's eyes and said, the wound on the back is the shame of a swordsman, thank you. Your Excellency, the Emperor of the Sea, my life is here. If you need it, come here. Sharp eyes, sharp swords. As people say, looking at those sharp eyes, even the strongest fighter will inevitably shudder. With this Haki and the unafraid spirit of sacrifice, Han Yan is ashamed of himself. The world's #1 swordsman really deserves his reputation. That's all for the sake of it, but it's a pity to kill you. Now there are many changes in the sea. I accept the knife. If you see the little guy with red hair, tell him that Han Yan is back, let him he will bring more wine to visit in the future. Mahawk suddenly raised his head, watching the black knife rolled away. Watching the Thunder Dragon disintegrate into countless small lightning bolts and disappearing in the sea area, and then following the gradually sinking body of the Sea Emperor, he showed respect and said, it is my blessing to be able to fight against the world's strongest Sea Emperor. However, even though we lost today, we may not know what to do in the future. If the Sea Emperor does not kill me, it will be an act of letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Han Yan, I'm waiting for your arrival at any time. Of course, the premise is that you are the tiger in your mouth. Staring at the behemoth gradually sinking to the bottom of the sea. The waves in Mahawk's heart haven't subsided for a long time, and when he saw that there was nothing behind him, he didn't see any expression of dissatisfaction. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the coffin board that was about to crack, drifting along the wind and waves. Until Hawkeye met Redhead resting on an island, Hawkeye told Redhead about Han Yan and an interesting person. Redhead laughed while accepting Luffy's reward, and laughed at him for putting the sword lost to Han Yan. But after hearing about Han Yan's lightning ability, as well as the terrifying body and means, the redhead clearly realized that the current Han Yan might not be comparable to two Whitebeards. The sea is about to change after all. Perhaps, it won't be long before the world will be shaken again by the name of a Neptune. I don't know how long it took, after disassembling the black knife into the system space. Han Yan felt that the breakthrough of his third stage was already looming, and it might not take long. Money is good to break through directly. Of course, the cruel predator of the third form may also descend upon Mao. P.S. I don't know if the battle is satisfactory, and no one knows exactly how powerful Hawkeye is, right? The next step is to find another Shichibukai, Alabasta's sand crocodile. The protagonist will descend in the form of Deathwing on the desert. Yes, is the crocodile powerful or the giant dragon, who can become a great predator? Of course, before Alabasta, there was a Millennium Dragon, which the author will never forget. Chapter 39. The Claws that Evolved Again. Town of Rog. It is also called the starting and ending town location, near the entrance of the Grand Line, and the only place to enter the Grand Line. It is also the place where the One Piece King Gordy Luo Jia was executed. It should be said that Luffy's group just set off and came to the town of Rog for purchases. And Han Yan happened to pass by here. Of course, Han Yan didn't come ashore to find trouble. Not to mention looking for that demon sword third generation Goosh. The reason why he came here is only one purpose. While passing by, meet the revolutionary monkey dragon. Yes, also Luffy's father. The reason why Han Yan came to him, besides trying his water, was mainly to talk about his son. After all, the matter of letting Luffy go should have been heard in 057. If there is no benefit, then no. To put it bluntly, Han Yan is here to ask for money. Colonel Smoker, please take a look at this. This is the latest news from the 16th Division. It is said that it has been reported. The Marshal told you to proceed carefully. A Marine handed over a piece of paper with a frightened face and a photo on it. What's wrong? In a certain building in the town, a strong man with 2 cigars in his mouth stood at the window, his eyes fixed on the paper in front of him and a photo on it. Soon, Smoker's face suddenly became ugly. He frowned and took the information from Marine subordinates. On the top of the photo, it was a super large sea king as high as a mountain, covered with black and purple scales. Even if the photo was taken thousands of kilometers away, it was still terrifying. And the area where the dragon-shaped sea kings is located is the territory of Arlong, a subordinate of Shichibukai. This is Neptune. Smoker first looked at the photo carefully, then moved slightly in his heart, and looked at the written information on the paper. The Neptune, who had disappeared for nearly 10 years, suddenly appeared in a small place of East Blue. Did he pass by, or was it intentional? It is rumored that this big monster has the same intelligence as humans, but I don't know if it is true or not. Hope he didn't come to this little place like Rog Town. Huh, what's this? While Smoker was meditating, he suddenly saw another small photo. He sneered and said, all the Marines in the 16th branch were wiped out. Including the Colonel Mouse in the branch. A guy in a straw hat did it, huh? Now that you're here, Rog Town is where you will perish. Colonel, are we going to catch pirates? The Marine soldiers looked at each other, looked at Smoker and asked in a low voice. HMPH, if you want to come, come, if you don't want to, don't use it. I'll go there first, just a little pirate. Smoker snorted coldly, exhaled the smoke ring, then stood up, opened the door and walked out of the room, leaving a group of Marines looking at each other. The sea near the town of Rog. The raging waves made the surrounding sea shake violently, and a dark shadow moved forward in the area near the sea surface. I don't know how long it took, until Han Yan saw a few fishing boats, and realized that he had come to a place that looked like a town. Han Yan set off a little later than Luffy and others, and he spent most of his time absorbing Hawkeye's World No. 1 Black Knife. The value of the special energy of the Black Knife after decomposition is no less than that of more than 10 billion berry, not just in exchange for evolution points. It also gave Han Yan a powerful evolution. Claw upgrades. The Thunder Dragon in the sea is different from Deathwing's black and red skin. The combination of lightning and scales makes the gaps in the dark and dazzling scales a shimmering purple current. In addition to increasing Han Yan's external perception, this current can further improve defense and a certain degree of agility. In short, the black dragon that used to be a little ugly is now breakthrough, and it has become not only beautiful but also more haki. But maybe because of this evolution, Han Yan has become stronger than before. At the same time, it also becomes more beautiful. In other words, there are special effects. Before, there was nothing, it was pitch black, and you could basically see nothing at night. But now, the electric snake is shining, filling the whole body, like flowing purple blood, giving people a mysterious and terrifying sense of déjà vu. Of course, the evolution of sharp claws made the black and purple thick giant claws not only sharper, but also possessed the powerful tearing ability of the black knife. From the original black-purple sharp claws to the fused brilliant black, the sharp black and cold glow of the sharp claws seems to be able to tear the sky easily. With Han Yan's forceful swing, a terrible slash was sent out, causing a certain fishing boat in front to be split into two. The incision is not as neat as that of ordinary knives. When seeing the slash flying out with purple electric current, Han Yan was also stunned at first. After absorbing the black knife, I got a slash similar to Hawkeye. It's unscientific. Hawkeye cut it with strength. Is this brute force? Or something else? Seeing the more shining claws than before, Yan became inexplicably excited. According to this stance, if you eat a lot of sea stone, can you attack the demon fruit power at will with your own attack? So, invincible. Han Yan, who was silent in his own joy, selectively showed 1.2 expressions of horror on the fishing boats on the shore that were cut off out of thin air. While running, he yelled some incomprehensible words, as if he was saying something like, "Ghosts are coming, devils have appeared," and so on. Some townspeople who were a little closer even saw the dark shadows in the sea, and ran towards the town in panic. Compared to Han Yan, who was still understanding the changes in his claws, on the execution platform in Rog Town, a kid who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth has already run up. The breath of life is gradually gathering together. Let me guess, is it the center of the town? Wait, interesting, it's finally here, Dragon District. Suddenly, a particularly powerful breath of life gradually appeared on the mountain, and Han Yan also showed a smile. Chapter 40. An interesting meeting. There are a lot of people in the central square, is something going to happen? People in the town of Rog watched this lively action in amazement, and rushed there with groups of people. People looked at each other and raised their heads subconsciously. It was overcast, with dark clouds sweeping across the sky. With the hurricane gradually coming, the waves also hit the coast, as if heralding the eve of the storm. Boy, Buggy, I'll give you a chance to say your last words, hurry up. On the execution platform in the square, Luffy was being trapped and lying on it, and behind him was a man who looked like a clown laughing and holding a long knife. He locked Luffy firmly, then put the megaphone in front of his mouth, as if to show his greatness. I won't die here, because I'm the man who wants to become One Piece. Suddenly, the loud sound was like lightning piercing through the dark clouds of 05. Accompanied by the boy's high-pitched announcement, the voice quickly spread over the gradually quiet square. What? He said he was going to be the One Piece. You're going to die, what right do you have to say such a thing? You ignorant boy. Not surprisingly, upon hearing Luffy's declaration, the people below began to whisper, some were worried and frightened, some showed shock and hostility, and some were just watching the fun. The rain began to fall with a clatter. The wind is also gradually blowing more and more urgently. Boy, this is the end. The great One Piece, Buggy, will replace you. Ha 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 ha. Laughing wantonly, Buggy the Clown raised the long knife in his hand, and was about to chop it down. At this very moment, immediately afterwards, a blue thunderbolt suddenly pierced the sky in the dark cloud above. The thunderbolt hit the tall execution platform and destroyed the entire execution platform suddenly. Following the collapse of the high platform, Luffy also escaped smoothly. The people who saw this scene widened their eyes in shock. Saved. Luffy, who thought he would greet death with a smile, laughed and stood up. He picked up the straw hat on the ground, and his expression did not change because of the rest of his life, as if the person who just walked through the gate of hell was not him. Is this God's will? Impossible. Could it be that even God is helping him? The clown Buggy looked at him in a daze. Subconsciously, the surrounding crowd followed him into silence. On the sea, in the rolling black waves, a huge figure suddenly appeared, and after the eyes of the people around were attracted by Luffy, Han Yan went ashore. Twisting its body covered with thick scales, the Super Sea Kings with a length of more than 500 meters and a width of tens of meters finally revealed its terrifying sharp teeth. What happened? In the center of the square, while Luffy and his gang were running, the townspeople were horrified to find that the ground around them seemed to be shaking. Look over there. I don't know who yelled in horror, and suddenly people looked up at the mountains in the distance. There, a terrifying huge black shadow is gradually crawling upwards, destroying countless forests along the way, and causing mountains and rocks to roll down. The wind blows the clouds, the storm meets the lightning. I'm really curious, little guy, who are you? Crackling, following Han Yan's every step forward, above the hills behind the town of Rog. The mountains shook for a while, and with the fall of a huge claw, the thick and big trees were knocked away and destroyed. Monkey D. Dragon, Duo Leger. It is also my blessing that His Majesty the Sea Emperor values you so much. Suddenly, under the thunder and lightning, a man wearing a dark green coat revealed the red square tattoo on his face at the moment the lightning flashed across the sky. At the same time, people also saw clearly the terrifying shadow under the darkness. Black and purple scales, a high dragon head, and a strong haki body. It is a super large monster with towering dragon fins, and the terrifying power makes the mountain shake, as if it can destroy the island with a little force. The most ferocious criminal in the world. When I waved my hand, the world changed color. Is it you, little guy? Boom. Lightning pierced the sky again, revealing a strange scene on the back of the mountain. Directly below a terrifying behemoth, a mysterious man with a hood looked up at it. The two extreme figures, one big and one small, formed a sharp contrast. Along with the surrounding forest trees that were destroyed by the swing of Han Yan's tail, soon, the shining purple lightning illuminated the surroundings. The dark clouds spread rapidly, making the sky as dark as night. Purple lightning surged in the sky and continued to the sky above the forest. On that high cliff, Han Yan and Monkey D. Dragon met. Water can carry a boat and also capsize it. For your excellency Neptune, U070. The change of the sea is only a moment. You speak very pleasantly, but I also like it very much. Of course, I have other purposes than this. I know your purpose, your excellency the Sea Emperor. The smile on the corner of Drago's grinning mouth remained undiminished, making it look even more ferocious. But just under this deep appearance, what is hidden is a calm and meticulous mind. Tell me, maybe I'll be interested. The huge dragon's body changed its position slightly, and its thick and sharp giant claws landed firmly on both sides of Drago's body, crushing the surrounding boulders as if cutting tofu. At the same time, the slight vibration made the people on the island even more panicked. Then, that is, the Emperor of the Sea. Nami and Yusobu ran to the port, and at the same time opened their mouths and looked at the distant forest in horror. Okay, so big, so scary. Slowly returning to her senses, Nami showed a long lingering fear, and she looked at the distant mountains with a little fear in her eyes. When she really saw the incomparable terrifying body of Lewonglong. Only then did I realize how small I and others are. What is the difference between fighting such a monster in the sea and dying? Chapter 41. The Terrifying Thunder Emperor Dragon. Not only Nami and others, but even Smoker in the town widened his eyes in shock. Soon, he gradually came to his senses, and said to himself in a gloomy tone, "It's really hard to imagine what kind of power is hidden under that terrifying body. Is this the Sea Emperor? Calm Belt's monster, what is it? Why did you come to East Blue? The direction that all sentient beings are looking up at is under the sky filled with dark clouds and lightning." The terrifying black shadow gradually revealed his great body. The real body of the Thunder Emperor Dragon appeared in East Blue for the first time. "Your Excellency, the Emperor of the Sea, I am very grateful for your forgiveness of that brat's rudeness." Drago gradually raised his frightening face, and he saluted Han Yan with the most sincere thanks. Before he became a revolutionary, the reputation of the Emperor of the Sea had already spread across the oceans. To forgive a human kid like this, a powerful creature who thought that humans were ants, was considered a great kindness to him. "I could have eaten him. But you didn't." Drago suddenly raised his voice, then expressed his meaning and continued, "It is precisely because you don't have that we can talk like this. Isn't it? You're very interesting, and much smarter. But, aren't you afraid of death?" The thick giant claws exerted a little force, causing the surrounding ground to collapse slightly. Soon, Han Yan looked down at the man and continued, "So, what do you think the purpose of my coming here is? You have different desires from those in power who are obsessed with interests, but when the world regards you as the Emperor of the Sea, you are a devil who is greedy for money, but only I know it very well. Although I don't know what you want money for, the Emperor of the Sea, but you don't look like that kind of pedantic human. We revolutionaries don't have many available resources. If we can, this 1 billion berry can be regarded as our revolutionaries' respect to His Excellency Neptune." Raising a hand under the coat, Drago waved it, and landed on a boat that was quietly staying on the sea. Several mysterious people also wearing coats quickly shuttled through the mountains and forests, and soon, under the watchful eyes of the storm, they opened boxes of gold. When did the revolutionaries change their taste? Tell me, what is the difference between you and the world government? Han Yan didn't touch the gold, but asked with a slightly sarcastic smile. "Your Majesty, what is your dream?" Instead, Drago raised his head, stared at Han Yan's eyes and said, "Dream, why do you ask that? My dream, my belief is to let the storm of the present era destroy the current political system, and then open up a new era and a new situation with united like-minded partners." Drago spread his arms, and under the washing of the rain, declared his great dream. "Money is only used to sell. Revolutionaries and world government are exactly the same. No matter how you destroy and change, but the world is still the same world. Even if you save more people, there will still be people who die and people pain. Even if you destroy the slave system, exterminate the celestial dragons and the world government, it is not enough to make this hypocritical world perfect. Because, this is the world, a world where the weak prey on the strong." The dragon's breath spat out along with Han Yan's speech, causing the surrounding trees to sway for a while, as if they could break at any time. "But how will you know if you don't try? Your Excellency, Neptune, everyone has dreams, even you. But I believe that one day we will become friends instead of enemies." "Right, you want me to join the gang, and then help you destroy the world government. Oh, even if I have that ability. Just because you are a weak human being, what qualifications do you have to cooperate with me?" After saying that, the Thunder Emperor Dragon raised its terrifying giant claws, and then suddenly attacked Dorag. Rumble, the earth trembled, and the island seemed to be in terror. From the top of the hill, spider cracks spread out in all directions, and soon, after just a few seconds, a huge crack was born. And Han Yan slowly raised his giant claw, revealing the cliff destroyed by this blow. The terrifying pitch-black pit appeared in front of his eyes, and Drago's figure had disappeared in the original place. Drago's breath of life is very strong, not weaker than 4 emperors at all. Even though it is not as good as Whitebeard back then, it is not much worse. What's more, this is still a weird demon fruit power. Get out, roar. The terrifying dragon's might erupted impressively, overwhelming the entire island around Rog Town. Soon, the villagers in the Plop Plop town fell to the ground one by one and passed out, and under the oppression of this terrible breath, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the other side of the hill. "Hi Your Excellency, do you want to test my ability?" Rumbling, the same conqueror's Haki suddenly appeared. Colliding with the terrifying Longway, it is like a sky and an earth. Although it is not as good as it is enough to measure it. "Very strong conquerors, come, let me see how powerful you are, and you can fight against the world government head-on." As he said, Han Yan slowly raised his right paw, ZZ, and gradually, the purple light began to look at it. The next moment, the frightening purple electric sparks quickly condensed into a solid shape. Soon, A spherical purple lightning ball was condensed in his palm, and around the thunder ball was thick purple lightning. That terrifying power lit up the whole Jiao Jiao Hao sky, and with Han Yan's cold shout, the giant claws of the lightning ball crashed down. Directly below is Drago with a dignified face. What a terrifying power! The Emperor of the Sea actually possesses this kind of ability, a demon. Armed color. In an instant, the dazzling jet black armor was armed on Drago's body, and then, the body covered with armed color quickly retreated. At the same time, a gust of wind surged from his palm, trying to intercept the terrifying thunderball that was about to fall. Ziz, stab it. The violent collision of wind and thunder caused electric sparks to flash around, and the surrounding forest suddenly became scorched black. The stones were also bumped by the lightning that fell from time to time, but it seemed that due to the strength of the Thunder Emperor Dragon, Drago's body was almost pressed to the ground. The back mountain finally collapsed. Chapter 42, The Dragon Comes. PFF'd. Such a strong force. Finally, while enduring the berserk force, Drago spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. And he finally couldn't bear it and stepped back, at the moment when the hill collapsed. Suddenly disappeared under the thunderball. Immediately afterwards, the thunderball fell into the sea, causing a loud roar and then turned into electricity and melted into the sea. Cough. Drago stood up wobbly, spat out blood. The expression on his ferocious face was still calm and unchanged, but he laughed heartily. Sea Emperor, indeed, the Sea Emperor. This power, it's simply not something humans can bear. Even me, I was thrown into the ground just after meeting each other. If it wasn't for being a capable person, I'd have been killed in seconds. Compared to Drago's emotion, Han Yan was also surprised, even though he was just a casually condensed thunderball just now. But let alone 200 million volts. Not to mention the diameter of the thunderball alone is 50 meters. Ordinary people will die when they touch it, but it is unexpected that Drago dodged it. Sure enough, the revolutionaries who can pirate the world are still somewhat capable. How about it, His Majesty the Sea Emperor? Would you like to form an alliance with us revolutionaries? 987 inches no need, you revolutionaries are poorer than the world government. What good is it to be in alliance with you? However, I am still a little interested in eating you. I don't know what benefits you need, Sea Emperor. Sea stone, devil fruit, gold, treasure tree, all kinds of rare creatures, etc. Do you have any? Quote. Alas, it seems that you are unwilling to form an alliance. But forget it, let's leave it at that. The gold worth 1 billion berry, please accept the Sea Emperor. Drago sighed, but his face didn't change much. Wait, I'm leaving now. I still have a few moves that won't work. Han Yan froze for a moment. The ferocious giant claw fell down again, trying to keep Drago. His Excellency, there is no absolute invincibility in all things. Even if you are as strong as you still have weaknesses. Drago quickly dodged out, and he said, as Sea Kings, the most powerful creature. Your body is absolutely invincible in the sea, but he lacks the flexibility on land, Aphea, and has no strength at all. But they can't show it. Even with the ability of thunder and lightning, they can't be perfectly integrated. That's it. Han Yan smiled strangely, and suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared. Then, under the shock of Drago, the huge dragon fins retracted, and a pair of black and red dragon wings gradually tore apart behind. And the body also changed from a strange purple-black color to a terrifying combination of black and red. The faintly visible magma flowing under the skin seemed to be brewing with terrifying destructive power and vigorous vitality. This is second form, transformation. Boom, boom. Every time the wings are incited, they explode with thunderous noises around them. In the next moment, it was as if the entire island was trembling, the ground was collapsing, and scalding heat streaked across the sky. A terrifying giant claw clawed at the top of the cliff. Following Duo Lage's horrified gaze, the horrifying dragon that looked like a world-destroying dragon uttered an earth-shattering roar. Now, the figure under the coat could no longer calm down. Drago seemed to have seen something terrifying, his eyes widened, and he watched in a daze as the Thunder Emperor dragon suddenly evolved into a terrifying dragon with wings. You said I can't do it on land. What about this posture? Or, you want to fight me in the air? The magic dragon suddenly opened its eyes, and on the red skin, there were dark thunder like steel. In the eclipsed sky, the island was illuminated by the dazzling fire. Under the terrifying dragon power, the human beings who can still open their eyes and look up at the overlord in the sky, except for Drago, can be counted on one hand. I take back what I said before, you, the Sea Emperor, do have that kind of strength. The strongest creature in the world is probably the Sea Emperor. Looking at the sky with an ugly expression, the monster was half the size of the mountain. If it was allowed to vibrate at will, the entire town of Rog might cease to exist. Take my move, and you are eligible to leave alive. If you can't take it, or choose not to take it, let the whole island, together with your subordinates, be buried in the sea together. Roar. The roar of the dragon resounded through the heaven and earth, and soon, under the vigilant gaze of Dorag, the shadows in the sky gradually moved. Deathwing. The dragon raised its neck gradually. Under the dragon's horns, eyes squinted down with indifferent killing intent, and then it opened its terrifying huge mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. The source of a touch of red gradually condensed in the mouth. Soon, with the accumulation of energy, purple-red thunder flames containing terrifying and destructive power mixed together. Quote. Like a small sun, Han Yan spit out the huge thunder flame wrecking ball in one go. Looking at the thunder ball that was gradually falling with the momentum of destruction, he smiled coldly from the bottom of his heart. If it is hit by this blow, ordinary people will be crippled if they don't die. If Drago was dead or seriously injured at that time, he would have eaten him and sunk the island by the way. If Drago is okay, or if he escaped, then he has obtained his own approval. Allow him to be qualified to survive on the sea, and he doesn't have to die, just get up and go to Warship Island. After all, if Drago couldn't handle it, the town of Rog would also be destroyed at that time. Luffy and others, Marine Smoker and tens of thousands of townspeople will all die from this trick. Then, come on, let me see your strength. In the sky, the wanton laughter of the magic dragon resounded like a dark thunder. P.S. What is the ability of Dorag, that is, the dragon? It is said to be a weather fruit, but looking at the combination of various signs in the original book, it is indeed like a weather fruit. Let's write with the characteristics of the weather fruit. There are many disputes about the strength of the dragon. Some people think it is stronger than the 4 emperors, and some think it is slightly weaker than the 4 emperors. Some people say that it is similar to the 5 elders. Since the official did not say it, then write it according to the standard set by the author. If you are slapped in the face, don't be surprised. Chapter 44. Abisu whispers fruit. Although our strengths are very different, if you want to catch me, even the world government will not be able to do it. Even if you are the Sea Emperor, it will not be easy. Drago grinned, revealing that vicious face. But compared to the rising Deathwing flapping its dragon wings in the air, this is nothing at all. Let's talk about it when your strength improves. Han Yan looked at Drago and shook his head, ignored his unpredictable gaze, turned and flew away. After all, he still had his work to do. Marineford, Naval Headquarters Office of Marshal Sengoku. A Marine officer handed a report to Sengoku, report to the Marshal. This is the information on Rog Town that Colonel Smoker is in charge of, and the changes that have taken place in Rog Town. Please take a look. What's going on? Half the island was destroyed. What? A giant dragon, and the world's most vicious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon. They actually had a duel in Rog Town. Sengoku still has a pleasing appearance, a marijuana beard, and a seagull standing on his head, as he speaks loudly, but the atmosphere is still not serious. Reporting to the Marshal, according to Colonel Smoker, the huge monster did not have a specific victory over the most vicious criminal, but generally speaking. Colonel Smoker believes that the strength of the giant dragon is above it, but I don't know why I chose to leave. Sengoku's eyes became serious, and he pondered. It's really weird, the dragon-shaped Sea Kings who disappeared for nearly 10 years, the famous Sea King suddenly appeared in East Blue. Then Rog Town appeared after the storm came. The huge shadow is also similar to it, but why, this electric dragon suddenly appeared at the end? Could it be that the giant dragon is thick? When Han Yan transforms from the sea dragon into the second form of Deathwing, everyone else is stunned by Conqueror's Haki, and only Dorag and his few right-hand men know. No, not right. Sengoku quickly shook his head. He had seen the photo of the Neptune from the report before. It was not like this. But now it has suddenly become like this. How can this be explained? In any case, it is definitely related to Han Yan, the Emperor of the Sea. Marshal, what else is there? Tell me quickly. Yes, according to Colonel Smoker, when the dragon and the dragon were fighting, there was scorching flames and flashing thunder and lightning. They merged into the storm and almost destroyed the island, until the criminal dragon finally destroyed it, forcibly transferred out. What? Sengoku's eyes became serious. Perhaps, is it admiral-level strength? Does the other party have any special moves? Report to the Marshal, the giant dragon must have been flying in the direction of Warship Island in the end. But it looks like it's just passing by. Well, go and inform the people on Warship Island and tell them to proceed carefully. If there is any problem, report it immediately. Sengoku's eyes became serious again. It would be as simple as that Sea Kings just passing by. I hope there will be no more trouble. Otherwise there's a bounty on Sea Kings, for the first time ever. And there's no glory in Marine's face either. Yes, then I will take my leave first. The Marine officer turned and left, leaving behind a pensive Sengoku in no time. Monkey D. Dragon. Soon, Sengoku's eyes were fixed, and he shouted, Garp. You old BD, get the hell out of here. On the calm sea, gradually with the howling wind, a giant monster descended. Deathwing hovered over the sea area for a moment, and soon left here again. After the giant beast left for a long time, some weak fish and Sea Kings gradually emerged from the bottom of the surrounding sea water. Battleship Island, Abyss. If I remember correctly, it should be her. The Millennium Dragon in One Piece anime is an original story. It is rumored that the keel of the Millennium Dragon can be made into an elixir of life, so many people want to get this legendary animal. Among them was Han Yan himself. 0. Seeking flowers. In the original book, there is a young girl. After eating the whisper fruit, Abyss can talk to animals. She accidentally found an old 1,000-year-old dragon and became good friends with it. Therefore, she was captured by the marine scum who wanted to get the keel, and the marine scum forced her to tell the whereabouts of the Millennium Dragon. In order to protect the Millennium Dragon, she escaped from the marine ship and fled to the sea in a small boat. When the perception similar to observation Haki composed of invisible predators and power grids is fully released, all the wind and grass in the surrounding sea area of almost 50 kilometers are in Han Yan's current perception. He can still continue to extend the distance, but then he can only concentrate on stopping, but now in the air, he can't do that. But the range of 50 kilometers is enough. After intercepting a number of marine warships, Han Yan still did not find the girl. When he was about to get up and go to the direction of Warship Island, an inexplicable ship suddenly appeared in his perception. White marine flag. Something's wrong. Han Yan, who closed his eyes and concentrated his attention, probed out his perception again. Suddenly, he found a sneaky little loli sneaking out of a certain room. At this time, she was hiding behind a certain wine barrel and observing the movement in front of her. After 3 or 5 marines passed by without finding her, she immediately prepared to sneak forward to another cabin. When seeing this scene, Han Yan's mind showed a dynamic picture, and a smile was gradually born in his heart. Found you, little one. The black dragon suddenly opened its giant eyes, and then flapped its wings, causing the sea surface to be sunken by the strong wind. At the same time that the wings of death bloomed in an instant, with the birth of a sonic boom-like roar, the black shadow disappeared in this sea area. Chapter 43 Dorag's Strength Supplement. Chapter, a killer as soon as he comes. Such a terrifying power. As expected, only the Sea Emperor can do it. I didn't expect that after disappearing for nearly 10 years, the first time I showed up, I was the one to do it. The thoughtful Drago has long thought that Han Yan will not let him go easily, but as the #1 enemy of the world government, he is in danger all the time. To be able to survive until now, it is necessary to be calm, plan strategies, see the overall situation, and act carefully. Indispensable. Even in the face of a scene like the end of the world, Drago gradually calmed down. Thunder Flame Ball is a powerful fire and thunder hybrid ability. Has fire's destructive incineration, and thunder's ignoring defense like penetration. If you use armament Haki, maybe you can try to defend, but even if it is defended, the terrifying power of 080 is enough to make Dorag seriously injured and fall to the ground, not to mention that Dorag is not fully armed. He hasn't reached that Haki level yet. If the strength is strong, you can try to cut it. Hey, it's a pity that I'm not a swordsman. Drago grinned at the corner of his mouth, staring at the terrifying thunder ball that was as huge as a small sun gradually approaching. His eyes gradually became dignified and sharp. Soon, he suddenly raised his hands with a buzz sound, and the pitch-black Haki defended his arms and the vital parts of his upper body. Soon, he stood on the top of half a mountain behind Rog Town, and then lowered his head. He drank loudly. Quote dash dash exclamation mark quote. There was a frenzy in the sky, thunder and lightning. Soon, a super tornado sweeping over the sea clouds was gradually born above Drago's head with a posture of earth-shattering. The lightning ball, which was the size of half an island, gradually fell, and soon came into contact with this huge tornado. Stab lala, thunderbolts and storms collided, flames splashed everywhere, and electric sparks flickered wantonly. Soon, the entire tornado storm suddenly turned into a mixture of 3 natural disasters of thunder and lightning, flames, and storms. Rog Town, is it over? Han Yan squinted down indifferently, but didn't see any movement. Instead, he quietly stayed in the air and looked down at the earth. Under the whistling of the flame, lightning and tornado, the cliff behind Rog Town instantly collapsed, and then was crushed to pieces. And the dust has disappeared into the surrounding air without a trace, and the tornado is about to gradually approach the direction of Rog Town. The surrounding fishing boats flew upside down uncontrollably, and the houses were collapsing. This scene seemed to be the end of the world, and the figures who fell in the square were blown up by the strong wind and staggered here and there. If the storm is getting closer, these human beings may become a small victim in the next moment and go away with the storm. My head hurts. Then, what is that? Unknowingly, Luffy, Smoker and others, who had fainted from the initial dragon power, gradually woke up. They were awakened by the shaking of the earth and opened their eyes to the sky frequently. The storm filled with red flames and purple lightning gradually approached, and they also shrank their pupils, showing expressions of extreme fear. Rog Town is going to end. Is it the end of the world? After Nami woke up from the initial coma, she saw a vision in the sky as soon as she opened her eyes. Seeing the wind and clouds, seeing the terrifying posture of lightning and thunder, after seeing this scene clearly, he immediately showed a look of despair. But soon, she discovered a huge shadow in the sky, which almost covered half of Rog's sunlight, covering a large area of the sea. After seeing the demon dragon towering in the sky like a ruined monarch, for some reason, Nami subconsciously combined it with Han Yan. It's over. It's over. I'm afraid we want to sing. Nami lowered his head in frustration, then looked at the waking up partners around him, staring and complaining bitterly. Before she was ready to complain, Usopp, who was already pale with fear, suddenly pointed to a shadow in the sky in the storm, and shouted, "Look! Is that a shadow of a person? People, shadows in the storm. Who? That's the person who confronted the Sea Emperor before. Who is he?" Immediately, people raised their heads to look at the figure in the sky, the human being who was in the storm, gritting his teeth and controlling the core. At this time, lightning and flames passed through the storm and attacked him from time to time, but they were quickly protected by the jet-black armed armor. In this way, this person was witnessed by many eyes. Gradually pull the storm to the depths of the sea. Such a terrifying power uses the human body to face natural disasters. Drago's actions caused countless people to widen their eyes, and Luffy raised his head excitedly to look at the sky at this time. Amazing. Who is that? I don't know. In short, he is a very powerful person. Zoro's eyelids trembled. It was really hard to imagine what kind of person could deal with such a terrifying storm. And that lightning flame ball, which had long been fused with the storm, was now rampaging outside. Along the way, countless reefs were destroyed, causing countless fishes to flee wildly. Hey, my catty, it's not too bad, Neptune. Drago escaped from the storm in embarrassment. Under the support of the small hurricane, he came to Han Yan. Seeing Drago, the armament Haki suddenly spread out, revealing the bruised body and messy clothes inside. Looking at Zero, one's wilted look and the remaining bloodline at the corner of his mouth, it's obviously not very good. Under the watchful eye of the invisible predator, after Duo Lage forcibly diffuses the thunderball, the intensity of life breath is far less than before. But it's not much different, about 50% of the power is still there. It's very good, I like such a strong person, it's delicious, but I, Han Yan, mean what I say, and you pass the test. But, this doesn't mean that I will agree with you. Next time we meet, it is inevitable that I will still eat it drop you. P.S. Don't say that the protagonist is always letting people go, eating is a matter of time. Anyway, the plot needs it, so watch it slowly. Neptune's Haki should be rare, and occasionally entertainment can't be considered weak writing, right? Chapter 45. The Girl in the Dragon's Mouth. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. The scorching sun shines on the boundless sea, and the golden light shines. At this time, a huge marine battleship was heading towards this sea area, and the bow of the ship splashed high waves, making the sea surface make the sound of breaking waves. A young girl is tiptoeing into the cabin under the jurisdiction of Marine. She relied on the surrounding goods and sneaked forward because of her small size. I walked quietly behind the two Marines standing guard, and then found a slightly smaller ship. Maybe it's time for lunch, or maybe the Marines are not worried about this little girl sneaking away now. Under the leadership of their chief, they all went to a certain hall in the cabin to have dinner. Only a few Marines are left to take turns to watch outside. However, they didn't realize that a little girl who sneaked from the battleship to the boat was gradually slipping out under their noses. When they reacted, the little girl was hundreds of meters away from the large battleship. On this downwind sea, it is heading towards the election at an extremely fast speed. Big Villain 527. I won't let you catch me. Abis stuck out her tongue and made a face in the direction of the marine battleship. Then she snickered and left here. But soon, Abis' complexion became ugly, because she found that although she ran out in a hurry, but looking at Wang Yanghai around, hope turned into despair. However, relying on the location in memory, Abis can barely recognize the direction of Warship Island, and she is desperately paddling towards that side. Time passed like this until a flock of seabirds surrounded her. Go away, go away. Abis kept beating with the paddle, trying to repel the seabirds who thought they were fish. After an unknown amount of time, when Abis felt exhausted, the sky suddenly darkened. And those seabirds who surrounded their boat also fled in panic. The shadow in the sky also covered the sun at this time. Ah, is it going to rain? Abis raised her tired head, opened her eyes and looked at the sky worriedly, but she suddenly felt something was wrong. A violent gust of wind and a loud bang sounded in the sky, and when she raised her head dully with wide-eyed eyes, she looked up at the top of her head. A super dragon that covered the sky and covered the sea around her appeared. Ah, 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 dragon, 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 dragon. Accompanied by the sudden shock and fear, hunger and exhaustion flooded her head, and Abis's eyes went dark and she passed out. Am I really that scary? When seeing this little girl in ethnic clothes fainted, Han Yan in the sky gradually lowered his head, his cold eyes revealing human helplessness. Little human girl, hey, you are lucky. Han Yan shook his head and sighed, no matter what, Lori is innocent. He opened his mouth, and then a strong suction was born in his mouth. In the next instant, Abis's delicate and small body flew upside down, then fell into the dragon's mouth, and then closed. Let's find an island to rest, anyway, there is no rush. Han Yan thought, and then followed the position detected by the sense organs. Flying over with the roar of buzzing. I don't know how long it took, but Abis smelled a bad smell or a special smell. Boom. After Abis woke up, sat up suddenly, bumped into a hard object, and immediately became dizzy. It hurts. Abis held her head, then subconsciously looked around. This is. A frightened face was reflected in the mirror-like dragon teeth. Through the light from between the teeth, Abis was horrified to find that she was in an extremely strange place. She stood up in this dim room, then stepped on the inexplicably comfortable red carpet, and slowly walked forward in the warm space around it. She supported the wide and bright place around her, and then stared at the light that was flickering with cold light not far away, until the light completely illuminated the room. Abis's face was pale and her eyes widened. The room she imagined was actually in the mouth of a terrifying dragon. The white and clean walls are surprisingly sharp teeth. The so-called carpet turned out to be a tough and soft dragon tongue. And the source of that warmth is the scorching flame in the eye dragon's throat. Have I been eaten? Abis immediately opened her mouth wide, completely dumbfounded. This is just out of the tiger's lair and into the dragon's mouth again. And it's still real dragon's mouth. She trembled slightly, then walked forward, looking at the teeth that imprisoned herself here. As soon as she got close, she felt a gust of strong wind coming in through the gap between her teeth, and during the bitterness of the wind, Abis finally saw everything outside clearly. I'm actually in the sky. Abis stared at her lovely big eyes, and then watched the layers of white clouds flash past below. Then suddenly an uncontrollable feeling appeared under her feet, and she saw that the giant dragon just rushed into the sky, and immediately swooped down. Mom, good, Terrible. Under the impact of the cold wind, Abyss could hardly make a sound, and immediately she hugged her thick teeth tightly, and then lay on the tip of the dragon's tongue. With barely open eyes, you can still see the scene in front of you. Abyss found that this terrifying super dragon had been flying herself across a large area of sea, and then gradually landed on a lush island full of lush forest vines. The rumbling wind caused the surrounding birds, fish and beasts to flee in panic. For a while, the uninhabited island that was frightening to ordinary people suddenly became like a docile cat, crawling on the body of this giant beast. The next moment, Abyss was suddenly spit out by the dragon. Chapter 46, The Black Dragon That Kidnapped the Girl. Lolita on the tip of her tongue, when Abyss felt a howling wind rang in her ears. Suddenly she was stunned, and when she realized it, she found that she suddenly fell from a height of 100 meters. Abyss, who thought she was about to fall to her death, swayed for a while, and then fluttered into the air, flying backwards again, until she landed on a giant claw the size of a house. It hurts. After sitting down on the hard black and red scale armor, Abyss turned around in a daze to see clearly the super monster that had taken her away. That majestic figure is like a small mountain. Those terrible scales, as if the sharpest spear in the world is not enough to penetrate, the body is like a bright dark red light, like flowing magma. On the head of Haki looking slightly into the distance, there is a black and red dragon horn like a crown, sharp and full of Haki. Soon, the longing eyes that made people feel chills turned slightly, and then the indifferent pupils locked on themselves. Hi, you, how are you? Abyss twitched the corners of her mouth. It was really hard to imagine that she would encounter such a thing. However, she is also a person with the ability to whisper fruit, and possessing this ability is equivalent to being able to talk to animals, including conveying her heart voice to the animal's heart. However, the ability user cannot read the thoughts in its mind, and the creature must voluntarily communicate with it to be able to read its thoughts. So Abyss saw that the dragon didn't eat her, so she probably wanted to talk to herself. Mr. Dragon, you won't eat me, will you? Abyss asked cautiously, speaking with some fear. But seeing that the giant dragon in front of her hadn't opened her mouth, she went on to say with some fear, "Oh, by the way, Grandpa Giant Dragon, do you have anything to ask for Abyss? If you want to do anything, just tell me. Dragon, Grandpa." Suddenly, Han Yan, who was silent, suddenly raised a question, and then stared at Abyss with huge long eyes. Isn't it? Since Han Yan didn't show kindness to her, APIs couldn't read his thoughts either. But at this moment, Abyss can be sure that the main dragon in front of her is born. I am afraid that she is still angry because of a certain sentence she accidentally said. Who is your grandfather? I am still young. Even if I add up my 2 lives, I am only in my 30s. You call me Grandpa. Han Yan slowly lifted up the huge dragon claw, put Abyss in front of his eyes, and said with some depression. I don't know. As if she was aggrieved and about to cry, Abyss looked at the dragon in front of her in fear. She was just guessing. Legend has it that dragons can live for thousands of years, and seeing this super dragon that is 10 times bigger than Dragon Lord, Abyss subconsciously regarded Han Yan as Dragon Lord. The ancestors came to see it. It's not an exaggeration to say Grandpa Giant Dragon. But what she didn't expect was that Han Yan, in fact, his mental age is not as old as her father's. If only the physical age is counted, it is estimated that she is more than 10 years older than her. Oh, by the way, Abyss is only 8 years old this year. Han Yan stared at Abyss, seeing that her eyes were clear and innocent, as if no one wanted to hurt her. Coupled with that clear and pleasant voice of grievance, it can even arouse the desire of others to protect. The flaxen hair was draped lazily over the shoulders, the small nose, and the delicate lips seemed to be telling the innocence in her heart. What's your name? Hey, Abyss, my name is Abyss. Seeing that Han Yan didn't continue to blame herself, Abyss blinked happily, then introduced herself with wide and bright eyes. I'm Hai. Well, there's no need to tell you my name. After thinking about it, Han Yan shut his mouth decisively, then put Abyss by his ear, and then said, Tell me, have you ever seen a guy who looks like me? 0. Ask for flowers. Yeah. Yes. Abyss nodded quickly, and she said with a little excitement, You are the partner of Lord Long. It is very old now, but it told me its dream is to see its own body before it dies. Companion glanced. Dragon Lord. Well, it's an old millennium dragon. Although you don't look much like Mr. Dragon. When she spoke, Abyss couldn't help but nodded with red eyes. She stared at Han Yan with childlike eyes, and then said, Mr. Dragon, are you also looking for your own companion? It's weird to look like himself, Han Yan thought to himself. However, he still showed kindness on his face, and continued, Yes, I am also looking for my old friend who has been lost for many years. Ahem, little human girl. If you can take me to find it, if so, I will thank you. 0. Well, Master Long is here. Suddenly, Abyss opened her mouth, but made no sound. For some reason, there was always an inexplicable emotion, as if a mysterious voice was blocking her. Tell her that she can't tell the destroyer in front of her. If she tells him about the Millennium Dragon's deeds, then the Millennium Dragon group will definitely face a devastating blow. Mr. Dragon, are you really Dragon Master's partner? Abyss raised her head sincerely, and looked at this terrifying giant dragon that looked like a magic dragon. It was far more evil than the Dragon Master and Haki just by the sight alone. Such a giant dragon is really a partner with Master Long. Don't be afraid, the dragon master you are talking about is just a 1,000-year-old dragon from the giant dragon branch. At most, it can be regarded as a sub-dragon, and I am an adult black dragon. A kind and brave black dragon warrior. That's right, I'm not a Deathwing, let alone a Earth Destroyer, and I don't know what a cruel predator is. I'm just a cute dragon big brother. Han Yan laughed secretly in his heart, with sincerity in his gaze, he explained in a gentle voice. Chapter 47. The Dragon That Scared the Weeping Girl. But, Abis wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Han Yan. It's nothing, I'm a good dragon, although I'm a bit vicious. Now, tell me, sweet little guy. I just don't know whether the girls are soft or hard. If the soft ones don't eat, then Han Yan will have to fight hard. In Han Yan's territory, he has more than 100 ways to scare children into tears. It depends on whether Abis is obedient or not. If she is obedient, it's okay to say, but if she is disobedient, although it's a bit evil, it's not okay to scare her. No, unless you prove that you won't hurt Master long, you are Mr. Bad Dragon. Swearing to the death, Abysso closed her eyes in a 4-5-3 manner, covered her ears with her hands and ignored Han Yan's threat. Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you? Quote. Quote. The girl's body trembled slightly, she obviously heard Han Yan's words, but she still didn't speak. Oh, by the way, this is an isolated island. There are many ferocious beasts on the island. I think they should like a delicate child very much, right? Bad, don't scare Abis anymore, I'm not afraid. Also, among ferocious beasts, you are not as scary as bad dragons. Cough cough. Han Yan was speechless, but he became quiet, and he slowly closed his eyes and said, you don't know what I will do. Just as you said in that way, the old 1,000-year-old dragon is already old, even if it is left alone, it will not live for a few days. Do you feel like watching it die alone all the time? Quote. Pound. Abis's eyes were filled with mist, and she let go of her hands covering her ears. How do you know I'm going to hurt it? Seeing that the girl's heart was a little loose, Han Yan went on to hit the rails while it was hot. No matter what, we always have a certain blood relationship. Since we are both dragons, then it must want to see me, and I will send it on its last journey. It's better than dying of old age like this. What do you think, Abis? Would you like to watch your grandfather die without even seeing you before he dies? Don't say any more, I promise you to find Master Long. Abis was touched by Han Yan's words, she nodded with tears streaming down her face, and said at the same time, Mr. Bad Dragon, can you not hurt Lord Dragon and everyone? Are you saying that I will not be allowed to attack the people of Warship Island? Yes, if they don't take the initiative to provoke me, I can guarantee, I, absolutely, will not take it, and the villagers will take one shot at a time. The last sentence, Han Yan promised word by word. Obviously, Abis didn't understand what Han Yan said, but after hearing his promise, she nodded immediately, then stood up, and patted the dust off her skirt. Then walk in one direction. Immediately afterwards, under Han Yan's watchful eyes, this little girl the size of a bean came up to her little finger, claw, and then stretched out her pitiful little finger to put it on it. Well, thank you, Mr. Bad Dragon. Don't change the hook. Abis spoke to this thick, scaly giant claw that was much bigger than her, and at the same time said some childish words that made people laugh. Seeing her appearance, Han Yan was delighted. With such a small body, if she didn't bend her fingers slightly, she might not be able to reach it even if she stood on tiptoe. Gululu, a discordant voice sounded from the girl's stomach, and fell in Han Yan's ear. I'm hungry. Abis scratched her head in embarrassment, staring eagerly at the black dragon's giant eyes. The black dragon seemed to ignore Abis, and while it was still silent, the girl sat down on the spot instead. Then she closed her eyes and pretended to be shameless, and said, anyway, I'm starving to death, and you can't find Master Long. 7. This is the first and only one who dares to instruct himself. Well, forget it, what are you fussing about with a little girl? The human soul of Han Yan sighed slightly, thinking that the one on this island is not a predator, nor is it a sea emperor. Today's Han Yan is just an ordinary human, uncle. Wait. Han Yan slowly put the giant claw on the ground, then raised it slightly and threw Abis directly down. Oh, it hurts. Abis rubbed her sore buttocks, and glared at Han Yan, but soon she squatted under a thick giant tree. Immediately afterwards, Abis raised her head dully, when she saw Deathwing clearly for the first time, the whole picture of this terrifying black dragon. Immediately shocked to say something. Compared with Han Yan, the dragon master in her mouth is at best a slightly bigger flying bird. When Abis really saw the whole picture of the dragon, she realized what kind of terrifying monster she was talking to just now. Just like that, fly away with the shadow in the sky. Soon, the gradually dimming sunset in the sky appeared, and the red sunlight shone on the sea, making the sea feel lonely and silent for a while. But now remembering that this terrifying 2.7 dragon was looking for food for herself, Abis couldn't help turning pale. She turned her head to look at the vast sea and the dense jungle. If the dragon left, she might not be able to escape. Therefore, Abis couldn't help but look forward to Han Yan coming back soon. In the lush forest, a predator from the sky swooped down, causing a riot in the forest. The carnivore, which looked like a giant tyrannosaurus, had just hunted a wild beast, but suddenly felt a surge of coercion and killing intent coming from the sky, and it raised its head in horror. The sharp claws lifted from the prey, trying to escape from this place. However, its weakness does not mean that it can survive. Chapter 48. The Girl and the Dragon. Even if the Tyrannosaurus offered to give food, Han Yan still did not give it any hope of survival. Staring at its bloody eyes, its mouth full of ferocious teeth and sharp claws, a mouthful of terrifying and powerful flames spewed out directly from Deathwing's mouth. Boom! The flames instantly engulfed the Tyrannosaurus. As a result, the giant beast fell to the ground and died immediately, and then, the flames tore through its flesh, and bursts of the aroma of barbecue came. It's very fragrant. The little girl probably doesn't like raw food, so let's roast it. Suddenly, a hoarse and violent sound echoed in the depths of the forest. This ancient giant tree with a height of more than 100 meters covered the sky and the sun, and the forest was full of ferocious beasts. After all, this is the island of the Calm Belt. Han Yan captured Abyss all the way to Calm Belt's domain, in order to make her give up resistance. Deathwing's terrifying body was rampaging in the forest, dragging the roasted Tyrannosaurus in its paws all the way forward. This Tyrannosaurus-like monster was more than 50 meters huge, definitely considered a larger predator, but compared to the 500-meter-sized Deathwing, it was pitifully small. It can be grasped with a giant claw. However, this island cannot be said to be small. Some of the trees on the island are even hundreds of meters high, much higher than Han Yan. Moreover, 500 meters in the Calm Belt can at most be regarded as a slightly larger sea kings, and a kilometer can be regarded as the size of a hegemon. And 5,000 meters, there is, in the realm of the deep sea. There are indeed 5,000-meter super monsters. P.S. There is a bug in the setting of the original author of One Piece, that is, most of Calm Belt's overlord sea kings are 5,000 meters. But think about it carefully, the Fishman Island is under 10,000 meters, and a sea king's 5 kilometers are indeed a bit scary, so let's modify it. Add a setting in this book. That is, in Calm Belt, there is an abyss deeper than the Fishman Island, with a depth of more than 20,000 meters. And the protagonist was once in the supergiant sea kings encountered in the abyss of the North Calm Belt as the top-level existence of sea kings. Oh, by the way, that octopus is not Kraken. Also, the protagonist setup now cannot be regarded as One Piece for the time being. The strongest creature in the sea. This creature includes all sea kings. But just remember one thing. No matter what kind of enemies he meets, Lord Kakuzu is strong and invincible. Also, Deathwing is the strongest in the sea. There is no need to dispute this point. Closing parenthesis. Han Yan's cooking skills are not very good, but it is not bad to keep the Tyrannosaurus meat from being burnt. There is no salt and various seasonings here, not to mention that Han Yan has eaten raw meat for many years, and cooked food is rare. The cooked food is really good, and for the beast, the raw meat is also very good. In fact, Han Yan has never dared to exchange the taste system. If he did, would he be able to eat raw meat in the future? All kinds of sensitive and irritating smells made it difficult for him to swallow. The forelimbs kept waving, breaking the giant trees blocking the way one after another. For Han Yan at this time, it was like entering a sugarcane forest, the surrounding things were simply too dazzling. On the contrary, as he advanced, countless animals around him hid in panic. And the loud bang made Abyss on the edge of the island show a look of fear. After thinking about it, Han Yan still erected his dragon wings, then vigorously fanned himself up and flew away from here. A moment later, at the edge where Abyss was, the giant dragon descended slowly. Let's eat. Boom, falling with Han Yan's voice. A super large cooked meat fell from the sky not far in front of Abyss, sending out violent vibrations as if the earth was shaking. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. After seeing the huge barbecue in front of her eyes, Abyss opened her mouth wide and made an incredible sound. But after comparing with Han Yan's body shape, she gradually showed a natural expression. So she stood up and went to the edge of the oversized food. She found a sharp bamboo-like attack from the bushes on the side, and used it to cut the barbecue, then held the hot meat and chewed it with big mouthfuls. Dusk is coming. At this time, it is the time when the sun is setting, the sea is shrouded in golden silence, the mountains and forests in the distance are covered with the colorful clothes of sunset, and the milky white clouds on the other side of the day also become bright red like fire belts. Han Yan quietly waited for the girl to eat. While he looked into the distance, 2 harmonious figures, one big and one small, stayed together. It's hard to imagine that the Sea King who made pirates and marines fearful in the sea would actually be entrenched with a human girl. Time passed gradually, and soon it was night. The moon is in the middle of the sky, bright and gentle, and the soft moonlight sets off a calm and peaceful night. The light of the moon falls on the leaves of the forest, and the mottled shadows of Madara fall, sporadic like decorations hanging on the sky. Witnessed by the shining starlight, a giant dragon reflecting inexplicable brilliance was lying on the shore, sleeping peacefully. Quote. At night, Han Yan, who was still resting with his eyes closed, raised his eyelids slightly, and through a gap he saw a small figure creeping up gradually from the temporary bed made of stones and trees. Then gradually came to his side, found a comfortable position, and then fell asleep peacefully leaning on one side. At night, the evening breeze blows gently. It doesn't seem to be very cold, and after finding a good place to heat up, APIs doesn't care what it is. Subconsciously, she approached this sleeping monster, but she didn't know that her every move was completed under Han Yan's gaze. Is it cold? What a cute little guy. Han Yan raised his head gradually, staring at the starry sky high above. The sky is not pure black, but an endless deep blue in the black, stretching into the distance. Han Yan's vision really wanted to penetrate this layer of darkness, and really wanted to find out what the end of the sky was. I really want to know, when I really evolve into a star dragon who can swim the universe as an ocean, I don't know when it will be. Hopefully, that day won't be too long, too long. P.S. Dragon Maiden, Dragon Priest. Oh my god, what am I talking about? Chapter 49 Arriving on the Battleship Island. The junction of East Blue and Calm Belt. Hula. A whistling sound came from the sky. Suddenly a black shadow flew over the sea area. If someone looked up carefully at this moment, they would find that it was a huge black and red dragon. Abyss, do you recognize it? The place on Battleship Island. Flying in the sky, Han Yan asked the little girl who was almost invisible behind the dragon horn above his head. Hey, don't scare those seagulls away. How can I ask for directions? But anyway, it's almost here. I saw a familiar shadow, not far ahead, it should be there. If I'm wrong, I'll take you out of East Blue. It's all right. Humph, Mr. Wylong, you have to trust Abyss. As Han Yan's knowledge enveloped the surrounding area, he soon saw the island that resembled a warship. Sure enough, after arriving at the waters around Gunkanjima, it lived up to its name. He directly crossed the marine quarter and chose the direction towards the village. Soon, the terrifying Haki's body 093 covered the sky over Gunkanjima, and with the gusts of galloping wind descending, Deathwing finally landed here. Roar. Like a sign of death, the violent roar made the humans and marines on the island run out one after another, as if they exploded immediately. However, because he promised Abyss not to harm people, Han Yan has not released Longwei a little bit until now. Otherwise, these ordinary people would have passed out long ago. Ah, that's a giant dragon. The legendary dragon. Kneel down, everyone, there is a dragon god descending from the sky, standing there is disrespectful. In the voice of an elder, beside a certain coast of Warship Island, the people who ran out one after another prostrated themselves on the ground and looked at the sudden super dragon in horror. This is the Battleship Island. Suddenly, the dragon god they were talking about made a thick and frightening sound. The dragon god has spoken. Village chief, shut up and let me Afei. The old village head quickly glared at the man, then slowly stood up. He gradually walked forward, came to the bottom of Han Yan, and asked in a trembling voice, Master Dragon God, I welcome you to the Battleship Island. Han Yan looked at this group of people in surprise, they were not as frightened as other humans. As soon as he came out, he was initially terrified, then shocked, and now he was crawling on the ground. Moreover, this old man's tense posture is obviously the first time he has seen a giant dragon. But, why do they respect themselves so much? If they are afraid, their performance should be quite different. In legend, there is a lost island, which is the hometown of a 1,000-year-old dragon. It is said that the first king on this island is called, and the people in our village are also said to have come from which island kingdom immigrated from. Abyss explained in a low voice behind the dragon horn, and then she patted the thick Haki's dragon horn to signal Han Yan to let her go. This inconsistency looks like Thumbelina sitting in the crown at a sudden glance, so cute and helpless. Grandpa Boguden. After Han Yan bowed his head slightly, and then used suction to get APIs off the top of his head. The little girl immediately jumped off his dragon's claws happily, and then excitedly gathered with the old village chief at her feet. Ah, Abyss, why are you with Dragon God? The village chief was taken aback, and quickly looked at Abyss, but soon, he also laughed excitedly. This Mr. Bad Dragon saved me, and he was the one who sent me back. By the way, Grandpa Boguden, how is the island recently? Alas, it's hard to describe in words, but it's good that you're fine. Thank you, Lord Dragon God. Before the village chief was ready to thank him, Han Yan lowered his head slightly and stared at the group of people, with that terrifying body standing in front of him. Hey, I'm asking you guys. Han Yan lowered his head and asked the head of the village chief in a gloomy tone. What? The village head looked at Han Yan nervously. Where is that Millennium Dragon? Where is it? What? Lord Dragon God, the 1,000-year-old dragon migrates every 1,000 years, and now, it doesn't seem to be the time for the 1,000-year-old dragon to migrate. The kind-looking old man quickly explained that it seemed that he didn't know about the Millennium Dragon. Yes, Han Yan's eyes flashed coldly, and he quietly hummed, and the dull whistle rang in the ears of the group. It immediately caused them to kneel down in horror and beg for mercy. Bad Dragon, you agreed not to bully everyone. Seeing this scene, Abyss immediately became anxious, and quickly stopped in front of Han Yan. But she never thought about how her small body could hold back a giant dragon the size of a hill. Okay, but now you take me to find the Millennium Dragon. Did you hear that? Han Yan slightly sideways, squinting at her. Then he spoke. I know. Abyss was a little dejected, and soon she bowed slightly to apologize to the people in the village, and then said to Haki's black dragon, Bad Dragon, come with me, I will take you to see Dragon Lord. Looking from a distance, the valley that Abiri took herself to go to does not have many twists and turns. But it is also very steep, and the surrounding woods happen to cover the canyon behind. The breath of the Millennium Dragon is very weak, and it seems that there is something special blocking his perception. Under the cover of the invisible predators, most of the breath of life are small gray dots that appear in Han Yan's other senses. It is indeed a little troublesome to find the Millennium Dragon among these gray dots. Instead of that, it's better to let this little girl take me to find that so-called Millennium Dragon. Chapter 50. The Race of Dragons. Dragons are one of the most common creatures in mythology. There are legends of dragons all over the world, whether in the past or in this life. There are many kinds of dragons, such as elemental dragons, metal dragons, special dragons and so on. Han Yan is a member of the Black Dragon in the dragon race. Death Wing is both the title and the name of a burning dragon that changed its name to Death Wing. However, those with dragon blood, and it's not just dragons, pseudo-dragons, sub-dragons, are various creatures with the blood of giant dragons and so on. The forest is very dense. No matter where you look, you can't see into the distance of the forest. However, due to his height, Han Yan could clearly see a slightly larger cave inside the valley, which must be the hiding place of the thousand-year dragon. The location is quite remote, suitable for small things to hide. Little girl, is the thousand-year-old dragon you mentioned inside? As if smelling an inexplicable breath, Han 05 raised his nose and asked in a low voice. Roar. A loud roar of the dragon made the birds and beasts crawl in the mountains and forests, and the terrible coercion immediately shrouded away. At the same time, he exuded the aura of dragon, slightly to the surroundings, which contained a trace of dragon power, and swept towards the cave in the surrounding domain where all the beasts surrendered. Intermittently, there seemed to be a lack of breath like dragon chant sound coming from the cave, and the voice containing fear and a little bit of excitement gradually fell into Han Yan's ears. It seemed that the Millennium Dragon also wanted to meet him, although it was more inclined to be a unilateral order. Don't scare Master Long, Mr. Bad Dragon, you wait here. I'll go and see Master Long first. Hearing Master Long's fearful voice, Abyss pouted with some dissatisfaction, and asked Han Yan to put her down. Abyss can naturally hear the meaning contained in the roar of the two. It is nothing more than Han Yan ordering Master Long to force him out, but whether Master Long can move now is the question. HMPH, it will come out. Han Yan ignored Abyss' request, and then stood quietly on the edge of the mountain halfway up, his giant claws covering the top of the valley, and then stared at the entrance of the cave directly below. Sure enough, under his gaze, an old and clumsy old Millennium Dragon slowly crawled out of it after falling 3 steps at a time. Soon, the Millennium Dragon came in front of Han Yan, and lay down on the ground, as if he had no strength left. Even if it is lying down, it is several meters high and 20 or 30 meters long. Wings, feet, and a winged body. This is a dragon. Han Yan's eyes widened suddenly. This is a dragon, It is a dragon, but it is better to say it is a sub-dragon in the sub-dragon branch. The sub-dragon of the biped pterosaur branch of the feathered pterosaur branch. It's not much different from the demon-feathered pterosaur named Silica in a certain sword art online. Compared with Han Yan, the strongest black dragon, obsidian scale armor, giant claws that cut iron like mud, Haki's wings that cover the sky. Crown like dragon horns, eyes that look down on the world. Comparing the two, it is like an emperor meeting a refugee. The difference is vast. Looking at this thousand-year-old dragon, which was not half as big as his hind legs, but about the same size, Han Yan really became suspicious. Does it have the legendary ability that the keel can make people live for thousands of years? Hey, where's your ethnic group? Look at this meaty old, not appetizing guy at all. Han Yan showed a row of sharp teeth, and then made a questioning sound. You said you didn't know. Han Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, but soon, the old Millennium Dragon let out an apologetic roar, as if telling his own destiny. But it was very excited and respectful to make a humble and small request to itself. It said that it hoped that after its death, the real Dragon Emperor would not hurt Abyss, a kind little human girl. But Han Yan didn't even answer it at all, not because of arrogance. It was because Han Yan had no intention of hurting Abyss. He slowly lowered his eyes, then stared at the little human girl on the giant claw, and then asked, "This old guy has exhausted his vitality, is he alive?" "It's not until tomorrow, and the remaining life is only the last few points. If you exercise a little, you will die." Master Long. Woo. Abyss nodded sadly. She had heard about it a long time ago, and knew that Lord Long didn't have much time left. But I didn't expect it to be so fast, and I didn't doubt what Han Yan said. The lifespan of 1,000 years really makes people greedy. Han Yan shook his head slightly, as if feeling something. HMPH, is Mr. Bad Dragon planning to attack Lord Dragon too? Abyss eyebrows 267 picks, a little unwilling to say. At this time, the old thousand-year-old dragon seemed to be whispering something, with some helplessness in his tone. It seemed to be persuading Abyss. The meaning of its words was obvious, and it fell into the ears of Han Yan and Abyss at this time, causing them to be surprised and shocked. What? Master Long said, you can live more than 10,000 years. Abyss stared wide-eyed, and said in disbelief. What, can I live 10,000 years? Han Yan was also stunned. His thinking was still in the perspective of human beings. He didn't think about the dragon's lifespan or Deathwing's physique at all. According to his health strength, theoretically, it is easy to live for 10,000 years without breaking through the racial limit. If there is another breakthrough, the lifespan will be outrageous, so if there is no life and death battle, the natural lifespan Han Yan doesn't need to worry at all. I didn't expect Mr. Bad Dragon to live so long. The more Abyss thought about it, the more angry she became, and she immediately complained with a bitter face. Why, do you really want me to die early? Chapter 51. Abyss's Dream. You really want me to die soon? Han Yan's long eyes widened, his mouth grinned, and he let out a slightly warm dragon's breath. It looked like he was angry. Certainly not. Abis pouted, but recovered quickly, and said, I was thinking, if I become an old woman when I grow up, and Mr. Bad Dragon is still like this. It's really annoying. Quote. Han Yan almost burst into tears with laughter. He looked at this tiny, pea-like girl amusedly, and continued, yes, this is a human being. It is simply impossible to break through the limit of lifespan. No, it cannot be said that it is impossible. For example, some special devil fruits, Wangquan, soul, life fruit, etc. Of course, there are also all kinds of strange animals and plants, which are the so-called the natural talents and treasures may make people live longer. But those are not destined for you. You, a little human girl, can live in this world safely, and you should be happy. Don't expect to get those things that make countless a treasure that people are crazy about. I'm just surprised, who wants to live 10,000 years like you? HMPH. Abis turned her head away, as if she was angry. Little guy, what is your dream? Intelligent creatures may have dreams. This is the same whether it is human or other races. Maybe some people don't realize it, but it doesn't mean he doesn't, and Han Yan has been thinking about this question, what is his dream? Drago asked himself this way before. Quote. Abis stared blankly at Han Yan with a surprised expression, obviously she didn't quite understand the meaning of the dream. Seeing this, Han Yan's eyes remained the same, and he whispered softly, what is the general's dream? Siege the city and kill the enemy to become famous on the battlefield. What is the girl's dream? The beauty and youth. Then, what is your dream? What is the dream of the people in your village? I don't know, I just want to protect the village from the bad guys in the future. By the way, I'm going to inherit the long-winded duties of Grandpa Bogudin, that I want to become what kind of profession is like a priest, but it doesn't sound fun to me at all. Abis shook her head in a daze, then lowered her head and spoke to herself. Interesting, this can be regarded as a kind of wish and dream. Whether you admit it or not, you still want to be that kind of person. Well, I will take away this old 1,000-year-old dragon, and I will send it to the Congress. You go down. Han Yan nodded slightly, and after listening to what Abis said, he showed a faint smile. Turning his attention to the 1,000-year dragon, he was very curious as to what kind of surprise this creature would bring him. HMPH, Mr. Bad Dragon. Let me stay with Lord Dragon for a while. Also, you just left like this. What if those bad guys Marine came to catch me? Abis stomped her feet, her voice trembling slightly, her mouth was pouted, and a small dimple appeared on her face. Smart little guy, alright. I said I would help you. Seeing that your village looks pretty good, I will reluctantly plant this island on my territory. I allow you plant the flag. At the same time as he said this, Han Yan's slightly closed longan suddenly appeared in his mind like a thermal image and a wave like a map. In the huge and carefully distinguished images of the terrain and the environment, several marine ships and dozens of super warships are gradually approaching from the periphery of the sea at the edge of the surrounding sea. What kind of flag is planted? Is it something that can scare the villains of marine? The location of the warship island where Abis is located is relatively remote, but she also knows the movement of the sea very well, although it is a bit later than other islands. That's right, you can just raise the dragon's flag and say my name. I don't think there are many people in the sea who have the guts to touch you. As he said that, the longan opened suddenly, and the slanted pupils facing the sea area became more and more cold and terrifying. By the way, Mr. Wanlong, I don't know your name yet. Abis suddenly rang, but the dragon in front of her never told her name, which is really unfair. My name, Han Yan. After finishing speaking, Han Yan put Abis on the ground firmly, and asked her to accompany the Millennium Dragon for the last moment, then looked at the distant sea area with his eyes, and said in a low voice, you stay here, after I help you solve the trouble, then return. Well, Mr. Bad Dragon is actually pretty good. Although Abis doesn't know what the name Han Yan means, but from the 2 days of observation she can clearly perceive that this city dragon looks a little scary. But it's actually pretty good. After all, she hasn't seen the brutal scene of predators. Circling on the warship island hill, Han Yan soon saw those marines who were about to move. In fact, part of the marine in East Blue has a very bad image in the impression of the local villagers. What's more, on the warship island not very far from Com Belt, there is a, existence like a local overlord. Unlike the marine in naval headquarters, the marine here is like a villain in marine skin. The heart is not dead, even if you know that I am here, you dare to hit my prey's attention. Roar. Along with this dragon whistle that resounded through the heaven and earth, it came out. Immediately, the creatures on the warship island were frightened and crawled to the ground, and at the same time, the marine fleet gradually looked at the shadowy figure in the sky in fear. Damn it, what's that? My god, that's a dragon. A dragon. A dragon 10 times bigger than a battleship. The warship docked, and as soon as more than 50 marine soldiers with guns landed on the island, they saw such a terrifying scene. A frightening black dragon crashed to the ground. Chapter 52. It's just a wicked game of the dragon. The monster with a terrifying aura fell from the sky, and its huge body crashed down on the edge of the coast. With the thunderous earthquake, when the giant dragon fell into the beach, it caused huge waves, but the terrible impact of force caused the surrounding marines to fall to the ground one after another. The sea was shaking, as if it was about to trigger a tsunami. The island was shaking, as if the earth was about to split open. As Long Wei approached, the group of marines frequently knelt down. Everyone was sweating profusely, and their eyes widened with fear. If they knew that there was such a terrifying monster on the island, they would not dare to go ashore even if they were killed. Compared with the astonishment and panic of the Marines, the villagers on the island just watched from afar and did not dare to approach. Some even hid in the dark, carefully peeking at the group of terrified Marines and the panic-stricken dragon. This is, among a huge warship with strange shapes in the sea area. Marine standing on the watchtower swallowed up and down his throat, revealing his head full of sweat. He shouted to the officer behind him in horror, "Report, report. I found it, that giant dragon. Oh, 610. On the battleship, one sits on a large ornate seat. The fat and bloated ugly chief closed the fan in his hand, looking at the island with a little fear in his eyes. Master Admiral, you see, how about we withdraw first?" Beside him, a man in a suit with short purple hair spoke. There was a slight hesitation on his face, as if he wanted to retreat. HMPH, it is said that the keel of the 1,000-year-old dragon can make people live forever. As a mercenary, you, nicknamed Whirlwind, are you afraid? Eric, this is a giant dragon that is much bigger than that 1,000-year-old dragon. The legendary mythical creature, why don't you try it? You are a sickle fruit-capable person. The fat admiral stared, his ferocious face looked a bit hideous, and his greedy eyes looked towards the direction of the island. Driven by huge interests, he forgot what level of monster he was about to face. Unfortunately, Naval Headquarters has already given him the call. But Nelson Roy, the obese man, was completely forgotten. Of course, if he knew that the monster that landed on the edge of the island was the Emperor of the Sea, he might have disappeared early. Although Deathwing looks terrifying, his reputation is not as loud as the title of Sea King. This also made Nelson greedy. This is the effect of prestige. Eric was speechless, but in fact he also had a little bit of greed. But look at that huge black shadow again. He even began to doubt whether he could do any damage to that monster. Of course, from a distance, the black dragon didn't look very scary. On the edge of the coast, under Haki's terrifying eyes, there are some trembling Marines. With Han Yan's slightly raised giant claws, shadows suddenly enveloped them. Boom! The giant claw slammed down, splashing dozens of feet of waves, but the three figures under the giant claw were covered by the blood-colored sea sand, and a terrible mark was left on the ground. Strange, monster. The rest of the Marines went crazy and screamed in fright. As for Han Yan, he was still joking. Long Wei was not released deliberately by him, nor did he use any powerful magical energy, but used the most primitive way to torture and kill the group of Marines. To him, he is like a beast that has entered the sand table. The surrounding battleships, humans, AFBD, boulders, reefs, etc. are all like loose sand, and they will be scattered in a snap. No. Don't come here. A Marine who was trying to run towards the direction of the battleship in the sea found that the giant dragon behind him was staring at him, and he also ran forward desperately, but soon, he suddenly found that his body was floating uncontrollably. Then he stepped back strangely. Then it ran into a huge sharp giant claw and died tragically on it. Quote. The rest of the Marines almost resigned themselves to their fate, all staring blankly, and slumped on the ground as if giving up resistance. Because they found that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape the palm of the dragon. Let's give up resisting now. It's boring, forget it, I will deal with you later. The magic dragon smiled ferociously, revealing its white teeth. Soon Han Yan ignored the group of dead Marines and headed towards the sea instead. Boom! The giant claws waved wantonly, directly destroying a large battleship into countless pieces. Then the dragon's wings spread out completely, revealing the terrifying figure that blocks the sky and blocks the sun. The Marine warships on the sea saw this scene, and they all set up their cannons in horror, and launched attacks towards this side frantically. But it is a pity that even the magic dragon is huge. But the shell still couldn't leave any trace on the terrible scales, even the dust was wiped away by the magma-like brilliance. Facing the fleet of warships, the magic dragon seemed to rise up, and seemed to be playing an interesting game. It soared into the sky, fanned the rising flame giant wings, and then swooped away. The red cracks seemed to be the burning of a giant dragon, and the terrible breath came over. The magic dragon swooped forward, and flames ignited in the sky where it passed, and the group of 30 warships surrounding the sea immediately fell into a sea of flames. Explosions, born one after another. The Marines screamed and jumped into the sea one after another in fear. And a lot of bubbles appeared on the surface of the sea, as if it had been transpired, and the boiling seawater made Marine turn into ashes in a state of panic and pain. Master Admiral, quick retreat. BD, do you still need me to teach you? His fat eyes widened. No matter how much fat around them could not block those protruding eyeballs. When Admiral Nelson saw what happened, he screamed in horror. But this is just a wicked game of the dragon. Chapter 53 Predatory Ability. Here we come. Run. Don't let that guy catch up. Following Admiral Nelson's roar, not only was Eric feeling terrified at this time, he also began to panic. No way, Lord Admiral, we can't escape. It flies countless times faster than our battleship. The foreheads of these sailors were full of cold sweat. Fight it. Set up the cannon and blast that giant dragon down. Nelson hadn't realized the seriousness of the incident, but Eric was different. He was sweating profusely. If he is not demon fruit power, now I want to jump into the sea and pray to escape this disaster. Damn it, I shouldn't have come if I knew it earlier. Eric found a slightly smaller ship on the huge strange warship, and then slipped away under Nelson's angry gaze. Trash, Eric, get the hell out of here. FKU, go to hell. You still haven't realized what you're facing. Eric cursed with the same gloomy and ugly face, but when he looked back at Nelson, the expression on his face gradually froze. Every time the wings are fanned, they explode in the air with a thunderous sound. In the next moment, as if the entire sea was crying, the waves swept in, accompanied by the scalding heat and fire, forming a terrible silence. A terrifying giant claw landed on top of the warship. Following Eric's horrified gaze, the terrifying dragon that looked like a world-destroying dragon uttered a world-destructive roar. Roar. The dragon claw broke the railing of the battleship easily, and the sharp giant claw waved lightly, and a terrifying slash visible to the naked eye immediately split the entire battleship in two. And the magic dragon on the sea, holding up half of the warship and placing it in front of his eyes, the terrifying dragon head and Jean Yersen were terrified. Then, swollen and trembling, he fell to his knees on the ground. A moment ago, Nelson was still discussing how to explore the future of this dragon. But now, being played in the palm of the dragon like a toy, what Nelson wants to think about is how to die without so much fear. Finally, the Shinigami-like Longan suddenly locked on Nelson's body. At that moment, the invisible destructive momentum directly oppressed Nelson out of breath. The triple coercion from the soul, the biological level, and the body made his face pale as death. Hey, Bug, are you here for me? After a long time, the magic dragon opened its mouth full of fangs, and then asked in a cold voice. Forgive, Master Zhu Zhulong. Under the unspeakable pain, Nelson prostrated on the ground like the weight of tens of thousands of caddies and gradually made a sound. Bug, listen, those who want to spy on dragon creatures, there are few people in this world who dare to do that. No one can provoke the Sea Emperor's territory, and no one will act recklessly on it. Just after Nelson made his voice, Han Yan's cold answer followed. Sea Emperor. Nelson's eyes widened, but unexpectedly, there was a click. Along with the shattering of leg bones, 10 shrill screams spread to every corner of the battleship. The bones of his whole body broke under the pressure of Longwei, and the severe pain caused this guy to collapse on the ground like mud. As the bones shattered piece by piece, after death, the whole person looked like a sly M. The ignorant are fearless, but that doesn't mean they are innocent. Breathing out a scorching dragon's breath, Han Yan casually dropped the huge battleship on the giant claws into the sea. Then a burst of flames directly destroyed it. But the magic dragon didn't leave, instead it set its sights on the other guy. Eric felt that he couldn't breathe, or he was so terrified that he didn't even dare to move. He felt that he would die in the next moment, and his body was trembling and he didn't dare to move, let alone resist after seeing the power of the dragon. Even the thought of running away was filled with despair. Demon fruit power is interesting. 0. Ask for flowers. Those ferocious eyes narrowed gradually, and an interesting idea was born in Han Yan's mind. I saw it slightly raised its claws, and then a terrible suction made Eric fall straight to Han Yan's claws without any resistance, and then the crackling pitch-dark thunder spread directly on Eric's body. Less than half a second Zhang, this so-called demon fruit power passed out directly. Plunder strip. A low moan sounded from the dragon's throat, and soon, a strange power was born in its hands. The mysterious power that frightens creatures is like a bug, and like a tentacle, it shrouds Eric through the bloody light. Immediately afterwards, a devil fruit stained with plasma was quickly stripped out by mysterious forces. The blood plasma was swallowed by devil fruit in an instant, and when Han Yan stretched out his sharp claws again, there was only a discarded piece of clothing left in his palm, and Eric had long since disappeared. 0. Loot function. It was originally an ability that would only be activated in the third stage, but after Han Yan fused with the world's #1 black sword, this magical weapon rich in special energy. Then this terrifying ability, which can be called cruel, was activated. The plundering function is divided into 3, stripping, extracting, and devouring. Stripping. The devil fruit can be directly stripped from the body of the demon fruit power. The price is death, that is, directly turning into devil fruit. Extraction. You can extract devil fruit from demon fruit power, but it is much more cruel than stripping. Because this process is very painful, it comes from the extreme pain of the soul, you have to endure the past, or die. Of course, even Haki, life energy, etc. have a certain chance to be drawn. There are 2 ways to devour at the end. Simple and rude, one is to eat directly. The second type is a little more troublesome, similar to stripping, but it uses blood to swallow the genes of organisms. There are many so-called genes, including racial talent, blood, and so on. And what Han Yan used just now is the stripping ability. It may seem cruel, but eating it is actually the same as using it this way. There is no difference, but it saves the pain. Chapter 54, Dragon Island. After a while, on the burning sea, the flames gradually subsided. Burnt black sawdust and fragments of warships sunk in the sea were exposed. The 8th Branch Admiral Fleet, the entire regiment was destroyed. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot that there are still a few talkative guys on the island. Thinking about it, the magic dragon soared into the sky, flew through the sea of fire under the shocked and terrified gaze of countless villagers, and landed steadily on the edge of the coast. Get over here. With a low growl, the Marines who were so terrified and numb instantly came to their senses, and at this moment they ran over numbly one by one. This devil-like dragon didn't kill these Marines immediately, and a thought of living was born in their hearts. What are you waiting for at this time? One by one, 130, knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "Master Dragon, please forgive me. You Marines are brave enough to step into my Han Yan territory." Han Yan, ah, you are the legendary Sea Emperor, Han Yan. A Marine opened his mouth wide and made a sound unbelievably. Soon he quickly covered his mouth, looking terrified. Sea Emperor. Following the Marine's inadvertent sound, the surrounding villagers immediately heard the name. Immediately, there was a huge wave in my heart, especially the old village chief. It is impossible for them not to have heard the name of Han Yan, the boss of Calm Belt, the owner of the Fishman Island. And he is also a fearsome deep-sea demon in the sea. This fearsome dragon-shaped sea king wants to kill and needs no reason at all. If you have to say it, it is as strange as human beings to plunder money. Because of this, countless merchant ships and pirates have cursed this devil-like creature in their hearts more than once, but unfortunately none of their curses have worked. But, now this giant dragon with 2 wings, and the appearance of a dragon, will it be the rumored Sea Emperor? But when Han Yan spoke in person, these people reacted. After all, someone who has seen the deep-sea demon, the Sea Emperor, with his own eyes. There are not many alive. Besides, after disappearing for 10 years, it is not an exaggeration to reappear even with a changed appearance. Neptune, have mercy, we didn't know this was your island. Yes, if we knew it was your territory, we would have evacuated it a few years ago. Hearing these Marines who were afraid of death, Han Yan squinted at them, and then said, "Go and tell the world that Warship Island no longer exists. From now on, Warship Island will be renamed Dragon Island. By me Han Yan come take over. Yes, Lord Sea Emperor." These Marines nodded frequently. After all, they dare not offend Han Yan at this juncture. Dozens of warships and hundreds of Marines have already perished in the flames. If less than 10 of them are disrespectful, it is difficult to guarantee that the dragon in front of them will not eat them. Okay, you can leave now. Following Han Yan's voice, these Marines searched for boats and fled here quickly as if they were relieved. Staring at the sea where the dust is gradually settling in the distance, the rising waves also subsided slowly, and an old man approached, making Han Yan look sideways slightly. "Human, what do you have to say?" Seeing the old village chief knelt directly in front of him, Han Yan fell silent. "Master Neptune, on behalf of Warship Island, oh no, the residents of Dragon Island thank you." "Thank me." Han Yan, who was stunned by the sincerity of the old village chief, widened his eyes, and said in a funny way, "First killed Marine and destroyed their boat. You came to thank me. It's funny. Those Marines. Alas, it's a long story. But Lord Neptune, we know that we can get peace under your protection, but we don't have the so-called money. If it is possible, we are willing to pass it on from generation to generation, to serve you." The old village head showed excitement in his eyes, and at the same time secretly looked at Han Yan's face. Unfortunately, Han Yan is not a human being, and he can't tell the change in his expression. "Haha, interesting. But of course I know that you have no money. This time it's all out of wanting to help that little girl. You don't need to confess to me. Beast. It is also her blessing to get the Sea Emperor, no, Dragon God's approval. We have been passed down from generation to generation. Since ancient times, we have been friends with the Dragon clan and lived together on that island. Unfortunately, it has now become a lost place." The eyes of the old village head were full of regret. Judging from the ancient books, if the lost land hadn't died before it was destroyed, it would be so magnificent. Suddenly, bursts of clear dragon chant sounded in the sky, and everyone's eyes, including Han Yan's, were attracted by the thousands of thousand-year-old dragons circling in the sky. This kind of scene is so shocking that many people may not even see it once in a few lifetimes. You must know that these are all legendary creatures, and it is difficult to see one at ordinary times, but today there are tens of hundreds of thousand-year-old dragons flying in front of my eyes. Shocked the old village head and others even more. But what surprised them even more was that after the group of Millennium Dragons found Han Yan, the black dragon of Haki, they suddenly fell from the sky slowly like courtiers and then bowed their heads and prostrated themselves on the ground. It's not the so-called plot of domineering aura and dragon majesty. It's 3.5 because these thousand-year-old dragons have a certain amount of wisdom. As sub-dragon species, they are attracted by the breath of real giant dragons from thousands of miles away, and, the only old thousand-year-old dragon on the island attracted by that mysterious emotion of death. These Millennium Dragons. People who saw this scene became even more convinced of Han Yan's identity as the Dragon God. What's more, a powerful black dragon like Deathwing is the only real giant dragon in this world. These Millennium Dragons should go to the Lost Land to hatch their eggs. Lord Dragon God, your arrangement is. The Lost Land, I haven't been there, maybe somewhere on the edge of Calm Belt. Chapter 55 Dragon Sacrifice. When seeing the Millennium Dragon for the first time, Han Yan was a little disappointed. These creatures can only be regarded as flying birds at best, and their vitality is not very strong, and eating them will only increase their health. Just don't know, there's actually something special about it. Roar. The roar of dragons resounding through the sky was constantly echoing over the island, and soon, Han Yan gradually lowered his head. From now on, this will be Dragon Island. Thousand-year-old dragons are allowed to live here. And you, please return to your old profession. From now on, I will hang my Han Yan flag on the island, and no one will dare to invade this place. As Haki's declaration fell, Han Yan flapped his dragon wings and flew into the depths of the valley. As soon as he entered the sky above the valley cave, Han Yan saw the dead thousand-year-old dragon. Perhaps for it, being able to catch a glimpse of Han Yan and his companions is already worthwhile. Wu, Abis wept sadly. When she saw Han Yan, she ran over quickly, holding his huge paw and said sadly, Mr. Bad Dragon 05, Lord Dragon, it is dead. I know, but its wish has been granted. Han Yan said calmly, then lifted Abis's body, placed it on the giant claws, and motioned her to look at the 1,000-year-old dragons below the island. Then he said, from now on, this will be Dragon Island. It used to be a part of the Lost Lands. It is not an exaggeration to call it Dragon Island now. Abis nodded with red eyes, and then wiped away the tears she shed. The dead will eventually pass away, and the newborn will follow. Abis, go pray for the little ones who are about to be born. If that is really your dream, become a priest. Be able to baptize all things, communicate with all things, and become a person respected by the world. Sacrifice. I want to be a priest, but, what kind of priest do I want to be? Apis opened her wet eyes, and then stared at the huge Longan. Everything has a soul, that is the place of baptism. Become a powerful and holy one, dragon priest. Dragon priest. Well, if you can maintain your sincerity to the dragon, perhaps, I will consider signing a contract with you and make you a real dragon priest. That way, you can borrow my power, and you will be able to the power to protect your village. Han Yan stared at her with slightly gentle eyes, the eyes of this 8-year-old pure and flawless girl. Well, I will work hard. Hee, Mr. Bad Dragon, make an appointment. The agreement will not change, if you really get my approval. Smiling without saying a word, Han Yan stopped talking. Soon, he set his sights on the dead Millennium Dragon. The dragon claw slowly covered it, and the next moment, a strange light appeared in his hand. Plunder -point extract. Soon, under this special power, a blue stone appeared in his hand. This, what is it? Suddenly, Han Yan looked at the stone-like thing suspiciously and stared at it. Congratulations on getting Life Stone. Congratulations on extracting 1,000-year-old dragon soul. 2 subtle beeps came back in his mind, and Han Yan realized that this high-cold system had suddenly appeared. Life Stone. He looked at the cyan stone in surprise. Soon a message appeared in front of him. Life Stone. Increases health to a certain extent. The upper limit varies, and the level of the creature determines the number. Source. Obtained when drawing from large creatures. Good thing, but it can increase strength for nothing. Of course, it's useless to me. The value of life, to put it bluntly, is also equivalent to life and strength. In the world of pirates, humans can become stronger through practice. Slashing steel with a knife, crushing rocks with a fist, etc. can all be done. But the weak want to gain strength for nothing, that is through Devil Fruit. And the Life Stone is the same as the Life Spar of Tiandao, but the power is much more relaxed. It directly increases the life value without any side effects. In layman's terms, it is the Experience Stone. According to the setting of the game, it is usually the attribute value. Eat one to increase HP and strength points. With this method, it can be continuously enhanced until the bottleneck of the biological race. I'll give you this thing. Saying that, under the control of suction, the Life Stone was thrown into Abis' arms by Han Yan. Looking at the fist-sized thing, and knowing that it was obtained from Master Long, Abis nodded vigorously and then put it away. No matter whether she eats or not, as long as she brings it with her, she will be absorbed slowly. That way, she will gradually become stronger. Of course, her body will also grow faster. Perhaps this is a disadvantage. The disadvantage is that the growth rate is increased by 410 liters, and the advantage is that theoretically, when the life increases, the youthful appearance will also increase. There is no such thing as aging. As long as there is a Life Stone, it is eternal youth. As for the 1,000-year-old dragon soul, this thing is considered a soul fragment. Directly absorbed by Han Yan to enhance his dragon soul. However, it is very weak and the effect is not very obvious. Perhaps, the Sea Emperor who has been missing for many years should also come back. I just don't know if the sea has forgotten me. Staring at the sea area of the distant sky, that piece of blue line. Han Yan let out a cold sound to himself. P.S. The Dragon Priest is almost set. In fact, there are still many interesting stories and characters, but everyone definitely doesn't like spoilers. The author will not remind, except for occasional explanations, about the follow-up plot. I won't talk about it. In short, many wonderful plots have outlines and ideas. If you encounter something that is not very interesting in the future, don't worry about it. Maybe it's just a foreshadowing. Believe me, the word, strong and invincible, how to read. If you have ideas and suggestions, please leave them in the book review, and if you have malicious intentions, forget it. Chapter 56 Amazing Changes. Girl Abis. In Dragon Island, the day after Han Yan left. Feelings towards dragons, impressions of the past, with respect and admiration. The people on Long Island began the ancient rituals and respectful prostrations, and the sincerity and serenity enveloped everything on the island. Built in the center of the island, on the side of the village, is their holy place. The hall of the banner of the dragon god Han Yan, where the dragon statue will be built in the future. In this world, belief is free, and different ethnic groups and tribes believe in different gods or creatures. But on this island, what they believe in is the dragon. It's a title, Dragon God of the Sea Emperor. The Millennium Dragon clans also decided to settle down here with the consent of Han Yan. The huge group that migrates once every 1,000 years has finally found a place where they can rest in peace. No wind, the edge of the belt, Dragon Island. Here, it can also be regarded as the domain under the jurisdiction of Han Yan. After all, the current Han Yan is a real calm belt. Oh my. Where's Abis? Under this solemn and grand sacrifice, the old village chief Bogudin frowned. Abis is the new priest who can succeed him, but she is not here in the process now. How could this allow him to hand over this great and sacred profession to her in the future? From the current situation, it is more or less likely that Abis should still be hiding in a certain room. Village chief, let me go and see that child. A young girl replied. Alas, well, Lalu, just go and see. Quote, okay, all right. The young girl named Lalu nodded, and then left here with a faint smile. Although the time was short and the sacrificial hall hadn't been built yet, Abis should still be in the small room where she usually sleeps. Now the former old priest and village head is presiding over the scene. Even if Abis is not there, it doesn't matter, but in general it is a bit out of etiquette. What's more, this is the first time to pray to Lord Dragon God. Abis, are you there? I'm going in. Dong dong, knocked lightly on the wooden door, and the young girl asked loudly. Sister Lalu. Inside the door, there was a weak voice. The voice was sweet and pleasant, but it was not like Abis's usual immature voice. Immediately, the young girl frowned worriedly. What's the matter, Abis? Are you sick? The voice sounds weird. No. The voice became a little flustered, and soon there were bursts of messy sounds in the room, and then Abis's voice came from inside again. Sister Lalu. Can I not go to participate in the sacrifice? That's not allowed. The village chief called you to find you. What's more, Abis, you are also the successor of the next sacrificial priest, so you can't be lazy like this. The young girl shook her head slightly and sighed, then said, since you won't come out, then I'll go in. After finishing speaking, he didn't care about Abis's obstruction. The young girl pushed open the wooden door with a creak sound. What catches the eye is the softer pure girl-style dress. In the traditional and simple house, except for a cabinet, it is a girl's bed. A girl with pale blonde hair curled up in a corner, and her body could be seen trembling slightly. On the girl's face, there was a pair of bright and moving big black eyes, looking pitifully at the girl Lalu who broke in suddenly. Under the sunshine outside the window, her delicate skin looked extraordinarily fair, and her thin, rosy lips were so cute that she wanted to be possessed by others. But that holy and pure aura made others feel ashamed and wanted to bow their heads. And right next to the body of this beautiful young girl, there are all shattered mirror fragments. May I ask who you are? After seeing this touching girl, Lalu asked subconsciously. I'm Abis. Sister Lalu, don't you know me? Woo woo. Like a frightened kitten, it huddled in a corner and did not want people to approach it. But after the girl saw the person coming, she immediately made a sound of grievance, whimpering and crying in a low voice. 0. Seeking flowers. Abis. The young girl's eyes widened, staring at the beautiful girl in disbelief. The boss opened his mouth, as if he couldn't believe that this was Abis. I'm Abis. The girl nodded abruptly, then showed Lalu the things beside her, and talked about the past events she was familiar with. It is really Abis, but how did you become like this? You are so beautiful, you are envied by your sister. No, aren't you a little girl? How did you change so much? The young girl blinked, confirming again and again as if she couldn't accept the reality. After seeing the light yellow color chiffon dress on the girl's body that looked much smaller, she barely realized it. It's not that someone else became Abis, but that Abis suddenly grew up overnight. The long skirt that was originally a little too big has now become a long skirt with strapless shoulders, the beautiful collarbone is looming, and the skirt is much smaller. It's like mini angel wings, not too big at all. I don't know. Abis shook her head in fear, she didn't know why she had changed so much. But she went on to say, I woke up like this after I slept, and I found that my strength has increased a lot. Also, I can hear things that I couldn't hear before, and the eyes are brighter, so you can see things in the distance clearly. What a miraculous change, is this the blessing of the dragon god? The girl Lalu stared wide-eyed, looked at Abis enviously and said, but, you have become so beautiful, I am really envious of many girls. Dragon god, well, it's the one from yesterday, cough cough, the dragon master who brought you back. Mr. Bad Dragon. Ah, I remembered. Death. Chapter 57 Marine's Measures. Suddenly, Abis recalled that when she was sleeping yesterday, she kept the stone thrown to her by Han Yan next to her pillow. But after waking up in the morning, the blue stone was gone. It was something left to her by Lord long after his death. How could it be lost? However, in the process of searching, Abis accidentally saw herself in the mirror. After seeing the change in herself, she let go of her hand in a daze, and the mirror fell to the ground. It's that stone. It's something left to me by Mr. Bad Dragon after Master Long died. Api's eyes gradually filled with mist, as if she was about to cry at any time. Yes, what did the dragon god and heavenly man give you later? Lalu asked subconsciously. 870, well, when I woke up today, it was gone. Abis nodded, and did not deny it. I think the reason why you have changed so much is because of that stone. Ah, I'm really envious. I really want one, but I don't know if Lord Dragon God will reward me. Lalu's eyes glowed, dreaming that one day Han Yan would give her such a blue stone. It was precisely with this thought in mind that Han Yan unknowingly had another girl admirer in him. HMPH, Mr. Bad Dragon didn't forget to bully me when he left. Oh, yes, Abyss. Anyway, today is the first big day to sacrifice to the dragon god, and you have to go together. Thinking of the surprise that the villagers will show when they see the change of Abyss next. And who would have thought that this beautiful girl who seemed to be 13 or 14 years old would actually be a young girl who was only about 8 years old? Lalu snickered from the bottom of her heart with wicked thoughts. Ah, I haven't changed my clothes yet. Stop talking, let's go. Go to my house to change clothes, and the Congress celebration will begin. Said, without waiting for Abyss to speak. The girl Lalu took her wrist and dragged her outside. Regardless of whether Abyss will become a real dragon priest in the future, let alone mention it, but at this time, it is far away in Naval Headquarters. Marineford, Naval Headquarters, is still the old place, Marshal Sengoku's office. What? The table slammed loudly, and Sengoku listened to the call from Marine, who was deliberately let out by Han Yan, returned to one of the branches from the sea, with a gloomy expression on his face. Battleship Island was occupied, dozens of warships were destroyed, and hundreds of Marines were all killed in the Sea of Fire. And now they are still being threatened. When did a Sea Kings become the protagonist of the sea? Quote, squinting his eyes slightly, Sengoku's originally dignified face was gloomy and terrifying. The Neptune who fought against the four emperors Whitebeard 10 years ago is now occupying Marine's territory. Perhaps this scourge should not have been kept in the past, but Marine really couldn't do anything about it at sea, but now. Either designed it to murder this elusive guy, or just let it develop. Sea Kings with wisdom should not be difficult to solve. But the terrifying power described, Tisk, is another troublesome master. 4 emperors have just left for a few years, and the long silent Sea King came out to steal the limelight again, huh? Humph, come on, let Aokiji Admiral come over. Yes, in addition, step up the investigation and try to collect all the abilities and data of the Sea Emperor Han Yan. Yes, watching the staff go out, Sengoku's brows were deep. This time, it's for real. At least before starting a war with this big guy, let's figure out his purpose first. This time Aokiji Admiral was sent out, not for war, but for interrogation. Ocean Emperor, what is your purpose? Unconsciously, this behemoth gradually became a thorn in the eyes of many caring people. And with the news of Neptune's return, the first half of the Grand Line, New World, 4 emperors, and world government all began to pay attention, consciously or unconsciously. Some people think that Han Yan is a troublesome master, while some people expect it to set off huge waves and make this chaotic era even more turbid. No matter what people think, at this time above the upside-down mountain, a huge shadow that covers the sky and the sun flashes past. After seeing the whale Laboon again, something happened that made Han Yan slightly interested. Laboon didn't hit the wall anymore, instead, there was a Straw Hat pirate logo on his head full of scars. But Han Yan didn't intend to go down, so he flew directly from the sky under the surprised gaze of Crocus. Quote, Is that, the Emperor of the Sea? Crocus put away the newspaper, hurriedly got off the chair in the viewing platform, and then stared at the shadow gradually turning into black dots in the distance and murmured. I just went to an interesting pirate group yesterday, and now the Emperor of the Sea has also gone to the Grand Line. I don't know if there will be any amazing news in the newspapers in a while. Shaking his head and sighing, Crocus said hello to Laboon and returned to the chair, continuing to read the newspaper quietly. Ships who want to enter the Grand Line must choose one of the 7 magnetic belts extending from the inverted mountain. No matter if they depart from any of the islands, they will definitely be on a fixed route, and the last island they arrive at will be on a fixed route. Is Raft 0.5 Lu, the island that only the team of One Piece has ever reached in history. And Han Yan doesn't care about anything, just fly forward. No matter what, you will eventually come across the red line. Below that is the Fishmen Island, which I haven't seen for a long time. And starting from Whiskey Peak, this is the road Han Yan chose. In fact, Han Yan will choose this route no matter what, after all he is most familiar with this route, he used to swim to Guy Island from this route, and he still has some necessary things to do. Of course, he does not have a record pointer, but Han Yan can guess the change of the ocean current through perception, and specifically choose the direction of the correct route. Soon, changes in the environment caught Yan's attention. Chapter 58 New Prey. The weather and currents here are unpredictable. When he sensed a threatening cold coming from the distant sky, Han Yan's body surface suddenly lit up with flames, and the scorching breath made the ice and snow near his body evaporate instantly. As for Han Yan, he also successfully entered the iceberg's domain. The reason why the Grand Line is called the Grave of Pirates is mainly because of the existence of the 4 major forces in addition to the harsh environment. In OP's world, the 4 major forces have always maintained this delicate balance with each other. Once these 4 major forces are out of balance, the huge power generated is enough to collapse the balance of the world. It is also because of the existence of these 4 major forces that the Grand Line has become the Cemetery of Pirates. The 4 forces on the Great Route are Naval Headquarters, 4 Emperors, 7 Warlords of the Sea, and Sea Emperor. Let's not talk about Marine, 4 Emperors and Shichibukai. This is the main reason for maintaining the balance of forces. The other Sea Emperor Force 05 is much worse than the first 3. Although the power seems to be much smaller, few people dare to provoke this terrifying monster. Naturally, it goes without saying that most people would not dare to go to Calm Belt. Compared with Nine Snakes Island, the Fishmen Island is the top priority, because of the sensation caused by the Sea Emperor at that time. So much so that the selling price of Murloc slaves is as high as sky high now, starting from almost 100 million berry, and even 500 million mermaids. Of course, even the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, dare to kidnap, even the Marine Admiral can't do anything about it, and even Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, is willing to be a monster. The title of King of the Sea is really not something that timid pirates dare to provoke. Of course, driven by interests, some slave traders and pirates dare not touch the Fishmen Island, but run from the Fishmen Island the Murlocs who went to the open sea still occasionally attacked. What's more, because the shadow of the Sea Emperor has not been seen for about 10 years, some people even doubted whether the Sea Emperor is dead. At this juncture, a terrible creature called the Death Realm descended on East Blue. As the news spread, those who had originally moved subconsciously restrained themselves. But that doesn't include Baroque works. The deep-sea demons that the world fears, only Shichibukai and the 4 emperors are not afraid. Of course, this also includes the hero Sir Crocodile. But not all, such as Shichibukai Pirate Queen. After experiencing many blows from Han Yan, now almost hearing this name subconsciously reveals a touch of fear, wondering what kind of impact Han Yan's return will have on her. In short, today's Hancock is no longer the arrogant serpent in the original book. Now she has become more calm, beautiful and wise, and the Empress of Haki. But Han Yan never dies, she has always been in the form of one person below 10,000 people. However, due to the disparity in strength and various conditions, on the contrary, Hancock lost the hatred he once had. The smart girl now wants to know more about what this monster, which grew up at the same age as her and haunted her in dreams, will turn out to be, and what kind of actions it will have with human intelligence. P.S. After the layout is concise, the next step is the progress. Clouds hang over Whiskey Peak, and Han Yan also passed by here at this time, looking down at this strange town from the top of the sky. If I remember correctly, this town should be called Whiskey Peak. It is said to be the lair of bounty hunters from the Shichibukai Crocodile Faction's Baroque Work Agency. Looks like something interesting is going on down there. Quote, in the sky, the corners of Han Yan's mouth raised slightly. Under the detection of his net-like invisible predators, several tiny auras below were fighting, and among them happened to be several demon fruit powers, as well as a group of people he was familiar with. Straw Hat Luffy and his companions are fighting with members of Baroque Walker at this time. At this time, a lot of members of the Baroque Work Club were cut down, and Whiskey Peak also welcomed 2 unexpected guests. One is a tall man in a dark windbreaker. He has an afro and a pair of sunglasses. He looks very fashionable, like a rock singer. The other is a beautiful woman who is still holding a parasol in the middle of the night. She has blonde hair and wears a light yellow dress with lemons painted all over her clothes. Even the earrings are 2 lemon slices. It seems that she is indeed. I really like this fruit. It's midnight, and this town is really lively. The blonde woman Miss Valentine sighed. For such a trivial matter, you actually want to transfer us to the front line. It's like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Another tall man in a windbreaker, Mr. 5, picked his nose and said dissatisfied. However, while talking, the 2 of them walked into the small town of Whiskey Peak. In the dark cloud, Longyan, who was sharper than an eagle, saw this scene and showed a different expression. The sickle weasel fruit is still in the system space. I don't need that ability for the time being. I'll talk about it later when upgraded 927 is converted. And now, there are 2 more devil fruits. Well, light lion fruit is fine. Exploding fruit is a bit interesting, but it doesn't work much for me. You might as well recycle it. Muttering to himself, Han Yan plunged headlong from the sky. However, he was not in a hurry to appear, but carefully observed whether there were any resources worth plundering around. But at the same time, below the kilometer, bang! At this time, an explosion sounded, which immediately brought Zoro and the others back to their senses. Booger bomb. Wow, it's disgusting. What's going on with this guy? Zoro appeared out of nowhere, cut the booger in half, and looked at Mr. 5 in horror. You're the swordsman who cut down the town's commune. Why protect the Princess of Alabasta? Miss Valentine looked at Zoro with great interest, showing a gesture of listening. I don't want to either. The corner of Zoro's mouth twitched violently, but he also had his reasons. Subconsciously, he turned towards the money-grubbing woman behind him. Chapter 59, Neferutali Vivi. But soon his face showed joy. Nami and others pretended to be drunk, and now Luffy finally knew to help him, but why did he have such an ugly face? Hey, Luffy, are you here to help me? No, I can chop them up myself. Zoro smiled knowingly, naively thinking that Luffy was here to help him. Let's fight to the death, Zoro. 2 puffs of hot air came out of Luffy's nostrils. With a serious face, you actually cut down all the kind townspeople who gave us food. Is it because the food is not delicious? Hello. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Zoro's forehead. They are enemies. Boom. Luffy punched him directly, and Zoro dodged quickly. The next moment, a wall behind Zoro was instantly destroyed. Idiot. You are going to kill me. Zoro's eyes widened in anger. That's right, Luffy said confidently. Zoro was speechless at this moment, and kept making strange sounds from his throat. The brain nerves of the real guy are really amazing. You're an idiot. Suddenly, Nami ran out from behind and cursed Luffy with exaggerated fangs and angry face. Luffy, in fact, they have a disease that makes them uncomfortable if they don't get beaten. Do you know that? Stupid, who would believe such words? Zoro and the silent Miss Wednesday roared inwardly at the same time. Ah, that's how it is. Luffy blinked, punched his right fist on his left palm, made a snap sound, and at the same time showed an expression of enlightenment. Then apologized to Zoro. I'm sorry, I blamed you, Zoro. He really believed it. Everyone present except Nami was startled by the terrifying nerves. At this moment, Luffy bent over to apologize with his huge chubby belly, which looked ridiculous. But only Zoro couldn't laugh. He regretted it very much now. Should he have boarded the ship, and then he would not have met this weird captain. The farce is over, Mr. 5 inches Andy. Miss Valentine wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and said, it's long overdue. Mr. 5 put his hands in his pockets and said, then let's finish the task quickly. If you dare to stop us, kill us. Who are they? Luffy looked at the two people who were talking with a puzzled look. It's the enemy. Zoro twitched the corner of his mouth violently again, explaining feebly. Then deal with them. Fix us. The fashion duo laughed out loud as if they had heard some big joke. Then you go die first. Bang. A few minutes later, the two fell to the ground in embarrassment with a bruised nose and a swollen face. They looked like pigs' heads. So powerful. Staring blankly at the combat power of Zoro and Luffy, Miss Wednesday Neferu Teli Vivi suddenly showed a glimmer of hope, as if she felt that she could return to Alabasta. Thank you very much for saving me, but Billy and Barry, don't think about it. What? Why? Aren't you a princess? Nami was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at her suspiciously. As a princess of a country, how could she not get a Billy and Barry? Have you ever heard of Alabasta? Vivi simply spread his hands, and then said in a desolate tone, it was once known as a peaceful country with a great civilization. It used to have a lot of wealth, but now, what's the matter? Nami asked curiously. We are facing civil strife. Revolutionary actions have begun to appear in recent years. The people continue to cause riots, and the country is becoming more and more chaotic. Vivi clenched her fists tightly, her eyes flashed with resentment. She slowly let go. He sighed and continued, until one day, I heard the name of this organization. Baroque Work Society. I found out that this organization was secretly instigating the people, but apart from this information, I couldn't find anything. There is no way to deal with him, so I came with Ikaram. I want to try to get into this organization, and if I can find out who is behind the scenes and his purpose. Did you find anything? What was their purpose? Nami asked suspiciously. W seized Alabasta, so I must hurry home and tell the people the truth and stop this dispute. Quote, Vivi said with an ugly face and a stern tone. So that's the case, then who is their boss? Zoro asked in surprise. Those who are entrenched in Alabasta and who have the ability to seize the kingdom at the same time, 7 warlords of the sea, crocodile. Vivi said with a fearful expression. I understand, your country has no money because of civil strife, right? If you had money, there should be no civil strife. Nami's expression suddenly turned cold. I don't want to get involved. No money, who will escort her back to the country? Why should she provoke 10 enemies? And she is still such a terrible character. In terms of being greedy for money, Nami is even worse than Han Yan. At least in Han Yan's eyes, he is not greedy for money, but for collecting resources. Qian Majao, at this time, Han Yan, who was in the dark cloud of the sky, took all what Vivi said into his ears with his knowledge, and suddenly lost the desire to go down. It seems that being poor can save people, damn it. HMPH, you can't escape. I've recorded your faces, wait for them to tell the boss. Miss Valentine smiled rejoicingly, then pointed at a bird and a sea otter on the roof gloatingly and said. What? Nami's expression suddenly changed, grabbed Vivi's collar, and roared, what's the situation? You told us this on purpose. But at this moment, the sound of rumbling wind rang above their heads. Alabasta, is it really not worth a penny? Soon, under the pale moonlight, it came. Chapter 60 The Terrible Dragon. As the oppressive feeling like a heavy mountain swept from the sky, the faces of Zoro, Nami and others changed dramatically, and this familiar and fearful atmosphere suddenly descended. They immediately recalled that scene at that time. Yes, it's the Emperor of the Sea, Nami said with a pale face. At this juncture, damn it. Gritting his teeth, Zoro stared at the terrifying dragon in the sky overlooking all beings, then his eyelids twitched, watching its coming with vigilance and a little fear. On the other hand, Vivi's eyes widened dully, looking at the shadow that covered the moonlight, showing a look of horror or emptiness. Just when she thought she was about to die, the shadow in the sky suddenly spoke. Alabasta, is it really that worthless? Squinting down, the terrifying body crashed to the ground. The terrifying impact caused the surrounding rocks to shatter, and the earth seemed to be lifted up. In the dusty mist, a black-red terrifying dragon revealed its figure. Ah, hey, it's Han Yan, why are you here? The little guy on the ground. When Luffy first saw Han Yan, it was as if he saw some old friend. Bouncing over with a chubby belly full of food, 10 faces said happily. .740, is this an idiot? Han Yan felt emotional in his heart, looking at this Luffy who was not afraid to run to his feet, and then stretched his arms to run to his shoulders. He flicked his claws speechlessly, and the huge dragon claws stepped on him in an instant, only a small head was exposed. Ah, Han Yan, why did you hit me? Let me out. Luffy, lying on the ground, didn't realize what was going on, but yelled with displeasure on his face. Luffy, Nami had just recovered from the shock. When she saw this horrific scene, she yelled in a hurry. But soon, when she looked at Han Yan again, Only then did she clearly realize what level of existence the monster in front of her was. For a person like her, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a god. That huge body, standing under its feet, Nami couldn't even see what kind of scale armor Han Yan's chin was. Not to mention what kind of longan is on the high dragon head. As high as 100 meters, with both arms outstretched, it is 500 meters. If it is not AFDD, people with better eyesight, they may not be able to observe carefully. If Nami is given a choice, he would rather be hunted down by Shichibukai than meet such a guy. But under the gaze of Zoro and her, the giant dragon lowered its head instead, and locked its eyes on itself. Hi, Lord Haihuang, I don't know what orders you have, ho 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 ho. Nami squeezed out a smile on his terrified face, and then a cold sweat broke out on his back. I remember you. You were the little girl who scolded me. There was an indifferent look in Han's eyes, but there was a bit of evil in his heart. You must have misremembered. The Emperor of the Sea is so mighty, how could someone without eyes scold you? Are you right, Zoro? Nami quickly hit Zoro hard. He gritted his teeth and stared at Han Yan in anger, but quickly stared at Han Yan cautiously. Oh, really? Are you saying I have a bad memory? No, wasn't I scared at the time? Nami twitched the corners of her mouth, thinking that this was going to be the end of it, and when she was burning with anxiety, Hanji spoke softly. Why F2F? Well, for the sake of your 100 million berry back then, I'll let you go this time. Han Yan put away his thoughts and didn't talk too much with her. But as everyone knows, how much impact his words have had on Nami. I saw her complexion suddenly sank, and then a word popped out from her teeth, BD. What did you say? When the murderous longan stared at her, it was like a pot of cold water was being poured down. Nami suddenly realized, and smiled apologetically, no, nothing, I'm talking about this guy. She pointed at Zoro beside her, then twitched the corners of her mouth. You BD. Zoro glared at Nami angrily. You guys, take this guy and get out of my sight. Han Yan grabbed Luffy out together with the broken rocks on the ground, and then threw them in front of Nami and Zoro, making a dull rumbling sound. Ah, BD Han Yan, why are you always targeting me? Luffy stared dissatisfiedly, and finally understood through the repeated beatings that Han Yan was full of malice towards him. Get lost, don't wait for me to eat you. Need to strip Luffy's devil fruit. At least not now, Han Yan wants his devil fruit to be useless. Unless it's only in the third stage, it's too lazy to eat it. You can't eat this thing indiscriminately, otherwise it will affect your blood. However, Han Yan also ignored Luffy, and then looked at Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine who were lying on the ground. His heart moved, and a terrible suction was born in his hands. And soon, under the watchful eyes of these people and Miss Valentine's panic, the whole person flew out backwards. Ah, don't eat me. See Emperor, please forgive me. Horrified screams pierced the silent sky, causing Luffy and others to look up frequently. Then, under the gaze of Vivi and them, the two demon fruit powers were swallowed by a bloody mouth. The duo didn't even have a chance to ask for help, so they were swallowed by Han Yan. Not everyone is Monkey King, and getting into Han Yan's stomach is the scariest thing. Terrible magma and lightning will kill any object in an instant want to survive. It is almost impossible, even the life of steel will not work, and their end is only to be stripped of devil fruit by Han Yan and thrown into the system space. Let's go. Seeing this scene, Nami's forehead was covered with cold sweat of gratitude. Quickly signaled Zoro to pull Luffy away from here. Following her, Princess Vivi also secretly moved to leave here, and at this moment, those violent eyes locked on her. Chapter 61. The Princess and the Dragon. They can go because they paid. You can't. The deep and thick voice rang in Vivi's ears, making her tremble as she was about to turn around and leave, and then turned around honestly. Soon, the black dragon moved forward and came directly in front of her. Hi, Master Neptune. When Vivi thought of the civil strife in his country and being entangled by a dragon at this time, he suddenly had the urge to cry. You haven't answered my question yet, Alabasta, is it really as worthless as you say? Han Yan asked with some doubts. No matter if there are any good things, he has to go to check once. No matter if there is nothing when you go there, just count yourself as unlucky. If it was in the past, you might still have some hope, see Emperor. But now, the country is in civil strife, and survival is a problem, let alone treasure. Princess Vivi endured the fear in her heart, and then spoke, said. Then you princess is worthless. Han Yan's eyes turned cold, and he looked at her with some disappointment. No, Lord Neptune, it cannot be said that all the money of the kingdom has disappeared, most of it has been looted by Shichibukai crocodile. If you, Princess Vivi said in a low voice. Seeing her like this, Han Yan snorted coldly, and the dull oppressive feeling immediately strangled her heart. You want to use me? No, dare not, I'm sorry. With a pale face, Vivi apologized regretfully at this moment. If you want to hire the Sea Emperor, it's not impossible. Han Yan grinned at the corner of his mouth, revealing a sneer, and then said in a low voice, as long as the amount you offer is high enough, there is nothing I dare not do. Of course, the starting price is also high. If you want Shichibukai's head, start with 1 billion. The heads of the 4 emperors, start with 100 billion. Of course, even naval headquarters and world government I dare to do something reckless, provided that you can give me a price worth taking the risk. Billion starts. After hearing this number, Vivi's face turned ugly, and after hearing the words that made her dare not even think about it, she even lowered her head with a pale face. After hearing what the scary monster behind him said, Nami hurriedly pushed Luffy and the two to go out with lingering fear. Neptune, indeed, is as greedy as the rumors say, but what is the 4 emperors he is talking about? Zoro asked suspiciously. I don't know, but the Shichibukai are so scary, and the price is 100 times worse than the 4 emperors. It seems that the 4 emperors are much more powerful. Hee, but the big guy doesn't seem to be as greedy as Nami. To shut up, Luffy said something coincidentally, but the next moment he was punched on the head by an angry Nami. However, I am very puzzled. Why would such a powerful person appear in this small place? Also, it seems that he is very familiar with Luffy's elders. Finally, I would like to ask why this idiot captain would directly recognize that Giant the Dragon will be the Sea Emperor. Isn't the Sea Emperor he has seen a long sea dragon? What, Zoro, are you talking about me? Luffy pointed to his nose and wondered, and then continued. I don't know, anyway, my intuition tells me that it is Han Yan. Helpless, follow this Captain Yuchi. Alas, forget it, let's go see how Sanji and the others are doing. Saying that, the 3 of them left here and walked towards the interior of the town. And the direction of the dragon and the princess. A princess who can't even protect her own country has the right to negotiate with me in vain. A weak person like you is a sinful existence in itself. With sarcastic words in his mouth, Han Yan glanced at Vivi who was in tears, then turned around, and was about to leave here. Wait a minute. Vivi seemed to see that the straw of hope was about to break. She said loudly, please, help me. I would like to thank you on behalf of the entire Alabasta. Han Yan didn't answer her, and when he was about to shake Longyi and stand up, under his perception, the tiny figure behind him suddenly knelt on the ground. Please, help the kingdom. All I'm willing to give of myself. It seemed that the dragon had stopped, and Vivi's eyes showed a look of joy, but the next moment he froze. What do you give? You don't have money, you don't have power, and you don't have racial talent. It's not demon fruit power. Hey, do you want to give away your body? Sorry, I don't like eating bones like you little guy. Well, the chat is over, and you should be glad you didn't die. .00. After Han Yan finished speaking, he turned around without any change in expression. Seeing this scene, Vivi became anxious and said loudly, I am willing to dedicate all the valuable things in the kingdom to you, and I am willing to designate the kingdom as your territory. 1. Song wants you to stop the outbreak of war, don't let those people kill each other. The girl cried loudly with tears in her eyes. She knew in her heart that if she missed this opportunity, there would be no possibility of a comeback. Therefore, she is willing to dedicate all of herself to beg for a charity from the Sea Emperor. What's the difference between a worthless kingdom and a subjugated country? Let alone attracting my attention. The dragon didn't give the princess any chance at all. It turned its slightly ferocious head sideways and whispered, goodbye, little princess. After all, not everyone can get my protection. A worthless creature is equivalent to the dead. I don't know if I have the right to talk to you, but I know. With tears in her eyes, Vivi stood up. The next 10 sentences made the cold poison in the face of a certain woman who eavesdropped in the dark changed with relish. Chapter 62 Ancient Weapon Plunderer. With tears in her eyes, Vivi stood up and looked up to the sky. I don't know if I have the right to talk to you, but I know, the royal tomb under the Alabasta Palace has something that the world fears. Han Yan gradually stopped, staring at the girl with cold eyes. For the sake of the country, are you not afraid of destroying the world? If the country is destroyed, then how can I face the world? How can I face my ancestors after death? A trace of fear flashed in Vivi's eyes, and he yelled loudly with a trembling voice. It's crazy, it's scary. The princess who is willing to destroy the world for the sake of the country, you are very good. But I like people like you. If I have a human body now, I might be attracted to you and can't help pursuing you. Han Yan turned around in surprise. He didn't expect the princess to be forced to such an extent, so he couldn't help joking. I'm laughing at you. Vivi doesn't have that qualification. Vivi smiled shyly. She naturally knew that Han Yan was just playing a bad joke. In her mind, the evil dragon in front of her probably likes the kind of 420 brutal, strong, heaven-defying female dragon. And the giant dragon should look at itself no differently from a bug. The so-called evil dragon falling in love with a princess can only appear in fairy tales, but now it is an inversely proportional portrayal of reality. What is that thing? Han Yan didn't have any extra words, and asked straight to the point. But under the cover of his observation haki, a hand with its ears protruding from a corner of a certain wall also popped out. Ancient weapon. Plunderer. A weak voice spewed out from Vivi's trembling lips, as if full of fear when he said this sentence. Han Yan's eyes suddenly became cold, and then returned to the original. In the original book, the construction blueprint of Plunderer is on Frankie in the capital of Seven Waters. However, this so-called worst battleship in history, a super battleship that can destroy an island with one shot, is now sleeping somewhere in the world, and its location is currently only known to Nico Robin, who can understand the historical text in the original book. It seems that there is indeed a record of Plunderer's location in the royal vault under the Alabasta Palace. Poseidon. The Fishmen Island in the middle of the Grand Line, shaking the sea and shaking the ground, summoning huge sea kings, humanoid weapons inherited from mythology, capable of controlling the sea. Plunderer. Alabasta at the front of the Grand Line, a technological artillery, a fortress with both offensive and defensive capabilities, the crystallization of human beings on the ground, bringing hell on Earth. Uranus. The back section of the Grand Line, unknown location, can call the wind and rain, and can protect the place where it is. Serious nonsense. Why are you telling me this? Lord Neptune possesses the ability similar to Poseidon, the ability to summon the sea kings in the sea area of the world. This is well known. However, the Poseidon in the ancient weapons is also similar to you, but weaker than you. It's not a star and a half. In addition, Uranus and Pluton are naturally not worth mentioning to Lord Neptune. Compared to this, I believe that even if Pluton falls into your hands, it is much better than falling into the hands of evil people. Vivi pursed her lips, and then explained carefully. Not only that, Han Yan sneered and said, if it falls into my hands, even if others know the existence of Pluton, they will not make things difficult for Alabasta. Instead, they will point the finger at me. At that time, if the 4 emperors and the world government make war on me, and the sea will still shake. Do you think that Alabasta can survive safely? Or, you want me to compete with those 4 emperors and other forces to the death? AFFB. Hearing Han Yan's words, Vivi's eyes widened. She didn't think so, let alone think of it. No, Not only Vivi was taken aback, even the owner of the arm, who eavesdropped, was also very surprised. This sea emperor is not ordinary wisdom, and the legendary dragon is not so intelligent. But, what kind of freak is this cunning and powerful black dragon? I don't mind, though. Plutons are good stuff. Great value, I like them. Suddenly, Vivi and the other, Ear, who thought the big guy would be angry, were also surprised. This monster is moody, it's hard to figure out its true intentions. It turns out that people's hearts are not the most complicated. Suddenly, this idea suddenly rose in their hearts. Then, Sea Emperor, you. I agree, little princess, you did a great job. I am also very satisfied. Soon, Han Yan swept away the previous coldness, and the ferocious predator's eyes suddenly became gentle and full of love. This sudden change made Vivi stunned at a loss. As long as you are happy. Vivi twitched the corners of his mouth fiercely, as if he had realized how to deal with this monster that the world feared. It seems that there are valuable things, and they are still good things. This is Han Yan's weakness. Of course, the premise is that you have to show your sincerity. However, before that, let's settle some issues. Han Yan's heart moved, his eyes suddenly became violent and full of cruelty, and soon a scream came from the midair on the west side. A slender, beautiful woman with long straight black hair, a purple dress, a cowboy hat on her head, and a white ring on her left arm flew out backwards, no matter how she tried to stop her with flower fruit in the middle, but at this moment driven by terrible force, always in vain. Quote. Thump. The woman fell to the ground, supported the cowboy hat with her white palm, and then knelt on the ground while holding her slightly painful knee. The eyes are slightly fearful, and the dragon is playing with the eyes. Miss All Sunday, Vice President of Baroque Works. After seeing the woman's face clearly, Vivi was taken aback and couldn't help showing a little panic. But soon she realized who the guy behind her was. In front of the Sea Emperor, even Shichibukai Croakler would not be enough to watch. Chapter 63 The Past of Nico Robin and Han Yan. When Nico Robin, who was hiding in the dark, was swept away by a terrifying suction force, the whole situation fell into an eerie silence. Quote. Nico Robin saw the cold eyes of the magic dragon locked on his body, and suddenly bursts of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Seeing that the dragon has not opened his mouth, even Vivi quietly stayed aside, waiting for Han Yan's action. Will it eat her? Or, involuntarily, Vivi fell into cranky mode. 79,005. Suddenly, Han Yan's first sentence made, both of them stunned. What's the meaning? Robin blinked and asked subconsciously. I ask you, is it the one with 79 million berry? What's it called? Han Yan fell into deep thought. He knew the girl in front of him, but it had been many years since he came to the plane of One Piece. As a result, he almost forgot about many roles, let alone mention them. Good evening, Mr. Neptune. My name is Nico Robin. Robin smiled slightly, slandering in his heart. Knowing his bounty, but not knowing his name, he really deserves to be a greedy Sea Emperor. Well, not bad. Another demon fruit power. Soon, Han Yan slowly opened his bloody mouth, and a strong suction came from his mouth. Immediately under Robin's astonished gaze, he quickly flew to the giant in the sky. Wait. The next moment, she panicked. This discord will eat up my own rhythm, and I am not even interested in asking questions or asking myself the purpose of coming here. 4 flowers bloom. Rope. After seeing this scene, Robin desperately stretched out countless arms with flower fruit to control himself and the surrounding buildings together. Wait a minute, Lord Neptune, I am not an enemy. With Robin's slightly fearful opening, the suction came to an abrupt end. Before she had time to relax, Han Yan's doubtful voice came out. Whether you are an enemy or not has nothing to do with whether I eat or not. If you are hungry, you should eat. Isn't this a matter of course? After speaking, open your mouth again. For Han Yan, beauty is not the way to measure a human woman. Ability is the most important thing. If she doesn't have the ability, it's better to eat her own ability. The corner of Robin's mouth twitched, when he was at a loss. Vivi didn't know whether it was because she couldn't bear it or something else, but instead spoke to dissuade her. Master Neptune, let her live. Not only Han Yan, but even Robin was slightly taken aback. Vivi came over and sighed. She is the only one who can understand ancient characters, O'Hara's female historian, Nico Robin. That's it. Han Yan stared closely at Robin's eyes, and then fell into memories, people from O'Hara. Wasn't that island bombarded by those idiots in Marine? Impossible, I watched the island perish with my own eyes. Neptune, did you go to O'Hara? Nico Robin's eyes widened, and after hearing Han Yan's words, he suddenly made a sound inconceivable. If I remember correctly, it was more than 10 years ago. I occasionally wandered into the sea area of O'Hara, and became an overlord of that sea area. But one day, a giant drifted over, and I fought with him. There was one fight, but no fight, but he must have been doing well at sea, and he seemed to drift to that island in the end, and that's when I knew about O'Hara. That giant is Saul. Jaguar D. Saul. Robin remembered the giant who drifted to O'Hara and was rescued by himself. Of course I like his cheerful and smiling personality, but in the end it was because of his death that I was able to survive. Thinking of this, Robin fell into a burst of sadness. You know him. Haha, unfortunately, that person was frozen under the sea by Marine Vice Admiral Kuzan. I ate him. Robin gritted his teeth, but could only sigh. After all, Saul would not have survived even if Han Yan hadn't eaten him. Shish, don't mention it. Back then, that guy Kuzan's ice age was really powerful, forcing me to dive into the deep sea to escape. Hee. Of course, if I meet that guy again now, I'm afraid the position will be reversed. Quote, 0. Ask for flowers. Han Yan talked about his scandals when he was young with some emotion, which happened in the sea circle calendar 1500 years ago. Robin and Vivi showed strange expressions on their faces. They didn't expect the mighty sea emperor to be so embarrassed. I can't even believe that the legendary, deep sea demon, dragon, sea killer, and so on still have such an interesting and humorous side. If you don't understand it, you probably don't know the other side of the sea emperor. Like Whitebeard, the world knows his haki and his strength. But not many people know that what he wants is not power, but family. Or maybe redheads, Blackbeard, Doflamingo, etc. 0. Every person or intelligent life has its own other side. It is easy to be evil for a day, but it is as difficult to be evil all your life as it is to be good all your life. No evil person can be evil all his life, and no good person can be good all his life. Han Yan is neither pure evil nor pure good. What he occupies is only from the perspective of a pure predator, but in essence, it is still the soul of a human being. Otherwise, what's the difference from the beast? Oh, by the way, that giant said something to me before he died. He seemed to be able to see that I have a high degree of wisdom. He seemed to be saying that if I met a girl named Nico Robin, hope I don't embarrass her. Han Yan stared at Robin with a slight smile, recalling that scene at that time. In the deep sea, when the immature ice is approaching, a terrifying black sea snake swooped up and strangled a giant falling into the sea tens of meters tall. The black snake's eyes were full of resentment, as if it could finally take revenge. But at the moment before the giant's throat was hanged, the indifferent snake eyes faced the giant eyes mixed with hot tears in the sea water. At that time, the giant's last words touched the heart of Black Snake. But the black snake ignored the giant's plea, just listened silently, strangled him to death and dragged him into the deep sea. After devouring the giant, the size of the black snake skyrocketed, and it was only then that the later Haihuang Longi gradually appeared. Chapter 64. The Princess Who Made a Deal with the Dragon. The wonderful silver moonlight shines and the breeze blows. Following Han Yan's narration, the two women, bathed in the moonlight, had no intention of admiring the refreshing scenery, and focused on listening to the stories from more than 10 years ago. But how could I agree to that giant's words? Staring at Nico Robin's eyes that were gradually shedding tears, Han Yan continued sarcastically, a person who can't care about his own safety is still thinking about others. I don't know how to say it, it's okay to call him stupid, smart or not. But maybe this is what human beings often say about emotion. Han Yan actually understands this feeling very well in his heart, even now that he is no longer a human being, he still understands it very well. However, I am in a good mood today. I have to go to Little Garden later to find some food to fill my stomach. You take this little princess to Alabasta at 400. Don't worry, I will definitely go. Really? Robin wiped away his tears with his blue eyes, staring at this magic dragon who had the same experience as himself in a sense, with a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. You are not afraid that I will tell the sand crocodile secretly and then will Pluton be made public? Remember, what is in front of you is not the black snake back then. It is the Sea Emperor. Han Yan smiled indifferently. After all, the fighting I have experienced is no less than the books you have read, or how many people in this world do you think can stop me? Indeed, if you are the Emperor of the Sea, if you launch an attack on one person, you might be able to rush up to the Holy Land Mariajoy and make a big fuss. Looking at the tall figure, Robin's eyes flickered, and he nodded thoughtfully. Who knows, though, little guy. Reconfirm our agreement, I'll help you pacify the chaos and deal with the Shichibukai sand crocodile, but the steel in the king's tomb is mine. The treasures in the kingdom are mine too. If you want to join Neptune's forces, it's okay to get my protection. 1 billion berry per year, as long as you can afford it, no one in Alabasta will dare to do anything wrong. Although I haven't entered the New World yet, I'm still a bit famous on the Grand Line. Han Yan continued with a very tolerant and sincere look. think about it, I'm only offering you such a favorable price for the sake of it's not easy for you. Why, how come? I can privately give you the steel, but I can't give you all the treasures of the kingdom. Of course, that damned crocodile's property must belong to the Sea Emperor you, those should add up to tens of billions of berry. Vivi said with a decadent expression. HMPH, alright. The deal is finalized. Before that, I won't protect your safety, so please yourself. Of course, Nico Robin can protect you. Hey, Lord Sea Emperor, in a sense, I'm still an enemy. Robin was surprised, he didn't expect that the responsibility of Vivi was left on him. You are very valuable, 79 million, you should also want to see the steel. Indeed, I need you to interpret it, and you need me to get your wish. In addition, there are also stels in Sky Island and the Fishman Island, and there are many more in New World. Go find the historical steel if you have the ability. Before that, you must give me the location of Pluton. It's really strong, but if I refuse, I don't know if this is considered a bargaining chip. Robin Fall smiled, as if he knew his usefulness. As long as the dragon wants to get Pluton, he must be very safe. There seems to be a strange magical power in the deep blue eyes that are shining. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. I can arrest you, throw you to the marine, or sell you as a slave. Or eat you, of course, don't try to doubt my words. You should know that the so-called chips is based on the same level of the two. Quote. I see, I have no choice. Han Yan is right, Robin is very aware of his strength. Only by being attached to such a powerful person can she realize her wish. But the premise is whether Han Yan is willing to help her. But now it seems a little unrealistic. It's really interesting to say, a devil's son, and a crazy princess, tisk tisk, what an interesting combination. Neptune, aren't you also a dragon that the world fears? Hey, that's right, but, there are also stories about magic dragons, and dragons are greedy for money. Of course, I am no exception to this. If you want to get the power of a magic dragon, then prepare a lot of money. Money and treasure. In the sky full of stars, Han Yan looked at the looming moon in the clouds, then he flapped his wings loudly, and went straight to the sky under the gaze of the two of them, merging perfectly with the moon. In the eyes of the two, it seemed like a dragon swallowing the moon, gradually disappearing into the sky, turning into a dark red shooting star and disappearing. The dragon is gone, leaving behind a disappointed princess. Robin stood up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. She stroked the cowboy hat, and looked at the bewildered Princess Vivi with a half smile. You heard it just now, Lord Neptune wants you to help me. Vivi took a step back vigilantly, and reacted from the lookout posture, only to realize that the woman beside her was also a dangerous guy. Yes, but how dare I not listen to the dragon's words? With Robin snapping his fingers, a big turtle crawling on the ground gradually crawled over. She said, if you don't mind, let's come together and go to Alabasta. Of course, I will find a way to prevent people from other work agencies from chasing you. As for the unlucky guys, it's different. All right. Under Vivi's hesitant nod, she quickly brought in another companion, Ikaram. When Ikaram knew that Vivi had made a deal with the magic dragon, he almost fainted from fright, but fortunately Vivi was fine. I just don't know how the magic dragon will treat Alabasta. Of course, this is a question for future consideration. Now, it's nice to be able to reach Alabasta safely. P.S. The original book didn't say where Pluton is for the time being, so I can only rely on my imagination. In the original book, Vivi didn't know Robin's identity in the steel, which can be regarded as the author's negligence, but Crocodile is looking for Pluton, which can't be wrong. Chapter 65 Giants vs. Dragons. The moonlight was in the sky, and the clouds were surging. The billowing black cloud was quickly dispersed by a red meteor, and a terrifying giant dragon covered with lava-like flame marks descended from the sky. It swooped down at that swift speed, like a falling meteor. Little Garden Island, also known as Prehistoric Island or Giant's Little Garden. And today, it may have an additional name, Dragon's Table. Little Garden is very close to Cactus Island, which is a one-day voyage for ships, but for Han Yan, it is only half an hour. But the place where Han Yan landed this time is Little Garden Island, which is full of virgin forests on both sides of the inland river. The prehistoric island of the Grand Line. That's right, after all, there is no communication between the islands, so each of them has developed its own civilization. Some have developed highly civilized islands, and some have not existed for thousands of years. The most primitive island with a little progress. This is especially obvious in Calm Belt, but there are also similar islands here. Perhaps the chaotic climate of the Grand Line does cause this possibility. The dinosaurs on the island do not know if there are dragons. Bloodline, logically speaking, it should be O5 or not. Even if there is, it should be the Earth Dragon subject of the Sub-Dragon branch. Some life stones should be drawn to. Seeming to have the potential to act as a narrator, Han Yan muttered in his heart, gradually recalling this familiar scene. If I remember correctly, there should be two people on the island. The wind was surging, and above the prehistoric island, a majestic momentum fell from the sky. As if announcing the arrival of the magic dragon, the dinosaurs on the island and the sleeping giant also woke up suddenly. Crack, blah, a powerful enemy is coming, Dory, it's been a long time since I've had this trembling fear. Oh, it's been a long time, Brigitte. After a while of silence, strange laughter resounded from the depths of the island, and two huge voices resounded alternately, causing the surrounding dinosaur giants to flee in panic. And as the two stood up, the ground began to tremble violently, and two giant figures suddenly emerged from the two huge bone rocks Yamanaka. Before the two giants stood up, a huge shadow in the sky landed impressively, the scales broke the trees, and the giant claws tore the ground. Taking a step, a strong heat wave rushes straight in. The terrible shock wave carries broken dust, leaves and vines, causing dinosaurs and giant beasts to run around in terror. The sky is covered by a hand. The wind is getting more and more rampant. Longway is getting more and more presumptuous, like 1,000 troops, mighty and mighty, ruthlessly tearing everything apart. This is a giant dragon. The two giants suddenly looked up at the terrifying dragon that had fallen into the depths of the forest. After seeing the terrifying appearance clearly, the legendary creature suddenly rang out. Kababababa, Dory, let's stop the war. Join hands to deal with this big guy. I don't know if we can become the legendary dragon-slaying warrior. This is an exciting record. One wears a two-horned helmet, has a yellow beard, nostrils upturned, and is somewhat fat. He wears a fur suit and a huge cloak. He has a huge shield in his hand and a huge axe pinned to his waist. It was the red ghost Brigi. GGGGG, yes, Brigi. But I think we might be its poo. One wore a single-horned helmet, a beard that grew to his chest, a slender figure, a huge shield, and a long sword pinned to his waist. It was Blue Ogre Dory. The giant axe and the giant sword waved twice, and the two giants held shields and walked back and forth vigilantly at the edge of the forest. Those eyes with soaring fighting intent fixed on the terrifying dragon that gradually raised its head in the depths of the forest, showing a trace of fear. Compared with Deathwing's huge body, the two giants looked like children. It looks like two children who are only half the height of an adult or provocative around the adult. It looks quite combat ready. Just after falling on the island from the 1,000-meter-high sky, Han Yan slowly climbed up from the ground that was almost shattered, as if he didn't land slowly but landed directly on all fours. This sudden impact also made him unstable for a while, and he almost fell to the ground. But soon, in the forest that was only half the height of his hind legs, a ferocious giant that reached his waist was walking over with a weapon. Moreover, he was still uttering provocative words without shame, but Han Yan didn't get angry. Instead, he raised a different kind of thought. Roar. The earth-shattering roar of the dragon resounded around the entire island, and the terrifying roar made the two giants of the Blue Ogre Red Ghost more vigilant. It seems to be mocking our incompetence, Dory. Looking at the ironic eyes of the black dragon, the Red Ghost Brigi also laughed out loud. Well, yes Brigi, I can tell it wants us to go first. Blue Ogre Dory nodded, seeming to see what the dragon meant. We are the strongest fighters in Al Papu village. With a loud shout, the huge sword and giant axe carrying 93's terrifying power immediately slashed out. Seeing the two attacking at the same time, one left and one right, the magic dragon roared. The powerful giant claws rushed forward. Boom. The dull sound and the steel-like collision made the eyes of the two giants widen. They exerted all their strength suddenly, but the power that was enough to shake most of the island was now powerless in front of this giant dragon. Roar. The black dragon raised Haki's head and roared. The mockery was even more obvious. Is this the strongest warrior of the giant tribe? Han Yan sneered in his heart. He is indeed very powerful, but it is still not enough. He is still the strongest warrior of the giant dragon tribe. Want a fair confrontation? Yes, Han Yan will not use any power this time, attribute power, and never use external force, only use the purest melee to kill these two guys who are overwhelmed. Go back. The giant dragon let out a low growl, its sharp claws gripping the large weapon tightly, and the crisp sound of crack sounded in the suppressed stalemate. And as the magic dragon suddenly raised its arms, the feet of the two giants stepping on the ground suddenly fell into the air. No, that shocking scene appeared. The magic dragon actually lifted up two strong giants together with their weapons. Chapter 66 The Power of the Dragon. Creatures can explode with power far beyond their own, and after cultivation, they can even reach a terrifying level. The same is true for giants. How terrifying is the power erupted by the strongest fighters of the two giant races at the same time. But it is a pity, these so-called moves are weak in the face of real power. Not counting Dragon Wing. In terms of size, Han Yan is about the same as the two giants combined, but the difference in strength seems to be a huge gap. After being lifted up by the terrifying violent force, the two giants were carried by the dragon with one hand, and then smashed to the ground forcefully. Boom. The landing of the heavy object made the island tremble, and before the giant could react, a giant claw strong enough to tear steel fell down with the sound of howling wind. Not good. Seeing that his companion Blue Ogre was about to die here, the red ghost who had just landed and stabilized his figure quickly threw a huge shield over to block it under the giant claws. However, the giant shield of pricking was pierced by sharp claws, and soon fell deep into it. However, this also prevented the terrifying dragon claws from attacking further, and the sharp claws just brushed against Blue Ogre's cheek, leaving a deep scar. Roar. Han Yan glanced at the huge steel shield on the right claw, then drew back the dragon claw. It smashed hard to the ground, and with a bang, the steel shield sank into the ground. But the dragon claw was still inside. It looked at the giant shield impatiently, then opened its dragon mouth, and bit down hard. Creaking, and the sound of the thick steel shield being chewed, the faces of Blue Ogre and Red Ghost, who had the opportunity to take a step back, gradually turned livid. GGGGG, what a terrifying monster. This is the legendary dragon. Crack, blah, blah, and it's an extremely powerful dragon, we're afraid we won't be able to beat it. Looking at the dragon shaking behind its thick and powerful giant claws, the squinting eyes of the dragon were full of disdain, as if to say, use any other moves. Brigitte, use that trick. Yeah, Dory, block warrior glory. The two giants looked at each other, and began to focus on the dragon in front of them with all their strength. The bounty was already as high as 100 million 100 years ago, and Han Yan wanted to see how powerful the trick they jointly launched was. Let it see, the most powerful gun of the giants in the legend of Al Puff. Gradually, the world seemed to change color. Terrible power condensed on the giant sword and giant axe, shining with terrifying brilliance, illuminating the surrounding islands. The oppressive atmosphere that filled the surrounding also made Han Yan's eyes brighten, and he began to look squarely. Drink, hey ya ya ya. As the low growls of the two resounded high, the atmosphere like conqueror's haki filled the space, causing Han Yan to open his deep long eyes frequently. Hakoku, boom boom boom. The violent power suddenly condensed into a huge spear, destroying countless trees along the way, and went straight to Han Yan's position. Well done. Under the shocked gaze of the giant, Han Yan uttered a human language that they all understood. Immediately afterwards, there was a dull sound, that was the sound of the dragon's tail sweeping the ground. And then, the vigorous body leaned forward slightly, and the dragon claws stood in front of it vigorously, firmly blocking the front of the terrifying spear. The sound of Kerala kept ringing, and the whole little flower garden was constantly vibrating in this terrifying force collision, just like the collision of King's Conqueror's Haki. This giant dragon actually blocked this terrifying force with its body one strike. The dragon's scales, which are more than 10 times harder than steel, emit endless sparks under the collision. Han Yan's eyes widened. He estimated that the destructive power of this move by Hakoku was equivalent to a cannon shot by ancient weapon Pluten. It is said that Pluten shot in the original book cannonballs can destroy an island, and Hakoku can easily penetrate the island-eating goldfish with one move. Of course, it was much worse than the thunder flame ball he spit out. Besides, he could easily block it with just this one. But what if there were 100 or 1,000? I'm afraid that he would also be beaten to the point of bleeding from his orifices, and fall to the ground with serious injuries. Of course, that is the case of hard resistance. As the two chiefs of the giant clan, they have crossed the sea for several years, so it is impossible not to have the aptitude of a king. Is this skill the one you have cultivated with Haki? Han Yan shouted in a low voice, and then used his claws hard. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and the thick and big trees were instantly destroyed by the scattered impact and wiped out. The mountain began to roar, and huge stones rolled down, mercilessly hitting the surrounding giant beasts. It only lasted for a moment, and soon this force was torn apart by another 10 terrifying voices. I saw the long spear, Hakoku, being torn and broken by the giant dragon bit by bit under the stunned gaze of the two giants, and then the power was scattered and turned into nothing. Blue Ogre and Red Ghost looked at each other and blinked in disbelief. In an instant, they showed different emotions, not fear, nor expressions of fear of death. It was a look of admiration. After all, as a warrior, the enemy will let him attack so wantonly, but he is not afraid of its defense even if he is standing. There is no way. Hey, blah, blah, we lost. Crack, blah, 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 blah. Soon, the two giants looked at each other again, looking at Han Yan's Wangda's direction at the same time. The giant Han Yan once ate it, but after eating it, the small Han Yan at that time became much larger. But there is nothing else except increasing the size, and Han Yan's size is much larger than these two giants. Even if he eats it, he doesn't gain any flesh. Therefore, I've decided, you two will be guards at the door for me for the rest of your life. This is the punishment for the loser. The giant dragon waved its powerful dragon tail, immediately destroyed the surrounding gravel, and stepped forward with its terrifying sharp claws. Soon, the earth was torn apart, and the entire little garden was almost split into two. Don't forget, another powerful force of Deathwing is not fire, but the attribute of earth. Controlling earthquakes is a breeze. And under this fearful power like a natural disaster, the surrounding creatures kept fleeing, causing the two giants to bow their heads. Chapter 67 Dragon Legion. Hey, we've fought for 100 years. 73,465 battles. Crack, blah, 73,465 ties. G was addicted to the addict, but now he lost to the mighty dragon. Crack, blah, blah blah, we are convinced. Even if you let us die, we have no complaints. Hey, warriors promise. Click, blah, blah, come and witness. With a snap, the shattered greatsword and great axe were dropped on the ground, and soon Blue Ogre and Red Ghost knelt on one knee, admitting their defeat. And what makes the two giants surrender is a noble, Haki, powerful dragon. After all, when Han Yan first landed, why did he land directly instead of slowly? It means that Han Yan came to declare war, not to mention that he did not launch an attack after landing. In that short period of time, Blue Ogre and Red the Ghost guessed that this guy wanted to compete with the two of them. But the facts proved that no matter how hard the two struggled, they could not defeat the powerful dragon body. It wasn't until the giant dragon uttered something that shocked them in human language that they realized it, and they were very convinced. After all, the loser has only two choices, death and surrender. But 627 is a fighter, even the dead blue ogre and the red ghost are not afraid of death. But unnecessary sacrifices seemed meaningless, being slaughtered unilaterally, rather than dying in battle. This kind of result was not what blue ogre and the red ghost were yearning for. Therefore, they decided to follow this mighty dragon. Only in this way, there are endless possibilities to meet stronger enemies and then fulfill their duties as fighters. It's so good. Han Yan bowed his head slightly and nodded. He was also a little surprised why the two surrendered so quickly. After all, Han Yan didn't understand the glory of the giant warriors. If he knew the thoughts in the hearts of the two giants, he might not think so. Of course, there is no way to go around with these two giants. It's better to let them grow wild. I still have my own things to do. You may build a ship. I remember that you were the captain of the giant soldier pirates for 100 years. Then play your duties, go to plunder, go to the Grand Line to collect scrape what you can get. Han Yan said in a low, affate voice, and at the same time decided the future of the two giants. Hey, go grab money, grab resources. Cowbaba, yes, but how should we declare it? The two looked at each other in blank dismay. The reason and purpose of this was too strange. But it doesn't matter, who let himself lose. And it's been a long time since I organized a pirate group. After all, there is no such thing as good or evil by stealing money. Dragon horns, skeletons, swords and axes, these are your banners. The giant pirates will change their name to the Dragon Army. From now on, you will be members of the Dragon Army. Remember, you are no longer pirates, but predators. Hanyi's Haki's words made the two yearn for each other, but soon Blue Ogre spoke. But, Your Excellency Dragon. But wooden boats can't let us conquer the world, that kind of thing is too fragile. Blue Ogre opened the mouth with respect, and said the topic that the Red Ghost also wanted to ask. It doesn't matter, there will be a boat. Han Yan squinted his long eyes and looked into the distance. There was a fishy white in the sky, and it gradually began to light up. And that direction is exactly where Alabasta is. Plunderer, a big ship, should be enough. He murmured and uttered something that shocked both Blue Ogre and Red Ghost. Plunderer, isn't that the legendary ancient weapon? That's right, if it really is that legendary battleship, wouldn't we be invincible? Hey, Dragon Legion, very good. I like it very much. Ahahaha. But, Your Excellency Dragon, your name is. Withdrawing his gaze from looking at the calm sea, Han Yan looked slightly sideways at the two giants, and suddenly said, Sea Emperor, Han Yan. So it is. The strongest creature in the world is rumored to be Mr. Han Yan. I also occasionally saw Mr. Han Yan's demeanor in the falling newspapers, very Haki. However, it is said that there is a man named Kaido in New World, who is also known as the strongest in the sea, land and air world, but I think Mr. Han Yan is more sharp. Kaido, that guy is in the second half of the Grand Line, in the rear area of New World. I haven't seen it, but if you meet it, maybe you can taste it. The dragon tilted his head, showing a thoughtful expression. To be honest, I have only been to New World once or twice, when I was doing business. Mr. Han Yan is really rude. But I really want to see that scene. Hey, we actually want to fight the four emperors too, although we don't know if we will lose badly. Hey. After a while, Han Yan suddenly turned around and looked to one side. Near the delta in the distance, a slightly larger life form suddenly appeared, as if attracted by the movement of the island. What is that? Han Yan asked aloud. It's the island swallowing beast. Is that guy again? Dory, let's clean it up. As soon as the Red Ghost finished speaking, he realized that his battle axe and Blue Ogre's long sword were destroyed by sharp claws when fighting Han Yan, and even shattered directly after Hakoku sent it out. Without a weapon, it would be a bit helpless. Ho, get out of the way. With a low growl from Han Yan, Blue Ogre and Red Ghost subconsciously stepped aside. Let this terrifying dragon walk forward, and the direction of the target is exactly the position of the delta. Is it here? Han Yan stared at the turbulent sea, and the ferocious Lonko showed a bloodthirsty smile. Come out. As the giant dragon raised its head and roared, the originally calm sea began to roll, and waves began to appear on the sea surface, and the waves became bigger and bigger. It only took a while, the calm sea suddenly became rough. Chapter 68. The Roar of the Thunder Emperor Dragon. How strong is the ability to suck the fruit? You can refer to the power of the Baba fruit. A weak murloc can control Noah, but what if it is a giant dragon? Not to mention whether the development progress of Devil Fruit will be different due to different races. Han Yan, this is not pure Devil Fruit. It's the ability to absorb it directly. What's more, it is an almost unsolvable force for living things. Maybe you can stay in place and use various methods to prevent being sucked by the terrible force, but you absolutely cannot remain unchanged. This is the same for the island swallowing fish. In the sea, it doesn't have any tools or things that can be used as resistance, so it will naturally be attracted by this force. Hey, come out for me. The power of the terrifying. 207. Suction is infinite, similar to gravity. With the roar of the magic dragon, the entire sea surface began to vibrate irregularly, and the waves began to gather together and surge upward. Boom boom boom. The converging waves turned into an uprushing current and rushed up to the sky with a loud noise. The sea water connected to the edge of the water column, and the lower part of the water column gradually became empty and shallow, and a red ridge was gradually revealed. Before his physical strength is exhausted, Han Yan's strength can suck out the seawater, not to mention the huge monster inside. When he saw the red back in the sea, the magic dragon's eyes narrowed, and he raised his arms suddenly, and the next moment the sea current rushed straight up on the net. In the blink of an eye, the speed of the ocean current accelerated, and the seawater gradually rose. After the water column was evacuated, the dry seabed was exposed, and a huge goldfish monster lay on the bottom of the sea, shaking its body. Directly evacuating the seawater in this sea area and then making it float in midair, this kind of physical exertion speed is simply not something ordinary people can bear. That kind of weight in the operation of developing and applying devil fruit, at least Shichibukai or even people at the 4 Emperors level may be able to do it, but Han Yan has easily completed it. Not only because of his use of abilities but also because of the Black Dragon's smelly large body force zone. Earth Rock Pillar. A very special wave flashed across, and under the seabed, a huge stone pillar suddenly rose up, supporting the huge goldfish monster directly. And the next moment, this huge strange fish with frightened eyes began to roll over. But before it could escape, a huge paw pressed against the top of its head. It's not so much holding down a huge goldfish, it's more like standing on top of its head. Compared with the size of the goldfish monster, Brigitte and Dory are only as big as its teeth. And Han Yan itself is like table tennis meeting basketball, the gap between the two is self-evident. This guy, you are 2000 days old. I thought the goldfish monster would not be very big, but in fact it seems. Would a monster that could swallow an island be small? Impossible. You know, the overlord of the calm belt is only this size. Of course, the goldfish does not seem to be very big, mainly because its body is very wide, not like its length. Han Yan's wings were fully extended, and he was more or less 1/3 the size of a goldfish monster. But in fact, only 1/5 of it. Hey, he looks pretty good, an island-eating monster. Crack, blah, blah blah, you can eat it for a year. Don't worry about the food. It seemed that it was frightened by the constant coercion from the creatures above its head, and the goldfish monster frantically wanted to twist its body to escape, even though it was swinging with the giant dragon above its head, but on the seabed that was almost land, coupled with the lack of the power of seawater, this so-called twisting is just futile. In the end, it had no choice but to widen its fish eyes, and roared towards the sky as if giving up resistance. Steamed, braised, fried or eaten raw. Han Yan has been thinking about this issue, but judging from the current conditions, it is either baked or cooked. Or, just eat it raw. Being a dragon, be graceful, don't look crazy like a blood-drinking beast. Look at the eyes of the goldfish monster below him. From the initial coldness to eager greed, the black dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky. I'm addicted to harmony, Mr. He, are you going to start getting serious? Crack, blah, blah, it's the first time I've seen the power of the Sea Emperor. It turns out that he didn't take it seriously when he fought with us just now. Brigitte and Dory stared at the black dragon without blinking. That's devil fruit power. Suddenly, the magic dragon in the sky looked at the goldfish, and its eager gaze became even hotter. From the end of the dragon's tail, a purple flash that was clearly visible to the naked eye gradually spread upwards, and soon reached the chest and near the dragon's head. Immediately afterwards, a penetrating awe-inspiring momentum was born spontaneously. The crackling sound of purple thunder and lightning gushed out of the dragon's throat, and soon the black-red body suddenly turned a deep purple, and the thunder and lightning with countless thick arms shone around the dragon's body, making the gaps in the scales glow with purple blood. And with a loud shout, a phantom resembling the Thunder Emperor dragon was born above the black dragon. Immediately afterwards, the phantom became brighter and brighter, the lightning beat faster and faster, and the terrifying plasma almost condensed into a solid body. The formed black and purple lightning matched this terrifying aura, as if the space was vibrating, distorting. The big goldfish felt the danger, its huge fish tail flapped frantically, its giant mouth let out a shrill cry, its appearance was ferocious. 5.1 Destroy the Thunder Emperor Dragon. Following the roar of the thick dragon roar in the sky, the terrifying dark purple Thunder Emperor Dragon charged down like a lightning bolt, as if it was going to break through the space. Almost in the blink of an eye, he saw the purple light on the big goldfish's body was so bright that the terrifying sea of thunder that was enough to illuminate the sky rumbled on the seabed. Is it out of focus? Due to the huge size of the island-swallowing fish, Han Yan deliberately used moves that could slightly cover the balance. Although it consumes a lot of physical strength, but the strength is well controlled, it can just make the goldfish better under the plasma cooking. However, he overlooked one point, that is, Han Yan regards the giant goldfish as a defensive power that is not far behind his own. Chapter 69 The Most Failed Chef. Han Yan. The roar of thunder, the dazzling lightning, soon one after another bloody gullies, light-cutting knife marks on a well-cooked steak. But soon, in this lightning Thunder Emperor, when the terror of the dragon came to an end, the body of the big goldfish died in an instant, and then became charred and festered in an instant. And as the light came on and then faded, with a pungent burnt smell, a perfectly failed dead goldfish lay on the ground. The skin was scorched black, and even the fish eyes that should have been white after death became as horrible as coal. Han Yan closed his mouth with a flat expression, and fell into silence as he looked at the disfigured big goldfish. Hey, let me ask you, is this still edible? Han Yan looked sideways slightly, and looked at the two giants, Brigitte and Dory, and asked in a low voice. Hey, Mr. Han Yan asked me if I could still eat it. Crack, blah, blah blah, you'll have diarrhea after eating it. Listening to the two giants on the left and the right, I don't know whether it was ridicule or something else, but at this moment, a cool breeze of silence blew through Han Yan's heart. Can you eat it? Oh, 5 can't eat it. He opened his mouth, but in the end he exhaled a mouthful of sultry dragon breath, and the cold purple light on his body dissipated, replaced by violent and angry flames. Han Yan took a deep breath, and agreed with the words of the two giants. Well, it seems that I still don't have the talent to cook. Knowing that goldfish cannot be eaten, the sea water in the sky immediately fell, and the raised rock pillars also dispersed. The entire surface of the sea returned to its original state, oh yes, except for the huge blackened goldfish floating on the surface of the sea. Hey, it's almost dawn, let us entertain you, sir. Crack, blah, blah, blah blah, catch the dinosaurs and eat them. Quote. Han Yan exaggeratedly sighed, and then raised his cold eyes to look at the depths of the forest, which was almost destroyed. There are still many creatures and plants, and he curled his lips and said, then look you guys, I also want to taste the taste of deli meat. That's right, the two giants looked at each other and smiled. That's it, I'll sleep first. You guys go and get back soon. After answering, Han Yan found a comfortable position, lay down on it and squinted his eyes to recharge his batteries. And the two giants walked to the interior of the ancient forest, found dinosaurs scattered all the way, killed them and stuck them on the iron fork, and quickly set up a fire. The sky lit up axis by axis. In Han Yan's deep sleep, the two giants are busy. Luffy's group of pirates gradually drifted from the distant seas to the entrance of Little Garden Island during this time period. Hey, everyone, come and see what that is. Sanji standing on the deck suddenly shouted, and soon a group of people surrounded him. Let me take a look, a dark island. Ah, it's meat. The smell of meat. Suddenly, Luffy's nose wrinkled, and then he was about to rush towards the island ahead with starry eyes, but was soon stopped by Sanji, Zoro and others. Idiot, how could it be meat? As he spoke, Sanji frowned suddenly, and he also asked about the burnt smell. Then he stared at it and said in surprise, it's really fish. But how could it be burnt by electric shock? Could it be that it was struck by lightning? But it's a pity, obviously it can't be eaten. But that island looks a bit unusual. Well, it's like a terrible beast sleeping in the island. Zoro frowned, and after hearing his words, Usopp's face changed and he shouted. I can't do it, my friends, I have a disease that will kill me if I go to the island. Me too, Nami also said something nervously. But unfortunately, the boat had already drifted past, and the surrounding traces, destroyed environment, overwhelmed trees and all kinds of crushed sawdust came into their eyes. This is the battlefield that just disappeared. Nami yelled even more, his face became more and more ugly, even turning pale. She really didn't know what would happen when she saw that dragon for the third time. Bad things happen every time we meet and it's really hard to imagine what's going to happen next. Zoro answered Sanji's words, but soon, they found a special trace. And when Nami put his dull eyes on the huge paw print on the shore, he suddenly realized that it might be the place where the evil dragon passed by not long ago. And that monster as big as a small island is probably also the masterpiece of that guy. By the way, Luffy, how do you know that the Sea Emperor won't eat us? Well, it's the trace of a battle. It should be some huge monster fighting. Luffy turned her head away, and said with a smile. As Luffy yelled, the faces of the people on the boat suddenly changed. Han Yan, is that the dragon that brings destruction and disaster, the Emperor of the Sea? Thinking of this, Nami's face was gloomy and terrible, and he yelled 787 at Luffy, idiot. Come back quickly, let's get out of here quickly. Do you want to die? We have no money. Wow, what a big footprint. Intuition. Hey, come quickly. I asked about Han's breath. Luffy didn't know that he picked a fruit from that tree, and chewed the fruit and said. Everyone looked at this nervous guy speechlessly, and then Luffy's next words made them raise their heads in doubt. Under their inadvertence, Luffy had already run to the shore, and then gesticulated that footprint that was much bigger than him, jumped up and laughed. However, at this moment, the conversation of several people was gradually taken into the ears of the sleeping dragon in the depths of Little Garden Island. What are you afraid of? Han Yan is our friend, and he won't eat us. Han Yan is Shank's friend, and Shanks is the person I respect the most. Then Han Yan is also the person I respect, so, what is it not a friend? My friend, be careful, he really ate you. Chapter 70. The Intruders of Little Garden. That's just your one-sided understanding. Sanji also sighed helplessly, shrugged, and then said to the others, since the captain has spoken, we have no choice but to go ashore. Can you not go ashore? Nami asked weakly, while Usopp's face was frighteningly pale. Yes, but it seems that one person on board is more dangerous. Zoro put the hilt of the knife on his shoulder, and said with a deep meaning. Hey, this is the next destination on our record pointer, but I don't want to come either. Nami looked at the record pointer and said with a grieved face. Don't worry, Miss Nami. I will protect you. Sanji's eyes gradually lit up, and then he came to Nami's side eagerly and spoke. As for Usopp next to him, he kicked him away. Boom. At this time, a death scream of a giant beast suddenly sounded, and with the huge movement, Nami and Usopp immediately took a few steps back in fright. As the Emperor of the Sea coming, Nami is almost doubting her life. It's like a nightmare. Usopp covered his ears and said loudly, Cut, if it's the Emperor of the Sea, that frightening oppressive atmosphere will make people unable to breathe. Zoro snorted coldly, but he always wanted to know what kind of power was that terrifying aura at that time. Apparently he didn't know the term haki. Haki is a must for almost every pirate captain in New World, but it is much less in the first half of Grand Line. Wow, I asked about the smell of barbecue. Luffy drooled and looked into the depths of the dense forest, and smelled the special aroma of barbecue from a long distance away. Hey, Luffy, you don't mean to. Seeing this, Nami suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. She didn't think Luffy was the kind of person who would be afraid. I'm going to have a barbecue. Luffy's eyes lit up, looking longingly into the depths of the jungle, then he let out a loud cry, stretched his arms and stretched in. Hey, Luffy, we just need to wait here quietly until the records are full, after all we have to move on, don't we? Nami hastily stopped. It's a pity that no one can stop Luffy at this time, and like the arrow shadow, Luffy directly ejected and flew out. But the route they chose must pass through Alabasta at the next stop, obviously Nami doesn't know. Maybe where I will meet Han Yan again. Therefore, even if she can hide from the first day of junior high school, she can't hide from the 15th day of the junior high school. Hey, seeing the captain who suddenly disappeared, several people looked at each other and sighed, and finally divided the work loyally and went to do their own things. Although Han Yan is sleeping, the fusion electric wave of the invisible predator shrouds the island. The changes on the entire island are all presented in his mind in the form of thermal imaging, including the conversation that Luffy and others just had was also received by radio waves in his ears. At first, when the pirate ship, Going Merry, approached by Lu and others, the familiar aura made Han Yan react. In fact, he was also very curious, whether a guy like Luffy would regard himself as a dragon, and he must know that his rumors and reputation were not good at all, but belonged to the extremely evil kind. Originally, when Han Yan saw Luffy for the first time, he had thoughts of plundering. But later he chose to let him go, but used him to pull the prelude to the era. But after meeting Drago later, Han Yan changed his mind again. Perhaps compared to Luffy personally, his father is more useful, and the revolutionaries definitely have a lot of resources. I'm also the 78th. Ha ha ha, come on, blow. What is Luffy's dream? To become the One Piece. What is Han Yan's dream? To loot endless resources. There is definitely no conflict of interest between the two, but if there is any conflict in the future, Han Yan doesn't mind having an extra devil fruit. After all, no matter how hard Luffy tried, he couldn't fight the Sea Emperor. P.S. Some readers have questions about whether Luffy will go against the protagonist. First of all, Luffy worships Shanks and respects Han Yan. This setting will not change, even if there is a conflict. Could it be the protagonist's opponent? Okay, don't talk too much, just enjoy all kinds of interesting plots and don't care about such horny topics. Miss Golden Week shrank its neck, and soon another companion walked over with a look of vigilance. That is, a huge palm stretched out from the forest, and soon the dinosaur was caught in the palm of his hand, and then retracted. And a tall giant Wang Haojiao also stood up from the half-squatting state at this time. I don't know, but since it's the vice president's order, we're coming. Have the people mentioned by the vice president come yet? But I feel that the island is a bit unusual. At this time, another small boat floated in and landed from the other side of the island. Coming to Little Garden, deep in the jungle, on a boat on a small river, a man wearing blue and white stripes, with hair tied into a W3 shape, and a wretched face said in a deep voice. Russell. At this time, there was a sudden sound in the jungle. Beside the man, a cute little girl, Miss Golden Week, sat quietly on the picnic mat. A huge dinosaur that fled to the shore in fright suddenly appeared, frightening Miss Golden Week's shoulders trembled, but then something happened that made her break out in cold sweat. Hey, hello, little guy. You, hello, boom, ha, another one. Dory, this is the 78th one I caught, how about you? But soon, the giant red ghost saw the boat that popped out of nowhere. He frowned, staring at the dull-faced Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week, two strange little guys. At this time, there was a sudden sound of huge footsteps. The high-pitched roar resounded across the island, shaking the surrounding air trembling slightly. Chapter 71, The Volcano About to Erupt. Hello, giant from Little Garden. Wondering if you've ever seen a guy in a straw hat. And his boat. Mr. 3 thought about walking slightly, and asked seriously with that funny face. Hey, what kind of straw hat? I've never seen it. By the way, what are you here for? We're here to find someone, so let's pass by to appreciate the giant warriors. Oh, but I'm sorry. I won't fight with that Dory guy now. Now I'm competing to catch dinosaurs. Ah, I'm going to make a barbecue for my husband later. Goodbye. Brigitte shook his head, then turned his slightly fat body and started to walk backwards with the chicken-like dinosaur in his hand. As if he suddenly remembered something, he suddenly turned around and looked at the two strangers. What is it? Mr. 3 looked at him vigilantly, and asked nervously. Do you have any wine? Asked with a smile. Brigitte was pushing away the tall trees like weeds. No, really, what a pity. After getting the answer, Brigitte shook his head slightly, and left the shore. Watching the giant leave gradually, Mr. 3's face is cloudy. If they are still dueling, then you can give him 267 the wine with the bomb. But now a race to catch dinosaurs. What a joke. Is this going to be a banquet? He couldn't help looking at the sky that was gradually emitting scorching heat. Below that was the vicinity of the volcano on the prehistoric island. But he didn't know that near the crater, a terrifying black dragon was still sleeping. It is more like a deep sleep than absorbing the hot energy of the volcano. With the baptism of that heat, the dark red scales on the dragon's body gradually become brighter and tougher. If it is not necessary, how can Han Yan sleep in the daytime with nothing to do? Rumble. The terrain near the volcano is trembling violently, and it is in a period of violent activity, occasionally even erupting about twice a day. But with the arrival of this powerful black dragon, the volcano that should have stopped has intensified and become even more turbulent. However, the more turbulent the volcano, the more irritable. The more power this black dragon absorbs, the stronger it will be. It is exactly what Han Yan hoped, and it is not in vain that he constantly uses special frequency fluctuations to stimulate the interior of the volcano. Of course, before the volcano actually erupted, it was still a little too late. During this time, Han Yan was too lazy to pay attention to the changes on the island. So, in a sense, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week can be regarded as a life. At the foot of the volcano, two giants gathered together. Yo, Dory, did you bring the wine? Blue Ogre and Red Ghost had just met. Brigitte looked at some wine jars in Blue Ogre's hands in surprise, and then yelled. The sound made the surrounding forest tremble slightly. I just met a bunch of fun guys. No, this is the guy. Dory stretched out his arm, pinched a Luffy with a huge wild fruit in his mouth, and said in the palm of his hand, I found these wines on the west bank, a little girl and a guy with a long nose for me. Ah, it's Nami and Usopp. When Luffy heard it, his ears moved and he laughed. He continued, but the barbecue. I want to eat barbecue. You said you wanted to eat barbecue. In exchange for wine, asked Brigitte in surprise. Luffy nodded quickly. Ahahaha, I can't give you barbecue now. Oh, why, but there's a lot of food over there. Why can't I eat it? Cheapskate. Hearing this, the two giants looked at each other and laughed loudly, and then said, That's for Mr. Han Yan AFCB, you can't touch it. Otherwise, the two of us disagree. Although thank you very much for the wine, but if you want to eat barbecue, we will catch dinosaurs for you. Huh, where is Han Yan? I haven't seen him yet. Do you know Han Yan? Look, where? Mr. 3 stared, his expression changed when he walked not far from the island, and Miss Golden Week retreated one after another. The two of them turned pale, smelling the smell of sulfur in the air. They looked at each other for a moment to understand the other party's thinking. A gloom covered the sky over the island, and dark clouds of ash billowing into the sky reached the sky. Huge thunder and dust engulfed the volcano, forked lightning surrounded the plume of smoke erupting from the crater, and the terrifying scene seemed as if the air itself was on fire. With the violent shaking of the volcano, a terrible momentum swept over the sky, causing the dark clouds in the sky to disperse like a mushroom cloud. Run. Soon, he moved his nose, then squatted down with a frown. Not long after, the entire island was shaking, and in the direction of the volcano, a thick black smoke spewed out. Okay, not only the giants Dory and Brigitte, but even Luffy's companions and Mr. 3's group stared at the sky with wide eyes. Brigitte stood up and walked towards the center of the bird. As Luffy said, he stretched out his arms towards a dinosaur leg that was roasted aside. But the next moment, Dory slapped him back. Ah, the volcano is about to erupt. What is the Sea Emperor and not the Sea Emperor? Anyway, I know that Han Yan must be more edible than me. Hee, give me one, it doesn't matter if I lose one. The volcano erupted. Where is Mr. Han Yan? Likewise, not far from the forest around them, watching the gradually changing sky, and the volcanic tremors that wanted to destroy the island. The earthquake and the poisonous sulfur smell became stronger and stronger, making Sanji and Zoro, as well as Usopp and Nami who had just landed, also changed their faces and ran in one direction. Ahaha, don't worry, let's talk about it after Mr. Han Yan wakes up. Brigitte, go and see what Mr. Han Yan is doing, go and wake it up. Boom. Brigitte and Dory turned their heads in surprise, and asked, You know the Emperor of the Sea, Han Yan. Chapter 72. Awakened Black Dragon. It may be a coincidence, or it may be destined to be the same. Mr. 3 and his companions happened to meet the Straw Hat crew at a certain corner. Mr. 3, who was wearing blue and white stripes and had his hair tied into a 3 shape, raised his eyebrows and looked at the two people running over from the front. When seeing two people, Nami and Usopp stared at each other for a moment. It's you guys, Straw Hat crew people, ahaha. Mr. 3 quickly recovered from his surprise, showing a sinister smile. But he quickly put away the surprise of his gaffe, and then said politely, Mr. 3, please forgive me for calling myself by my code name, this is my partner, Miss Golden Week. On the other hand, Lori, who was panting from running, took out a senbei from her arms and chewed it, then looked up and stared at Nami and the two with no expression on her face. What? Ah, it's over, it's from Baroque Works. Nami, we're onions. Usopp and Nami screamed one after another, then turned and ran back. HMPH. Mr. 3 was taken aback for a moment, then sneered, I can't run away. Suddenly, his body twisted strangely, turning into a liquid object like a candle. When Nami and Usopp were about to turn around and flee, something like a candle chain caught them in their feet, and then, a white wall rose behind them. What? Usopp slammed back against the wall, then screamed with a white face. It's Devil Fruit, a user with the same abilities as Luffy. Nami turned around in despair, praying that it would be good to have a partner now. Usopp is unreliable. Hey, I am a wax fruit capable person. As long as I want, I can change anything. After solidification, it is as hard as steel, and you can't escape. Mr. 3 laughed sinisterly, walked forward gradually, and then continued, how can weak guys like you break through this kind of wall? Having said that, Nami started to get scared, and at this moment, Usopp suddenly turned around and shouted, kill the gunpowder star. Boom! A stream of gunpowder fired from the slingshot immediately turned into flames and exploded on Mr. 3's body. Although the scorching flames were not powerful, they happened to gradually melt the candles on his body. Seeing this scene, Usopp's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered this guy's weakness. Don't come here, I have a lot of gunpowder like this. I am a great sea warrior. HMPH, so what if I let you know my weakness? Mr. 3 threw out a ball of wax, which turned into a huge iron spike and shot at Usopp in midair. Mom! Usopp's rising pride was instantly shattered, and then he jumped up to avoid it with a loud cry, and followed Nami to the side forest. He turned around and ran, not at all the performance that the so-called sea warrior should have done just now. Definitely kill Smoke Star. A large number of smoke bombs that suddenly appeared shrouded Usopp's feet, and at the last moment of escape, Usopp fired a lead star at Miss Golden Week, as if trying to stop her movements. However, at the next moment, something miraculous and surprising happened to both him and Nami. Miss Golden Week's move was also very simple. She just squatted down with her head in her arms, and she didn't even care about the painting tools and other tools in her hand. What? Usopp and Nami exchanged glances. Is this what a senior agent of the Baroque work agency should have? No way, how come you are not as good as yourself? Thinking of this, the eyes of the two changed, and they nodded and turned around. Seeing this scene, Miss Golden Week's partner Mr. 3 was also a little speechless. Although Miss Golden Week's ability is very good and matches her own ability, it is also true that her actual combat ability is almost zero. The terrible dark cloud of volcanic ash caused the people on the island to stop fighting and raise their heads. On the edge of the island, Sanji and Zoro split into two ways, returning with their prey on their backs, while looking over there. And Luffy, who fought with Dory to grab the barbecue, also stopped. USO Zung and Mr. 3 also stared wide-eyed. But soon, boom, Mr. 3 threw it into the sky violently, and immediately a large amount of wax was thrown into the sky. Every piece of scale seems to be trembling. Han Yan suddenly opened his big eyes, staring at the scorching hot and delicious magma, and then, it opened its terrifying huge mouth. Immediately, countless wax liquids were thrown into the sky, and then condensed into countless sharp wax thorns and fell down. The dark red magma gushes out in the envelopment of the billowing black smoke, and a loud rumbling sound presses down on the surrounding layer by layer. The burning red rock is pushed high into the sky and then falls at a gallop, leaving tens of thousands of people in the air of the smoke screen. A flaming scratch, a flash of lightning pierced the silence of the sky, and a thunderclap awakened the creatures on the island. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and thunder and lightning continued. Tastes great. The volcano erupted. Along with the roar that terrifies everything, the soot of flames soaring into the sky finally announces its arrival. 07. Whoa, run. And as the lava erupted in the sky, a terrifying creature that looked slightly smaller but half the size of the volcano rose into the air. It was bathed in magma, and flames spewed out from its body as if it was split open, and the fire dragon formed a series of shocking scenes. They rushed towards the position of the black dragon one after another. HMPH, but you seem to have forgotten that there is an opponent here that you cannot deal with. Seeing this scene, Nami and Usopp reacted quickly, turned around and ran away in fright. But in the process of running, Usopp still didn't forget to launch a gunpowder star to Waikong to block it. In the sky, a large black cloud was forming, slowly covering the battlefield. Chapter 73, Behemoths Devouring Volcanoes. Rumble, from the small-scale or sporadic jets at the beginning, to the complete eruption now. In the middle of this process, Han Yan did a lot of adding materials to the inside. The scale is not very large, but it is enough to destroy Little Garden Island. In front of the power, what role can a giant dragon play? In the face of natural disasters, what power does the Sea Emperor have? Under the watchful eyes of the two giants and the Straw Hat crew, the terrifying body soared into the air and came directly to the vicinity of the crater that was erupting and scattering magma. Huge dragon claws clawed at the edge of the volcano and climbed up. The flowing magma immediately turned into gray-black soil and stopped moving after touching its dark and dazzling scales, and the power in the magma was instantly absorbed. Immediately afterwards, the giant dragon climbed to the top of the mountain, it stepped on the position of the crater, and, 130, stared at this desperate force of disaster. Every piece of scale seemed to be trembling. Han Yan widened his eyes excitedly, and the scorching dragon's breath sprayed out from his nostrils. Under the watchful eyes of the people on Little Garden Island, the black dragon suddenly opened its mouth, and its whole majestic and Haki's head was directly buried in the crater. Countless magma was rolling, rushing towards that side like crazy. Like drinking water, the flames made the dragon body entangled with bright red dragon patterns, and the irregular patterns made the scales the armor is particularly distinct. Under the pitch-black appearance, there is a flash of red energy. Anyone can see how terrifying those scorching powers that are more dazzling than blood are. That's a power zone that can only be improved with the terrifying heat of magma. Amidst the billowing smoke, lightning and jets of lava fell on the black dragon one after another. Natural disasters generally befall Little Garden Island. Countless thunderbolts in the sky continued to turn into nourishment and fall above the dragon's horns, becoming one with the flames, the earth and the dragon's scales. Under this harmony, Deathwing stretched out his wings covering the sky. Covering the sky. If you look carefully at the black scales, you may find the earth patterned like a rock. Each piece of scale armor is a super defense condensed from the attributes of the earth. Under the scales, a dark red light shines, which is the power of flames, the source of Deathwing's power. And in the deepest part, the dark purple thunder and lightning flowed like blood, serving as the sensory organs and explosive force. It's a giant dragon, but it's better to say it's a magic dragon composed of 3 terrifying destructive forces. Compared with this kind of guy, what is a natural disaster? Hiss. After clearly seeing the disaster in the sky and the huge monster on the volcano in the distance, Mr. 3 was almost stunned by this shocking scene. It's not the first time Nami and Usopp saw it, but they were still shocked. I didn't expect the Sea Emperor to be so hung up. Hey, that's magma. It's like drinking water. Ah, this terrible dragon won't wait to eat us. Idiot. If you ask me, maybe the island will be destroyed, and then we will all be finished. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Mr. 3 thought of something, a lot of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he raised his head slowly. Well, what are you talking about? That monster is the Emperor of the Sea. Yeah, what's the matter? You're scared. Anyway, they are going to die anyway. Usopp and Nami are not afraid at all, folded their arms and looked at the two with a half smile. Quote exclamation mark quote. More sweat broke out on Mr. 3's head, and he didn't know whether it was cold sweat or sweat due to the sweltering heat. Run. Evacuate Little Garden Island quickly, maybe you can escape unharmed. As for the Straw Hat crew, let them die. Mr. 3 was taken aback, looked at Miss Golden Week, and said loudly, Miss Golden Week, Miss Golden Week was already planning to run away quietly, but Merb's sudden action caused Nami and Usopp's lightning to fall on her. Very scary. Miss Golden Week looked up at the magic dragon that suddenly raised its dragon head and roared on the volcano, tears welled up in its eyes. I was scared to cry. Nami wiped her nose, but don't say Miss. It's Golden Week, even she herself is terribly afraid. When the volcano gradually calmed down and the embers were swallowed by itself, Han Yan breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help roaring, accidentally using too much force. Yuan Dao exploded directly on Little Garden Island with Long Wei's cry. Quote exclamation mark quote. But he glanced at the mountain of dinosaur meat, then at Luffy, and suddenly smiled. Is there a cook on your boat? It was so much fun. Han Yan glanced at Luffy, didn't pay much attention, and said, just give him the meat, and then send it away. Hey, I'll just say it. Suggestions are not so stingy. P.S. Excuse me, which 3 are the 3 big Lolitas of One Piece? It seems that the power of the volcano allowed him to undergo a small evolution again. Seeing the black dragon jumping down from the volcano, Dory made a sound in shock. Okay, let me take care of all these, and I will forgive you for breaking into Little Garden without permission. Han Yan couldn't help laughing. It's not bad, I feel a little happy in my heart. Han Yan is in a good mood today, but he feels that these bugs on the island are not so disgusting anymore, and he no longer wants to eat them. Roar. Well, yes, Sanji is, his cooking is super delicious. He stared at the little guys around the island, and then smiled deeply. Twisting the 700-meter-sized body, it gradually fell from the sky. Hearing this, Han Yan came back to his senses slightly. He stared at his sharper and shinier scales, only to realize that he had grown by 200 meters, directly reaching a volume of 700 meters. The earth-shattering roar of the dragon came, and the ore shrouded the island like waves visible to the naked eye. The next moment, a huge boulder weighing 1,000 caddies oppressed everyone's hearts, making them unable to move. Well, I know about that little guy. Luffy grimaced at Dory, then came to his shoulder, looked up at the black dragon and said, wow, why are you getting bigger again? Chapter 74 Unlucky Sanji. Aha, Luffy nodded vigorously, then drooled at the dinosaurs. At the foot of the extinguished volcano, the surrounding sulfur, volcanic ash, and various poisonous gases were all scattered by the black dragon's roar containing Haki. Not to mention, even if the dinosaur meat was stained with poison, Luffy and Han Yan didn't care. At most, people with weak constitutions cannot eat it. Raising the dragon's head, Han Yan searched for the rumored nympho cook by relying on his unusual knowledge. Soon, he saw a figure who was still processing some dinosaur thigh meat by the side of a ship on a certain coast, trying to carry it up. Seeing this scene, Han Yan showed a terrifying smile. But it is very happy in my heart. The range of ability to suck fruit is the range of 550 of sight, as long as it can be seen. Of course, there are some things that cannot be seen. If they are not very far away, they can also be counted with the color of knowledge. What's more, Sanji, who was only on the boat at the corner of the edge of Little Garden Island, had no way of escaping from this terrible suction with his weak health strength. On board, Sanji took a cigarette out of his pocket. Then I looked around and found that there was an ignition tool on the small table on the boat. I don't know what happened to Ms. Nami. Damn it, that monster woke up at this time. Also, what happened to the volcanic eruption? I hope Nami and the others are all right. Watching the shadows of the sky gradually sweeping away, Sanji didn't know whether to be glad or worried. He walked forward, just wanting to smoke a cigarette to suppress his shock. Suddenly, he found that his body not only did not get closer with the increase of steps, but was getting farther and farther away. The next moment, he was shocked to find himself running in the air. Hey, what happened? Shocked, Sanji didn't have time to turn around, and bumped into a giant tree with a bang. Then it gradually moved upwards, slid over the top of the tree, and then flew out backwards. Damn it, where am I going? As soon as Sanji recovered from his dizziness, he cursed loudly and looked down at the forest under his feet. Suddenly, he saw Nami and Usopp, who were in a stalemate with Mr. 3 in a certain corner, and before he could yell out, the suction accelerated instantly, and he felt a shake in front of his eyes, and soon Sanji hit a steel-like wall. FG, the sea, the Emperor of the Sea. Soon, Sanji fell on the hard ground and rubbed his sore forehead. When he raised his head and was about to curse, his face froze suddenly. A terrifying giant dragon the size of half a mountain was looking down at him, and Sanji's expression changed drastically as a wolf looked at a girl, but soon he was horrified to find that he was in the opponent's dragon's claws. Wanting to escape from the almost impossible, he simply closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and dropped the cigarette he was about to smoke. Then, Mr. Neptune, what you asked me for is, hey, Sanji. Suddenly, a familiar yell made him turn his head subconsciously. I saw Luffy sitting on the shoulders of a bearded giant, waving his hands and shouting at him. Captain. Sanji's eyes widened in astonishment, and he shouted, what's going on? As he asked from the bottom of his heart, soon the earth under Sanji's feet shook violently. He was so frightened that he hurriedly turned his head back, only to see the giant dragon supporting his body and throwing it forward. Falling from a height of 700 to 800 meters, an ordinary person would be dead. Even for Sanji, he would be almost dead if he didn't fall. But the next moment, an outstretched arm wrapped 3 times around his waist, and again, Sanji was pulled back by Luffy like a toy. With a dazed expression for a while, Sanji glared at Luffy almost as if he had been played badly, and at this moment, Han Yan spoke. Leave them all to me, remember I want to eat fully cooked. I don't want to eat raw ones for the time being. If you can't do it, then leave the boat and life to pay off the debt. The unquestionable order was announced by Han Yan, which immediately caused Sanji's face to turn pale. When he saw the number of those dinosaurs, he shouted, just kidding. 200 dinosaurs, this is going to kill me. Come on, Sanji, these 2 big, mean guys will help you. Luffy patted him on the back with a smile, then pointed at Dory and the other giant and said. After seeing the 2 giants clearly, Sanji opened his mouth and finally sighed. That's about the same, but, why are you so enthusiastic? Saying this, Sanji growled at Luffy. Hee, let's have a banquet. By the way, how about everyone? After Sanji nodded in resignation, following Luffy's opening, Sanji immediately remembered the scene he had seen before. He quickly stood up and said to Han Yan, Neptune, Nami and the others are in danger at this time, and another group of people has invaded Little Garden. I know. Han Yan's indifferent answer made Sanji speechless, and then Han Yan continued, every plant and tree on this island is under my control, and I naturally know the 2 people you mentioned. Sanji nodded sluggishly. Is the Sea Emperor really that scary? Only at the moment of 4.9 did he half understand. However, what kind of ability is needed to achieve such a level, to detect the entire island? This has nothing to do with the size of the strength. Where is Nami? Why didn't I see? Luffy poked his head around and looked around, but didn't see a single person. All he could see were some forest vines. Haha, you have no knowledge of SX. How could you know where they are? The giant dragon spat ironically and said, the scorching breath was like a flame, making Luffy and Sanji retreat frequently. After all, what rubber fruit is most afraid of is the flame. However, if you go to the island privately, you will have to pay the amusement fee. Chapter 75 I really have no money. Little cook, if you handle the delicacy well and make me happy, I may let your ship leave here safely. As for your companions, don't worry. Looking at the mess left on Little Garden Island after the big battle yesterday, Han Yan said with a slight breath. He raised the dignified dragon's head and looked towards the corner of the forest, where the 2 groups were still in a stalemate. Roar. The earth-shattering dragon's howl came, and the terrifying dragon's power came again, but it was targeted and swept away in one direction. In an instant, the terrifying power directly shook the trees in the surrounding forest to pieces, and a distortion that could be seen by the naked eye vibrated in the air. Soon, under the envelope of this breath, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, Nami and Usopp all sat on the ground with pale faces and widened their eyes, as if they were facing some kind of fear. Then, the wind blew up and the sky went dark. A huge figure landed on top of the 4 of them, and a Haki Dragon 05 squinted at them. The huge dragon's claws crushed the ancient giant tree, and its vigorous and strong body made the surrounding trees rush like weeds collapsed. Giant dragon. Mr. 3's nose was about to burst out of fear, and the protruding eyeballs almost melted. Looking at the sharp claws that were taller than a person, his face turned as pale as a candle. Master Han Yan. We meet again, ha. Nami didn't know how to speak, and the incoherent appearance was really funny. But it seemed that Nami was calling his own name. Han Yan's squinting gaze moved down slightly, and landed on Nami, who was like a Thumbelina in the weeds. Are you talking to me? Han Yan smiled slightly, revealing a row of sharp dragon teeth. Nami was so frightened that her shoulders trembled and she almost lay down on the back. Now she wanted to pass out. But soon she noticed one thing, that is, the black dragon in front of her eyes seemed to be more handsome, Haki, taller and burly than yesterday. What's going on? However, Nami thought of the volcanic eruption just before, and thought of the scene where this big guy devoured the magma. Suddenly his face turned pale, and he silently prayed for himself in his heart. Are you afraid of me? No. Nami smiled awkwardly, scratched the back of his head, and looked at Usopp aside. Then she was shocked to find that Usopp had fainted unexpectedly. No, looking at that guy's face that was still trembling, he was clearly pretending to be dead. Yes or no? The black dragon bowed his head again, asking with a wicked look in his eyes. Hi, Master Haihuang, I really have no money. With a mournful face, Nami said something that left Han Yan speechless. I'm not asking you for money. After all, the chef on your ship has already paid for your behavior, and now he is working hard to cook meat for me. Sanji, hearing what Han Yan said, Usopp, who was pretending to be dead, suddenly opened his eyes, and then said with a sigh of relief, I see, I didn't expect me to be great. Ahem, Usopp didn't die, thanks to Sanji. As he said that, Usopp's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. He still looked at the tall and mighty dragon body in front of him with a face of fear. You don't need to be afraid of me. Even if I'm hungry, I usually won't eat meat with only bones. In the future, the standard for your survival when you meet me is how much money and value you have. As long as you have it, you will be safe and sound. Of course, the premise is that I'm in a good mood. Then how do you feel now? Nami asked cautiously. Not bad. Han Yan smiled slightly. Master Han Yan. Han Yan locked his eyes on Mr. 3, and the other party immediately shouted. Because he found out that the terrifying black dragon locked his eyes on Miss Golden Week, and said, little friend, let me ask you. Will your boss let a person who is useless? Is this guy worth 100 million berry to redeem? Tell me, otherwise, I'll be the first to eat you. Nami pointed at the wretched man and the loli who was holding back her tears in fright and said, I don't know what to do with these two guys. They broke into Little Garden without your permission. If I were you, we have already given them the most severe and cruel punishment. Mr. 3 said somewhat uncertainly, but soon his face turned pale. No, that's too cruel. Pay, how much? Han Yan was happy, and immediately said, then how do you think I should punish the two bugs? Eat them, or just step on them to death. Mr. 3 glared at Nami viciously, and then he hastily said, if you let me go, our boss will definitely thank you, and there will be a lot of rewards. Yeah, ahaha. Nami calmed himself down with a sigh of relief, and then looked at Mr. 3 and the others not only without the slightest fear, but with a look of complacency in his eyes. As if provocative, it's up to you what to do now. Hi, Master Haihuang, we are members of the Baroque Work Club, and we did not intend to offend you. Oh, Nami squinted her eyes, full of confidence at this time, she stood up, and gradually walked towards Mr. 3 under the watchful eyes of Han Yan who restrained his dragon power. At least 100 million berry. Nami was stunned, and suddenly realized that Han Yan was mocking himself, maybe the choice he made would be used on himself in the future. Thinking of this, Nami's face changed slightly, and he forced a smile and said, such a death is worthless to them, why not deprive them of their value first, or let them earn higher labor costs for you? What do you say? Is that so? Chapter 76, Miss Golden Week of Befriending the Demon Dragon. Woo, don't eat me. The 10-year-old Miss Golden Week suddenly had tears in her eyes, and as the hideous and terrifying bloody mouth opened, she burst into tears in fright. I don't know, I haven't seen it either. Boss, 100 million berry is so much, how could it be given away so easily? I just hope that I can finish work early so that I can rest and eat senbei, woo. Hey, Miss Golden Week, you. When the other party admitted that he was not worth 100 million berry, Mr. 3's face suddenly turned pale. Dominated by this fear, Mr. 3's eyeballs rolled for a while, and soon, a despicable and sinister plan was born in his mind. I saw him gradually walking towards his companion, that loli, and then grabbed her petite, small body, and then threw it in the direction of the black dragon and shouted, Miss Golden Week, what are you still dazed for? Use your special ability. After finishing speaking, without waiting for the result, he ran out and created many candle clones at the same time, although these clones had no color. But I changed into a candle-like form, and I wanted to use it to get past, and then use the complicated terrain to escape into a corner of the obstacle, taking advantage of the opportunity and sneaking away from here. Of course, if he knew what Haki was, he would probably die. In front of observation Haki, all of this is like a clown, so what if he ran out of this island? Wasn't he killed by an explosive bomb that traced the past? Don't eat me, Miss. Golden Joe watched himself getting closer to the dragon's mouth, dilated his pupils anxiously, and then waved his frail arms wildly. Under the psychological suggestion ability of subconsciously manipulating colors, the two colors of yellow and blue were quietly mixed together, and then green was born. And the green paint fell on the scales of the dragon's claws as Lolita swayed desperately. When seeing this scene, Nami and Usopp's expression suddenly changed. Neptune, are you going to be angry? Backquote. Wow, let's withdraw first. The two looked at each other, looking at a piece of green scales that had been dyed green, and suddenly their expressions were not very good looking. After all, anyone who finds that there are many inexplicable colors on his body will not be in a good mood. But it turns out, just the opposite. It's free. Kid, my name is Han Yan, how about you? So, it is eating her, absorbing ability. Or to accept her as a subordinate, Han Yan immediately fell into a tangle. If it is the former, it is indeed very good, but let yourself be a giant dragon to paint. Damn it, there is such a time to fight. Suddenly, the standing figure of the black dragon slowly lay down on the ground, looking like a sleeping position, and then stared at the bewildered Miss Golden Week. He said to her, "As the senbei you said delicious. Give me a dozen, thank you." Han Yan said leisurely, and then the dragon body overwhelmed countless trees, and put its head where Miss Golden Week could get. The edge of leisure. The combination of yellow and blue. Once you touch the green paint, you will want to drink tea leisurely. Soon, she realized that something was wrong. She looked down slightly, and found that the paint on her palette had turned green. In One Piece, it is known that there are two powerful forces, Haki and Devil Fruit, plus the future Zoro and Wano Kuni Samurai's way of the samurai, which can be regarded as three. But these three powers may not be able to match Mrs. Mental ability, psychological suggestion, in the end. Don't forget, Galdi Luogia became One Piece because of his ability to listen to the voice of all things. The greatest power comes from the heart, and spiritual ability is the most powerful force in One Piece. Han Yan stared at Miss Golden Week lost in thought. If you want to hurt her, a conquerors can be instantly killed without giving her any chance at all. The reason why Han Yan volunteered to give her the opportunity to get close to him was to experience the power of this ability for herself. Facts have proved that it is indeed very powerful. Why eat you? I don't like to eat children's. Where's your senbei? I haven't eaten it yet. I remembered that I haven't eaten human food for many years. Well, the weather is good today and I feel good, get me some. And Miss Golden Week, who was caught from the sky by Han Yan with his giant claws and placed firmly on the ground, blinked, staring blankly at the lazy posture and leisurely appearance of the black dragon, who still wants to eat. Drop your own meaning. Senbei, that's all. Han Yan's laid-back appearance is infected by this kind of emotional hint. However, there may be doubts. With Han Yan's current body, the mental barrier must be infinitely stronger than that of ordinary people. So how can an undeveloped undeveloped ability have such a big impact? Big man, you won't eat mine, will you? Miss Golden Week reluctantly took out a large handful of snacks from her bosom, then raised her arms high, and threw them in through the slightly opened gap in the dragon's mouth. The senbei melts in the mouth. Although the feeling of beauty is very subtle, it is somewhat touching. Han Yan's calm eyes stared at this little Lolita, revealing unbelievable thoughts. Little Lolita's eyes widened in disbelief, and then she asked cautiously. Psychological hints are just hints, not that Li Wang's can manipulate or instruct or hint Han Yan to do various things. To reach that level, at least a person at the Shichibukai 4 Emperor's level is required, and this ability is not a devil fruit, but a natural ability. To develop to that level, the difficulty is not much different from Fruit Awakening. This is about this ability. It is a psychological suggestion, rather than directly penetrating the mental barrier. In addition, Han Yan's own psychology is very happy, coupled with the joy of evolution. After being hinted at by this leisurely psychology, he becomes a little lazy. Chapter 77. The Demon Dragon is still a demon dragon. Moreover, his artistic attainment is almost zero. Drawing a Pikachu in his previous life was like a frog seed. Therefore, he wants to use drawing to develop his ability, which is impossible. Therefore, Han Yan was moved by his love for talents and wanted to develop this slowly. Well, it's delicious, but it's a little small. Seeing this scene, it's not just Miss. Even Nami and Usopp's eyes popped out in shock during the Golden Week. An invincible super monster, at this moment, is actually like a gentle big brother next door. Who can tell? Believe it, even if I saw it with my own eyes. Nami seemed to be dreaming. Ah, Miss Golden Week blinked her eyes, and then showed a kind smile, as if she was no longer as scared as before. While the huge black dragon in front of her was still leisurely, she hurriedly mixed the paint in her hand. Then he jumped to Han Yan's dragon head, and painted a friendly symbol on its shiny black and gold scales with yellow-green paint. Stop her! Nami, who saw this scene, shouted quickly, and Usopp also reacted. But, it was too late. The seal of friendship had already been imprinted on the scales around Han Yan's mouth. Let's be friends. After Miss Golden Week put down the paint, she was not afraid of the lead bullets shot by Usopp. Instead, she raised her head and stared into Han Yan's eyes, with a flash of fear in her eyes, and she gradually recognized and accepted it. Mixing colors. Friends are yellow-green. If you meet yellow-green pigments, you will become a friend of Miss Golden Week. Yes, my friend. Han Yan looked at this little guy's mischief with a half-smile, but he didn't point it out, but continued to pretend to be hinted by her. But in fact, it is indeed a hint, but Han Yan just doesn't want to resist it. Otherwise, even if it is a hint, he can still easily resist or even eat her. Roll. The dragon eyes glared at Usopp coldly, and the flying lead bullet was crushed into pieces by a terrifying pressure, not even leaving dust in the air. Mom. Shrouded by this terrifying murderous aura, in Usopp's mind, the huge blood-colored eyes stared at him like a god, and the surrounding blood mountains were full of corpses. At that moment, he seemed to see a world-destroying dragon standing on the top of the void, quietly watching the wreckage on the dead land, and beside the wreckage was his tiny self. Longway is light conqueror's haki, which has the effect of deterring people, fainting or surrendering. The killing intent is different from the murderous aura. The murderous intent is the mind, and the murderous aura is the gloomy cold air, which is also a kind of aura similar to conquerors. Han Yan's murderous aura, quietly released only when he is plundering, not only deters the prey, but also expresses his hostility. Generally speaking, Han Yan seldom shows his murderous aura, and it is usually done by the domineering Longwei. Longwei makes all things surrender, and murderous spirit makes creatures fear. It is normal for Usopp, who is shrouded in this kind of breath, to have hallucinations in his mind. Hello, Usopp. Nami only saw Han Yan stare at him, and then Usopp remained silent, staring ahead blankly. She didn't feel murderous, nor did she feel any discomfort. It was obvious that Han Yan was only targeting this attacker, Usopp. Of course, just a warning, don't use too much force, otherwise it will directly destroy the mental barrier and cause brain death. After all, Usopp is weak, not as good as ordinary pirates, at least for now. Nami. After being shaken, Usopp barely reacted. His face was pale, and his legs were so weak that he almost couldn't stand up. Ignoring this guy, Han Yan set his sights on a corner of the forest. There are still a lot of Candle's clones, and Mr. 3, the senior spy of the Baroque Work Agency, almost ran to the edge of the island. Kid, is that guy worthless? Miss Golden Week raised her head, and under Han Yan's control, she floated up strangely, and then flew onto the dragon's claw. Following Han Yan's line of sight, Miss Golden Week saw the boat gradually drifting away in the distance, which was exactly the boat she and Mr. Point 3 made together. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Miss Golden Week, and thinking of Mr. 3's betrayal and deeds that made her desperate, suddenly said angrily, "No. That guy is not a friend." Miss Golden Week pouted, then sat on the dragon's claw with her shoulders in her arms, with a cute and angry gesture. "Really, that is the enemy?" The magic dragon grinned as if it was smiling. A gust of hot air gushed out between its teeth, and soon under the watchful eyes of Miss Golden Week and Nami and others below, the black dragon raised its head to the sky, and a scorching flame was born in its mouth. "Hey, die!" Whoosh! With a burst of shouting, the blast ball, which was as tall as a few people and shining with purple electric light, flew across the sky in an instant, and came to the sky above the back of Mr. 3. 1+. Mr. 3's pupils were wide open. He managed to escape here, and was about to leave this sea area to escape. But at this moment, the terrifying heat came from behind him, before he could use candles all over his body to defend himself. The scorching flames and the penetrating lightning instantly paralyzed and destroyed the nerves of his whole body. In just a moment, the whole ship and himself were burned in the sea. Seeing this scene, Miss Golden Week's eyes widened. Even though she was angry, she couldn't bear to turn her head away when she saw her former companion die so tragically. Not to mention that Nami and Usopp saw the flames and waves soaring into the sky. Although they couldn't see the destruction of the ship from their angle, they could still guess the result after feeling the terrible shock. It turns out that the Neptune is still the scary Haki monster. It hasn't changed at all because of the change of shape, and it has nothing to do with the mood. It's so terrible that people can't touch it. After all, no matter how kind the magic dragon is, it is still a magic dragon. Chapter 78. It is said that raising Lolita can make a fortune. It's just, in the shock of these people and their respective thoughts. They didn't see that a bloody devil fruit was pulled out from a scorched corpse covered in flames. At this time, it quickly turned into a stream of light, and Setsuna disappeared when it touched Han Yan's dragon body. Loot the fourth devil fruit. After the wax fruit fell into the system space, Han Yan's originally happy mood became even happier. Han Yan looked down at Miss Golden Week, and then asked, "Little friend, let me ask you, what is your dream?" Dream. Miss Golden Week raised her foggy eyes, looked at Han Yan together, and made a whimpering sound in her throat. "I hope I can rest and eat senbei after I finish work early." "No, it's not. My dream is to transform everyone into their own ideal. Then, in a peaceful world where there is no betrayal, no danger, and no suspicion, you can act as a painter." "So have you achieved it now?" Miss Golden Week shook her head dejectedly, and she said, "No, although there is a spider bar, Miss Valentine's sister is said to have been killed, and, now everyone don't want to be like that. So, I want to open a new spider bar, and work as a painter at the spider bar." "Your dream is really ordinary." "No, it can't be said to be ordinary. In this world, your dream is the most difficult to realize." Han Yan shook his head slightly. Miss Valentine was eaten by himself, and he didn't feel any guilt about it. Give him another choice, maybe he will still eat it. "But," the boss said, "the world he wants to create is like this." Miss Golden Week frowned, and then said that Mr. O. Sir Crocodile's plan is to build an ideal country without war, and its name is Utopia. Hoo ha ha, interesting. Han Yan listened to Luoli's gradual narration, and suddenly laughed. It turned out that the people in this work agency were all deceived. Sand Crocodile's plan was just to get the ancient weapon, Pluton. They really naively thought it was that. What a beautiful utopia. However, there is a place where your dream can come true. Saying that, Miss Golden Week raised her head to look at him with full eyes. "Mr. Haihuang, tell me. The Fishman Island, the Mermaid Street on the beautiful island 10,000 meters deep in the sea, is almost exactly the same as what you described. Maybe you can have a good time there." The Fishman Island. Not only Miss Golden Week, even Nami and Usopp looked at each other. It was the first time they heard about this place, but Nami was better. "I heard Arlong mention it. In the middle of the Grand Line, there is a red line. Above it is the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Pirates must use two methods to go to New World. 1. Passing through my sight, calm belt. 2. Still from my sight, that the Fishmen Island is passing by. However, Com Belt needs a starting amount of 100 million when passing by. The Fishmen Island sets the price according to the strength of the pirates, ranging from 1 million to 100 million. If there are more than 10 people, the price will be increased. Quote, after hearing what Han Yan said, Nami suddenly came to his senses. Speaking of which, she and Luffy and others accidentally drove to the Com Belt area, almost capsized at that time, and then came to Little Garden Island after a narrow escape. Thinking of the horror of Com Belt, Nami's face turned pale for a while, but after hearing where Han Yan's territory was, he immediately had a look of agreement. Why is this guy's territory? Nami wanted to cry in his heart. It seemed that no matter how he went in the future, he would have nothing to do with Han Yan. Quote. Quote. Raising lowly and earning money by selling paintings. Although it is not the case, it is almost the same. In short, the future of Miss Golden Week can be changed by Han Yan's words. However, when no one else noticed, the colored scales at the corner of Han Yan's mouth had already been washed away by the flames that killed Mr. 3. Thank you, Mr. Neptune. Miss Golden Week chanted this word, then her eyes lit up, the twin ponytails on the edge of her hat trembled excitedly, and then said happily, can I go to the Fishmen Island? Together with a few older sisters. Quote, 0. Yes, you can follow the two giants for now, and I will take you there after a while. Of course, the Fishmen Island is not free, even if you are a friend. You have to perform your duties in the future. From now on, I will draw an incomparable painting for me every once in a while. Boom, boom, exclamation mark. Ha, Zoro, why are you here? You can go. Oh yes, if you get to Alabasta, remember to keep a low profile, so as not to cause a whole lot of trouble. Nami said in surprise, and Usopp also had a look of joy. As if Sanji saw the two giants busy together, Han Yan also landed down, put Miss Golden Week on the ground, and signaled her to go down to the soil. I don't know. The sound of vine branches being snapped sounded, and a green-haired Lu walked over in a daze. When he saw the terrifying body and Nami and the others, he immediately cried out in astonishment, see Emperor. 0. Ask for flowers. I don't know if it's a kind reminder or warning, Han Yan said. Soon, it flew away from the forest with a bewildered Miss Golden Week, and fell at the foot of the volcano. The helpless Nami and Usopp, as well as the bewildered Zoro were left to move in place. At this time, they gradually returned along the road under the narration. Zoro blankly looked at the signs of destruction around him, then glanced at the two worriedly. Before he could continue speaking, the big-eyed black dragon spoke. Miss Golden Week resolutely agreed, but now she doesn't know how much her decision will make her regret in the future. Chapter 79 Leave, next stop Alabasta. Hey, little cook, how is my food doing? As soon as it landed, there was a sound of dragon howling, which caused Sanji, who was sweating profusely, to turn his head and say weakly, too many. But it's half done, promise. Idiot Luffy, don't move. It's Mr. Han Yan's. Suddenly, under the watchful eyes of Han Yan and others, a Luffy sneakily jumped on top of a large piece of meat, swallowed it in one gulp, and stretched his stomach to the ground. It's okay, there's more. Looking at the mountain of barbecued meat, Han Yan opened his mouth unceremoniously, and the terrifying suction force was born from this. Those so-called huge barbecues were sucked into his mouth like candy. Suddenly, the sound of creaking, chewing spread into the forest, sending out terrifying echoes. Gulu, 8:30, after swallowing the barbecue, Han Yan's eyes lit up. I have to admit, this food is really delicious. It's like a beggar who has been hungry for a few days meets a big meal, and the meat in this world seems to have a special delicious addition. It tastes so delicious, it's almost addictive. So, the so-called mountains of barbecue. There was enough food for an ordinary person to eat for a year, but Han Yan swallowed it all in 2s and 3s. Among them, Luffy was almost eaten together. If he didn't run in time, he might have been digested by Han Yan. Hey, you, it's not fair. Luffy gnawed on the piece of meat angrily. He couldn't grab Han Yan at all, and Han Yan didn't care what he did, just ate it. Even if he knew that Luffy was in his mouth, he would not open his mouth on purpose to let him run out. Not fair. Do you want to be like me, with your small frame? Han Yan laughed. Instead he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the remaining roast meat in one gulp. He didn't leave Luffy any chance at all, almost, crying, him. Can't fight and fight, can't eat, what else is Luffy worth fighting for? It seems, in front of this terrifying dragon, it's gone. So it seems to leave a shadow, so that every time Luffy sees Han Yan in the future, he is a little scared, not because he is afraid of Han Yan himself, but because he is afraid that Han Yan will steal his meat. After the meat was wiped out, the Straw Hat crew came together. Drove the boat to the side of the little garden island. We are leaving, I don't know when will you leave, Mr. Han Yan. Staring at the giant beast on the shore, Nami lost the fear she had at first, and spoke in a lively manner. After a while, but soon. Oh, by the way, I hope you won't be so poor when we meet next time. You don't need to worry about it. Nami nodded with a wry smile, and then continued, if possible, I'd rather not see you. HMPH, as long as you are still driving on the Grand Line, we will still meet again. However, I hope that you will not perish in the sea. Are you aware? The red-haired boy thinks highly of you. Han Yan sneered, and an aura that caused the world to change color spread out to the surroundings. The surrounding trees, pirate ships, and clouds were affected, shaking frantically in this area. Waves began to appear on the sea surface, and suddenly the calm sea became turbulent, terrifying. Even the surrounding air seemed to freeze. It's so scary. Zoro, Sanji and others were soaked in sweat, and Usopp was paralyzed on the ground and couldn't stand up. This kind of breath is called conqueror's haki. In the future Grand Line, there will not be many people who know this kind of haki, but there are definitely not a few of them. Keep a low profile and move forward, so as not to be overwhelmed. Because he was in a good mood, he got the treasure and had a big meal, Han Yan kindly reminded. Ah, what's the matter with you? Luffy is dull and natural, he doesn't know what is afraid, he is looking left and right, not knowing what happened. Conquerors will awaken sooner or later, but compared to Han Yan, who is almost awakened, it's like a world of difference. Conqueror's haki. The people on board memorized the word with different expressions, and at the same time they all panted and widened their eyes, as if they were shocked and agreed with the momentum that changed the color of the world. Aren't we friends? Oh hey, good luck, we can't wait long. Does my Sea Emperor need the surrender of the weak? Ahaha, Mr. Han Yan, are you going to see? Han Yan nodded, and the dragon wings slowly unfolded. At this moment, Miss Golden Week suddenly said loudly, wait a minute, Master Han Yan. Take me away together. Yeah, Loli jumped up happily, and at the same time raised her crescent-like eyebrows. With the permission of the black dragon, she gradually floated up. Then fall into the seemingly terrifying, but actually very safe dragon's claws and start a new journey of plundering. Han Yan turned around slowly and said, you guys build ships here for now, lest you can't go there in the future. As the pirate ship of the Straw Hats went away, Han Yan set his sights on Miss Golden Week, who was still immersed in incredulity and amazement. Okay, but if you don't make trouble, I can take you with me. Suddenly, Han Yan turned to the side with a smile, and continued, anyway, sooner or later you will be a member of the Sea King's forces, and you will be qualified to be the leader of the Dragon Legion in the future. A professional painter. Han Yan squinted at the little girl, and then said, you know what I'm going to do, but you still want to go together. What role can you play? Follow me, Master Han Yan, take me away together. Miss Golden Week looked at the two giants with some fear, and then hurriedly continued, I know the place of Baroque works, maybe I can help you. If Mr. Point Zero is really what you said about Shichibukai, I want to save those older sisters. I can help you persuade those sisters to surrender to you at 3.8. But Loli blinked her misty eyes frequently as if Han Yan was about to cry violently. Miss Golden Week replied weakly, her face full of grievances. You, just follow these two giant warriors. Well, I'm going to find Shichibukai Crocodile and help out my partner by the way. Friends also have different natures. Chapter 80. The Prelude to a New Era. On the blue sea, a shadow streaked across the sky, Deathwing disappeared above the sea area, leaving only the sound and howling sea wind still echoing. Those little guys have changed their route. Although Luffy et al. And Han Yan are on the same route, the speed of Han Yan's flight is much faster than that of the ship. Under the perception of the invisible predator's 50-kilometer range, the Straw Hat crew actually turned a corner and went to another island. Concentrating on looking at that side, Han Yan showed a puzzled expression. It sends radio waves into the mind of the little Loli who is kneeling in her hands and drinking warm tea. Golden Joe looked around in confusion, and soon she was surprised to find that she seemed to have a hallucination, and a sea area composed of grids and the changing position of the Straw Hat pirate ship appeared out of thin air in front of her eyes. If I remember correctly, their record pointer should be snatched, right? So, the direction they are heading now does not seem to be Alabasta. Han Yan asked in a low voice, suspecting that he was taking a false path. Master Han Yan. Golden Week shook his little head, then grabbed a pair of ponytails and looked at the radio network map that appeared out of thin air, and then suddenly realized, if I guessed correctly, this is the direction to Drum Island, not Alabasta. Quote, magnetic, Drum, Island. This strange but familiar island gradually appeared in Han Yan's memory, and his eyes lit up immediately. If I remember correctly, there should be Zone's magical devil fruit in it. In addition, this is also where the Blackbeard pirates are currently. At this time, this group of people is in conflict with the last monarch of the Drum Kingdom, White Iron, Wapol, and it is estimated that they have already started fighting. Then, Master Han Yan, are we going to Drum Island? But, we don't have a record pointer for Drum Island. Golden Week looked down at an alabaster record pointer held in the palm of his hand. Of course, it is also possible to go to Drum Island, but it is relatively troublesome. Go, why go? Han Yan curled his lips, still heading towards Alabasta without changing the slightest. Every fruit may have been a little rare for him in the past, but now, after the third stage of evolution, the 4 devil fruits in his hand can be twisted and upgraded into similar fruits, but if it is not necessary, why not? To turn into a human form. The result is self-evident, Blackbeard will suffer a disastrous defeat. Maybe he will kneel down and beg for mercy. If he let him go due to various reasons, this guy will definitely hold his grudge and find an opportunity to bite him back. Why do you think so? Because at this point, Han Yan is very familiar. That's like a sinister lion majesty, even in the animal kingdom. However, for the time being, Han Yan really has no idea of taking shape. Even if there is, it will be a matter of the future. However, shapeshifting, Han Yan thought about it carefully, and it seems that there is not much convenience. After all, it is a bit uncomfortable to suddenly become a human after getting used to the body of a giant dragon for 20 or 30 years. But he thinks too much, turning into a human. Impossible, even if it is the fruit of human beings, it can only turn him into a half-dragon and half-human form, just like Kaido of the Beasts, even more like Kaido Monster. Finally, I hope you will support me a lot. This book will try not to make you feel tired, so occasionally there will be more interesting stories. If you don't like it, please be merciful. Some readers may find these recent chapters dull and watery. Then change it next. The third volume is mainly about the demeanor of the destroyer of the era. The second volume is almost over. The main volume preview, announcing the fission of the world, is also like this. The dangers in the sea are far more ferocious than the human world, but since the evolution of Deathwing, although Han Yan has been asleep for many years, he has not forgotten these things. The purpose of Blackbeard's coming here is also to lure Luffy's big brother, Potter Cass Ace, and then complete his own plan. Big villain, you might die if I punch you like this. 233 long time. 0. Ask for flowers. What's more, it's not that there is nothing to write about the next story, but there is a lot to write about. However, I can't reveal the plot because of this, right? 2333. Finally, the main character is a loner, a predator. Not a philanthropist, not a bloodthirsty beast. Don't be delusional because of a little thing. In the future, there will be a déjà vu of seeing a monster enters the village. 233. In the world of predators, it's all about teeth and claws. In One Piece world, it's all about fists and ruthless words. There is no difference between the two, so Han Yan doesn't care much about Blackbeard, and he doesn't need him to pull the prelude to the era. If you come across it, just eat it. As for the plot, and the changes of the times, let me do it myself. Finally, there's Blackbeard, the mastermind. That guy is a hero who can endure humiliation, and Han Yan has recently heard from occasional channels that this guy has betrayed Whitebeard, and was able to lurk in the Whitebeard pirates for many years, and then win the Dark Fruit in one fell swoop. Han Yan himself admired it a little, and the new era is called Sea Emperor. Thinking of this, Han Yan showed a thoughtful look in his eyes. What would happen if he and Blackbeard had a conflict? Whitebeard's time will soon end, and Deathwing will come, and the name of destruction will be known to all. If you don't change your style for the time being, you will wait until the end to make a decision. If there are readers who read this sentence, please give an opinion in the book review. If there are many people who adopt it, forget it, just open a vote. 0. P.S. Half of the readers want to change form, and half of the readers don't want to change form. In fact, the author himself reads a lot of books on change form, and feels that it is almost a human being in monster skin, or never considered it from the perspective of a monster. If the main character were to change form, he would have a lot of dragon horns, dragon scales, and dragon tails. His body is strong and burly, full of haki. But only for special occasions, or for convenience when returning to the territory. Usually 80% are the bodies of monsters. Chapter 81. Do you know the Emperor of the Sea? Hold the record pointer. Let's go to Alabasta to meet my little client. Well, Master Han Yan, this way. The black dragon in the sky flashed past, hovered a little above a cloudy cloud, and soon flew in one direction. On a slightly luxurious boat. What? After hearing what Robin said, Vivi's expression changed immediately. Looking at Vivi, who exclaimed, sitting on the leather chair with crossed legs, Robin shook his head slightly with a smile on his face and said, look at it. How come? It's okay if Vivi didn't look at it, but after looking at it, her face became very ugly. Such a thing happened. 270. She bit her lip, fell into incomparable panic, and suddenly became anxious. Your Highness, this is Ikaram, who had a strange curly hair on the side, asked a question. Gah. Kuru also tilted his head in doubt. See for yourself. Vivi looked at the sea in the distance and fell into deep thought. It turned out that 300,000 people from the king's army, on the king's side, had defected to the rebel army, and as a result, the situation was immediately dangerous. Ikaram, captain of the Alabasta Guard, naturally knew what this meant. He quickly raised his head and shouted, Your Highness, we can't drag on any longer. We have to hurry up and stop them. Well, me too. Before Vivi could finish speaking, the beautiful woman sipping coffee and reading a book laughed softly. That's interesting. The population of Alabasta alone is more than 10 million, and this is at least a multi-million person war. What are you going to do to stop it? Robin laughed tremblingly, then put down the glass, and she continued, although I promised Mr. Neptune to escort you to Alabasta, I didn't say that I would help you stop this war. Don't worry about it. Vivi gritted her teeth. Of course she knew the difficulty of the responsibility in Luo's mouth. Oh, by the way, the newspaper seems to be the news 3 days ago. It's just that the sea area where we are located, including the climate, is somewhat different, so the process of getting the news is relatively slow. Robin narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. It stands to reason that the flying speed of the Sea Emperor is more than 10 times that of theirs. Even if I let myself wait for others to take a step forward, they will still arrive early. However, now it seems that the big guy didn't take this matter to heart. Or, did he do it on purpose? Vivi said nothing, but her body was trembling slightly. Obviously her heart was very disturbed. Seeing this scene, Robin recovered from his thoughts and said, Don't forget, if you go ashore, someone from the Baroque Work Agency will notice you soon, and by then. Whether you can run in front of the rebels is a question. Or do you suspect that those high-level spies in the Baroque work agency are all scumbags? If you don't wait for the arrival of the Sea Emperor, not only will the country fail to be saved, but you will get involved instead. Then what do you say? Vivi was speechless, but she couldn't bear to think about it because she was so anxious. She asked Robin instead. How do I know? Compared with 10 million people, how should I choose? Robin spread his hands, and then said with a little deep meaning, if I have the power of the Sea Emperor, do I still need to be in such a difficult situation? Quote, what to do, what to do, what to do? Vivi bit her lower lip tightly, her face was pale, and her heart was extremely at a loss. The choice between one person and 10 million people, how to choose? Neptune, where are you? Come quickly, someone here needs your help. Looking at the calm sea in the distance, Vivi misses the monster that countless people fear. After all, that's the only 10 guys who are willing to help him, even though it is the Emperor of the Sea. Well, you don't have to worry. Instead, Robin continued to look at the book with a calm face, and then said, don't worry, he will definitely come. After all, in a certain way, a big figure at the level of the Sea Emperor values reputation very much. Besides, those who make deals with him will naturally not breach the contract. As for me, it's just an incidental gift. Speaking of the last sentence, Robin's eyelids twitched, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, as if reluctantly acknowledging his role. Because she knew that if she offended the Sea Emperor, even if he fled to Cape Tiania, he couldn't escape. After all, the Emperor of the Sea was different from Marine, almost the entire sea belonged to his territory. But thinking of Vivi on the side, Luo overwhelmed the negative emotions in his heart. That guy is the one who really puts pressure on Shonda. She bears the fate of the entire country on her back. Compared with her own dissatisfaction, she is not much less. Judging from the previous information, there are already 1 million people who have entered a state of confrontation, and they are all troops. Once civilians are counted, I am afraid that the people of Alabasta will number in the tens of millions. This number, Rao is high, the Emperor is here, so it's not easy to deal with it. The little girl with a very strong heart and a 5.9, I wish you good luck. The corners of Robin's mouth raised slightly, and he pulled down the brim of his hat so that the shadow covered the upper half of his face. Vivi subconsciously looked in Robin's direction. Call me, Nico Robin. The face under the cowboy hat smiled slightly. Since she chose to betray Crocodile, she no longer belonged to Baroque Works at heart. All right. Vivi pursed her lips and nodded, and then continued. You said, can the Emperor of the Sea really defeat the Sand Crocodile? Shichibukai Crocodile. Why do you ask? Do you know that terrible guy? Robin looked up into her eyes instead, asking a curious question.